In September 2030, on a wondrous island in the southeast, the waves crashed and the sea breeze blew gently over the golden sands of the verdant island, where a young man with a well-proportioned physique and handsome features lay sprawled, forming a Thai character amidst the scenery. Scattered around him were remnants of aircraft debris and a black suitcase emblazoned with colorful letters reading Great Northeast Fishing City. Evidently, the young man had just survived a plane crash. To compound his misfortune, a small, icy, pink foot cruelly stomped on his cheek. Fujiwara, Shizuka, feeling as though his face had been kicked, Xian slowly opened his bewildered eyes. At first, he was taken aback by the azure sky and white clouds, then turned to behold a pair of delicate, white legs and a white sundress, belonging to a cherubic girl with twin ponytails, reminiscent of a pure first love. She was Fujiwara Shizuka, the daughter of the alluring Japanese star Fujiwara Narika, a super idol in her own right. This is 10 years ago. I've been reborn. My Kirin arm is still intact. Upon seeing the girl who bore an uncanny resemblance to Hatsune Miku, Xian's thoughts surged. Just a few months prior, he had graduated from a mediocre university. Unable to secure a decent job, he chose to take a shortcut and became a security guard instead. His parents then forced him into an unwanted marriage with a reasonably attractive woman, who contributed nothing to the household and was treated like royalty. Not long after, his parents met with a tragic accident, and the woman insisted on using his parents' life insurance to buy a house for her brother, only to be met with his harsh refusal. Days later, he received a court summons for divorce. Any ordinary person would surely crumble under such circumstances. Yet he was different. He had grown weary of his role as a security guard and felt the same about his wife. The two properties and the compensation from the demolition were all under his parents' names. Although they had pressured him to marry, they were not foolish. They had prepared a will that ensured she would receive nothing in the event of a divorce. The moment the divorce was initiated, Xian felt as if he had been granted a new lease on life. By day, he could fish and stroll by the pond, and by night, indulge in massages and foot baths at the entertainment center, free from anyone's nagging. Speaking of which, he must commend the girls born after 2010. Not only did they accompany him for meals and entertainment, but they were also understanding, gentle, and emotionally intelligent, providing exceptional care. With a card costing 3,000 yuan, he could visit 8 times a month, which included complimentary fruit platters and bath coupons. Indeed, marriage was fleetingly delightful, but remaining single was an enduring joy. Surprisingly, his usual streak of luck turned around, and he even won a scratch-off ticket. A first-class round trip to America for a 7-day tour, alongside the crew of Wife's Romantic Journey and 7 popular female stars. Among them, 4 regular guests were already married: Mimi, Yuan, Sure, and Tang. The remaining 3, Nana, Ba, and Fei, were invited flying guests. Additionally, there was a group of international celebrities from Japan, Korea, and the West, seemingly en route to some award ceremony on the same flight. However, no one anticipated that the plane would meet disaster shortly after leaving the nation's airspace, plummeting into the ocean due to a terrifying solar magnetic storm. Fortunately, the safety of first-class seating was relatively high, and they miraculously survived. Regrettably, this magnetic storm persisted, leading to a complete breakdown of modern communication. And this was merely the beginning of the calamities to come, as terrifying disasters unfolded over the next decade. Giant hailstones, temperatures soaring to 60 or 70 degrees, global winter freezes, corrosive acid rain, and horrific plagues that, in his previous life, he managed to survive a decade through hard work, luck, and audacity. Yet, within that span, all 7 female stars and the twin-tailed Fujiwara Shizuka, along with her mother, Fujiwara Narika, perished for various reasons. Hunger, complications during childbirth, common colds, tetanus, hailstorms, tsunamis, and even battles against the notorious pirates of the island. Ironically, the reason behind his rebirth was not due to a pursuit. On a day 10 years later, not long ago, beneath the setting sun by the pond, he fortuitously awakened the celestial fishing system, only to have joy swiftly turn to despair. Having neglected to wear a helmet while fishing, he was ambushed by a mutated sea bass weighing over 70 pounds. In a swift motion, the creature lashed out. Smack! A tremendous slap struck his face, plunging him into darkness, and he was reborn. Ah, remembering this, Song Xian hastily attempted to summon the system. System, display my attribute panel. Host, Song Xian, level, 1-star fisherman. Physique, 6. Energy, 9. Skills, none. Equipment, none. Items, beginner's gift pack, experience points, 0100 kg, nice. The system is still here. Open the beginner's gift pack immediately. Upon receiving a response from the system, Song Xian's eyes glimmered with excitement. Ding. Congratulations! You have acquired the skill Apocalypse Forecast, equipped with a golden fishing rod, and received a strengthening potion. Apocalypse Forecast. Foresee calamities and avert disasters. You can anticipate the arrival of danger. Golden fishing rod. A reliable quality of gold, suitable for fish under a ton, with a 1 chance of a critical hit reward. Strengthening potion. Can be used to enhance physical attributes. Effects vary by individual. Use the strengthening potion immediately. Having obtained 3 treasures, Song Xian decisively learned from his past mistakes and used them right away. Ding! Congratulations! Your body and spirit have been enhanced. Your data panel has been updated. Refreshing. The moment he heard the system's notification, a wave of warmth surged through Song Xian, filling him with newfound strength. He felt incredibly robust, capable of defeating his former self with a single punch. Even if a dump truck were to hit him, he would endure until the ambulance arrived. Fortune favors me. Chapter 2. When in doubt, cast a line. Fear not, I mean no harm. Swiftly assessing the situation, Song Xian acted promptly, offering a slight smile to Fujiwara Shizuka as he strode towards his tackle box. However, at that very instant, an unusual sensation brought by the cool sea breeze caused him to lower his gaze. The situation became somewhat awkward, but Song Xian had no time to search for his trousers. He grabbed the tackle box and dashed into the sea, for he had spotted a flock of seagulls circling and soaring just a few dozen meters away. On the shimmering azure surface, there was a dark patch, which, according to his rudimentary knowledge of sea fishing, was highly likely a school of sardines. Swimming over there would undoubtedly expend a great deal of energy, and he hadn't brought a fishing net, making it unrealistic to catch fish in the sea. At this moment, all he could do was quickly cast a line. Thus, he feigned opening the tackle box and randomly selected the golden fishing rod from the system, then was momentarily stunned. Magnificent! Utterly magnificent! He had never seen such an exquisite fishing rod. The entire rod was adorned with golden, shimmering brilliantly under the sunlight. It resembled the legendary Phoebe Xuan, and the feel of it was even more extraordinary. The texture was neither metallic nor jade-like, yet it was warm to the touch, surpassing even the most tender skin of a young maiden. Wielding it, the whistling sound as it cut through the air was simply delightful. Its resilience was simply unparalleled. Compared to it, the fishing rods he had used before were mere trash. Nay, all the fishing rods in the world were trash compared to it. Utterly cool. It was the Rolls-Royce Phantom of fishing rods. Perfect. After testing it, Song Xian couldn't help but exclaim once more. He then grasped the line reel, adjusted the drag button with his fingers, and with a twist of his waist, a thrust of his hips, and a bend of his backside, he swung his arm backward with all his might. Whoosh! The instant the golden chinna hook reached its farthest point behind him, he abruptly stopped the force and swung it forward with all his strength, simultaneously releasing the button controlling the fishing line. Rattle! The line reel, affected by the pull, began to vibrate rapidly, and the fishing line drew a graceful arc under the drag of the hook. Finally, the hook landed squarely in the center of the fish school. Perfect. Song Xian gave himself a perfect score for the cast. Meanwhile, Fujiwara Shizuka, sensing that Song Xian harbored no ill intentions, approached him, and they exchanged a few simple words. In his previous life, Song Xian had a close relationship with her mother, Fujiwara Norika, so in addition to a few phrases, he had also learned many action-related foreign words, allowing them to communicate with each other in a rudimentary manner. Learning that Song Xian spoke Japanese, Fujiwara Shizuka was overjoyed. However, the ensuing conversation was not so pleasing to her. Song Xian-kun, do you have a fondness for Japan? Where did you learn Japanese? Apart from Japanese women and movies, I have no fondness for Japan whatsoever. I learned Japanese from movies. Really? Which one is your favorite? Low budget? Simple plots? I like them all. Action films. What kind of genre? However, joyous news soon arrived. The fishing rod had a response. The sardines were biting. This was most agreeable. Feeling the force transmitted from the fishing rod handle, Song Xian began to manipulate the fate of this fish, while muttering to himself. It seemed Brother Chang was indeed not deceiving him. Sardines are warm water fish that typically inhabit the warm upper and middle layers of the sea, in waters 10 to 100 meters deep. Their flesh is tender and rich in unsaturated fatty acids, making them delicious whether steamed, braised, fried, or dried and steamed. Moreover, as they are gregarious sea fish, they feed on plankton, small fish, and shrimp, requiring no bait and biting easily, making them very friendly to novice sea anglers like him. It was said that even with a fishing rod bought with a few dollars, one could still get started. This was the information Song Xian had seen on social media back then. A dozen seconds later, after some playful teasing, Song Xian finally began to reel in the line in earnest. Come on, baby, a mere few kilograms of sardines would struggle in the hands of an ordinary person. But in Song Xian's hands, they had no power to resist. Had he not wanted to conserve energy, he could have violently reeled it in from the start. Of course, there was also a risk to this. Because the China hook has barbs, a long shank, and a hook point that curves inward, not parallel to the shank, and leans outward. Although the fish cannot easily spit out the hook after swallowing it, the position of the bite is not very deep. If dragged too forcefully, it could tear the fish's lips, thus freeing the sardine. Ding! Congratulations! You have caught a sardine, gaining 7 experience points. Haha! Awesome! Fishing is indeed best enjoyed at sea. As a reborn individual and a fishing enthusiast, Song Xian couldn't contain his excitement and elation upon seeing his first trophy after rebirth, this silvery gray, plump fish. The beginning is always the hardest, and with this sardine, it signified a good start. Perfect. All that happens is for my benefit. Continue. After admiring the sardine for a few seconds and silently cheering himself on, Song Xian tossed it ashore. Since he didn't have a landing net and was still in the water, he chose to let Fujiwara Shizuka handle it. However, Song Xian hadn't expected that this little girl, upon seeing his large sardine, would exclaim with great emotion. Hearing those words, Song Xian's expression suddenly changed, and he said fiercely to Fujiwara Shizuka, "What? From today onwards, you will believe in Mazu with me, or I will spank your bottom." Hearing Song Xian's scolding, Fujiwara Shizuka immediately began to cry piteously, but as matters of principle were concerned, Song Xian paid her no heed. In fact, he had originally felt a twinge of guilt for feeling aroused by this twin-tail loli. But now, as an old with a red heart, his mind was filled with national righteousness and winning glory for the country. Besides, to be fair, what was so great about the broken gods of Japan? A blade of grass, a pile of mud, a stinking ditch, a group of beings no better than pigs and dogs could all be called gods. Claiming to have 8 million deities, it all boiled down to 8 words, a joke, a pile of dog feces. If you cry again, I'll starve you. No food for you. Hearing Fujiwara Shizuka cry for a while, Song Xian felt annoyed and shouted. Seeing that she was subdued by him, he shouted again. Take the fish off the hook, dig a pit, put it in there, and we'll grill it later. With tear-filled eyes, Fujiwara Shizuka sniffled and began to act upon hearing the order. But her delicate and adorable features were scrunched up into a ball, and her pink little mouth was tightly shut, as if that was her last shred of dignity. However, Song Xian didn't bother to pay attention to her emotions. If she wanted to rely on him for survival, then she had no right to give him attitude. In this desolate apocalypse, humanity is as insignificant as weeds. Even the most beautiful goddess, driven by hunger, would be forced to prostrate herself, begging for his charity. Swish. Abandoning all extraneous thoughts, Song Xian promptly cast his line once more. Scarcely had the hook touched the water when the corners of Song Xian's mouth began to twitch upward. He knew he had hooked a significant catch. Chapter 3. Come here, darling, allow me to behold your splendor. Such formidable strength. Feeling the intense vibrations of the fishing rod, Song Xian, who was not wearing a belly band, promptly pressed the base of the rod against his abdomen, legs firmly planted in a horse stance. Leaning back with both feet embedded in the sand, his arms bulged with muscle, veins prominently visible, and the veins on his forehead stood out as well. The fish's initial struggle was its most vigorous. He had to be thoroughly prepared. He estimated that this fish weighed at least 50 pounds. It was certainly not a sardine, but rather a large predator that likely feasted on sardines. The power of such a large fish struggling in the ocean was akin to several adults pulling on a fishing rod in a tug-of-war. Despite his readiness, when the fish yanked with all its might, Song Xian nearly stumbled. Yet, feeling such force, a smile crept onto his lips, confirming that the big fish had indeed taken the bait before allowing out the line. This initial bout was relentless. What followed was a continuous tug-of-war, releasing and tightening the line repeatedly until the opponent was utterly exhausted would lead to victory. Minutes later, sensing the diminishing struggle from the other end. Song Xian rubbed his reddened abdomen, adjusted his position to brace against the rod's tail, and slowly began to reel in the line. During this time, the large fish would occasionally thrash about. However, under Song Xian's vigilant watch, its fate had already been sealed. Soon enough, the fish finally ceased its struggles. Sensing its weakness, Song Xian exerted a bit more force to lift the rod. "Come on. Little darling, let me see your true form." The two most delightful aspects of fishing are the gratification from the effort expended and the thrill of the unknown. This time, he was genuinely thrilled. It was a tiger grouper. How impressive am I? The tiger grouper, also known as the black-spotted fish, is a deep-sea species characterized by its gray-black coloration adorned with white spots. Its name derives from its flat, broad, oval body, featuring a wide mouth and sharp teeth, making it a fierce marine predator. Were it not for the resilience of his fishing line, a standard line would likely have been severed by its bite. Consequently, the tiger grouper commands a high market price and is regarded as a premium seafood delicacy. At the seaside, the purchasing price ranges from dozens to hundreds, with larger specimens fetching even higher prices. If classified as top grade, the price could multiply several times. Once it reaches the market and graces dining tables, the price becomes exorbitantly high. In upscale restaurants, a fish of this size would cost at least 800 yuan per pound, which is truly outrageous. However, one must admit that its high price is justified. Its delicate and exquisite flavor, coupled with firm and rich flesh, high fat content, and abundance of unsaturated fatty acids, makes it ideal for both stewing and steaming. In his past life, Song Xian had the fortune of treating clients to it once, a chance encounter that left an unforgettable impression. He never imagined he would catch one with his own hands in this lifetime. As the tiger grouper drew nearer, Song Xian's spirits soared. Yet, just as the magnificent fish was almost within reach, he felt a sudden pang of nostalgia. Had it been before the apocalypse, he would have paraded this impressive catch around the nearby neighborhoods, perhaps even posting a boastful update on social media. "I caught this fish, not even Jesus could save it." Believe me, while it seemed somewhat regretful, the thrill of the catch was undeniable. Unfortunately, his phone was lost somewhere, and even if he had it, he wouldn't dare to turn it on. Due to the solar magnetic storm, unless one remained in an enclosed space, any electronic device powered on or attempting communication would inevitably be damaged, potentially even igniting into flames. Ding! Congratulations, you have caught a tiger grouper, gaining 27 experience points. What a magnificent fish! Long live the goddess Mazu. As Song Xian successfully reeled in the tiger grouper, Fujiwara Shizuka seemed to have forgotten her earlier displeasure and cleverly adjusted her tone. Song Xian was quite pleased. After all, she was a young idol from the island nation. Displaying such maturity at her age, surely a bright future awaited her. After tossing the fish onto the shore, he instructed in a reasonably amiable tone. "Find a rock or a stick to stun the fish, then remove the hook. Otherwise, you might get bitten." "Hi." Fujiwara Shizuka nodded seriously, her twin ponytails whipping like little whips. Seeing this, Song Xian nodded in satisfaction and then dove into the water. Moments earlier, he had felt something bumping against his feet, and upon entering the sea, he discovered a large swarm of crabs. Flower crabs, named for their patterned shells and adorned with white spots. Some find them beautiful while others deem them repulsive. Song Xian, however, was neither. He cared little for their appearance, knowing well their delectable taste. Rich in essential proteins, fats, phospholipids, and vitamins, they are highly nutritious. Truly, autumn is bountiful, and the ancestors do not deceive me. Seeing the swarm of flower crabs, Song Xian could hardly contain his joy, swiftly taking action. He loosened the button on the reel, pulling the line entirely from the rod, teasing the crabs as they marched. In an instant, several crabs seized the line with their formidable claws. Well done. Not hesitating, Song Xian continued to entice them. Waiting for dozens of crabs to chapter 4. What caliber am I? You want me to wear a bodycon skirt? Song Xianjun. I found this bodycon skirt in the woods. Do you want to wear it for now? Get out. Seeing Fujiwara Shizuka actually bring out a woman's skirt, Song Xian cursed and yelled. What caliber am I? You want me to wear a bodycon skirt? I am. Forget it, I won't tempt fate. Muttering a few words to himself, Song Xian immediately opened his toolbox. Fortunately, this toolbox had scissors, which he could use to process the crabs and grouper. He needed to cut off the legs of the flower crabs to prevent them from hurting him. The medical conditions in this environment were practically non-existent. Every tiny wound could lead to a significant danger. If he got tetanus or something, it would almost certainly be a death sentence. As for the grouper, its skin was quite thick, so he needed to peel it off before cooking it. The sardines didn't require any extra preparation. He could just roast them over the fire. Therefore, Song Xian acted quickly, using the scissors to swiftly process a dozen crabs. Snap! 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 He released the remaining crabs, as he couldn't eat them all and he had already gained the experience points. He even tried catching the released crabs again. But he didn't gain any more experience. Clearly, the system wasn't so easily exploited. In less than 10 minutes, Song Xian had processed the ingredients, and Fujiwara Shizuka had returned with a good amount of dry firewood. However, there was still a significant problem. Starting a fire with friction wasn't so easy. Song Xian tried a few times, but had to give up for the time being. Of course, this wasn't to say that he lacked the ability. It was just that the wood Fujiwara Shizuka had brought back had too high a moisture content. But he couldn't blame her. The climate at sea was inherently humid, especially since it had probably rained in the past few days. In their previous lives, he and Fujiwara Shizuka had starved on this island for a day until they accidentally spotted a floating wooden plank. They climbed onto it and drifted to a nearby large island, where they were lucky enough to find a suitcase and get some food, which saved them from starvation. Moreover, to save Fujiwara Shizuka from a cold, he had wasted his energy and had sex with her. Because science had shown that appropriate sexual activity could enhance the immunity of both partners, helping them to stay away from germs. In a state of intense excitement, the number of phagocytes in the human body would increase to nearly twice the normal amount. In this state, they would quickly find and destroy bacteria harmful to the human body. In addition, the human body would produce a large number of endorphins in this process, which could make people feel happy and comfortable, thereby helping to alleviate the symptoms of a cold and physical pain. Even human respiration and metabolism would increase, helping to expel waste from the body. It was just a pity that after Song Xian and Fujiwara Shizuka had sex, although the little lowly Fujiwara Shizuka's condition had improved somewhat, her physical function and immunity continued to decline due to malnutrition, and she eventually died of a lung infection. She became the first woman to die in his arms. And it was at that moment that Song Xian realized completely that he was in the apocalypse, and that this global disaster was not a game. To survive, he needed to be incredibly serious and cautious. You come and dry these woods. I'll rest for a while and come back. After reminiscing about the past, Song Xian issued an order to Fujiwara Shizuka and went to rest in the shade, while checking his attribute panel. Host, Song Xian, level, 1-star angler, skill, apocalypse forecast, constitution, 15, energy, 20, equipment, golden fishing rod, item, non, experience, 67 100 kilograms. Fujiwara Shizuka appeared to be very well behaved, but as soon as she turned around, her delicate face revealed an astonishing talent for facial expressions. With a distorted expression, she stuck out her tongue, secretly muttering in her heart, "Damn bad guy. Just wait until the rescue team finds us. This young lady will definitely make you pay. I'll whip your butt. I'll make you kneel down and lick my feet." Half an hour later, seeing that the wood had been dried by the sun, the ravenously hungry Song Xian got up. At this moment, Fujiwara Shizuka was curled up in an N-shape, sleeping soundly under another tree, her snow-white arms hugging her knees. Her tattered white stockings had been removed, and her two delicate, rosy feet were together. Song Xian glanced at them and quickly started working. He placed a long piece of wood beside his foot, carved a small pit with the scissors, put some easily flammable debris inside, grabbed the sharpened wooden stick in his hand, clasped his hands together, and gently rubbed it. The purpose of this was to raise the temperature around the circular pit first, and then suddenly accelerate. Whir, whir, whir. After a rapid rubbing sound, white smoke rose from the circular pit at the tip of the wooden stick, and the flammable debris was ignited. Song Xian immediately bent down and blew a breath, placing the other flammable debris around it. After a dozen seconds of careful tending, the small flame finally turned into a palm-sized blaze. Song Xian began to place the thin branches of firewood one by one, forming a campfire shape before getting up. He placed a dozen crabs around the edge of the fire and picked up the bodycon skirt he had just found. He hadn't felt much before, but now the sun was a bit harsh, and the seawater on his body had dried, leaving a lot of salt, which made him even more uncomfortable. Anyway, it was just the two of them on the island, so he might as well wear it for a while. He quickly skewered the sardines and grouper and turned to find Fujiwara Shizuka. The next job was to grill the fish. There was no reason for him to work while Fujiwara Shizuka got to eat for free. However, he didn't expect that Fujiwara Shizuka didn't wake up even after he called her several times, and then he kicked her butt a few times. But the little girl still didn't wake up. Song Xian felt that something was wrong and immediately reached out to touch her forehead. As a result, the little girl's face was flushed, but her forehead was cold. Obviously, she had a low fever. Under these conditions, there was very little he could do. He helped the little girl up first, then carried her in his arms to a shadier place to avoid cold wind aggravating her condition. After confirming that there was no wind around, he unbuttoned the little girl's clothes and covered her stomach. At this time, he could only try to lower her temperature physically. As for the rest, he would wait until he had eaten his fill. After 10 years in the apocalypse, he had long understood that no matter what happened, ensuring one's own survival was the most important thing. Therefore, Song Xian quickly returned to the fire and focused on roasting the sardine. After sticking the grouper in the ground to bake, waiting for the sardine to be roasted until it was crispy on the outside and tender on the inside. Smelling the diffused aroma of protein, he didn't care about the heat and began to wolf it down. He was really hungry. Munch, munch. Soon, he had eaten a dozen pounds of sardines clean in less than a minute, and his strength was quickly restored. However, fish itself was not very filling. Having meticulously removed the scales, bones, head, and moisture from the several pounds of sardines, a mere couple of pounds remained, leaving Song Xian only partially satiated. Nevertheless, Song Xian was content. A comfortable and delightful sensation washed over him as he massaged his abdomen, and he proceeded to roast the tiger grouper directly over the fire. Little did he anticipate that just as he commenced roasting the tiger grouper, a veritable windfall materialized within his line of sight, a pink suitcase. Chapter 5 Indeed. When it comes to adorable girls, those from the island nation are truly delightful. Upon spotting a pink suitcase, Song Xian wasted no time diving into the sea. With a splash, he plunged into the water, swiftly retrieving the sturdy suitcase. On this deserted island, what was most scarce was not fish, but rather various modern conveniences. Each travel case was a treasure of immense value. Who knows what useful items it might contain, perhaps even something that could save a life in the future. This particular suitcase, evidently belonging to a woman, surprised him greatly. Firstly, it contained a plethora of refreshing clothing, the fabric of which would surely prove useful. Secondly, there was a set of loose pajamas, perfectly fitting for him to wear. Thirdly, it held 2 large boxes of condoms and a pack of birth control pills, a necessary precaution against the perils of potential pregnancy on a deserted island. Fourthly, there were several bottles of high-end cosmetics. While the cosmetics themselves may not have much utility, the containers were indeed valuable. It was also evident that the owner of this suitcase had traveled in first class, as only first-class passengers are permitted to bring liquids exceeding 1,000 milliliters on board. Finally, there were some food items and various documents. Unable to comprehend the Korean language, Song Xian paid little heed to them, dismissing the superficial beauty of the faces depicted. He planned to use the papers for kindling later. After thoroughly inspecting the suitcase, he tapped it approvingly, murmuring his satisfaction. Today's luck was indeed splendid, and the suitcase was well sealed, making it suitable for use as a raft. Just as he finished speaking, a sudden scream pierced the air from the edge of the forest. Turning to investigate, Song Xian beheld Fujiwara Shizuka, her mouth agape and her delicate tongue poking out, clearly having burned herself. She could be so oblivious, yet she was quite eager when it came to food. Noticing that she had regained consciousness, he approached the fire with the suitcase in hand. Upon his return, Fujiwara Shizuka recoiled in fear, lowering her gaze to her toes. Hesitant to meet his eyes. You should eat the crabs first. The sea bass is not a deep-sea fish. Its flesh contains numerous parasites and nematodes, so it must be thoroughly cooked. Otherwise, you risk food poisoning or a bacterial infection, and your life could be forfeit here. Thank you, Song Xian. She responded eagerly. Kneeling before him, her alabaster legs forming an M shape as she grasped a small crab and began to eat. However, upon hearing her speak in Japanese, Song Xian frowned and said, "From now on, speak to me in Chinese, unless you do not know a word, otherwise, I shall spank you." Coughing slightly, Fujiwara Shizuka nearly choked on a morsel of crab meat at his words. Yet, recognizing the necessity to comply, especially given her current discomfort, she acquiesced. "I will try my best, Song Xian. From now on, simply call me by my name, or Mr. Song Xian. Do not add Kuan." "Yes, Mr. Song Xian," she replied dutifully, her pronunciation of Chinese quite clumsy. With Song Xian no longer engaging her in conversation, she deftly continued to tackle the crab before her. Skillfully prying open the shell, she extracted the delectable crab roe with her delicate fingers, eagerly devouring it in one swift motion. A look of sheer delight illuminating her face as she emitted a cute, childlike sound. Indeed, when it comes to soft girls, those from the island nation are undeniably charming. Song Xian cast a glance at her, murmuring softly, before resuming his task of grilling fish while relishing the crabs. As the aroma of the perfectly charred tiger grouper wafted through the air, he could not resist the involuntary swallow that followed. It must be said that the tiger grouper's price was justified by its exquisite flavor. Despite having eaten his fill, the tantalizing scent of the fish was irresistible. If it were steamed or simmered in soup, the resulting flavor would be divine, a thought that made him hesitant to indulge too much in imagination. As he held the grilled fish, he noticed Fujiwara Shizuka gazing longingly at him, her eyes filled with desire for the remaining fish meat. "Mr. Song Xian, may I eat the fish?" she inquired timidly. "Yes, but before that, I must clarify a few matters." Startled back to reality by her voice, Song Xian pulled the tiger grouper closer. "Please proceed, Mr. Song Xian," she replied, her heart racing with trepidation, her delicate hands clutching her clothing tightly. She harbored a vague sense of foreboding, having noticed earlier that her skirt had been pushed up to her waist upon waking and that her backside was still sore. She feared that if Song Xian hadn't retrieved that suitcase, she might have lost her innocence. However, given the circumstances, she dared not hope for much. Earlier, she had experienced a nightmare involving a group of lecherous men on the island, some grasping her chest, others tugging at her underwear, and still others restraining her limbs as they invaded her privacy. She awoke in terror, tears streaming down her face. Thus, in the light of day, seeing Song Xian's handsome visage was somewhat comforting. Coupled with the knowledge that he could provide sustenance, her resistance to the potentiality of the situation began to wane. However, she was taken aback when Song Xian, rather than displaying Chapter 6, lucky critical hit, a fish of dubious merit. "Yes, Mr. Song Xian." Fujiwara Shizuka bowed to Song Xian with exceptional deference, eyeing the 2 or 3 pounds of fish remaining. It was then that she noticed the multiple red welts marring Song Xian's abdomen, souvenirs of the tiger grouper's desperate struggle against the fishing rod. Seeing these marks, her esteem for Song Xian deepened, bordering on gratitude. She lowered her head solemnly, declaring with earnestness, "Thank you, Mr. Song Xian, for your generosity. I shall savor this gift and obey you implicitly from now on." Song Xian, attributing her behavior to the island woman's reverence for strength, paid her little mind. He seized his fishing rod once more and returned to the sea, though his system remained aloof, offering no direct answers. The presence of an experience bar hinted at the potential for advancement. Following the tropes of fantastical novels, he envisioned rewards accompanying each level, with escalating power. He foresaw a future filled with 2-star anglers, 5-star fishing masters, 7-star fishing venerables, and even 9-star fishing emperors, wielding his rod to manipulate yin and yang, commanding the universe with a mere gesture. The prospect filled him with a frisson of excitement. Whoosh! Lost in these reveries, Song Xian baited his hook with crab meat and cast his line. The sardine shoal had drifted far, necessitating a tempting enticement. To his surprise, the fish were remarkably easy to catch. Whether due to their limited intelligence, the allure of the crab meat, or the magic of the golden fishing rod. Scarcely a few seconds elapsed before another fish took the bait. Another sardine, perhaps? Song Xian mused, feeling the familiar tug on the line. He executed the routine maneuvers, drawing the hooked fish closer. As it broke the surface, Song Xian stared in bewilderment at the strange, iridescent creature before him. A system notification chimed in. "Ding! Congratulations! You have triggered the lucky critical hit of the golden fishing rod. You have captured a beautiful fish, gaining 14 experience points. You are beautiful fish. Consuming this fish grants 2.5 years of experience in singing, dancing, rapping, and playing basketball. It also possesses certain beautifying properties." Are you kidding me? It's the apocalypse. What use do I have for singing, dancing, rapping, and playing basketball? The refined Song Xian couldn't help but utter a coarse exclamation. Despite his initial outburst, Song Xian swiftly regained his composure. After all, the lucky critical hit had doubled his experience gain, and the fish offered beautifying effects. During his previous, brief experience of the apocalypse, the harsh elements had aged him prematurely. This fish offered an opportunity to rejuvenate. Moreover, the fish was undeniably aesthetically pleasing. He wondered about its flavor. With this in mind, Song Xian tossed the fish onto the shore and commanded, "Fujiwara Shizuka, clean and grill this fish for me." "Yes, Mr. Song Xian." Fujiwara Shizuka, still gnawing contentedly on her fish, wiped her mouth and scurried to fulfill his order. Song Xian, pleased with her obedience, rebaited his hook and cast it into the shallows. This time, however, fortune seemed to have deserted him. Fujiwara Shizuka had finished her meal, yet no fish had taken the bait. Just as Song Xian was about to concede defeat, sample the "You are beautiful fish," and prepare to relocate with Fujiwara Shizuka, the bobber twitched, as if the hook had bumped against something. However, the golden bobber remained afloat, leaving Song Xian uncertain whether it was a bite or merely a chance encounter. He waited patiently, his gaze fixed on the bobber, ready to strike at the slightest hint of downward movement, lest the bait be pilfered, leaving him both fishless and empty-handed. An illusion, perhaps? After a further wait, with no reaction from the bobber, Song Xian's brow furrowed. Just then, Fujiwara Shizuka's voice floated from behind. "Mr. Song Xian, I have grilled the fish for you." "Understood." Song Xian replied tersely, gently tugging the fishing rod to ascertain whether a fish had taken the bait. To his surprise, the line snapped taut, nearly wrenching the rod from his grasp and sending him sprawling. Another behemoth. Sensing the immense force, even greater than that of the tiger grouper, Song Xian clutched the rod with excitement. He loosened the reel, leaned back, and braced his feet in the sand, securing his foundation before engaging the reel once more. In that instant, his body sank further into the sand, a testament to the fish's raw power. The more it struggled, the more ecstatic Song Xian became. As if witnessing a pivotal scene in a film, a beautiful nurse in a pink uniform and white stockings pinned to a hospital bed. "Ooh, my little darling. Let's see what you're made of." Sensing that the fish had firmly taken the hook, Song Xian muttered, releasing more line than he had with the tiger grouper. This fish possessed even greater strength, and his abdomen, lacking protection, was throbbing with pain. He opted for a gentler approach. This was the allure of fishing, adapting to different environments, species, and conditions, employing diverse strategies, much like conducting a military campaign. Whoosh. After a brief respite, Song Xian's gaze sharpened, and he tightened the line once more. The fish thrashed with renewed ferocity, the rod bucking wildly, the line stretched taut like a rubber band. But the more vehemently it resisted, the more sinister Song Xian's smile became, his demeanor transforming into that of a depraved fiend. "Hey, the more you struggle, the more I revel in it. Let's see how long you can keep this up." He released the line again, then swiftly tightened it, repeating the process for 3 long minutes. Song Xian's arms ached, and the fish finally yielded, accepting its fate. Whoosh. Sensing its capitulation, Song Xian breathed a sigh of relief. He tucked the rod under his arm, gripped it tightly with one hand, and used the other to adjust the reel, slowly retrieving the line. His abdomen was now a mass of red welts. Had his constitution and willpower not far exceeded those of ordinary men, he would have collapsed in agony. Finally, Song Xian drew the fish close, a grotesque grin twisting his features as he muttered, "Let Uncle Song get a good look at what you are." Chapter 7. The mysterious gift box. With a splash, the fish leapt from the water, sending droplets flying. Once again, Song Xian found himself firmly under control. For before him lay another renowned species, the illustrious East Star grouper, a close relative to the famed tiger grouper. This particular fish is classified as a protected endangered species in the country, and if one wishes to indulge, it can only be airlifted from abroad. Like its counterpart, the East Star grouper belongs to the warm water marine bass family. However, it is less ferocious than the tiger grouper, typically smaller than the average grouper, yet larger than the common bass found in rivers. It thrives among coral reefs, exhibiting a preference for the timid and shunning the bold. The specimen that Song Xian had caught, however, was notably mature, even larger than the previous tiger grouper he had caught. Its elongated form, with a slender head and striking blue eyes featuring dark pupils, was adorned with a smooth skin that shimmered with a bluish hue, embellished with delicate white speckles. Its beauty surpassed that of the tiger grouper by far, rendering it quite the sight to behold. "Wow! Incredible, Master Song Xian!" exclaimed Fujiwara Shizuka, who was grilling fish nearby. She was astonished to witness Song Xian's impressive catch and could not help but express her admiration, even inadvertently altering her form of address. Her late father had also been an avid angler, and she often accompanied him on fishing trips. Though her knowledge was limited, she understood that landing such a sizable fish was no solitary feat. She had witnessed friends of her father being dragged into the water by fish, requiring a coordinated effort of pulling, tugging, and netting to bring them back. Yet, the fish they struggled with had appeared smaller than the one Song Xian had caught. And it was a river fish, known to possess significantly less strength than its oceanic counterparts. Master Song Xian is truly remarkable, far surpassing my father and uncles who often returned empty-handed. Could this be the distinction between the divine intervention of Tian Dao and the blessings of Mazu? Fujiwara Shizuka's mind began to wander. Merely an East Star grouper, Song Xian thought to himself, a sly smile creeping onto his lips as he heard her exclamation. The thrill of his catch was further amplified by the system notifications that followed. Ding! Congratulations! You have captured an East Star grouper, earning 29 experience points. Ding! Congratulations! Your level has risen to 2-star angler, enhancing your attributes and restoring your physical condition. Ding! Congratulations! You have received a mysterious gift box as a first-time upgrade reward. Would you like to open it? Indeed. The thrill coursed through Song Xian as he absorbed the notifications. He felt his injuries heal, his attributes improve. And the allure of a mysterious gift box only heightened his delight. At that moment, he yearned to cast out 100 lines to elevate his level even further. The exhilaration was indescribable. System, open the mysterious gift box, he commanded eagerly. Ding! You have consumed one mysterious gift box. Congratulations! You have received a silver snakeskin pouch. Silver snakeskin pouch, internal space of 1. 5 cubic meters, weight capacity of 1. 2 tons, waterproof, dustproof, and electric-proof with preservation capabilities. Beautiful. The mention of preservation ignited a spark in Song Xian's eyes. One of the greatest challenges in the apocalyptic world is undoubtedly the preservation of supplies. As time stretches on, disasters occur with increasing frequency and duration, be it a week of relentless hail, a month of scorching heat, or a 2-month global freeze. Securing ample food is one ordeal, but maintaining its freshness without electricity poses an even greater challenge. This snakeskin pouch, however, promised to alleviate that significant issue. Indeed, the joy of acquiring such a treasure was beyond the imagination of ordinary folk. Feeling quite proud, Song Xian murmured to himself, basking in the afterglow of his good fortune before he turned to the system once more. System, display my attribute panel. Host, Song Xian. Level, 2-star angler. Skill, apocalypse forecast. Physique, 16. Energetic, 21. Equipment, golden fishing rod, snakeskin pouch. Items, none. Supplies, various sexy women-esque clothing, cosmetics. 2 boxes of condoms, 1 box of contraceptive pills, paper documents chapter 8, an audacious notion. In mere seconds, Song Xian devoured the Haim and Ayat Tao koi fish. Whether due to psychological factors or genuine efficacy, he perceived a noticeable improvement in his skin's condition. Already fair-complexioned, his skin now exhibited a rosy luminescence, surpassing the complexion of most young women. As he admired his skin, Fujiwara Shizuka, with apparent resolve, puffed out her small chest and proclaimed with a mix of seriousness and youthful exuberance, I shall disrobe. I am willing to follow you, Lord Song Xian. Then hasten, Song Xian replied, devoid of explanation, as he discarded the fish bones. He awaited Fujiwara Shizuka's disrobing, then tossed the toolbox and clothing into the snakeskin bag. He instructed her to hold the pink suitcase, using its buoyancy to navigate to a nearby island. After approximately 15 minutes, Song Xian arrived with Fujiwara Shizuka near the colossal island. Dark clouds amassed overhead, threatening to engulf the sky. Thunder and lightning ensued, creating a deafening cacophony. The scene evoked a sense of impending doom, causing Fujiwara Shizuka's face to pale with fright. Instinctively, she sought solace in the only man who provided her with a sense of security. However, just as she was about to draw near to Song Xian, her expression abruptly changed, and she nearly regurgitated the fish she had consumed earlier. She had felt a kick to her abdomen underwater, courtesy of Song Xian. Initially stunned and in pain, Fujiwara Shizuka was on the verge of uttering an expletive. Yet, in the next instant, she was dumbfounded once more. She spotted black fins, the iconic fins of sharks, the ocean's apex predators. Ah! Fujiwara Shizuka shrieked upon seeing the menacing creature. Her body convulsed. Her fair toes involuntarily curled, and she experienced a peculiar physiological reaction. Song Xian, however, was not afforded such leisure. He pulled the suitcase and sprinted towards the shore. He recalled from his past life that sharks frequented the area but had never encountered one directly, due to human hunting in recent years. These intelligent creatures rarely ventured near islands or coastlines. Could it be due to the rain, which lowered the oxygen content in the water? Song Xian pondered, attributing his newfound fortune to his limited knowledge. Soon, he had pulled the suitcase and Fujiwara Shizuka onto the sandy beach of the colossal island. Fujiwara Shizuka, pale and shaken, expressed her gratitude. Lord Song Xian, thank you for saving me. Spare the platitudes. Follow me immediately to find shelter from the rain. Song Xian retorted unsentimentally, withdrawing his fervent gaze from the shark. Just moments ago, he had conceived a bold idea, to attempt to catch a shark, since it was, after all, a fish. Yes, Lord Song Xian. Fujiwara Shizuka hastily rose to her feet. Hold, Song Xian interjected, noticing her appearance. He tossed the snakeskin bag before her and opened the pink suitcase, commanding, "Wipe yourself with your original clothes and select 2 clean garments to wear." "Thank you, Lord Songxian," Fujiwara Shizuka replied, kneeling to express her gratitude for the unexpected favor. She cleaned herself with her original clothes and then rummaged through the suitcase. Upon discovering a set of alluring black lace lingerie, her eyes lit up with excitement. Regardless of the fit, she donned it, reasoning that it was better than nothing. She then chose a pair of short shorts and a large white t-shirt that concealed the shorts. Witnessing this, Songxian clicked his tongue with slight disappointment, lamenting, "Alas, only those in the realm of anime appreciate such figures. It's a pity this girl isn't a child-faced, big-breasted beauty." "Lord Songxian, I have changed," Fujiwara Shizuka announced. Blushing and bashfully lowering her head, her fair legs pressed together and her hands fidgeting. "Let us depart then. Stay close behind me to avoid injuring your feet. And carry the suitcase," Songxian said, his train of thought interrupted by the girl. He coldly grabbed the snakeskin bag and turned away. "Yes, Lord Songxian." Fujiwara Shizuka responded obediently. Despite the pain in her abdomen, she began to conjure up fantasies, interpreting Songxian's words in a favorable light. Lord Songxian is truly a kind soul, despite his stern demeanor. Despite being stranded on this desolate island, he has not taken advantage of me, a beautiful maiden. Even after saving my life, he remains reticent. When he asked me to disrobe, it was merely to ensure that I had dry clothes to wear upon reaching the shore, to prevent me from catching a cold. Now, he is concerned that I might injure my feet. Lord Songxian, he is simply too gentle. 2 minutes later, Songxian led Fujiwara Shizuka to a small cave, the same cave where they had sought refuge in his past life, their place of ignominy, and Fujiwara Shizuka's final resting place. In their previous sojourn, they had arrived in a state of disarray and desperation. Now, however, they possessed ample supplies. He had even collected 2 coconuts and a quantity of dry firewood along the way. These provisions would suffice for a comfortable day. Other starving survivors would likely be envious. "Wait here while I retrieve some items," Songxian instructed, settling the twin-tailed girl before emptying the pink suitcase and preparing to leave with the snakeskin bag. The coconut trees were on the opposite side of the island, and he needed to gather the coconuts quickly. Otherwise, the hailstorm would destroy most of them, rendering them useless as both sources of fresh water and containers. However, to Songxian's surprise, no sooner had he uttered these words than Fujiwara Shizuka scrambled to her feet and knelt beside him. Mimicking her mother, Fujiwara Norika, she lowered her upper body until it was parallel to the ground, supporting herself with her fair arms and palms. "May fortune attend your path, Lord. I shall await your return with utmost obedience." Chapter 9. A pretty and sensible little burden having witnessed Fujiwara Norika engage in similar behavior in his past life. Songxian simply interpreted Fujiwara Shizuka's actions as a display of submission. Without giving it much thought, he swiftly departed from the cave, his mind preoccupied with coconuts. He hastened to the north shore and vigorously kicked a coconut tree before quickly retreating to a safe distance. Coconut trees, even without provocation, pose a significant hazard. In tropical regions with coconut trees, countless unfortunate individuals are rendered vegetative, paralyzed, or even killed each year by falling coconuts. Bang! Bang! Soon, Songxian's forceful kicks dislodged several coconuts from the tree. A satisfied smile graced his face as he surveyed the fallen bounty. This would provide him with an ample supply of fresh water, and he already possessed the means to store it. After a brief pause to ensure no more coconuts would fall, Songxian approached the tree, gathering the coconuts while constantly looking upward. Repeating this process several times, he amassed a collection of 9 coconuts, a gratifying haul. However, the sea winds began to howl. Whoosh, whoosh. As the saying goes, wind carries rain. Sensing the impending downpour, Songxian tossed the coconuts into the snakeskin bag and hurried back towards the cave. Before he could reach his destination, a dense curtain of raindrops descended from the sky. Pitter-patter. Fortunately, he had anticipated this and promptly donned the pink suitcase cover over his head, dropping the silver snakeskin bag onto the ground. He had already tested the bag's resilience and knew that even his strength couldn't tear it. Dragging it along the ground posed no problem, conserving his energy and allowing him to move faster. Minutes later, Songxian returned to the cave where Fujiwara Shizuka awaited. He found her huddled inside, her face pale and lips slightly dry. Despite wearing an extra layer of clothing, she trembled, clutching her alabaster knees. Songxian wasn't surprised by her condition. Women are inherently more susceptible to cold, and the harsh environment only exacerbated her discomfort. He merely glanced at her before grabbing a piece of women's clothing and using it as a towel to dry himself. Despite his precautions, He had inevitably been splashed with raindrops. After drying himself, he squatted down to gather firewood, intending to start a fire to prevent the young woman and himself from catching a cold. Song-Shian-sama, may I be of assistance? Fujiwara Shizuka inquired, scurrying over as Song-Shian dried himself. Can you prepare fish? Song-Shian asked, turning to look at her. No. The idol, ever so useless, lowered her head, her face flushed with shame. Then watch me for now and learn. Having never expected much from her, Song-Shian left those words and continued to build the fire. Yes. Yes. Fujiwara Shizuka nodded obediently, secretly delighted. She had braced herself for a scolding, but Song-Shian had simply responded with those words. This further solidified her belief that Song-Shian merely appeared cold on the surface, but possessed a gentle heart, like a domineering CO in a novel. Lost in her reverie, she imagined herself as the female lead in such a story, her gaze towards Song-Shian. However, her thoughts were interrupted by Song-Shian's curt voice. What are you daydreaming about? Give me that East Star grouper. Yes, Song-Shian-sama. Her cheeks flushed pink. Fujiwara Shizuka hurried to comply. But as she approached the East Star grouper, she suddenly began to cough. Cough, cough. Hearing her cough, Song-Shian remembered her low fever. For someone in her condition, fatigue, dehydration, and exposure to cold were particularly dangerous. Recalling their past life's fleeting connection, Song-Shian frowned. Tend to the fire. I'll move the fish myself. Yes, Song-Shian-sama. Fujiwara Shizuka smiled, her fair face as radiant as a blooming white lotus. A few minutes later, Fujiwara Shizuka was tending the flames, while Song-Shian had already cleaned the East Star grouper. Song-Shian-sama is so skilled, even more so than Bear Grylls. Fujiwara Shizuka exclaimed, fanning the flames and showering him with praise. Spare me the flattery. Hand me a roasted coconut. Though secretly pleased by the praise from the adorable young woman, Song-Shian maintained a stoic demeanor. Here, Song-Shian-sama. Fujiwara Shizuka immediately complied, struggling to hand him a coconut the size of a head. Having been roasted by the fire, the outer shell had become slightly dry and hardened. Song-Shian effortlessly pierced it with a pair of scissors. After widening the opening, Song-Shian removed the scissors and took a long swig of coconut juice. Glug, glug, glug. In a few breaths, Song-Shian drained most of the coconut juice and sighed contentedly. But as he placed the coconut on his lap, he noticed Fujiwara Shizuka staring at him with longing. Her dry, pink lips were pursed, and she couldn't help but swallow secretly. Seeing her parched state, Song-Shian didn't offer her the coconut juice. Instead, he used the scissors to open the coconut further, adding some of the East Star grouper meat. He then pierced 2 holes in the coconut shell, using thin wooden sticks to create a makeshift pot, which he placed over the fire. Fujiwara Shizuka watched Song-Shian's actions, feeling slightly disappointed. But the thought of fish soup kept her quiet and patient. However, her saliva continued to flow, her throat constricting faster and more frequently. Song-Shian observed all of this, but remained silent. He skewered the remaining East Star grouper meat and asked Fujiwara Shizuka, "Are you thirsty?" "Yes." Fujiwara Shizuka admitted truthfully, her beautiful eyes blinking at Song-Shian. Though the young woman was incredibly adorable and beautiful, Song-Shian's expression remained cold. His next words were a blatant threat. "Since you've behaved well today, I'll open a coconut for you. But remember this, everything you have is a gift from me. I can give it to you, and I can take it away at any time. Be a loyal dog, and I'll make sure you're fed and satisfied. Otherwise, you'll end up like this fish." To Song-Shian's surprise, Fujiwara Shizuka proved to be remarkably adaptable. It seemed his training plan had only just begun, yet the little minx had already completed her self-conditioning. Hearing the promise of coconut juice, Fujiwara Shizuka knelt before him once more, extending her small, white hands like paws and sticking out her delicate, pink tongue. Huff, huff, huff. Imitating a puppy, she panted softly, her tone and expression both alluring and enticing. "Shizuka will be a loyal little mutt to you, master. I will never betray you." Chapter 10. Island girls, upon reaching a certain age, tend to awaken peculiar proclivities. This little minx is truly a chip off the old block, just like her mother, Norika Fujiwara. Observing Shizuka Fujiwara in this manner, Song-Shian couldn't help but recall that woman, the voluptuous, vivacious, and skilled widow. However, before he could delve deeper into his thoughts, Shizuka Fujiwara's cries interrupted him. "Woof, woof. Master, Shizuka is thirsty." Abruptly jolted from his reverie, Song-Shian's gaze once more swept over the twin-tailed girl kneeling before him. He took in her delicate, porcelain-like face with its refined features, then her slender, alabaster neck and collarbones. Next, his eyes fell upon the unadorned expanse of her chest. transitioning directly to her fair thighs, the faint blush of her knees reflecting the fire's glow upon her petite, ivory legs. Finally, his gaze lingered upon her irresistibly charming, rosy feet, which begged to be caressed. One could say that, on a scale of 100, she would score perfectly in every category, save for a deduction of 50 points for her underdeveloped chest. Woof, woof, ha. Seeing Song Xian scrutinizing her, Shizuka Fujiwara redoubled her efforts, mimicking a dog's barks and panting with her tongue lolling out. The sight stirred something within Song Xian, yet he maintained a detached demeanor, issuing a command. Enough theatrics. Hand me the roasted coconut. Yes, master. A flicker of joy crossed Shizuka Fujiwara's face as she eagerly presented a coconut to Song Xian, as if offering a precious treasure. Crack, crack, crack. With swift motions, Song Xian cracked open the coconut, taking a couple of large gulps before tossing it to Shizuka Fujiwara. She eagerly accepted it, her lips meeting the opening as she drank greedily. After each sip, she paused to glance at Song Xian, her delicate tongue tracing her rosy lips. However, Song Xian's attention was solely captured by the fragrant aroma emanating from the grilled Eastern Star Grouper. Shizuka Fujiwara, witnessing this, subtly pouted in disappointment. She was, after all, the most popular idol in the island nation, with meet-and-greet tickets fetching as much as 5,000 yen, excluding the price of admission. Her admirers, the otaku, could stretch from Tokyo to the Arctic Circle. Yet, despite her beauty and self-degradation, she seemed less alluring than a mere fish. This dealt a blow to Shizuka Fujiwara's confidence. However, the aroma of the Eastern Star Grouper was undeniably enticing, causing her mouth to water. Her gaze followed the scent, and she inquired in a soft voice, Master, what is the name of this fish? Eastern Star Grouper. With nothing better to do, Song Xian indulged her curiosity. After all, humans are social creatures, and certain traits are ingrained within them. Furthermore, he had once watched a video about Eastern Star Groupers. These fish prefer to live solitarily, are naturally ferocious, gluttonous, and tend to hunt in the early morning and afternoon. Young fish typically feed on crustaceans, such as shrimp, while adult fish prefer to consume coral fish. Their constant consumption of coral and small fish results in firm, flavorful, and nutritious flesh, earning them the moniker beef of the sea. As for their name, it stems from the star-like spots on their bodies. Coupled with their habitat in Southeast Asia, residing among reefs, coastal areas, and lagoons, they gradually became known as Eastern Star Groupers. Wow, Master knows so much. How amazing. Listening to Song Xian's detailed explanation, Shizuka Fujiwara sincerely praised him, secretly elated that he was answering her questions. She surmised that as long as she didn't provoke him or hinder him, Song Xian would be relatively easy to get along with. Spare the flattery. Despite secretly enjoying the little girl's praise, Song Xian remained indifferent on the surface and continued. But speaking of this, I suddenly recall a buxom and dignified female presenter. The reason he knew so much about Eastern Star Groupers was that he had watched a video reminiscent of A Bite of China, featuring the elegant and well-endowed presenter and the Eastern Star Grouper. He had encountered the woman later, and her value was equivalent to a packet of instant noodles. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. Song Xian's thoughts drifted for a moment before the skewer of grilled fish emitted a soft sound, its distinctive protein aroma permeating the cave. The coconut shell containing the Eastern Star Grouper fish began to release wisps of steam. The combination of the fish's fragrance and the coconut's aroma created a delightful sensation that was irresistible. Slurp. Inhaling the captivating scent, Shizuka Fujiwara couldn't help but gulp audibly. Song Xian, detecting the aroma and hearing Shizuka Fujiwara's reaction, brought the skewer closer to his nose to savor the scent before opening his mouth to devour the fish. He savored each bite, his expression one of pure delight. It wasn't an act. The grilled Eastern Star Grouper was truly delectable. The exterior was crispy and sweet, while the interior was tender and flavorful. The fish oil and juices burst forth upon chewing, creating a sensational experience upon contact with the taste buds. Fantastic. Having quickly devoured the large piece of fish, Song Xian, lacking in literary refinement, could only muster this single word. Noticing Shizuka Fujiwara's longing gaze, he took another large piece of grilled fish, consuming most of it before offering the remainder to her. Thank you, master. You're the best. Shizuka Fujiwara eagerly accepted the skewer, her face radiant as she began to eat, disregarding the bite marks left by Song Xian. Song Xian couldn't help but grimace, his feelings somewhat complex. In his opinion, training someone could be a rewarding endeavor. However, this little girl had completed her own training. Although the goal had been achieved, much of the enjoyment had been lost. Indeed, the predecessors were correct. Island girls, upon reaching a certain age, tend to awaken peculiar proclivities. Gurgle, gurgle. Just as Song Xian was lost in thought, the soup in the coconut shell began to boil. Hearing the delightful sound, Song Xian's gaze immediately shifted to the coconut fish soup. The best way to prepare Eastern Star Grouper and Tiger Grouper is not grilling but steaming or stewing. He had eaten Tiger Grouper sparingly, but he had savored Eastern Star Grouper on numerous occasions. His favorite was the fresh Eastern Star Grouper soup, using only a few simple ingredients without any seasoning. The resulting fish soup was subtly flavorful, incredibly delicious, and left a lingering aftertaste. The fish meat, especially the snow-white flesh exposed by the shallow, cracked skin, was tender and delicate. Gulp. Inhaling the aroma and recalling the taste of the fresh Eastern Star Grouper soup, Song Xian couldn't help but swallow hard. However, just as he was about to remove the coconut shell to savor the delicacy, the sound of gunfire shattered his reverie. Bang, bang, bang. Chapter 11. The female officer and the mercenary cease your repast. Seek refuge within the cavern. The sudden report of gunfire sent a jolt of adrenaline through Song Xian's veins. Though his physical prowess was formidable, a single bullet could still prove fatal. Moreover, the number of adversaries remained unknown. He couldn't discern whether the pistol was wielded by the two Koreans or someone else entirely. Faced with such uncertainty, discretion was the better part of valor. He recalled that when he'd seized the pistol, it contained only 2 rounds, the preceding event shrouded in mystery. Understood, Fujiwara Shizuka responded, her instincts now honed to obedience. She scurried into the depths of the cave. As she rose, Song Xian swiftly extinguished the fire with sand, then gathered the pot of fragrant fish soup and his toolbox. Joining her side. Maintain silence. We shall await them here. Yes, master. Fujiwara Shizuka, sensing Song Xian's apprehension, nodded obediently, her own anxiety mounting as she instinctively pressed closer to him. Noticing her unease, Song Xian offered her the coconut fish soup. Partake in a draught. Yes, master. Fujiwara Shizuka, touched by his consideration, her eyes glistening with gratitude, for this was the first time Song Xian had prioritized her sustenance. Alas, her expression went unnoticed by Song Xian. At that moment, Song Xian opened his tackle box, retrieving a fruit knife and a trusty Phillips screwdriver. Survival in the cataclysmic end times had instilled in him a diverse skill set, among which was the art of knife throwing. Indeed, with any familiar tool, he could achieve pinpoint accuracy within a 10-meter radius. Combined with his enhanced physique, he was confident that, unless caught off guard, he could hold his own against up to 5 opponents. Annihilation might be beyond reach, but a clean escape was certainly within the realm of possibility. With this realization, Song Xian's courage surged. This was merely the dawn of the apocalypse, devoid of seasoned schemers and masters. There was no need for excessive trepidation. Rather than passively awaiting their assault, he would seize the initiative. This would also safeguard Fujiwara Shizuka from harm, even if overwhelmed. His physical prowess and experience would enable him to easily outmaneuver his pursuers. Let's do this, Song Xian muttered, his resolve hardening. After arming himself, he handed Fujiwara Shizuka a pair of scissors. Await me here, and do not stir. Should danger arise, cry out, and I shall return to your aid. Do you comprehend? I comprehend. The mere mention of danger drained the color from Fujiwara Shizuka's face, yet she nodded obediently. Good. Pleased with her compliance, Song Xian ruffled her hair affectionately before hoisting the suitcase and venturing forth. He failed to notice Fujiwara Shizuka's flushed cheeks and the subtle yearning in her gaze as she cradled the fish soup. Island. Southeast shore upon the rain-swept sand stood a burly, scar-faced foreigner, his right hand clutching a pistol, his left manacled to a fair-skinned arm belonging to a comely, short-haired woman. Her figure was a symphony of curves, her features both refined and spirited, with a hint of fortitude in her brow. Clad in jeans but stripped to her undergarments, her outer attire presumably claimed by the sea, she lay unconscious. Yet, even in her vulnerable state, the blue-eyed brute showed no mercy. Damn you, bitch. You dared to fire upon me, he roared, punctuating his tirade with a vicious kick to her abdomen. Ironically, his brutality proved her salvation, forcing the expulsion of seawater from her lungs, preventing her from drowning. However, his kicks were delivered with such force that she might have preferred the oblivion of drowning to the agony she endured. Damn cop. Once I've rested, I'll finish you. After an indeterminate number of blows, the foreign thug finally vented his rage, collapsing against a tree to recover. His name was Peter Stefan, a notorious international mercenary. Infamous for his acts of violence and depravity, he had anticipated an easy assignment in this remote corner of the Orient, but the reality proved far different. The nation had modernized rapidly, boasting skyscrapers and ubiquitous surveillance cameras, a far cry from the backward land portrayed in his homeland. Moreover, the populace seemed to possess an insatiable appetite for self-documentation, armed with multiple smartphones and a penchant for social media. No sooner had he eliminated his targets than high-definition footage of his deed flooded the internet, garnering millions of views and earning him the dubious moniker of Killer Bro. That very night, he found himself ensnared in a sting operation orchestrated by the woman before him, caught with his guard down and apprehended in his own bed. Damn it! The memory reignited his fury, prompting another kick. However, this time, his rage subsided, replaced by a manic glee. Due to his foreign status and the complexities of extradition treaties, he was to be returned to his homeland for trial. But fate intervened in the form of a catastrophic solar flare, causing the aircraft to crash. He not only survived, but also procured a firearm. Hee. Thank God. No, thank Satan. I'm alive. He cackled. Damn bitch. I'll kill you once I've rested, then I'll violate. His mirth turned to apprehension as he detected a peculiar pattering sound, distinct from the rain's percussion on leaves or sand. It resembled the sound of rain striking. A suitcase. Alarmed, Peter whirled around to locate the source. In that instant, a silver flash sliced through the rain, striking his lower back with deadly accuracy. Damn it. Despite his reflexes, Peter was caught off guard by the swift and brutal attack. He cursed, executing a tactical roll and seizing the female officer, using her as a shield against further assaults. His gaze swept the area, quickly spotting the source of the sound, a partially concealed suitcase. Heh, he chuckled. A seasoned veteran recognizing the telltale signs of concealment. Based on the sound and the trajectory of the projectile, the assailant was likely hidden within the low shrubs or behind the pink suitcase. Bitch, taste death. Peter, acting with lightning speed, aimed at the suitcase and squeezed the trigger. 2 shots rang out, followed by 2 more aimed at the bushes. However, following the successive 4 gunshots, the smile on his face abruptly vanished. For he realized he had been deceived. As a seasoned international mercenary, he was naturally cognizant of the human body's reaction to being shot. No person in their right mind could possibly remain utterly silent after sustaining a gunshot wound. His assessment proved unerring. The moment he discharged his weapon, Xian, who had been lurking 2 meters away, suddenly sprang into action, the plum blossom screwdriver in his hand leaving his grasp with resolute force. Whoosh. Chapter 12. Rebirth. First kill. Rain on plantain leaves as danger loomed. The bald brute, Peter, sought refuge behind a tree. Alas, the black star-shaped screwdriver was swift and relentless. His defenses were compromised, his hostage lay in the opposite direction, and the handcuffs severely hampered his agility. Thwack! The screwdriver pierced his right shoulder. Profanity spewed forth as Peter writhed in agony, his face contorted in a grotesque grimace. Yet, this display was merely a ruse to lure his assailant. To his surprise, the attacker showed no inclination to press the advantage and deliver the killing blow while he was vulnerable. The assailant had vanished as mysteriously as he had appeared. Damn it! Is this fiend truly a fellow assassin, so wary and elusive? Peter mused, his voice hushed. He strained to listen for any sound. Suddenly, the sea winds intensified. The already bothersome acidic rain stung his wound, and now, shards of ice mingled with the downpour, pelting him like a flurry of knives. Swish, swish, swish. Damn this infernal weather. Peter knew he could no longer remain idle, lest he succumb to either the hidden assailant or the bizarre hailstorm. With gritted teeth, he reached for the keys at Willow's waist, intending to unlock the handcuffs and seek refuge in the dense thicket. In that brief moment, the hailstones, once the size of fingertips, swelled to the size of fists, detonating upon impact with the ground. Thump, thump, thump. Damn! A single hailstone nearly dislocated Peter's shoulder. Yet, the blow sparked a sudden inspiration. He hoisted Willow's corpse, using it as a makeshift helmet and shield, and plunged into the heart of the woods. After a grueling trek that left him teetering on the brink of exhaustion, hope flickered on the horizon. Firelight, a cave, and the savory aroma of roasted fish and delectable broth. Mindful of his recent ordeal, he approached the cave with utmost caution, corpse in tow. Having ascertained that no one could be lurking nearby, and that the bare, overhanging cliff face offered no cover, he turned his gaze toward the cave's interior, where a delicate damsel appeared vulnerable. She sported the coveted pigtails, and her alabaster feet, with their rosy soles facing the fire, inflamed the passions of the seasoned foot fetishist. Gulp. Peter and Apo's salivary glands surged, and adrenaline coursed through his veins. Yet, the most exquisite blooms often conceal the sharpest thorns. and the most idyllic scenes often mask the deadliest traps. In the blink of an eye, a piercing sound sliced through the air, jolting him back to reality. A primal instinct screamed danger, but it was too late. He was struck by a hailstone, propelled with the force of a cannonball. Then, Xian descended like a wraith, tackling him to the ground. With superhuman strength, he seized Peter's head. Crack! The spine of the battle-hardened Peter snapped, granting Xian his first kill since rebirth. Xian, unfazed by the act, displayed no remorse. After all, he had endured a decade of survival in a cannibalistic apocalypse before his rebirth. Fujiwara Shizuka, however, belatedly registered the horror of Peter's demise and fainted with a shriek. Little waste, Xian muttered, showing no pity for the unconscious beauty. He then proceeded to loot the corpse with practiced efficiency. The dead foreigner's attire was a suitable fit. The bald man's 180 centimeters frame was only slightly shorter than his 183 centimeters height, and the size 43 shoes were a perfect match. Next, he coveted the kinetic watch on the wrist of the barely alive, buxom woman. It would allow him to keep time and add convenience to his life, such as monitoring the simmering of stews. Finally, and most importantly, there was the handgun. On this desolate island, the handgun's significance was paramount. It would grant him dominance over the island and Appos, as inhabitants, and provide a measure of self-defense in the coming age of pirates. Click, click. Xian swiftly retrieved the handgun, disengaged the safety, loaded a round, and caressed it like a beloved spouse. But his brow furrowed as he examined the gun's serial number. In his past life, only one handgun existed on the island, and it had eventually come into his possession, remaining with him for a considerable time. He distinctly remembered the serial number, 092600. Yet, the one in his grasp bore the number 092601. This meant that this particular weapon should not exist. If these two individuals had not crossed paths with him, they would have met their end in some other tragic event. This implied that the other handgun might still be in the hands of the two Koreans. The realization brought a flicker of vexation, but it was fleeting. In his previous life, he had risen to become the island's overlord. With his current advantages and the addition of a firearm, there was no reason why he could not achieve even greater heights. With renewed resolve, Xian continued his task. He stripped the foreigner's corpse and tossed it outside the cave like refuse. As for the buxom beauty, clad only in a bra, Xian coaxed her to drink a few mouthfuls of fish broth, leaving her fate to the whims of destiny. Smack, smack, glug, glug, glug. Having addressed the woman's predicament, Xian devoured the remaining fish broth and flesh, then nestled beside the beauty idol by the fire for a night's sleep. Soon after he lay down, the storm raged with even greater ferocity, the rain drumming against the plantain leaves. The delicate pink blossoms, drenched and battered by the relentless hailstones, seemed to writhe in agony, suffocating and on the verge of annihilation. Yet, after the tempest subsided, a miraculous transformation occurred. The frail blossoms, once ravaged by the storm, now bloomed with revitalized vibrancy. One could not help but marvel at the wonders of nature, admire the tenacity of life, and recall a poignant verse. The finest sword is forged in fire's heart. Through bitterest cold, its strength takes start. Though battered, broken, it shall not yield, for living waters grace its field. The following morning dawned clear after the storm. Inhaling the crisp sea air, Xian stretched languidly and rose. He then nudged Fujiwara Shizuka's posterior with his foot. Wake up, sleepyhead. The sun's kissing your behind. But the pigtail sporting lowly merely raised a hand to scratch her alabaster bottom, curled up from her sprawling position, and turned her snowy back to him, resuming her slumber. Little brat. Seeing her presumptuous behavior, he raised his hand, intending to discipline her. But upon noticing the flush in her cheeks, he reached out to touch her forehead. Finding it still feverish, he reluctantly withdrew his hand. He draped his own garment over her ivory thighs, lest she succumb to a cold and her low fever escalate. Then he rose to boil water and grill fish, intending to rouse the ailing girl for a meal. Noticing her listlessness during breakfast, he taught her a few acupressure techniques. These acupoints, known as Fengqi and Fenfu, are located respectively at the intersection of the posterior cranial vertebral line and the horizontal line of the lower earlobe, and behind the ear root towards the spine. Both are effective in alleviating cold symptoms and reducing headaches, resulting in enhanced mental acuity. Following Xian's massage guidance, the young girl massaged herself for a while and felt much better, becoming even more energetic after a hearty meal. Seeing her essentially restored to health, Xian decided not to linger and set off for the island 10 miles northeast, where abundant supplies, flight attendants, models, and actresses awaited his rescue. Little did he anticipate that the short-haired, buxom woman, whom he presumed would have succumbed overnight, would miraculously awaken at this juncture. Ahem. Chapter 13. How to resolve worries. Only by casting the rod. Sir, may I have some water and food? The newly awakened Lu Qingmei asked in a weak voice after clearing her throat twice. In truth, she had regained consciousness the previous night, but as she listened to the howling wind and torrential rain, mixed with the sounds of women's screams and the crashing waves, she lacked the strength and felt too embarrassed to rise. Thus, she endured for an hour, her face flushed, until she finally succumbed to unconsciousness again. Certainly. But you will need to repay me later. Upon noticing that this short-haired, well-endowed woman had awakened, Song Xian glanced at the remnants of food and then at Lu Qingmei's remarkable figure, exhibiting an uncharacteristic benevolence. However, sensing Song Xian's gaze, Lu Qingmei's sharp brows furrowed. How will I repay you? What other way is there? Song Xian responded with a disdainful retort to her question. I can offer you money, Lu Qingmei countered, throwing in her bargaining chip. Once we return to the mainland, I can give you all my savings. Yet, the smile on Song Xian's face grew ever more mocking. Do you know why the plane went down yesterday? Why? Because of a terrifying solar magnetic storm that devastated global communications and electronic devices. This storm is still ongoing, and the world faces extreme weather conditions. All currency has turned to worthless paper, and the order of modern civilization has crumbled. Impossible. How could you possibly know? I have no need to explain myself to you. Song Xian, disinterested in further conversation, turned to Fujiwara Shizuka. I will go check the water temperature and currents by the sea and attempt to build a raft. You tidy up the supplies here and come find me at the beach shortly. Yes, master, Fujiwara Shizuka replied obediently, her long, straight black hair swaying as she nodded. Her voice sweet. Good. Song Xian affectionately patted her head before departing with his fishing gear. However, upon hearing Fujiwara Shizuka's address to Song Xian, Lu Qingmei's beautiful brows knitted even tighter, and memories of the previous night flooded her mind, prompting her to silently curse, pervert, on the small island. By the seaside, carrying a snakeskin bag, Song Xian returned to the beach, first removing his shoes and socks before stepping onto the sand to observe the currents. After a few minutes, slightly perturbed, he retreated to a tree and opened his fishing box. As the saying goes, how to resolve worries? Only by casting the rod. From his observations, reaching the island where the plane's nose had crashed was currently impossible due to chaotic currents and unfavorable winds. Even if he constructed a raft, it would be futile to row against the wind and current. Such an endeavor would only lead to disaster, and with provisions and weaponry at hand, he saw no reason to take unnecessary risks. Moreover, after his recent conversation with Lu Qingmei, he suddenly realized that allowing those two foreigners to be arrogant on the island might serve his purpose. Once they recognized the harsh reality, he, as their savior, would descend from the heavens and establish better control over the small island. Thus, he felt no urgency. He retrieved his golden fishing rod, affixed a bait to the hook, and casually cast it into the water. Just as he waited for a bite, Fujiwara Shizuka appeared, dragging her suitcase. Master, Shizuka has arrived. Stay under the tree for now. We cannot head out to sea for a while. Wait for my command. Song Xian replied without turning his head, continuing to manipulate the line with ease. Within moments, he felt a feeble tug on the line and skillfully reeled in a fish. With a swift motion, he pulled the golden rod upward. Splash! In an instant, a fish with gleaming scales leaped from the water, sending droplets flying amidst the azure sea, creating a picturesque scene. At that moment, Song Xian's mood lifted. Though it was merely a common yellow croaker, a fish he had often eaten in his previous life, the experience of catching it himself was entirely different. The distinction was akin to dreaming of a star and the reality of being with them. Coughing, realizing his thoughts had wandered, Song Xian refocused on the yellow croaker. This fish, a variety of yellow flower fish, typically displayed a bright yellow hue, somewhat resembling a carp. Its flesh was tender, with a strong reproductive capacity, making it highly suitable for various culinary preparations. Steamed, braised, or sweet and sour, all methods were delectable, though it was a pity he lacked the necessary seasonings. Otherwise, with his Michelin 18-star chef skills, he could easily impress even the most renowned stars. As he contemplated, Song Xian considered whether to construct a boat during this time. The island's seasonings were limited, and since he had been reborn, he had no desire to endure hardship. Waiting for the group of part-time pirate fishermen to arrive would take at least a month. If he could build a boat, he could seize the initiative, first heading to nearby Ryukyu Island, and then to Okinawa for pillaging. Subsequently, he could venture to the closer islands to liberate the oppressed women and contribute to the spread of the Chinese language. After preparing everything, He would commandeer a vessel capable of long voyages to return home. After all, islands were too small. In an apocalyptic world, earthquakes and tsunamis of magnitude 8 or higher had become commonplace. In a few years, the islands would likely vanish from existence. Ding! Congratulations! You have caught a yellow croaker, earning 6 experience points. Wonderful! Master is amazing. Master is so handsome. Shizuka loves Master the most. Upon witnessing the beautiful yellow croaker, Fujihara Shizuka, hidden in the shade, clapped her hands in delight. Enough flattery. Remove the fish and dig a hole in the sand to keep it in some water for now. Song Xian, having finished his thoughts on future plans, interrupted her with a furrowed brow. Yes, master. Fujihara Shizuka immediately complied, expertly unhooking the fish and carrying it away. Then, she knelt on the beach, digging with her dainty hands in the golden sand. After only a moment, she joyfully exclaimed, Master. Shizuka found a clam. Hearing her speak in Japanese again, Song Xian frowned and turned to look, only to find it was a clam, leading him to forgive her. This girl likely did not know the Chinese term for clam. Thus, he casually togged with a contemplative air. Song Xian pondered, his musings soon interrupted by the dulcet tones of Lu Qimei, who had arrived at the beach's edge. Her torso, previously adorned solely with a brassiere, now sported a navel-bearing pink t-shirt. However, the added garment, rather than concealing, accentuated her voluptuous figure, rendering her even more alluringly sensual. Mr. Song Xian, she began, I believe a discourse is in order. What is there to discuss? Song Xian retorted, his tone laced with impatience, as he hoisted his fishing rod and retreated from the surf. The sun's rays had grown intense, and he sought respite from their scorching embrace, lest he succumb to heatstroke. Furthermore, he harbored another intention. Raising his fishing rod, he took aim at Fujiwara Shizuka's posterior. Smack! A plaintive cry pierced the air as Fujiwara Shizuka, her delicate derriere stung by the rod's impact, knelt upon the sand, her alabaster hands clasped together in supplication. Master, she implored, her voice tinged with remorse. Shizuka is contrite. Master is most benevolent. Shizuka shall never transgress again. Shizuka shall endeavor to serve Master with redoubled diligence this evening. Chapter 14. Never have I encountered such audacity. Be quiet. Don't think that a little act of cuteness will suffice. Upon witnessing Fujihara Shizuka's shameless display of charm, Song Xian rolled his eyes in irritation. Master is the best. Fujihara Shizuka, seeing Song Xian's expression, immediately approached him with a flattering demeanor, clinging to his arm in a playful manner. As the dream wife of countless otaku, this was her greatest skill. However, Song Xian chose to ignore Fujihara Shizuka, resting on his small fishing stool while casually opening a coconut for himself. With a quick snip, he made 2 small holes in the coconut. He had 2 reasons for doing this. Firstly, to prevent the coconut water from being trapped due to air pressure, and secondly, he intended to use the remaining coconuts as floats for a raft, so he opted for smaller openings to make sealing easier and prevent leaks. With a satisfying crack, he opened the coconut, tossed aside the scissors, raised it slightly above his head, and took a hearty drink. Seeing Song Xian indulge in the refreshing coconut water, Lu Qimei felt a dryness in her throat, struggling even to swallow. Her body was parched, making it difficult for her to produce saliva. She was both hungry and thirsty, and compounded by the injuries she sustained yesterday, her discomfort was unbearable. Yet, despite her pride and resilience, she refrained from asking for help. Witnessing her stubbornness, Fujihara Shizuka shook her head in confusion. She could not comprehend why Lu Qimei insisted on enduring such hardship in this environment. To her, death meant the end of everything. Relying on the strong for survival was not a disgrace. In fact, having a powerful ally at this moment was an exceedingly fortunate circumstance. Thus, she resolved to set an example for Lu Qimei. With a graceful motion, Fujihara Shizuka knelt before Song Xian, transforming her delicate hands into playful paws, her pink tongue poking out as she imitated a dog, exuding an irresistibly charming demeanor. Master Shizuka is thirsty. I want to drink Master's coconut water. Seeing Fujihara Shizuka's antics, Song Xian felt a tinge of embarrassment. However, recalling her seemingly gentle yet provocatively flirtatious mother, Fujihara Yoshika, coupled with her Japanese heritage, he could somewhat understand her behavior. Yet, Lu Qimei found it utterly incomprehensible. Her face flushed with indignation. She had never encountered such shamelessness before. Initially, she believed Fujihara Shizuka was coerced, thinking Song Xian a pervert for taking advantage of such a young girl. But now it appeared they were both willing participants in this bizarre exchange. It was truly appalling. As thoughts of living with these 2 oddities plagued her mind, she felt a fleeting desire to escape it all. But her spiraling thoughts were abruptly interrupted by the sound of slurping. Fujihara Shizuka was blissfully enjoying the coconut water, occasionally teasingly licking her soft lips. Pervert! Lucime could not help but exclaim, despite her parched throat. At that moment, Song Xian's expression lit up as he dashed outside, shedding his clothes in excitement while exclaiming, "It's finally here! It's finally here!" What? Lucime was utterly bewildered by Song Xian's words. However, her attention was caught by his extraordinarily fit physique. At 183 centimeters tall, he possessed a strikingly handsome appearance, with a lean body, impressive chest muscles, and a tantalizing V-shape. His well-defined abs and perfectly shaped legs and buttocks were nothing short of breathtaking. As someone who frequented the gym, she could instantly discern that his physique was composed entirely of functional muscle. "Don't just stand there," Fujihara Shizuka teased, noticing Lu Qingmei's astonished gaze. She quickly offered the coconut to Lu Qingmei. "Hurry, take a sip. Don't let master catch you, or my little behind will be in trouble." "Thank you." Lu Qingmei felt a wave of conflicting emotions as she accepted the coconut. She was overwhelmed with guilt, yet the thirst consuming her was too great to ignore. Without hesitation, she began to drink deeply from the coconut. Fujihara Shizuka discreetly kept watch for Song Xian's return, noticing he had plunged into the sea without looking back. She sighed in relief. Lu Qingmei drank several large gulps, nearly finishing the coconut water, seizing the opportunity to converse with Fujihara Shizuka. "Thank you, Shizuka. I will repay you in the future." "No need to thank me. You should thank master instead," Fujihara Shizuka replied with a sweet smile. "All these resources are thanks to him. Without him, I would have starved." Lu Qingmei was momentarily silenced by Fujihara Shizuka's words. She had intended to encourage Fujihara Shizuka to resist Song Xian, to not serve as a subordinate. Yet, reflecting on how Song Xian had saved her life, she realized that Fujihara Shizuka's life was also spared by him. The leftover food from breakfast, the coconut she had just consumed, and all the resources around them were acquired by Song Xian. Fujihara Shizuka's allegiance to him was voluntary, and he had not mistreated her. What right did Lu Qingmei have to urge her to rebel? Even if she did, what could they achieve? Would they repay his kindness with betrayal? Or attempt to eliminate him? Two inexperienced women left to fend for themselves on this deserted island, waiting for rescue? None of those options were realistic. Moreover, Song Xian was not a man to be easily challenged. He had already used threats to coerce her, without offering something in return. It would be difficult to secure provisions from him. But she was still a young woman, having received years of education, admired for her beauty, academic prowess, and figure. She had become a role model in the police force, envied by many. It was no exaggeration to say she was the center of attention. To stoop to such a level was beyond her. She could not overcome that mental barrier. After much contemplation, a conflicted Lu Qingmei released a long sigh, her expression one of resignation. Just then, Fujihara Shizuka snatched the coconut back, whispering, "Hurry, wipe your mouth. Don't let master catch on." "All right." Seeing Fujihara Shizuka's anxious demeanor, Lu Qingmei quickly wiped her lips. Out of the corner of her eye, she noticed Song Xian returning from the sea, carrying a black leather suitcase. Although she cannot be of much assistance at present, she must, at the very least, avoid becoming a burden to Fujiwara Shizuka. Nevertheless, the question still lingered in her mind, compelling her to inquire, "Shizuka, are you truly content to be Song Xian's?" Chapter 15, Gaming Console, Little Green Snake Well. "It's not like I'm entirely unwilling." Fujiwara Shizuka blushed slightly, offering a hesitant response coupled with earnest persuasion. "Sister Qingmei, have you ever delved into post-apocalyptic narratives?" "Hardly ever," Lu Qingmei admitted with a touch of embarrassment. Before graduating, her focus was divided between academics and physical conditioning. Afterward, she dedicated herself to criminal investigation, developing a penchant for freestyle fighting, earning her the moniker Invincible Amazon. Beyond suspenseful mysteries, her literary and cinematic interests were virtually non-existent. "I see." Noticing Lu Qingmei's unfamiliarity with the genre, Fujiwara Shizuka paused, carefully formulating her thoughts. "Allow me to recount a tale I recently encountered." The narrative unfolds in 2050, amidst a cataclysmic event that unleashes hordes of the undead. In the desperate struggle for survival, moral boundaries erode, and the established order collapses. Men, leveraging their physical prowess, ascend as the dominant figures of the era. Women's status diminishes daily, gradually relegated to mere commodities, bartered for meager sustenance. Indeed, such a disaster would likely yield such a grim reality, Lu Qingmei conceded, swayed by Fujiwara Shizuka's articulate depiction. However, these conjectures hinge upon the occurrence of such a cataclysm. I am more inclined to believe that Song Xian fabricated this tale to deceive my naive sensibilities. Have you considered the possibility that he might be weaving a fictitious narrative? But what if it's genuine? Conversely, what if it's a fabrication? To discern the truth, survival is paramount. No? Luchime faltered, her words catching in her throat. Fujiwara Shizuka pressed on. I believe the master has no need to deceive me. In this desolate environment, his physical capabilities would suffice to coerce me without resorting to such fabrications, and the same applies to you, sister. Luchime lapsed into silence once more, acknowledging the validity of Fujiwara Shizuka's assertions. Given her current predicament, Song Xian could easily overpower her, and the outcome would be. But, is there truly no alternative to surrendering one's virtue? Despite acknowledging the logic in Fujiwara Shizuka's words, Luchime struggled to overcome her moral objections. While she grappled with these turbulent thoughts, Fujiwara Shizuka suddenly dashed off, exclaiming, All hail the master. The master is magnificent. Shizuka is here to assist. The saccharine tone sent shivers down Luchime's spine, prompting a bizarre thought. Had this girl genuinely compromised her principles to survive? Or had she merely shed some form of inhibition on this isolated isle? At the shoreline, Fujiwara Shizuka hastened to Song Xian's side, employing a woman's t-shirt as a makeshift towel to dry his body as he toted luggage. Master, allow Shizuka to assist. Song Xian, appreciating her attentiveness, saw no reason to refuse. After drying himself, he donned his original attire and commenced the unboxing ritual on the beach. Ryukyu. With ease, he unzipped the suitcase, revealing its contents, an unopened pack of Zhonghua cigarettes, a nostalgic favorite from his past life, essential men's apparel, including a pair of branded sneakers and socks, an assortment of chocolates and Snickers bars, vital for sustenance during his previous isolation on the island, and, lastly, a 256G Switch gaming console, a source of profound regret from his past life. Due to his initial ignorance of the solar magnetic storm's effects, he had prematurely activated the console. The screen erupted in sparks, and the device combusted in his hands. Later, he learned that electronic devices could be safely used in enclosed spaces at night or in sunless rooms. The realization was deeply frustrating. Well, upon seeing the gaming console, Fujiwara Shizuka erupted in unbridled excitement, her large eyes gleaming with fervor. A 256G Switch. Life will no longer be monotonous. Master, do reveal the array of games within. Silence. Aware of Fujiwara Shizuka's propensity for reckless curiosity, Song Xian adopted a stern demeanor and cautioned, the solar magnetic storm poses a grave threat to electronic devices, limiting their use to enclosed spaces or nighttime. Failure to heed this warning will result in immediate and irreparable damage. Do you comprehend? Understood. Fujiwara Shizuka nodded earnestly, fully grasping the gravity of Song Xian's words. As a devoted gamer, she would safeguard this console as if it were her own life. Very well. I shall commence constructing a raft while you transport the luggage back. With Fujiwara Shizuka's obedient nod, Song Xian issued his command and ventured into the forest. Unbeknownst to him, fate had orchestrated a peculiar encounter. He had inadvertently selected a tree near where Luchime was relieving herself. Luchime, hearing the approaching footsteps, blushed uncontrollably, assuming Song Xian would pass by. However, to her dismay, Song Xian proved to be utterly shameless. He not only discovered her, but also stared intently in her direction. Mortified and indignant, she cried out, You scoundrel! Cease your ogling! Begone, you pervert! Yet, Song Xian persisted in his gaze, his expression cold and commanding. Remain in that position if you wish to live. You. Defying Song Xian's command, Luchime hastily clutched her jeans and attempted to rise. However, the moment she stirred, she felt a sharp, piercing sensation on her right buttock, as if pricked by 2 needles. Luchime was instantly paralyzed with terror, realizing she had been bitten by a snake. Her thoughts coalesced into a single, horrifying certainty. She was doomed. However, in the midst of her panic, Song Xian swiftly intervened, pinning her to the ground, extracting the snake, and lowering his head. Chapter 16. Her request another coconut pleased the once indomitable, short-haired beauty, Luchime was now flushed crimson from head to toe. Covering her scalding, blushing face, she knelt on the ground, posterior raised, her ample bosom pressed against the earth, resembling nothing so much as those legendary ostriches burying their heads in the sand at the first sign of danger. TCH. Hearing the woman stammering, inarticulate sounds, Song Xian spat out a mouthful of blood and coldly stated, This is all I can do. Whether you live or die is up to you. Having spoken these words, Song Xian then severed the head of the small green snake with his blade, extracted its gall, and devoured half of it. The remainder he tossed at her feet. Snake gall is said to have detoxifying properties. Whether you wish to live or not is your decision. With this parting shot, Song Xian turned and resumed chopping trees. Lu Qimei gazed at the snake gall lying on the ground. Then at the receding figure of Song Xian, her expression a complex tapestry of emotions. But these strange sentiments soon dissipated, replaced by a more pressing concern, whether to abandon her dignity and consume the gall in order to survive. Staring at the green substance, Lu Qimei once again hesitated. However, after an indeterminate amount of time, she felt an itching sensation from her wound and a growing dizziness. Her strength seemed to be ebbing away. No, I can't die like this. I'm only 25 and still a virgin. There are so many things I haven't done, and my grandmother is waiting for me. I can't die. As weakness washed over her, Lu Qimei instinctively summoned the will to live. She crawled on the ground, soon reaching the snake gall. She snatched it up and shoved it into her mouth. The moment it touched her tongue, she nearly vomited. But for the sake of survival, she forced herself to swallow it. As she did so, she collapsed onto the ground, closing her eyes and sobbing. Tears streamed uncontrollably down her cheeks as she wept with heart-rending sorrow. Song Xian, witnessing this scene from afar, smirked. The first step in taming Lu Qimei was complete. The snake, in truth, was not venomous. Otherwise, he would not have dared to suck out the poison with his mouth. Had it been truly poisonous, both of them would have perished. As for the detoxifying properties of snake gall, there was a kernel of truth to the claim, but its actual effect was minimal. Discarding the snake gall was merely a ploy to force Lu Qimei to shed her excess pride and vanity. It was also a small test. Had she refused to consume the gall, he would have unhesitatingly abandoned her, even after having tasted the charms of the policewoman. In the apocalypse, a do-gooder might find a path to survival, but a saint was destined for an early grave. To refrain from cruelty towards others was to wield the executioner's blade against oneself. Midday arrived in the blink of an eye. Due to the extreme weather conditions, bitterly cold nights and scorching days. With only a few hours in the early morning and late afternoon suitable for activity, Song Xian was forced to prepare for their journey in the shade of the forest. He felled several large trees in quick succession, then proceeded to trim them. Once completed, they would serve as the frame. He then mixed empty coconuts and branches, binding them together with vines. A raft was thus successfully constructed. While he worked, Fujiwara Shizuka did what she could, gathering small pieces of wood and drying them in the sun to provide firewood for cooking and warmth at night. As for the policewoman, Lu Qimei, she remained unconscious on the ground. It was not until Song Xian lit a fire and began to eat grilled fish with Fujiwara Shizuka that she was roused by the enticing aroma. Gurgle. Inhaling the increasingly potent scent of protein, Lu Qimei's throat involuntarily convulsed. She opened her eyes, seeking the source of the fragrance. However, upon seeing Song Xian and Fujiwara Shizuka, her face fell. She had just had a dream in which she returned the criminal to Australia, spent 3 days touring the country, met a handsome, upright, and talented man, and fell in love. Together, they returned to their homeland, married, and had children, fulfilling all the things she had longed to do. But this beautiful dream was shattered by the aroma of grilled fish, dragging her back to reality. Faced with the ordeal of survival, her dignity and pride were about to be stripped away. She was in agony. Her wounds from yesterday had not yet healed, and now the aroma was stimulating her gastric juices, causing intense and twisted hunger pangs. Though her stomach was empty, she could not suppress the urge to vomit. But, to her surprise, just as she was about to retch, a fragrant piece of grilled fish was tossed in front of her. Lu Qimei was instantly overjoyed, thinking that Song Xian had suddenly had a change of heart. But then, the demonic man spoke. "Call me master, and this fish is yours." Upon hearing these words, Lu Qimei froze, gritting her teeth as she stared at the fish. Then, biting her pale lips, she glared fiercely at Song Xian the scoundrel. "Want to bite me?" Catching Lu Qimei's gaze, Song Xian, holding a coconut in his left hand, sneered disdainfully. But the next moment, Lu Qimei's words nearly made him laugh. "I want another coconut." Lu Qimei clenched her fists, as if uttering these words had drained all her strength. "I'll let you have a sip. Take it or leave it." Faced with this unreasonable demand, Song Xian smiled and bargained with her, knowing that as long as she had the will to survive, she would eventually kneel before him. "Deal." Lu Qimei frowned, then looked at Song Xian and whispered the two shameful words, "Mas." "Master, I didn't hear you." Hearing her utter those words, Song Xian deliberately narrowed his eyes and raised his voice. "Master." Lu Qimei shouted the words in anger, then lowered her head and began to devour the fish, tears streaming down her face as she ate. Fujiwara Shizuka, witnessing this scene, could not help but smile. Calling him master on the island had also made her feel somewhat ashamed. Of course, for her, it was only a tiny bit. Shingmeijie, don't cry. Crying will only make you thirstier, Fujiwara Shizuka said softly, rushing over to comfort her. Song Xian, meanwhile, contentedly ate his grilled fish and drank his coconut juice. Compromise was a slippery slope. Once you started, there was no end. Integrity and chastity were like virginity. Once lost, they could never be recovered. He had a feeling that good things would happen in the next few days. Chapter 17. Master, I yearn to frolic with you in a game. Swiftly, an afternoon evanesced. Song Xian, Fujiwara Shizuka, and Lu Qimei retreated to the cavern, kindling a bonfire and partaking in their evening repast. Subsequently, Fujiwara Shizuka, with unconcealed eagerness, turned her gaze towards Song Xian, her large eyes fluttering like butterfly wings. Master, she implored, Shizuka craves to engage in a game with you. Spare me, Song Xian retorted, setting aside his coconut, casting a sidelong glance at his diminutive maidservant. It is you who desires to play, is it not? Fujiwara Shizuka, however, emboldened by indulgence, nestled into Song Xian's embrace, coiling around him like a lithe serpent, rendering Song Xian increasingly vexed. Seizing her pigtails, he playfully chastised her, eliciting a chorus of gleeful cries, before finally relenting and allowing Fujiwara Shizuka to retrieve the gaming console. Master, huzzah! Knowing that she could finally immerse herself in the world of the Switch, Fujiwara Shizuka darted towards her luggage, her eyes gleaming with unadulterated joy. After retrieving the gaming console, she caressed it against her cheek with reverence, before pressing the power button with bated breath. Ah, it's booting up. The familiar chime of the startup melody sent Fujiwara Shizuka into a frenzy of exuberant gestures. However, Song Xian, observing her ecstatic demeanor, promptly doused her enthusiasm with a sobering pronouncement. You are permitted a mere half-hour of playtime, understood? Understood, master. Fujiwara Shizuka responded, snapping to attention with a mock salute, before settling onto a fish-skin pouch, fashioning a makeshift backrest from a pile of garments and utilizing her luggage as a pillow. She adopted the most comfortable and leisurely posture, embarking on her solitary Zelda odyssey. The game she selected, entitled Zelda Shadow City, was an open-world adventure renowned for its unparalleled freedom and multifaceted gameplay. It was developed upon the foundations of two immensely popular predecessors, Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom. While lacking in substantial innovation, it essentially introduced a novel map. Consequently, upon the release of the game's trailer, it was derisively dubbed Dungeons & Link, eliciting widespread criticism from the gaming community. Predictions of the game's imminent failure abounded, with conjectures that the next installment would explore the vast expanse of the ocean, potentially bearing titles such as Zelda, Heart of the Ocean, or Zelda, Atlantis, further fueling the chorus of online condemnation. Nevertheless, upon its release, the game's download numbers soared, proving the adage that actions speak louder than words. Why such a dramatic reaction? Song Xian inquired, subtly adjusting his attire, his gaze drifting towards the curvaceous policewoman, who was cradling her shapely legs. Her fair face flushed with a delicate blush. Upon hearing these words, Lu Qingmei slowly turned her body, admitting that she had never witnessed such content. However, she hesitated to respond, her fair face nestled against her snow-white knees, her gaze fixed upon the flickering flames of the bonfire. Observing her demeanor, Song Xian playfully teased, share your story with me, and perhaps I shall be moved to bestow upon you a modicum of benevolence in the future. Despite the jesting tone of Song Xian's inquiry, Lu Qimei responded with earnestness. Her memories, predominantly associated with demise, evoked a sense of profound pathos. My name is Lu Qimei. I am 25 years of age, female, and employed as a criminal investigator. I am a graduate of. My father was a narcotics officer, who tragically perished at the hands of drug traffickers when I was 7 years old. At the age of 9, my grandfather succumbed to a sudden cardiac arrest. The following year, my grandmother passed away. My mother, a nurse, remarried when I was 10 years old. Subsequently, I enrolled in boarding school, returning home only during the winter and summer holidays. During my senior year of high school, my maternal grandfather died. In my third year of university, my mother passed away, severing all ties with my stepfather's family. My only surviving relatives are my maternal grandmother and my aunt. Upon concluding her narrative, Lu Qimei lifted her gaze, her crimson eyes glistening with tears as she fixed her gaze upon Song Xian. Song Xian, is this apocalyptic cataclysm a verity? Indeed, Song Xian affirmed, nodding with solemnity, before divulging further information. Upon opening your eyes tomorrow morning, you shall realize that I have not deceived you, and that the world has undergone a profound transformation. Concluding his pronouncement, Song Xian cast a meaningful glance at Lu Qimei, In light of your tragic past, I shall permit you to consume an additional fish this evening, and bestow upon you a coconut. However, commencing tomorrow, should you fail to heed my commands, I shall, at best, expel you from my company, and at worst, extinguish your very existence." With these parting words, Song Xian rose to seek out Fujiwara Shizuka, leaving Lu Qimei to contemplate his words, her mind awash with memories. She reflected upon Song Xian's pronouncements, his actions, and Fujiwara Shizuka's assessment of him. Song Xian had twice rescued her from the clutches of death, provided her with sustenance and raiment, and, save for the accidental encounter in the forest, had refrained from any untoward advances. Indeed, were Song Xian mute, she would undoubtedly be overflowing with gratitude. His instructions were readily obeyed, and his actions, considering his handsome visage, well-built physique, and formidable abilities, were not entirely unwelcome. However, his loquacious nature often undermined his good deeds. Why am I even contemplating such matters? Is this a manifestation of Stockholm Syndrome? The realization struck Lu Qingmei, causing her to recoil in dismay. She shook her head vigorously, attempting to banish the intrusive thoughts. Only when Fujiwara Shizuka cast a curious glance in her direction did Lu Qimei regain her composure, hastily devouring her meal, fearful that Song Xian might rescind his offer. However, Song Xian paid her scant attention, preoccupied with his own agenda. He was employing a calculated strategy, alternating between sternness and leniency, adopting a nuanced approach. After the allotted half-hour had elapsed, he wrested the gaming console from Fujiwara Shizuka's grasp, embarking on a virtual rampage. He sought out formidable adversaries, such as shadow warriors, mechanical bosses, spectral spiders, and centaur hunters, engaging in daring maneuvers and executing flawless shield parries. He navigated intricate puzzles and conquered miniature shrines with ease, captivating Fujiwara Shizuka with his exceptional skills. As a devoted aficionado of gaming, she held high-level players in great esteem. Indeed, Song Xian's prowess bordered on the divine. "Master, you are so skilled." However, upon hearing the utterance of Japanese, Song Xian promptly deactivated the gaming console, seizing Fujiwara Shizuka's pigtails and administering a language lesson with a teaching rod. The sight of this spectacle caused Lu Qimei to choke on her roasted fish, sputtering in disbelief. Chapter 18. A day of gratitude. The subsequent morning dawned with an orange sun ascending, bestowing warmth upon the land and sea. Unlike typical sunrises where the sun swiftly transitions to a golden hue, this one remained stubbornly orange. Adding to the peculiarity, Song Xian, having acquired clothing, divested himself of it at daybreak and sunbathed on the beach, encouraging Fujiwara Shizuka and Lu Qingmei to emulate him. Fujiwara Shizuka complied without hesitation, lying beside Song Xian, her feet fidgeting restlessly. Lu Qingmei, blushing, hesitated but, recalling Song Xian's words from the previous day and observing the unusual sun, she reluctantly removed her outer garments, revealing her alluring figure. She then shed her jeans, exposing her fair legs, and lay beside Song Xian and Fujiwara Shizuka, too embarrassed to speak, her eyes tightly shut. "Master," Fujiwara Shizuka inquired, unable to remain still, "why are we lying here? Observe Lu Qingmei's transformation, and you shall comprehend," Song Xian cryptically replied, refraining from elaboration. Fujiwara Shizuka, heeding his words, refrained from further questioning, lest she incur his displeasure. Instead, she playfully rolled around, scrutinizing Lu Qingmei as if she were an exotic creature. Her gaze lingered on Lu Qingmei's chest, prompting a pout of discontent before she playfully poked it. Lu Qingmei, already mortified, flinched at the sudden touch. She abruptly turned over, burying her face in the sand in a gesture of utter embarrassment. Fujiwara Shizuka, amused by her reaction, persisted in her teasing until Song Xian playfully swatted her bottom, prompting her to return to her position. However, she continued to subtly pester Lu Qingmei, much to the latter's chagrin. After half an hour, Lu Qingmei's composure began to return, spurred by Fujiwara Shizuka's exclamation. "Your bottom. Qingmei, your derriere. Don't shout." Lu Qingmei implored, wishing she could vanish into the sand. "Qingmei, look," Fujiwara Shizuka continued, "the wounds on your bottom have healed. Without a trace. It's miraculous." "What?" Lu Qingmei, momentarily forgetting her embarrassment, reached behind her. Indeed, the previous day's injuries had vanished. Moreover, she realized that the pain that had plagued her body had also subsided. How is this possible? She wondered, struggling to comprehend the inexplicable change. Recalling Song Xian's assertion that the world had changed, she began to believe him. Yet, deeper questions arose. Who was Song Xian? How did he foresee the Crimson Sun and its healing properties? She glanced at Song Xian, but quickly averted her gaze, her cheeks burning. Fujiwara Shizuka, noticing her reaction, seized the opportunity to tease her further. Humph, Fujiwara Shizuka retorted. Who told you to peep at Shizuka's master's precious body? You two-faced hussy, tell me, are you secretly in love with my master, wanting to compete with Shizuka for his affection? As she spoke, she playfully smacked Lu Qingmei's rear. Lu Qingmei, feeling a mix of shame, pain, and ticklishness, rolled away, seeking to escape Fujiwara Shizuka's playful torment. Cease your fidgeting and conserve your energy, Song Xian interjected, breaking his silence. Such opportunities are rare. Lie still and allow the sun to bathe you. For the longer and more extensive the exposure, the greater the benefits. With that, Song Xian resumed his silence, relishing the rare red sun's boon. On this day, all flora and fauna bathed in the red sun's glow experienced enhancement and healing. It was humanity's singular chance for physical augmentation, devoid of any unusual abilities. The origins of the red sun remained a mystery, as did the cause of the frequent cataclysms. The survivors of the plane crash owed their survival, in part, to the red sun. Regrettably, the red sun's appearances were infrequent. Moreover, in the chaotic aftermath, many were too fearful to venture outside, missing the opportunity for enhancement. It wasn't until 2 or 3 years later that the masses realized its significance. Consequently, this day became known as the Day of Gratitude. Some even believed that the world wasn't doomed, but rather undergoing an evolutionary rite orchestrated by a deity. This gave rise to the Red Sun Church, whose doctrine proclaimed humanity's sinfulness and divine retribution. They asserted that only by joining the church and obediently serving would one find redemption and evolution. Later, their ambition swelled, and they rebranded themselves as the Doomsday Church. In reality, they were nothing more than a group of charlatans, their leaders depraved and licentious. Song Xian had been invited to join them, but he refused, opting to eliminate those scoundrels. While he could have enjoyed a more opulent existence, he refused to share his women. This decision made him a wanted man, leading to years of conflict. Song Xian's thoughts drifted back to the past. Fujiwara Saika, hesitant to speak or move, began to blow bubbles out of sheer boredom, the soft sounds reminiscent of flatulence. Unable to restrain herself any longer, she shifted her position and rolled about, her large eyes darting around, extending her small paws to touch Song Xian's sculpted abs. Upon hearing Song Xian's words, Lu Qingmei finally grasped the reason behind his request for them to disrobe. However, the mere thought of it made her inwardly grumble about Song Xian. This fellow, could he not have articulated the rationale first before prompting us to act? Yet, despite her frustrations, the benefits he had mentioned lingered in her mind. After a brief moment of hesitation, Lu Qingmei gritted her teeth and discarded the last 2 scraps of fabric that clung to her, closing her eyes. However, once darkness enveloped her, her imagination ran rampant, particularly with thoughts concerning Song Xian. Who exactly was he? What manner of person was he? Where did he come from? What had he done in the past? How did he acquire those 8-pack abs? What led to the existence of his chiseled physique? The more she pondered, the more her cheeks flushed, and she instinctively opened her eyes. Stealing a glance at Song Xian's physique, she found herself swallowing hard. But then, to her astonishment, she realized her gaze was locked with that of Fujiwara Saika, the little enchantress. Chapter 19. Come. Strike me. Cough, cough, cough. Lu Qingmei could not suppress her anxiety and broke into a fit of coughs, quickly turning her head away and rolling further away. However, Fujiwara Shizuka was relentless, rolling towards her with determination. They chased each other, dodging and weaving until they neared the ocean, forcing Lu Qingmei to stop and align herself beside Fujiwara Shizuka. With a mischievous grin, Fujiwara Shizuka reached out with her delicate fingers to lift Lu Qingmei's chin. In a tone reminiscent of a commanding officer, she remarked, "My dear, there is an ancient saying in the East, those who recognize the times are the wise. I advise you not to be oblivious, Fujiwara Shizuka, you pervert." The sudden touch made Lu Qingmei's pale skin flush with warmth, as if struck by lightning, and she instinctively clamped her long, fair legs together. Yet, rather than feeling remorse, Fujiwara Shizuka appeared taken aback and asked, "Sister Qingmei, you're so beautiful, with a generous bosom and long, sensitive legs. How have you managed to remain single at 25? Why you? Be quiet." Lu Qingmei, feeling a surge of indignation at Fujiwara Shizuka's shamelessness, clenched her snowy fists tightly. "Fujiwara Shizuka, I warn you not to touch me again, and cease your peculiar comments, or else I shall strike you. All right, let us not quarrel. Let us chat as sisters." Seeing that Lu Qingmei was genuinely upset, the innocent-looking little sorceress Fujiwara Shizuka instantly transformed into a compliant and understanding confidant. "Sister Qingmei, how many boyfriends have you had?" Lu Qimei closed her eyes, pretending to be unresponsive. However, she could not withstand Fujiwara Shizuka's self-posed inquiries. You haven't had any. No wonder you can resist temptation. Honestly, it's quite pleasurable last night. Be quiet. Lu Qingmei, her face ablaze, raised her fists in protest. No more of this nonsense. Then chat with me, and I want to speak of those things. Fujiwara Shizuka threatened playfully, wrapping her arms around Lu Qimei's, nuzzling her head against her chest. Sister, I'm so bored lying here on the beach. How about you give me a couple of punches? Don't touch me. Lu Qingmei, already sensitive, trembled at Fujiwara Shizuka's antics and quickly pushed her away. I'll chat with you, but you must refrain from discussing anything strange, okay? Okay, Sister Qimei. You must have had many admirers in school, right? There must have been handsome boys among them. Didn't you ever think about dating? No. We weren't allowed to date at school. Fujiwara Shizuka exclaimed, astonished. It's so bizarre to have a rule against dating. In our country, if you're still a virgin at 18, people will mock you for being undesirable. What? Lu Qingmei was struck by this revelation. Realizing how peculiar both Fujiwara Shizuka and her homeland were, the ensuing conversation with Fujiwara Shizuka profoundly challenged her worldview, introducing her to the vastness and eccentricities of the world, including co-ed bathing and bizarre festivals for strange rituals. Yet, the most shocking was the notion that when a wife becomes pregnant, she might call upon familiar sisters or friends, even her mother, for assistance. Unable to contain herself any longer, she interrupted Fujiwara Shizuka. In that moment, she found herself understanding Fujiwara Shizuka better, realizing that perhaps the true abnormality lay not within Fujiwara Shizuka, but in the twisted customs of her homeland. As afternoon descended, the temperature gradually rose to 30 degrees. The sun transformed into a golden hue, casting a radiant glow upon the golden sands and the sea. Observing the sun's descent, Song Xian decided to conclude their sunbathing, leading Fujiwara Shizuka and Lu Qingmei back to rest. Upon returning to the cave to kindle a fire for lunch, Song Xian turned to Fujiwara Shizuka and Lu Qingmei, asking, "How much has your strength increased?" "Quite a lot. I feel as though I could take down a bull," Fujiwara Shizuka proclaimed proudly, raising her tiny fist. "Come, strike me." At her words, Song Xian beckoned her with a finger, "With all your might." "Master, are you serious?" Fujiwara Shizuka blinked in confusion, but after a moment, timidly rephrased, "Master. Shizuka wouldn't dare should you manage to hurt me. You may play with the game console at your leisure. Then here I come." As an avid fan of the two-dimensional world, Fujiwara Shizuka could not resist the temptation, stepping back 3 paces to take a deep breath. "Here I come." With determination in her eyes and her lips pressed tight, she charged forth, delivering a strike reminiscent of a celestial maiden's martial arts. Bang! Her white fist collided with Song Xian's firm abdomen, producing a crisp sound, and then Fujiwara Shizuka cried out, collapsing to the ground, cradling her wrist and wailing, "Woe is me. It hurts so much. Master is so tough. It's killing me." Despite her tearful display, Song Xian paid her no heed, instead beckoning Lu Qingmei with a finger. "Come, you two. If you manage to hurt me, you may eat freely." "Are you certain?" Lu Qingmei, sensing Song Xian's unwavering confidence, suddenly recognized a splendid opportunity for revenge. In a fair fight, Song Xian's speed and strength would easily overpower her. However, having undergone enhancements, her strength had increased by at least 30%. If Song Xian was inviting her to unleash her full power, enough talk. Let us go. Noting Lu Qimei's hesitation, Song Xian beckoned her again, even lowering his thumb in a taunting gesture. Lu Qimei, feeling insulted, regained her fierce demeanor and glared at Song Xian. "Dare you let me kick you once? Expand your horizons a bit." Seeing her audacity, Song Xian smirked, a hint of mockery gracing his lips. "I do let you kick me 10 times. If I don't wince, you may slap the soles of my feet." "All right." Fueled by competitive spirit, Lu Qimei adjusted her denim pants and removed her shoes. "Here I come. Be careful." Lu Qimei positioned herself, legs apart and shoulder width apart, with her fists guarding her center, adopting a perfect fighting stance. "Come." Seeing her stance was commendable, Song Xian lifted his shirt to reveal his chiseled abs, patting them twice. "Clap, clap." After the sharp sounds, he taunted, "Do remember not to hold back. Otherwise, you might get injured." "I'm coming." Upon hearing Song Xian's mocking remarks, Lu Qingmei's brows furrowed in anger, her fury surging to an unprecedented level. In a swift motion, she lunged forward, raising her right leg with great force. As her thigh nearly aligned with her abdomen, the calf muscles pressed tightly against her thigh, and her toes arched upward at a sharp angle of 45 degrees, executing a textbook front kick. However, At the very moment she unleashed this powerful strike, a pang of regret washed over her. After all, the title of Iron Flower was not earned lightly. Her strength was not inferior to that of any man, coupled with her recent enhancements. This kick possessed a force exceeding 1,000 pounds, akin to a full-force blow from the heavyweight champion Mike Tyson. A flicker of fear gripped her as she contemplated the possibility of injuring Song Xian. Consequently, just before impact, she tempered her strength slightly. Yet, the instant her delicate foot made contact with Song Xian's abdomen, she realized the gravity of her miscalculation. She had gravely underestimated the situation. Chapter 20. Revenge and Plea for Mercy. A resounding crack echoed through the air as Song Xian remained steadfast in his position, while Lu Qingmei's brows furrowed deeply. In that moment, it felt as though she had kicked a formidable wall, a solid concrete barrier. Her right knee throbbed with pain, propelled backward by the force of impact. It was only then that she realized the truth. She had indeed gained strength, but so had the man before her. He was inherently stronger than she. And if her abilities had improved by 30%, his enhancement would be even more formidable. As anticipated, at the very moment the sun dipped below the horizon, he had already reviewed his data template. Host, Song Xian. Level, 3-star angler. Skills, Apocalypse Forecast. Physique, 27. Energy, 34. Equipment, golden fishing rod. Snakeskin pouch. Items, various men's clothing, chocolate, cigarettes, Switch gaming console, a watch, a handgun, various sexy women's clothing, cosmetics, 2 boxes of condoms. 1 box of contraceptive pills, paper identity documents. Experience points, 7,300 kilograms. The strength and mental values of an average adult range from 5 to 6. His current statistics were nearly 5 times that of an ordinary person, capable of delivering a single punch strong enough to fell a bull. This data reflected his power equivalent to that of 7 or 8 years into the future. In this post-apocalyptic world, disregarding firearms, this signified 2 things: invincibility. Thus, he possessed the confidence to engage with Lu Qingmei. As Lu Qingmei was sent flying, he seized her delicate ankle and queried, "Care for another round?" Lu Qingmei, the short-haired, voluptuous policewoman, rolled her eyes in exasperation. She was no stranger to the laws of physics and understood that force is reciprocal. Fortunately, she had moderated her kick. Otherwise, her leg would be rendered useless. However, upon witnessing Song Xian's smug expression, irritation surged within her. She shifted her approach, glaring at him in indignation. "Let go of me. I want to continue." With that, Song Xian released her ankle, allowing the fiery little pepper to unleash her fury. Thud, thud, thud. Lu Qingmei wasted no time, delivering a flurry of kicks and strikes, holding back her full strength, treating Song Xian merely as a punching bag. Yet, it soon dawned on Song Xian what she was doing, though he remained unfazed and unperturbed. After all, on this desolate island, with scant entertainment options, teasing and training these spirited women provided him with the greatest amusement. Especially the feisty ones like Lu Qingmei were far more entertaining than someone like Fujihara Shizuka, who surrendered before the battle even began. In a matter of moments, Lu Qingmei finally struck her last kick, leaving Song Xian's abdomen flushed red. "You win," she declared triumphantly, pleased with her handiwork, even though it failed to elicit a yelp from him. She confidently raised her leg, presenting her foot to him. "Come on." However, as he grasped her foot, he suddenly yanked it forcefully. Lu Qingmei lost her balance, letting out a scream, only to feel a powerful grip on her waist. Yet, this hand did not take advantage. Instead, it maneuvered her jeans to flip her over and pinned her down, seated atop her thighs. Song Xian held her calves in his embrace, while Lu Qingmei lay face down on the ground, flustered. "What are you going to do? Did you enjoy the beating?" Song Xian asked nonchalantly, securing her ankles with his arm. You were the one who told me to hit you." Lu Qingmei protested, her cheeks flushed as she struggled. Yet, her protests and struggles proved futile. Song Xian and Appo's fingers found their way to her soles, rendering her utterly defenseless. "Haha, I was wrong. Please spare me." She laughed, her voice rising in a mixture of delight and desperation. "Song Xian, you pervert. Don't tickle me. I let you hit me twice. Haha, I was wrong. Master. Haha, please, just hit me once. I beg you. Don't stop. Haha, help. Haha, whoa. Only when Lu Qingmei's voice grew hoarse did Song Xian finally release her, delivering a sharp slap to the spot where she had been bitten by a snake. The sound echoed, and Lu Qingmei flailed like a fish out of water, thrashing about. Duong. Duong. Fujihara Shizuka, witnessing the scene, stifled her laughter while stealthily reaching out to tickle Lu Qingmei's soles. Lu Qingmei, already brimming with indignation, could no longer contain herself. Seeing Fujihara Shizuka daring to provoke her, she felt a surge of rage. With a fierce leap, she pinned Fujihara Shizuka down, mirroring Song Xian's actions, grabbing her delicate legs. She began to tease Fujihara Shizuka's soft, pale feet with a flurry of playful touches, and her antics escalated beyond Song Xian's. Not only did she torment Fujihara Shizuka's soles, but she also lifted her skirt to spank her backside. It must be said, when women become vengeful, men cannot even begin to compete. The sound of slapping echoed as Fujihara Shizuka cried out, wailing and sobbing, begging for mercy. "Woo, good sister, I was wrong. Ha ha ha, mommy. Lu Qingmei, stop. Woo woo." Seeing that pleading Lu Qingmei was unyielding, Fujihara Shizuka turned to Song Xian for help. "Master, save me. Your little maid is about to be beaten to death. Woo woo, please help Shizuka. Shizuka loves you the most." However, observing this comically chaotic scene, Song Xian remained a passive observer, enjoying the spectacle for a while before finally speaking up. "Enough. It's time to sleep early. I've noticed changes in the currents. Perhaps tomorrow we can head to the Plain Island. Anyone who dares to misbehave again will not escape my wrath." After spending time together, Lu Qingmei had grown wiser. Though her frustration remained unquenched, she complied and released Fujihara Shizuka. Song Xian said nothing more, merely handing the gaming console to Fujihara Shizuka, instructing her to drain the remaining battery. Once dinner was finished and the fish was roasted, the two engaged in some playful banter before drifting off to sleep. Soon, the two nestled together were enveloped in a serene rhythm of breathing. While they slept soundly, Lu Qingmei, however, found herself wide awake, her mind racing with the events of the day and the recent live stream. Furthermore, she had finally drifted into a fitful slumber, only to be plagued by a mortifying dream starring Song Xian. Awakening from a nightmare in the dead of night, Lu Qingmei's slender, alabaster legs snapped taut, her exquisitely delineated toes curling tightly together. Her body shuddered violently, threatening to dislodge her ample bosom. Opening her eyes, she found herself still within the grotto, with Fujiwara Shizuka and Song Xian slumbering peacefully. Her face flushed, a silent testament to her inner turmoil. Lu Qingmei touched her generous chest and exhaled a breath of relief. Phew. Yet, even in this moment of respite, she recalled the vividness of her dream. In it, she remained aboard the aircraft, but her captor had morphed into Song Xian. They were castaways on a deserted isle, her wrist shackled to Song Xian's. Upon reaching the shore, she was violated by Song Xian. Later, she was dragged from the water to the sandy beach, then to a thicket, and finally to this very cave. Song Xian brutally choked her, leaving her to awaken in a state of asphyxiation and mortification. Damn it. This is utterly disgraceful. How could I conjure such a dream? The recollection of the dreamscape brought a delicate flush to Lu Qingmei's cheeks and induced a feverish sensation throughout her body, further complicating her emotional state. Moreover, she was drenched in perspiration and had inadvertently soiled herself, making sleep an impossibility. Thus, she stealthily arose and rifled through her luggage. Yet she could not find an appropriate garment. Shameless. How could anyone wear such attire? After inspecting the entirety of the female apparel, Lu Qingmei, her face scarlet, muttered her disapproval and selected a pair of nearly translucent lace underpants trimmed with black. She then chose a pair of men's capri pants, intending to wear them as trousers. As for her upper garments, she decided against changing her undergarments, as there were only 2 sets of women's lingerie. Those were too small for her, and would cause her breasts to overflow. Instead, she removed her original white bra, donned a men's t-shirt, and completed the ensemble with a blue short-sleeved shirt. Having completed the transformation, Lu Qingmei resembled a handsome, albeit somewhat effeminate, tomboy. Phew. Content with her new appearance, Lu Qingmei returned to her place, hoping to finally find solace in sleep. However, she tossed and turned throughout the night, haunted by bizarre visions or abruptly awakened by strange dreams. The following morning, at the break of dawn, rise and shine, you too. The ocean currents have shifted. Song Xian treated Lu Qingmei and Fujiwara Shizuka with impartiality, administering a forceful kick to each of their posteriors. Ugh. Fujiwara Shizuka, the twin-tailed Lolita with a penchant for slumber, resisted the wake-up call, rubbing her backside and turning over to resume her slumber. Lu Qingmei, her head throbbing and dark circles under her eyes, was in an exceedingly foul mood and felt physically unwell, yet she managed to rise from the ground. Upon seeing her awake, Song Xian promptly commanded, "You have precisely half an hour to gather everything you can carry and bring it to the beach." A single second late, and you'll receive a resounding slap." With these words, Song Xian, carrying a snakeskin bag, his tackle box, and fishing rod, eagerly returned to the beach. Fujiwara Shizuka and Lu Qimei eventually arrived at the beach. Laden with bundles and bags, Song Xian had already propelled the raft into the water and submerged the snakeskin bag, which, when sealed, would serve as an ideal buoy. Augmented by the empty coconut shells, these would be more than sufficient to support the three of them and their belongings, with room to spare for 2 additional individuals. "Stop dawdling and get on board. I'm taking you to a better life." Upon seeing their listless return, Song Xian beckoned them onto the raft. Hearing the promise of a better life, Fujiwara Shizuka and Lu Qingmei perked up and swiftly boarded the vessel. "Master, is that island truly as wonderful as you say?" Fujiwara Shizuka, uncharacteristically curious, blinked her large eyes and inquired. "Indeed." Recalling the visage of the aircraft's nose, Song Xian could not contain his elation and began to explain. "I believe the aircraft's nose crashed on that island. If we can reach it, we can procure seasonings, indulge in cola, charge the switch, and luxuriate in the first-class seats." "Wow, it's like a real-life treasure island," Fujiwara Shizuka exclaimed, her small fist raised and her eyes gleaming. "If that's the case, life would be akin to paradise." Lu Qingmei's face also brightened. Though she was not one to seek extravagant pleasures, she was not foolish enough to spurn a life of ease. Thus, she harbored a nascent anticipation, casting her gaze towards the aircraft island. However, upon closer inspection, her expression soured and she cried out in alarm, Song Xian, sharks. What?" Fujiwara Shizuka nearly soiled herself at the sudden outburst, clutching Song Xian in terror. "Fear not." Unperturbed by the sight of the shark shoal, Song Xian patted Fujiwara Shizuka's head reassuringly. Sharks generally refrain from attacking objects larger than themselves. "That's wonderful." Fujiwara Shizuka sighed in relief. But then, Lu Qimei inquired, "What about exceptions to the rule? Unless they are ravenously hungry or their mating ritual is disturbed," Song Xian replied calmly, his expression darkening. He suddenly realized why the sharks had ventured so close to the shore, to mate and procreate. Moreover, based on the direction of the ocean currents, they were indeed approaching the shark shoal. Given the local hydrographic conditions, the sharks were unlikely to be short on food. But whether they were in the midst of their mating season was uncertain. Seeing Song Xian's expression, Fujiwara Shizuka and Lu Qingmei's faces grew grave. Yet, observing their apprehension, Song Xian chuckled. Fujiwara Shizuka and Lu Qingmei turned to him at the sound of his laughter. Song Xian seized a moribund sardine, stabbed it in the abdomen, and cast it towards the shark shoal. Plop! The sardine swiftly fell into the water, and a multitude of sharks, drawn by the scent of blood, converged upon it. It seems their temperament is indeed volatile, yet they remain, at their core, fish-brained. A single sardine sufficed to divert their course, and Song Xian repeated the procedure. The shark shoal completely deviated from their trajectory, and Fujiwara Shizuka and Lu Qimei breathed a sigh of relief. However, Song Xian's brow furrowed, as he sensed that the direction of the ocean currents had shifted. Chapter 22. Another critical hit. Do not look anymore. Fujiwara Shizuka raised the sail. Lu Qimei, paddle alongside me. Upon confirming the subtle changes in the ocean current, Song Xian immediately commanded the two. Yes, master. Without delay, Fujiwara Shizuka and Lu Qimei sprang into action. They carefully monitored the ocean currents and their surroundings, adjusting the strength and direction of their paddling to ensure their raft reached the island of the plain. Half an hour later, they had traveled approximately 2 kilometers, and the current had stabilized. Song Xian issued another command. Let us pause and rest. We shall paddle again when we near the island. Understood. Fujiwara Shizuka and Lu Qingmei ceased their efforts, allowing the raft to drift gently upon the azure sea. Moments passed, and as Song Xian gazed at the shimmering waters and the fish darting beneath the surface, he felt a sudden urge to fish. Having previously fished from the shore, he was now eager to experience the thrill of sea fishing from the raft. Boredom creeping in, he grasped a golden fishing rod, baited it with a small piece of sardine, and positioned himself firmly at the center of the bamboo raft. This time, he refrained from forcefully casting the line backward, as doing so would cast it too far and hinder his ability to observe whether a fish had taken the bait. Should he hook a large fish? Despite his immense strength, the raft would not withstand the strain. The raft offered little friction, and with his weight at 160 pounds, he could easily be yanked into the depths. Suddenly, an audacious thought crossed his mind. He swiftly reeled in the line and cast it again towards the island. The motion was remarkably graceful, the rod slicing through the air with a whoosh, and the golden hook plummeted into the water. Now, all that remained was to patiently await a bite. Fujiwara Shizuka and Lu Chi-mei watched with keen curiosity as time trickled by. After a few minutes, the bobber exhibited movement. Song Xian promptly turned the reel to retrieve the line. In traditional fishing practice, this action was indeed hasty, as the fish had not yet firmly secured the hook, risking its escape. However, Song Xian's intention was not to catch a fish for consumption. Rather, he sought to experiment, using the fish as a makeshift means of propulsion for the raft towards the island, regardless of whether it managed to escape. He reeled in quickly to adjust the fish's position. Fish are not particularly astute. When pulled, they instinctively struggle in the opposite direction. Wow, you caught a fish. Master. You're amazing, Fujiwara Shizuka exclaimed, having followed Song Xian for several days and developed a rudimentary understanding of fishing, albeit limited. However, her words were ill-timed. No sooner had she spoken than the line slackened, indicating the fish had escaped. Song Xian shot her a disapproving glance, yanking the rod up and reeling in swiftly. I should have known you would jinx it, he muttered, while Fujiwara Shizuka pouted, her delicate features twisting into a playful smirk as her large eyes twinkled mischievously. Seeing Song Xian's misfortune and Fujiwara Shizuka's expression, Lu Chi-mei could not suppress a smile. Yet, in the next moment, she felt a sharp pain in her backside, as Song Xian kicked her before delivering a swift jab to Fujiwara Shizuka. The smile vanished from her face. With a flick of his wrist, Song Xian cast the bait anew. Although he had missed the previous catch, he had confirmed the feasibility of his plan. Only minor adjustments were needed. However, fate has its own designs. This time, the hook barely touched the water when the line grew taut with sudden force. Sensing something amiss, Song Xian urgently instructed Fujiwara Shizuka and Lu Chi-mei, hold onto my legs. Quickly, each of you grab one. Coming. They complied, each clutching one of his legs. Kneeling to maximize friction, Song Xian secured the rod under his armpit, gripping it tightly with both hands. The line spun rapidly, accompanied by the sound of intense friction. As the sounds echoed, their raft began to shift. Fujiwara Shizuka's wide-eyed amazement was palpable. Wow, the fish is incredibly strong. Lu Chi-mei, however, furrowed her brows in concern. You haven't hooked a shark, have you? Is everything all right? Calm down. This fish weighs no more than 100 pounds, Song Xian reassured her, simultaneously maneuvering the rod to guide the fish's direction, akin to steering a vehicle. Upon hearing his words, both girls obediently fell silent, fixated on the fish's movements while tightening their grip on Song Xian's legs. After several tense moments, the once vigorous fish ceased its struggles, lying still. Yet Fujiwara Shizuka soon detected something unusual. Master, the fish was actually pulling us towards the island you mentioned. Lu Chi-mei suddenly realized, recalling Song Xian's earlier peculiar actions, leading to a bizarre conclusion. As Song Xian reeled in the large, grayish-blue base, unhooked it, and with a swift kick, sent it back into the sea. Lu Chi-mei could not help but inquire, why release the fish after catching it? Firstly, it's not palatable due to its numerous bones. Secondly, to expedite our journey, we need not add unnecessary weight to the raft. Song Xian's spirits were evidently high, celebrating his successful tactic in the catch of a 92-pound bass, which also contributed to his experience. However, he chose not to explain the rationale behind utilizing the fish as a means of propulsion to Lu Chi-mei. Seizing this fortunate moment, he cast his line forward once more. The instant the rod pierced the water, he sensed a familiar surge of fortune. Chapter 23, A Bounty of Riches. What is this sensation? It seems I have not caught a fish, but rather something else. Feeling the hook tug at something, yet devoid of any struggle, Song Xian gently shook the fishing rod. Noticing the absence of any response, he swiftly turned the reel, suspecting he had snagged some ocean debris or perhaps some so-called seaweed. However, as he reeled in, with the bobber and hook drawing closer, he began to sense something amiss. Just as he lifted the rod, a smile involuntarily crept across his lips. Ding! Congratulations! You have triggered a lucky critical hit and have obtained the blueprint for a wilderness cabin. Wilderness cabin blueprint requires 1,000 kilograms of wood and 500 kilograms of stone. The blueprint can be consumed to complete the cabin construction. To think I could obtain such a treasure. How delightful. Song Xian truly did not anticipate such good fortune. He had assumed that a lucky critical hit would yield something trivial, like the exquisite Zhutian Fishing fish, but instead, he had reeled in this extraordinary item. Truly, the celestial fishing system is remarkable. It seems he should cast his line more frequently, irrespective of whether fish are in abundance or not. One never knows when a lucky critical hit may occur, perhaps snagging an aircraft carrier, a devil fruit, or even the peaches of immortality from the Queen Mother. What is this? Why have I also pulled up a tattered piece of paper? While Song Xian reveled in his good fortune, Fujiwara Shizuka gazed at the paper with suspicion. Lu Qimei, too, was perplexed, wondering why Song Xian wore such a lewd grin. What a useless scrap of paper. If you don't understand, just keep your mouth shut. At Fujiwara Shizuka's remark, Song Xian shot her a sideways glance, swiftly removing the blueprint from the hook, shaking off the seawater, and tenderly placing it into his bag. He then cast his line once more, aiming towards the direction of the island with the airplane. However, following this stroke of luck, it seemed that his fortune had been exhausted. Not only did he fail to catch any extraordinary items or fish, but he could not even manage to snag a single thread. After waiting for several minutes without any developments, he finally noticed the bobber jiggle. Yet, when he tugged the rod, he realized the bait had already been devoured. Reluctantly, he reeled in, but quickly adjusted his mood and rebaited the hook. After all, he had survived in the apocalypse for 10 years and been reborn. Losing one fish was hardly a setback. Everything that occurs serves to benefit me. Let us go again. Muttering his personal mantra, Song Xian cast the line with flair once more. After waiting yet another 10 minutes, his perseverance was rewarded as the bobber danced again. However, this time, the struggle from the other end was not particularly vigorous, though the force was substantial. Strange? What kind of fish is this? Song Xian's experience with sea fishing was minimal. In his past life, he had only a rudimentary set of fishing gear bought in haste. After catching 3 fish, the rod had completely broken. Their primary means of survival consisted of foraging the wild fruits from the hundreds of nearby islands and gathering shellfish and crabs from the beaches. Fishing was typically a simple and brutal affair, often employing wooden forks. Following a devastating tsunami, even the first-class section of the airplane had been swept into the sea. Without the comfort of first-class seating, life became exceedingly difficult. Some even chose to end their lives rather than endure such hardship. During that time, aside from the abundance of beautiful women, life was quite unbearable. Hence, the blueprint for his wilderness cabin appeared even more precious. As long as he constructed it. Chapter 24, the difference between soft-shelled turtles and tortoises. Ahem. Lu Qingmei couldn't help but cough a couple of times. Her fair face instantly flushed with warmth. Fujiwara Shizuka, on the other hand, did not fully comprehend the situation, her beautiful eyes darting between the two. Let's get to work. At this moment, Song Xian was reluctant to explain. The tortoise was struggling fiercely, and if the hook pierced its mouth and allowed the sea turtle to escape, it would be a significant loss. Here it comes. Noticing Song Xian's serious expression, Fujiwara Shizuka and Lu Qimei hastily sprang into action to assist. Soon, with their combined efforts, the green sea turtle was tossed onto the bamboo raft, and Song Xian flipped it over onto its back. Beep. Congratulations! You have captured a green sea turtle, earning 97 experience points. Keep a distance from it. Do not let its claws scratch you. After hearing the system and Oppo's notification, Song Xian advised them. Then gazed at the sea current. MHM. Fujiwara Shizuka and Lu Qimei responded almost in unison, their eyes still fixated on the sea turtle. Observing this, Song Xian refrained from removing the hook to avoid the old tortoise biting him. After noticing the current was slightly off, he dropped the fishing rod and instructed Lu Qimei to paddle alongside him. Once the course was stable, he took a moment to rest on the bamboo raft. And Fujiwara Shizuka approached him. Master, is turtle meat delicious? The texture is average, but it is quite nutritious. Song Xian continued to observe the sea current, responding intermittently. Average texture? I find it quite delightful. Lu Qimei expressed her confusion, recalling how she had enjoyed it with her colleagues on 2 occasions. Finding the meat succulent and the soup delicious. What size was the one you ate? About a size larger than my face. Was its head black and pointed? Was the meat on its back soft? Yes. Lu Qimei nodded as Song Xian confirmed her observations. What you described is a soft-shelled turtle. Song Xian rolled his eyes at the woman lacking common knowledge. Isn't there a difference between soft-shelled turtles and tortoises? Fujiwara Shizuka asked patiently. Of course, there is a difference. Soft-shelled turtles have delicious meat. The best part is the skirt meat. Once the shell is removed, it is almost entirely meat. Moreover, they reproduce and grow at a much faster rate than tortoises. A soft-shelled turtle can reach the size of a wash basin in just a year or 2, while a tortoise takes 6 to 8 years to grow to the size of a dinner plate. Additionally, tortoises yield very little meat. For a 200-pound tortoise, it would be fortunate to extract 60 pounds of meat. The edible parts are limited to the head, tail, and limbs, while the meat from other areas is less palatable. Suitable only for making soup. Master is so knowledgeable. Fujiwara Shizuka praised Song Xian once again. Lu Qingmei admired his depth of knowledge as well, though she maintained a composed demeanor. After a brief interval, the bamboo raft was less than 2 kilometers from the beach of Plain Island. Suddenly, Song Xian perceived a point of concern. In my past life, I drifted to the island. I wonder how much luck had been added. Silently lamenting, he furrowed his brow at the reef ahead. Nearly a decade had passed, and he had forgotten this detail. Noticing Song Xian's displeased expression, Fujiwara Shizuka and Lu Qingmei followed his gaze but could not discern what he had noticed. It was only when Song Xian instructed them to pick up their paddles and row that they realized a vast expanse of reefs lay ahead. Fortunately, they were close to the island, and with the bamboo raft's shallow draft and slow speed, they continued until they were about 500 meters from the shore. At which point the raft finally stopped. "Let us take off our clothes. We'll swim over." Upon assessing the situation, Song Xian decisively issued the command. "What?" Lu Qingmei was taken aback by the order, her cheeks flushed, and she instinctively wrapped her arms around her chest. "Hiki." Fujiwara Shizuka mischievously laughed, explaining, "Sister Qingmei, you wouldn't want your clothes to get wet, would you? We don't have many spare outfits, especially undergarments." Lu Qingmei recognized the validity of her statement, yet her face grew even warmer. However, Song Xian coldly remarked, "You can do as you please. If you don't want to come ashore, you can float on the raft." As he spoke, he had already stripped off his clothes and tossed them into a snakeskin bag. Splash! The crisp sound of his entry into the water followed, prompting him to address Fujiwara Shizuka. "You hold the pink suitcase, and give me the black one." "Yes, master." Fujiwara Shizuka obediently complied, stuffing her clothes into the pink suitcase before jumping into the sea and adding, "Sister, don't be shy. Your body will be hidden in the water. It won't be exposed too much. Besides, has the master seen everything already?" I know. Realizing the truth in her words, Lu Qingmei quickly posed another concern, "But I can't swim." "I can't swim either. But we have the suitcases and coconuts, right? Just hold on." Fujiwara Shizuka reassured her, patting the suitcase as she clutched the pink one. "Oh." With her mind momentarily blank, Lu Qingmei quickly stripped off her clothes, stuffed them into the black suitcase, and dove into the water with remarkable speed. However, as she submerged, she noticed Song Xian staring at her, causing her entire body to flush crimson. Fortunately, Song Xian only glanced at her briefly before swimming with their suitcases towards the beach of Plain Island. Upon successfully reaching the shore, he instructed, "You two rest in the shade for a while, then gather some dry firewood for lunch." "All right." Fujiwara Shizuka climbed out of the water, her little buttocks wiggling, while Lu Qingmei, shy and submerged, echoed her agreement. As Song Xian turned to swim back to the previous raft, Fujiwara Shizuka, with her fair feet on the sand, transformed into a lively girl, jumping and cheering. "Wow. What a large island. It's at least 10 times bigger than the one we were at before. There must be so much delicious food here." Lu Qingmei cautiously surveyed the area, ensuring no one was around before emerging from the water, her cheeks still flushed. Just as her fair feet touched the sand, Fujiwara Shizuka playfully splashed her with cold water, causing Lu Qingmei to wish she could bury her head in the sand. "Sister Qingmei, have you noticed? The closer you get to the shore, the clearer the water becomes. You've been seen in your entirety." Chapter 25, The Great White Fish and the Homestead. "You little rascal, you dare mock me, do you?" Lu Qingmei was initially mortified, but quickly remembered Song Xian's absence and turned to Fujiwara Shizuka, cracking her knuckles. "Eek." Fujiwara Shizuka, who had been gleefully posturing with her hands on her hips, sensed the change in atmosphere and bolted. However, her pale, stubby legs were no match for Lu Qingmei's shapely, athletic ones. "I'll teach you to run." Fujiwara Shizuka hadn't even covered 10 meters before Lu Qingmei pinned her to the ground, followed by a flurry of spanks. Whack, whack, whack. "Ouch, Qingmei jia, I was wrong. Just forgive me this once. I spared you last time, and what happened?" Ouch, ouch, ouch. I promise it's the last time. You little liar." "Is there any truth in your words?" I swear, this time is definitely the last. I swear on my chastity, no, my integrity." Still trying to weasel out of it. "I'll beat your little bottom until it's swollen." Lu Qingmei continued to pummel the little lowly, Fujiwara Shizuka's pigtails and pale limbs flailing wildly on the sand, creating a rather captivating scene. The battle only ceased when Fujiwara Shizuka cried out Song Xian's name. Master. Save me. This wicked woman Lu Qingmei is bullying me again. Don't think you can fool me. There's no way that scoundrel would be back so soon." Lu Qingmei didn't believe Fujiwara Shizuka's words at all, but the next moment, a chill ran down her spine. Fujiwara Shizuka wore a mischievous grin. "Hee, you actually dare to speak ill of master. Lu Qingmei, you're doomed." "Eek." Lu Qingmei's delicate brows furrowed instantly, followed by a scream. Aircraft Island, South Beach. Swish, swish, swish. Crash, crash, crash. The azure waves crashed relentlessly against the beach. A plump and delectable great white fish and a petite little white fish were inadvertently stranded on the shore. Naturally, these two fish couldn't escape Song Xian's keen eyes. With a flick of his finger, he hooked the little fish's lip, while the shapely great white fish was held down with his full body, subduing it after a period of struggle. Then, he stir-fried, deep-fried, and braised them with a flurry of activity, finally devouring them completely. Edge of the forest. Having just finished eating the fish, Song Xian reclined between Fujiwara Shizuka and Lu Qingmei to rest. The petite, alluring Fujiwara Shizuka, however, couldn't and oppose stay still, peering around inquisitively. Seeing a sea turtle baring its gums at her, she asked with a hint of surprise and curiosity, "Wow, master, this sea turtle doesn't and oppose have teeth, how does it eat?" Their upper and lower jaws are very hard, similar to human teeth, and can crush food for swallowing. Seeing that they had both put in effort, Song Xian casually explained. After resting for a while, they discovered 3 coconut trees, and he approached them, giving one a kick. Thud, thud, thud. 4 or 5 green coconuts plummeted from the sky like cannonballs. As Song Xian returned with the coconuts, Fujiwara Shizuka cheered and showered him with praise. Lu Qingmei, blushing and biting her lip, wore a complex expression, hugging a coconut and turning her head away, clearly still harboring some resentment. Song Xian simply glanced at her, said nothing, and turned to the turtle, first chopping off its head to drain the blood. Then, with considerable effort, he hollowed out the turtle shell. Seeing him hollow out the turtle shell, Fujiwara Shizuka approached with a curious expression. "Master, wouldn't it be enough to just eat the meat? Why bother digging out the shell?" "Because I need a pot." As Song Xian spoke, he stood the turtle shell upright, allowing the blood to drain out. "A pot?" Fujiwara Shizuka reacted instantly, poking the green sea turtle's shell with her finger. "Can this thing really be used as a pot? Won't it leak when it's heated?" "Of course. It can't be heated directly. I'll build a stove when I have time, smear a layer of yellow mud on the turtle shell, and then it can be used as a soup pot for stewing." Song Xian briefly explained, then stuck the turtle shell in the ground and instructed, "Prepare the firewood. We're having grilled turtle." Hooray for Master. Hearing that they could finally eat turtle, Fujiwara Shizuka finally stopped crawling around on her hands and knees. Half an hour later, Song Xian, Fujiwara Shizuka, and Lu Qingmei began to savor their first meal of turtle meat. The result was exactly as Song Xian had expected. The texture was indeed rough and not very delicious, but considering its nutritional value, Song Xian continued to eat heartily. After all, there was still a better life waiting for him. In his previous life, he had landed on the island 2 days later, at which time there should have been 8 people on the island. Female celebrities Mimi and Fei Fei, beautiful flight attendants who graduated from dance academies, and a South Korean starlet brimming with technology. A woman from a wealthy family who considered herself superior and looked down on others with disdain. A male painter of little renown but with an inflated ego. And those 2 beasts from South Korea, one tall and one short, one fat and one muscular. He just didn't and oppose. Do you know how many people had gathered by now? Smack, smack, slurp, slurp. About an hour earlier, Song Xian, Fujiwara Shizuka, and Lu Qingmei had all filled their bellies. They had grilled about 20 pounds of turtle meat, of which Fujiwara Shizuka and Lu Qingmei had eaten less than 3 pounds. And the rest had been devoured by Song Xian. In addition, Song Xian had also finished off a coconut by himself. Hiccup. After eating and drinking his fill, Song Xian burped and rubbed his stomach, saying, "You two rest here and don't wander around. I'm going to explore this island, and I'll definitely be back before dark." "Okay. Okay, master. Have a safe trip and be careful." Fujiwara Shizuka hurriedly agreed sweetly, but then immediately collapsed on the ground, exuding the aura of a hardcore otaku. Lu Qingmei still didn't speak, hugging her pale, shapely legs, lost in thought. Song Xian simply glanced at Lu Qingmei, said nothing, and turned to walk into the depths of the forest. Judging from the fact that this woman hadn't forgotten to eat and drink, it probably wouldn't take long to completely conquer her. So he wasn't in a hurry at all. What he had most of now was time, and he had plenty of ways to tame Lu Qingmei. However, he didn't expect that he had only walked less than 100 meters when he heard gunshots from the north shore. Bang, bang, and there were 2 gunshots in quick succession, which meant that those 2 South Korean bastards had arrived. Therefore, Song Xian couldn't help but quicken his pace, wanting to investigate the specific situation. But he had only gone halfway when he stopped by a stream. This stream had formed due to the rain of the past 2 days. Because the rainwater didn't contain any salt, It was an extremely precious source of fresh water. However, even so, it couldn't be drunk directly. It had to be filtered through soil and sand, and then boiled before it could be consumed. So, seeing the stream, Song Xian circled around in place, surveying the area. In his previous life, he had often come here to fetch water. The two high grounds not far away were where they had taken refuge from the tsunami back then. So, he knew where to build the cabin. Moreover, he had thought of a brilliant idea. He could get the house built without lifting a finger. Chapter 26, The Dead Sticks and the Starlet on the Northern Shore. Amidst the golden sands lay the colossal wreckage of an aircraft's nose, surrounded by a myriad of shattered debris. Inside the first-class cabin, the air was filled with the agonizing screams of women, moans, and the triumphant shouts and gasps of men. On the beach outside, 3 women, a silver-haired elderly lady, a middle-aged wealthy woman, and the voluptuous, fox-faced starlet Yang Mimi, alongside a young flight attendant clad in a red, white, and black uniform, who bore bruises on his face, knelt with their heads cradled in their hands. Nearby lay the fresh corpse of Lu Qingmei's colleague. The elderly woman lamented. I told him not to provoke those 2 Korean thugs, but he wouldn't listen. Now look where we are. The flight attendant, stealing a glance at Yang Mimi's pristine figure, feigned indignation. He was only looking out for us. Just look at what those brutes have done. If only I had a gun, I would have fought back. Isn't it all the same? The world is filled with crows of the same color, scoffed Li Fujian, the stunning middle-aged heiress from a Korean chaebol, her voice dripping with disdain as she adjusted her blue office attire and white stockings. The silver-haired elder muttered in agreement, if that man had a gun, we would have been doomed regardless. Do you think everyone is like those 2 Koreans? I'm certainly not. The flight attendant retorted passionately. Let us not escalate the situation. Yang Mimi, dressed in a fitted black dress that accentuated her curves, interjected. We must prioritize our safety before discussing our next steps. As her words hung in the air, the screams from the cabin abruptly ceased, replaced by the gleeful chattering of the 2 Koreans. A look of disdain washed over Yang Mimi, the heiress, and the elderly lady, as if they were silently questioning, so soon? Is that it? To their astonishment, the 2 Koreans proved to be exceedingly efficient, finishing their grim task in less than a minute and a half. However, this brief moment of relief was soon overshadowed by the renewed cries of women within the aircraft. Scoundrels! Beasts! You will not escape unscathed. The shorter, darker of the 2 Koreans grinned with satisfaction at the cacophony of despair. He reveled in his newfound strength. Having been revitalized under the red sun, and recognized this bizarre weather as an ominous sign, a harbinger of the apocalyptic crisis that offered him a chance to rise. Ha! Park Etienne is the protagonist of this era, the king of the future, he declared triumphantly, his small eyes narrowing with avarice as they traversed the figures of Yang Mimi and the heiress. Yet, discomfort stirred within him as he scratched his groin. Having never before encountered such exquisite and technologically adorned women, his excitement was palpable, but he cursed the woman who had resisted him, lamenting, if she hadn't and Appos, T fought back, I wouldn't be so worked up. At that moment, Lu Junlai, a muscular man resembling a stocky bodybuilder, chimed in, now it's your turn to have some fun. With a lewd grin, Park Etienne did not anticipate Lu Junli's gaze shifting toward the flight attendant, as he uttered in halting Chinese, I want you. Yang Mimi, previously anxious, began to cough, her face flushing with embarrassment. The wealthy heiress and the elderly woman were equally shocked, but quickly lowered their heads upon observing Lu Junli's expression. Park Etienne, initially disdainful, soon smirked with a wicked thought. At least this scoundrel prefers handsome men and won't compete for the ladies. Otherwise, I would have to sleep with my legs crossed. Suddenly, the sound of fabric tearing pierced the air. The pale, terrified flight attendant found himself pinned to the sand by Lu Junlai, desperately struggling to maintain his dignity while clutching at his waistband. You, what do you think you're doing? Let go of me, he shouted, but the more he resisted, the more exhilarated Lu Junlai became. With a violent rip, Lu Junlai tore the attendant's trousers, dragging him toward the aircraft. The once indignant flight attendant, now resigned, clutched his face, weeping, please, don't. I have hemorrhoids. Spare me, I beg you. Go after Yang Mimi. She's a superstar. Hearing this, the beautiful heiress could not contain her anger. You wretch. Yang Mimi, too, felt a surge of resentment as her identity was revealed in such a compromising manner. She sensed Park Etienne's gaze upon her, more predatory than before. The elderly woman interjected. Why don't you both just give in? Who knows when the rescue team will arrive? There are no outsiders on this deserted island, if you please them. They might share food with us, increasing our chances of survival. How about you go and entertain them? Li Fujian retorted sharply. Yet, the elderly woman, unfazed, replied shamelessly. If only I were 20 years younger, I would be enjoying myself right now. You're just too uptight. Being with a man is not the end of the world. Before she could finish, Park Etienne kicked her in the face, pressing her head into the sand. From now on, no talking without my permission. Or this old hag will be your fate. Yang Mimi and Li Fujian exchanged glances, their expressions a complex blend of fear and resignation. They understood that this was a warning, and soon they would likely find themselves dragged into the aircraft, facing the same fate as the flight attendants. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted, Chapter 27. Heroic rescue. Flights of fancy magnificent. What a physique. Yongmi secretly praised the man behind the assailant. His features were chiseled, with piercing eyes that exuded masculine vigor. His physique resembled a classical Greek sculpture, complete with defined obliques, a prominent V-line, a tight core, and powerful pectoral muscles, an 8-pack, and robust thighs. Just the sight of him was enough to make one's mouth water, heart race, and emotion surge. More importantly, she recognized Song Xian's face and name. He had asked for her autograph on the plane, singling her out from the other actresses present. This, she believed, signified that he was a devoted admirer. Little did she know, Song Xian's motive was simply to impress her with an air of affluence. It seems my luck is truly exceptional, she mused, her eyes gleaming with delight. However, with great composure and an even greater spirit, she dismissed the frivolous thoughts from her mind. She realized that Song Xian intended to surprise the heavy-set assailant. Therefore, she endeavored to maintain a neutral expression, lest the Korean notice her apprehension. Just then, a mosquito buzzed near Park Il-cheon. Aish. Park Il-cheon, who had a pistol tucked in his waistband, angrily turned to swat the insect. Eek. A bug, Youngmi exclaimed, feigning alarm with remarkable speed. Cybele, who told you to scream? The stout Korean, startled by Youngmi's outburst, flew into a rage and swung his arm to slap her. Before his hand could land, a heavy blow struck his back. Crack! The wooden stick snapped. Aish! Park Il-cheon cried out, reaching for his gun. However, in his haste, he fumbled, and the pistol fell to the sand. Song Xian swiftly kicked up a spray of wet sand. Smack! The sand covered the Korean's face. Song Xian then advanced with a nimble step, transitioning into a powerful front kick. The Korean doubled over in agony, propelled backward several feet. Thud. He landed heavily on the ground, writhing in pain and vomiting. Serves him right, Li Fujian exclaimed with glee. Youngmi sighed in relief, patting her ample bosom. Unbeknownst to them, the elderly woman had seized the fallen pistol. Meanwhile, the burly fitness instructor, Ryukyu, hearing the commotion, hastily emerged, brandishing a golf club. Cybele. Seeing Song Xian armed with a wooden stick and his comrade Park Il-cheon incapacitated, he charged forward, spewing curses. You imbecile. Seeing him approach, Song Xian remained unfazed, offering a gesture of international goodwill. Cybele, I'll smash your head in. Feeling deeply insulted, Ryukyu accelerated, uttering broken Chinese. Li Fujian, despite being rescued, appeared somewhat displeased. After all, she also hailed from Korea. Song Xian's derogatory remark did not sit well with her. Moreover, the Koreans might be aware of her family and Oppo's influence and treat her with deference. The Eastern men, however, were a different story. Her beauty, figure, elevated status, and widowhood were all enticing to them. As she pondered this, Youngmi's emotions were quite the opposite. She had assisted Song Xian and given her fame and wealth. He would likely treat her well. Furthermore, she was divorced, and Song Xian possessed the looks and physique she desired. Even if he were to take advantage of her, it would be better than being exploited by the Korean. Finally, she sensed that Song Xian was formidable. As an actress, she was accustomed to scripts and novels, even starring in similar dramas. In such circumstances, survival hinged on one thing: endurance. If she could align herself with Song Xian, she would at least avoid starvation. As for the events on the island, she doubted anyone would speak of them. After all, men rarely confessed their transgressions, even if rumors surfaced. Her public relations team would handle them. Perhaps I could capitalize on this situation, she thought. I could even sign this handsome man. With my backing, he's sure to succeed. Youngmi's mind raced with possibilities. A seductive smile played on her lips as her gaze returned to Song Xian. At that moment, Song Xian clashed with Ryukyu, wielding his broken wooden stick against the golf club. However, Ryukyu's golf club prevailed. Crack! Song Xian's makeshift weapon shattered once more, leaving him with only a short stub. Cybele. Ryukyu cackled triumphantly, adding insult to injury. You yellow-skinned monkey is finished. Yangmi's heart skipped a beat, her hands clasped tightly in front of her chest. Lifusion, on the other hand, felt a surge of excitement at Ryukyu's brutality, believing that the heavy-set man was now out of the picture. Meanwhile, the silver-haired old woman grinned sinisterly, her eyes gleaming with avarice as she clutched the pistol. Fight on, she cackled. Once you're both weakened, you'll become my slaves. Seeing Ryukyu's arrogance, Xian, who had merely been toying with him, smirked and transformed into a dragon king. With a thunderous step, he closed the distance in a breath. Die! Ryukyu cried, narrowing his eyes. Foolish simpleton. In an instant, his muscles bulged, and veins throbbed as he swung the golf club with all his might, aiming to shatter Xian's skull. However, his gleaming golf club had barely completed half its arc when a searing pain shot through his groin. His face turned ashen, and he crumpled to the ground, clutching his crotch, tears streaming down his face. Bravo! Yangmi cheered, leaping to her feet, her breasts bouncing with excitement. However, her exhilaration did not last even a second, as the silver-haired old woman, with blood staining the corner of her mouth, aimed her pistol at them and commanded, "Everyone, kneel before me." Chapter 28. The deceitful heart's Yangmi, upon witnessing the old woman's sudden aggression, felt a surge of fury threatening to explode within her. However, Lifusion, who had just been grim, now wore a pleased expression. In her eyes, it was preferable for women to hold power rather than men, as it would spare them from suffering. In fact, it might even allow her to trample upon those men as she had done in the past at the company, shamelessly manipulating their dignity and lives, transforming them into her subservient slaves. Thus, she was the first to kneel, raising her hands in surrender. Sister, we are all women. Girls help girls. Rest assured, I support your claim over this island, and I am willing to assist you. Excellent. Those who recognize the times are true heroes. Step aside. The old woman smiled smugly at her words. She was not foolish. She understood that she could not control the island alone. After all, even a tiger has its moments of rest. She needed to unite these two women. With the gun in their hands, they could turn this place into a paradise, where the men would be their slaves, enabling them to indulge in the pleasures they desired but had previously been denied. Pointing her gun at Xian, she turned to Yangmi and said, Yangmi, I know you are a clever person. You must understand the situation on this island. We must unite to avoid harm and even dominate this territory. Yangmi hesitated upon hearing these words, her mind racing as she contemplated how to extend her survival and maximize her benefits. Did this require deliberation? Lifusion, seeing Yangmi still in doubt, adopted a look of frustration. Consider the flight attendant in the cabin. Do you wish to be humiliated like her? I understand now. Yangmi exhaled a deep breath, glancing at the old woman in Lifusion before settling her gaze on the composed Xian. At that moment, she had made her choice and said to Xian, I'm sorry. Then, she lifted her delicate leg and silently took a step back. A wise choice, Lifusion praised with a smile. The old woman, too, looked at Xian with a glint of avarice in her eyes, brandishing her gun threateningly. I said kneel. Did you not hear me? However, before she could finish, Lu Julai, who had just been kicked in the groin, burst into loud laughter. Ha! You're saving this person? Xian, disdainful, coldly smirked and kicked Lu Junlai squarely in the chin. You, Lu Junlai managed to utter before darkness enveloped him, rendering him unconscious. Xian's intention was not to kill him, but to utilize both him and the old woman as slaves, for constructing houses and gathering materials was arduous work. Moreover, he planned to dig a fish pond on the mountain, a cellar, and perhaps even a tunnel. This would alleviate concerns about food during extreme weather, especially considering that his entourage would only grow larger than in his previous life. There were individuals who should have perished, like Fujihara Shizuka and Lu Qingmei. Additionally, there was the Dance Academy's Belle, renowned for her stunning physique and looks, who had tragically taken her own life after enduring humiliation. Reflecting on this, Xian felt a surge of longing. In a post-apocalyptic island, there were hardly any decent recreational activities. Should he establish an arts troupe for his own amusement? Naming it the Xin Arts Troupe? After all, the island was filled with beautiful stars. He could have them perform lively dances or stage plays for his enjoyment. What a delightful prospect. As he briefly indulged in this vision of the future, a smile crept onto Xian's face. Yet, the silver-haired old woman, witnessing his demeanor, grew increasingly furious, almost deranged. You wretched creature. Observing Xian's defiance and his provocative expression, her rage reached a boiling point, her eyes blazing with fury. However, human nature is curious. As Song Xian's thoughts wandered, so too did the old woman's mind drift to her own unpleasant memories. For instance, having lost merely a house, her family had ceased to trust her, freezing her accounts and credit cards. She had borne 2 children for that man, a son and a daughter, yet due to absurd blood ties, one was not his, and the other, too, was not his. He sought to divorce her and marry an Australian woman. That scoundrel. Men were inherently worthless. With this realization, her anger escalated to its zenith. Damn it. I command you to kneel. Can you not hear me? Kneel. I demand you kneel. Song Xian, abruptly interrupted from his musings, adopted an even more contemptuous expression. After all, if international mercenaries couldn't shoot him, what could a frail old woman do? Furthermore, she hadn't even chambered a bullet or disengaged the safety. Did she lack such basic knowledge? Thus, he stepped forward at a leisurely pace, contemplating whether to taunt her with a remark about the absence of bullets in her gun, or to say, "A gun is swift at 7 paces, but a fist is swifter at 7 steps." However, unexpectedly, young Mimi leapt forward, disarming the old woman and locking her arm in a firm hold. Are you mad?" Li Fujian exclaimed, aghast at the scene unfolding before her. She could not fathom why young Mimi would choose to stand against the men instead of keeping them beneath her heel. "Foolish woman, you're out of your mind." The old woman roared in rage, her finger repeatedly pulling the trigger, only to find that not a single bullet emerged. In that moment, she was left dumbfounded, questioning whether the gun was faulty or lacked ammunition. Meanwhile, young Mimi had discerned the truth long before, which prompted her to aid Song Xian. Yet, the old woman was unaware that young Mimi was far more astute than she imagined. Having undergone military training and with a police officer in her family, young Mimi recognized that without chambering a bullet, and with the old woman's poor grip, she would be incapable of hitting anyone. The recoil from the shot would likely break her wrist. Even if the old woman understood this, young Mimi had already chosen to align herself with Song Xian, as she doubted the old woman could ensure their survival. They possessed only 1 gun. Could they truly control 3 men? Once the island's resources were depleted, or if more villains appeared, could they fend for themselves? Ultimately, having just saved them, young Mimi was not one to repay kindness with enmity. Thus, using her strength to restrain the old woman, she called out to Song Xian, "Song Xian, come help me." "Oh." Hearing his name from young Mimi, who had once urged him to let go of the old woman, Song Xian was taken aback. Yet, it was clear that this plea came at an inopportune moment. He rushed forward, swiftly seizing the gun from her grasp. But just then, the previously unconscious Lu Junlai lunged at him, and Song Xian found himself collapsing atop young Mimi. Both she and the old woman cried out in simultaneous horror. Chapter 29. Ahem, it's just a simple fondness for human pyramids. Cough, cough, get up. Damn it. I can't breathe. You hussy. The old woman, pinned beneath young Mi's weight with 2 others piled on top, felt her life slipping away. Song Xian, Young Mi was also quite uncomfortable, despite her ample bosom acting as a buffer. But the old woman was skin and bones digging into her flesh, and Song Xian behind her was so large, making her hurry and think of something. "I'm being crushed. What can I do? This fatso is so heavy." Song Xian casually fabricated an excuse. With his strength, he could easily fling them off, but there was no need. He simply enjoyed the playful nature of the situation. Then don't move around. Young Mi's face was flushed, her fair legs tensed, and her delicate voice rose in pitch. But Song Xian's explanation was remarkably plausible. "How can I fling this bastard off if I don't struggle?" Young Mi was rendered speechless. The reasoning was impeccable. If it weren't for the fact that this scoundrel's position was always so perfectly placed. This scoundrel, he must be taking advantage of me. Young Mi's face was burning with a mixture of shame and anger, but she was too embarrassed to speak up. So, she had no choice but to struggle on her own, preventing Song Xian from continuing his mischief. But then, the old woman beneath her began to stir, shouting, "Li Fujian, what are you waiting for? Come and seize the gun. Take my gun. I'm coming." Seeing the pistol that symbolized power, the beautiful and wealthy Li Fujian strode forward, dreaming of ruling the island, commanding everyone as she did in her company, treating them like dogs, like slaves. However, Young Mi was quick-witted and bit down on the old woman's arm, snatching the pistol. But the short, dark Korean man also saw the gun and immediately scrambled to seize it. Seeing this, Song Xian was slightly disappointed. So, he rose and kicked the Korean man away. The Korean man cried out, tumbling several meters like a bowling pin. Li Fujian stopped in her tracks. But, Unwilling to give up, she once again tried to persuade Yangmi's sister. With this gun in your hand, everyone will listen to you. You've seen the nature of these men. The safety and hopes of us women rest in your hands. Yangmi was wavering. Originally, she was determined to stand with Song Xian, but after what had just happened, little girl, you mustn't be foolish. The old woman urged as she saw Yangmi's hesitation. Men are the most unreliable creatures in this world. They only think with their lower bodies. They love one and then another, forever lusting after young women. Yes, Li Fujian chimed in. My ex-husband was the same. He couldn't keep his hands off the younger ones. Let me tell you. Yangmi was even more hesitant and glanced at Song Xian. But Song Xian made no attempt to persuade her. Instead, he squatted down in front of the three women, grabbed the fitness instructor Lu Julai and the short, fat Korean man Park Etienne, and handcuffed them together. Just then, a scream echoed from the cabin. What are you doing? Don't come over here. Are you crazy? I am crazy. I'm fucking crazy. Why is it okay for that Korean to touch you, but not me? You bitch. I want. The flight attendant, who had previously feigned righteousness, had lost control due to the violation he experienced. Now, with bloodshot eyes, he sought only to vent his rage. Su Yalan, the vulnerable, statuesque flight attendant closest to him, was the perfect target, her jade arms embracing her breasts, her lithe waist and shapely hips struggling weakly against his advances. However, Song Xian charged into the cabin the moment he heard the sound. He grabbed the flight attendant by the neck, lifted him like a chicken, and flung him away like trash. The flight attendant crashed to the ground, unconscious. Wildebeest beast. You beasts. Su Yalan, with her fiery model figure, sobbed pitifully. Seeing Song Xian staring at her beautiful legs, she scooted backward, clutching her silk-clad legs, trembling between the rows of seats. But Song Xian said nothing, simply tossing her a nearby blanket. Then he went to the cockpit and service area. As it was an international flight, there was a large amount of food stored there, most of it pre-packaged. Orleans chicken wings, marbled steak, braised eggplant with rice, pre-made meals with 2 meats and a vegetable. There were even some ready-to-eat foods and water, peanuts, melon seeds, ham sausages, beer, beverages, and 8 treasure kanji. Everything was available. It was a pity that the plane's food, which could have fed hundreds of people for 2 meals, was now significantly reduced, perhaps only a quarter of what it had been. But this was still great news. In the apocalypse, having this much food was like living in paradise. Now that several days had passed, those living in the countryside were doing relatively well. But the world's major cities were without water and electricity, and people were not used to storing food. Many were starving, hoping for aid from the government. But many more had probably taken to the streets, fighting tooth and nail for food. With this food, he could support 5 women even if he didn't, and Appos, tea fish. When the pirate fishermen arrived, he would simply sail to the Ryukyu Islands and rob them. Wonderful. Clang clang. After a quick inventory of the food, Song Xian began rummaging through cabinets, searching for more useful items and supplies. For example, the valuable medical kit and many practical tools, awls, pliers, wrenches, and table knives. There were also some pots and pans, which would greatly improve the quality of life. After a quick sorting, Song Xian threw the less important supplies and non-perishable food into the cockpit and locked the door with the key. He planned to take the rest of the supplies with him in one go, to the place where he intended to build a house. As for the transportation tools, there were many clothes and suitcases scattered throughout the cabin. As for the people to work for him, naturally, it would be those 2 Korean men, and the flight attendant at his feet, who should have died long ago in his previous life. Chapter 30. The Countenance of Beings. Hey, rise and get to work. If you continue to feign death, I shall truly make you regret it. With a kick directed at the man beneath him, Song Xian coldly threatened. Why yes, stammered the somewhat handsome flight attendant, who quickly scrambled to his feet, realizing he could not deceive Song Xian. He complied with Song Xian's orders, working diligently while offering explanations. Brother, I apologize. I was merely overwhelmed. I didn't intend to. Silence. Utter another word of nonsense, and I shall end you. Complete your tasks well, and I may spare your life. Otherwise, you shall not see the dawn. Song Xian had no interest in his justifications. If this man had directly assaulted Su Yalan, perhaps he could have respected him. Yet, to vent his anger on Su Yalan after being wronged by others, instead of confronting the true culprits, revealed a lack of character that warranted no trust. 10 minutes later, the cargo hold was filled with various packages. Song Xian tossed half a bottle of water and a precious Snickers bar to the flight attendant, raising his favorability before leisurely exiting the cabin. The inept attendant, Zhao Yang, was already panting heavily, crouched down to rest. Meanwhile, the old woman and Li Fujian were still attempting to persuade Yang Mimi. Upon seeing Song Xian emerge, they grew even more fervent. The silver-haired elder exclaimed, "Look, he intends to take the food away. He does not wish for us to survive. Our fate cannot be in his hands." Li Fujian added, "Sister, heed my advice. To survive, we must unite, or we shall merely become pawns in a man's game." Seeing Song Xian, Yang Mimi's expression grew complex as she drew a deep breath, her chest visibly rising. "Song Xian, can we talk?" "About what?" As Song Xian approached the two captives, he glanced at Yang Mimi and squatted down, preparing to awaken the two slaves. "Song Xian, I know you are a good person. I do not wish to threaten you. I merely hope for a peaceful coexistence. You need to survive, and so do we, so I propose we share the resources." "Why should I?" Song Xian calmly retorted, casually slapping one of the captives' faces. Smack! Smack! The slaps grew louder and more forceful, yet the two remained unresponsive. The expressions of Yang Mimi, Li Fujian, and the old woman turned increasingly grim. The elder, witnessing Song Xian's arrogance, urged, "Child, what are you discussing with him? He merely seeks to monopolize everything. Indeed, trusting a man leads only to betrayal. I and Aunt Zhao are living proof." Li Fujian hastily chimed in while exchanging a knowing glance with the elder. Receiving the signal, the old woman charged at Yang Mimi. "Ah, you old hag!" Yang Mimi cried as her ribs were painfully impacted, instinctively pushing the elder away. But Li Fujian seized the opportunity to snatch the gun from Yang Mimi's hands. She inherently trusted no one and craved power more than anyone else. Such control could only be secure in her grasp. How amusing. Observing the three struggle for the firearm, Song Xian calmly adopted a spectator's demeanor. At that moment, he recalled a joke about a foolish rich girl who, after an online spat about companies neglecting women, established a female-only company. Ultimately, the enterprise collapsed within half a year, plagued by infighting and scandals, resulting in significant financial loss. A minute later, Song Xian watched as Li Fujian successfully seized the firearm, while Yang Mimi despaired, pounding the ground, and the elder wore a smug expression. With the gun in her possession, Li Fujian transformed into a queen. "Now that I hold the gun, everyone must obey me, or I shall take your lives." How delightful. This was far more entertaining than television. He regretted missing out on such drama in his previous life. You laugh at what? Dressed in a blue online uniform and stockings, Li Fujian delivered her royal proclamation, only to catch sight of Song Xian grinning. With the firearm in hand, Li Fujian could not tolerate it. She aimed the gun at Song Xian, threatening, "Song Xian, right? Come here and kneel before me, or I shall shoot." "Fool." Hearing her words, Yang Mimi scoffed derisively. "What did you say? You filthy witch." Seeing Yang Mimi challenge her authority, Li Fujian raised her leg to strike. Yet, Yang Mimi stood her ground, aware that the gun was neither loaded nor secured. With a swift movement, she lunged forward, tackling Li Fujian. "You filthy witch." Enraged, Li Fujian attempted to shoot Yang Mimi repeatedly. Click, click, but despite pulling the trigger several times, no bullets discharged. What? Li Fujian stared in disbelief, wondering if the gun was empty. The thought sent a chill down her spine, robbing her of the will to struggle as Yang Mimi snatched the firearm away. The old woman felt the same, recalling her earlier words and actions. The realization struck her. Song Xian had likely known everything all along. Gulp. The elder swallowed hard, beads of sweat forming on her brow. Just then, the flight attendant, who had been crouching earlier, suddenly sprang forward and seized the gun from Yang Mimi. "You." Once again deprived of the firearm, Yang Mimi's composure shattered, her frustration boiling over. "Ha! You fools. Did you not know a gun requires the safety to be disengaged and the chamber to be loaded before firing?" The attendant, now exhilarated with the gun in hand, envisioned himself as the ruler of the island. With Su Yalan, the voluptuous flight attendant, Yang Mimi, the curvaceous starlet, and the poised wealthy woman Li Fujian all kneeling beneath him, he felt invincible. And as for Song Xian, who had just dealt him a blow, and the one who took his precious first encounter, Lu Junlai, both were marked for death. Chapter 31 with a resounding click. The flight attendant Zhao Yang chambered around in his firearm. Following the mechanical sounds, he took a step back. A twisted smile of satisfaction etched upon his face. "All men kneel before me. Women, remove your garments immediately, or I shall introduce him to the first bullet." Panic washed over Yang Mimi. She realized their future would be grim, especially since this deranged individual was armed. Regret gnawed at her. She lamented bringing along two incompetent allies and not standing firmly with Song Xian. The elderly woman and Li Fujian shared her sentiments. Although their fates were similarly dictated by men, at least Song Xian wasn't as depraved. But it was too late for regrets. Their destinies were already entwined with another's. Zhao Yong, noticing their inaction, raised his weapon and fired a shot into the air. The sound sent chills through the three women, leaving their faces ashen. The elderly woman trembled, beginning to disrobe. However, upon witnessing her actions, Zhao Yong furiously shouted, "You old hag, put your clothes back on. Who told you to take them off?" Embarrassed and enraged, the elderly woman hastily donned her attire again, muttering to herself. Yet Zhao Yong was oblivious to her thoughts, directing his gun towards Song Xian and the two women, his gaze fixated on Li Fujian and Yang Mimi. "Undress." Now, when he saw that they remained still, he lunged forward and kicked Li Fujian. "Strip. I command you." "Wait, I'll do it." Li Fujian squeaked in terror. Her previously composed demeanor shattered. She bit her lip in humiliation and reluctantly shed her blazer. "That wretched girl. She's asking for it." Zhao Yong sneered, now turning his attention to Yang Mimi. "And you, are you going to strip or not?" In a desperate bid for survival, Yang Mimi complied. But with a clever twist, instead of removing her dress outright, she delicately slid one shoulder strap down, revealing her smooth skin, and then the other. Gradually, she began to pull her skirt up, exposing her thigh, teasingly revealing glimpses of her undergarments. Zhao Yong's eyes widened with lust, captivated by her display. Just as he crouched to reach for her, Li Fujian, still reeling from her own humiliation, glared at Yang Mimi in disbelief. "You shameless hussy." On the side, the elderly woman, now fully dressed, seethed with envy and resentment. Yet unbeknownst to them, Yang Mimi was striving to buy time for Song Xian to devise a plan against the lascivious flight attendant. However, when Yang Mimi glanced back at Song Xian, her heart sank. He was sitting there, seemingly unfazed, smoking calmly as though observing a mere spectacle. This nonchalance suggested that he was not intimidated by Zhao Yong's weapon, viewing the entire affair as a game. Realizing this, Yang Mimi felt a surge of frustration. As Zhao Yong's hand reached towards her, she was torn between the instinct to fight or remain passive. She could not gamble on whether Song Xian would intervene. A single misstep could cost her life. Yet another thought struck her. If she allowed another man to touch her, her worth in Song Xian's eyes would diminish significantly. Perhaps he was testing them, seeking allies rather than simply walking away. With renewed resolve, Yang Mimi shouted, "Song Xian, save me," and kicked Zhao Yong where it hurt. Caught off guard, Zhao Yong stumbled back, cursing her under his breath. Just as he aimed his gun at her, a sharp whistle pierced the air, followed by a flash of silver, a beautifully engraved knife. In an instant, it found its mark in Zhao Yong's neck. As blood spurted forth, his eyes widened in shock, and he fell silent, his life force rapidly draining away. The knife flew from his body, disappearing into the sands, leaving a stunned silence in its wake. In that moment, the true extent of Song Xian's menace became apparent. Li Fujian and the elderly woman were left dumbfounded, kneeling in submission. Yang Mimi was astonished but relieved. Her decision had borne fruit. The two men who had previously tormented them now trembled under Song Xian's unwavering gaze. They recalled the words of the slain officer about two fugitives on the plain, one a notorious con artist and the other a merciless assassin. The implications of Song Xian's identity dawned on them, eliciting mutual terror. As Song Xian approached, the handcuffs clattered ominously against the smaller man's head, causing him to bow down, pleading for mercy. "I was wrong. Please, don't kill me." In rapid succession, the once arrogant fitness instructor followed suit. "We were mistaken. Spare us. We will serve you." A sardonic smile spread across Song Xian's face as he ordered them to gather his belongings. He then approached the lifeless Zhao Yong, securing the firearm at his waist without uttering a single word. In that instant, Yang Mimi noticed another gun concealed at his side. Her hesitation evaporated, and she rose determinedly. "Song Xian, take me with you. I yearn to journey alongside you." Chapter 32. A tongue dipped in venom. "So, you desire to accompany me? What talents do you possess?" Song Xian inquired, his tone indifferent, mirroring Yang Mi's sharp intellect from their previous life. He adopted a stance of not wanting to support idlers. He had spent considerable time with this woman in their past life, yet she had held sway over him for an extended period. In this life, he sought to reassert his dominance sooner. Stunned by Song Xian's question, Yang Mi was momentarily speechless, frozen for a full 3 seconds. She genuinely hadn't anticipated such a query from Song Xian, who had previously showered her with affection, calling her honey-me and professing his adoration for her. Now, he seemed to imply that without valuable skills, he might even reject her. Men, she thought, they are truly unreliable. Frustration welled up within Yang Mi. But recognizing her current disadvantageous position, she knew she lacked the leverage to resist and understood the wisdom of adapting to circumstances. Thus, she forced a sweet smile, employing a delicate, saccharine voice. I can cook, I can massage, I can do housework, and I can attend to your needs. Hey. Song Xian chuckled derisively. In their past life, this little minx's cooking was inedible, a waste of his resources. And her massages were nothing more than clumsy attempts that caused more harm than good. As for housework, she was utterly inept. Since being with him, she had lived a life of luxury, akin to a pampered queen. Her true talents lay in providing emotional fulfillment, shamelessly employing coquetry, flattery, and attentive service. Moreover, as long as she was well fed, she ensured domestic tranquility. Sounds promising, Song Xian remarked, suppressing his amusement at her blatant lies. He refrained from exposing her charade, but couldn't resist probing further. Are you certain your cooking is palatable? Of course. I always cook at home, and my daughter devours it with gusto. Yangmi asserted, bolstering her confidence with a silent justification. Her daughter thrived on breast milk, which she considered equivalent to a complete meal, single-handedly provided by her. Song Xian marveled at her audacity. However, he couldn't take her away immediately, as he planned to construct a dwelling. He didn't want anyone, not even his closest confidant, to witness his ability to create something from nothing. Furthermore, he intended to make Yangmi experience deprivation to understand the meaning of male dominance. Concurrently, he aimed to witness the unmasking of the seemingly dignified and wealthy heiress. Refusion, during this period, reverting her to her former self, a subservient creature who would grovel and beg for sustenance. Therefore, facing the resolute Yangmi, Song Xian approached her slowly, a smile playing on his lips. What you've described is commendable, but I don't require those services at the moment. However, considering your previous performance, I'll grant you an opportunity, a privilege. What opportunity? What privilege? Yangmi inquired, her gaze filled with anticipation, accentuating her ample bosom. The privilege is this. Song Xian extracted a Snickers bar from his pocket and tucked it into her cleavage. As for the opportunity, if you can survive on this island for 2 days on your own, I'll take you to a life of celestial bliss. What does a life of celestial bliss entail? Yangmi asked, intrigued but wanting clarification. You and Appos, LL find out in 2 days. Song Xian declined to reveal the secret, lifting her chin with 2 fingers, scrutinizing her before adding, I hope to see you alive in 2 days. With those words, Song Xian departed with his 2 thralls. As soon as he was gone, the old woman erupted in a tirade. Bastard! He stole our food and dares to utter such callous words. Scoundrel! If I ever get the chance to return to South Korea, I'll ensure my father eliminates you all. Li Fujian, equally indignant, grumbled as she buttoned her shirt and hastily retrieved her coat. In the midst of their complaints, Yangmi tore open the Snickers bar's wrapper. Rip. You. Li Fujian whirled around at the sound. Gulp. The old woman audibly swallowed, her eyes fixated on Yangmi with a ravenous hunger. Yangmi, who had intended to savor the treat, noticing their predatory gazes, devoured the Snickers bar in a single gulp, her cheeks bulging. Vixen. Li Fujian spat, her glare murderous. The old woman pointed a trembling finger at Yangmi, scolding, You traitor. If it weren't for your betrayal, all that food would be ours. This entire island would be ours. Yangmi responded with a silent, sardonic smile, unable to speak with her mouth full. She even inserted a delicate finger into her mouth to ensure no morsel was wasted. Smack, smack. The sight of her consuming the treat enraged the silver-haired crone even further. You tail-wagging, shameless harlot. I'd rather starve than consume anything given by a male dog. Huh. Yangmi, having swiftly finished the Snickers bar, disregarding the stickiness and chocolate residue on her teeth, unleashed a torrent of venomous words. You old hag, you can only eat if someone gives it to you. With your intellect, you aspire to dominate this island? You can end Appos, to even operate a handgun, yet you dare to prattle on? Song Xian could crush you 800 times over with a single finger. You're a waste of oxygen alive and a waste of land dead. You wouldn't even find a single penny in hell. Looking at you makes me nauseous. Ugh, I can't bear to look at you. I'm going to vomit. You decrepit old. You little hussy, I'll fight you. The old woman, driven to the brink by Yangmi's insults, lunged at her, claws extended. However, Yangmi, much younger, easily seized the old woman's hair and tripped her. The grip wasn't secure, as the old woman's severe hair loss caused a large clump to come away in Yangmi's hand. Help! Murder! The big star is abusing the elderly. Abusing people. Yangmi is abusing people. Is there no justice in this world? I'll expose you to the media. The old woman, realizing she was outmatched, fell to the ground, clutching her hair and wailing. Are you out of your mind? Yangmi scoffed at the woman's antics, discarding the revolting hair and adding, Don't provoke me again. or I'll come back and strangle you in your sleep. Chapter 33, The War of Women on the Beach. Inside the cabin, young Mimi, feeling parched after discarding 2 women outside, asked the striking flight attendant, Xuan, who appeared devoid of spirit, if she could have a sip of her water. Sue, clutching a Snickers bar and a half-full bottle of mineral water, initially hesitated to share. However, the relentless thirst compelled young Mimi to reach for the bottle. Just as her fingers grazed it, Sue startled, snatching the bottle to her chest, declaring it hers with fervor. Young Mimi, taken aback, quickly retreated. Realizing the girl's heightened state of anxiety could lead to unpredictable behavior, after a moment of calm, Young attempted conversation, but her efforts were met with silence, leaving her voice strained. Desperate, she dashed to the restroom, turning on the tap to quench her thirst with 2 substantial gulps. Fortunately, just as she finished, the water ran dry. Upon her return, she was greeted by a cacophony inside the cabin. To her astonishment, she witnessed an embarrassing scene. The once dignified rich woman, Relocation, now disheveled, her designer outfit in tatters, and the flight attendant Xuan, her uniform torn, sporting a bloodied forehead and a fierce glare. Young Mimi, too, appeared disheveled, her dress altered and marred with claw marks. As young Mimi moved towards the scene, she spotted Xuan, who had just returned from a trek to a picturesque building site. With a grimace, he surveyed the chaotic tableau. Young Mimi, upon seeing him, rushed forward, lamenting the injustices inflicted by the 2 women, while the elderly lady, previously lethargic, suddenly revived, retorting with accusations. The atmosphere thickened with tension as Xuan silenced them with a commanding voice, directing his gaze at Xuan. When she began to explain, the elderly woman interrupted, prompting Xuan to swiftly assert his authority with a calculated kick, rendering her speechless and incapacitated. Relocation, witnessing the brutality, knelt before Xuan, pleading for mercy. Despite her pleas, he delivered a resounding slap that sent her sprawling onto a seat, her tears flowing freely, yet she dared not retaliate. Young Mimi reveled in the unfolding drama, her resolve to ally with Xuan solidifying. Meanwhile, Xuan, now softened by the turn of events, expressed her gratitude. Though Xuan's retort was icy, he declared he had no interest in their quarrels, emphasizing that he had only intervened because the provisions in question were his. Without my permission, no one may take what belongs to me. Do you understand? Chapter 34, Incompetent. I knew I couldn't rely on men. Relocation nodded, her eyes filled with trepidation. Excellent. Seeing her apprehensive demeanor, Xuan knew he was close to subduing her. This woman had never experienced hardship, was arrogant, and had unrealistic expectations. In their previous life, she had only endured a few days of hunger before becoming subservient to Xuan. Of course, this was merely an act, as the cunning woman was always plotting to overturn the situation. Unfortunately for her, she overestimated her intelligence and was repeatedly manipulated. Ultimately, her mental state deteriorated, and she descended into madness. Reflecting on this, a playful smile crept across his lips. Since he had been reborn, he would savor the company of this intriguing woman for a few more years. Relocation, witnessing Xuan's smile, was oblivious to its underlying meaning. Nevertheless, she forced a smile in return, fearing that she might provoke Xuan and suffer another beating. Silence. Your smile is more grotesque than tears. Xuan deliberately found fault, denying her any respite. His harsh and brutal demeanor startled Relocation, prompting her to immediately attend to more pressing matters. Parkitian, Lu July. Each of you will dismantle a seat and carry it up the mountain. After issuing these instructions, Xuan casually selected a seat to rest upon. As he awaited the commencement of the 2 Korean slaves' labor, he reclined the chair and closed his eyes to recuperate. Upon witnessing Xuan's public repose, his eyes shut. Lu July and Parkitian, each wielding pliers and a wrench, exchanged furtive glances. It was evident that they both harbored malicious intentions. They contemplated using their tools to deliver a decisive blow to Xuan and Appo's head, thereby reclaiming their autonomy. However, the presence of Yang Mi and Xuan deterred them, at least temporarily. Thus, they could only proceed with their assigned tasks, biding their time until Xuan lowered his guard or even fell asleep, at which point, clang, clatter. Soon, a quarter of an hour had elapsed, and Lu July and Parkitian exchanged another glance. Xuan had been reclining for quite some time, his breathing steady and without movement. Both men were becoming increasingly impatient. Coincidentally, the silver-haired crone winked at them. Clearly, she had discerned their intentions, but she mouthed silently. I will aid you. The 2 men glanced at each other once more after noticing this, positioned on either side of Xuan. if the old woman could divert attention, particularly by drawing Su Yalan and Yangmi away, their chances of success would. Thus, after a brief exchange of glances, they nodded to the silver-haired crone. The old woman, feigning distress, clutched her abdomen and began to moan. "Oh, it hurts so much. Oh, my kneecaps. Oh, my hip joint. Oh, my elbows." Silence. "You old hag. If you awaken Song Xian, you'll regret it." Yangmi, seated not far from Song Xian, pragmatically assumed the role of overseer. Upon hearing the old woman's renewed wails, she frowned and stepped forward to issue a warning. Su Yalan, hearing the commotion, also frowned but remained taciturn. As for Refusion, she was solely focused on self-preservation, clutching her fleshy, snow-white legs and retreating to a leather seat to brood. She fantasized about returning to her idyllic past, reminiscing about her life of luxury, her dominion over her subordinates, and the thrill of trampling them underfoot like ants. Lu Julai and Park Etienne, witnessing the scene, exchanged fervent glances. The opportunity had arrived. Thus, both men ceased their labor, one wielding a metal awl, the other a wrench. They rose to their feet, brimming with ambition. They were determined to reclaim their throne, but in the next moment, they decided to wait a bit longer. For, at the very instant they stood up, Song Xian raised a hand, clutching a dining knife. In that instant, they were reminded of the deceased flight attendant. Recalling the image of his corpse, his throat pierced. The two men's expressions immediately changed. They crouched down, rolled up their sleeves, and resumed their work with renewed vigor. Clang, clatter. But the old woman, witnessing the two men rise and then crouch down to resume their work, was infuriated. "Damn it, I gave you the opportunity, but you're useless. Incompetent. I knew I couldn't rely on these damn men." The old woman cursed inwardly, her expression contorting. "Old hag, are you plotting something?" Yangmi, a seasoned actress, though her acting skills were increasingly unpopular, possessed an exceptional ability to read people. She immediately sensed the old woman's duplicity. "Oh, no, I'm just in too much pain." The old woman hastily offered a forced smile, devoid of her previous arrogance and insolence. But the astute Yangmi refused to believe her lies. "You'd better behave yourself. Or if Song Xian doesn't deal with you, I'll ensure you don't see the light of day tomorrow." That won't happen. The old woman forced an awkward smile, her body shrinking back in fear. "It better not." Yangmi narrowed her eyes at her, scrutinizing her for a moment before turning away, resuming her role as overseer. 10 minutes later, the two slaves, Park Etienne and Lu Junlai, finally dismantled 2 luxurious seats. At the very moment they completed their task, Song Xian opened his eyes. After surveying the scene with a commanding gaze, he said nothing and proceeded to the cockpit. Click. After opening the cabin door, he retrieved some food and departed. As he passed Yangmi, he left behind a bottle of water and a packet of biscuits. Thank you. Yangmi knew her efforts had not been in vain, and she accepted the supplies with a radiant smile. But Song Xian ignored her. After delivering the supplies, he instructed the 2 slaves, "You two, carry the seats and return with me." "Yes." Park Etienne and Lu Junlai dared not object, obediently nodding and hoisting the luxurious seats onto their backs. Song Xian, carrying a leather suitcase, walked behind them. But as he passed the live flight attendant Su Yalan, a graduate of a dance academy with a slender waist, curvaceous hips, and long legs, she blushed slightly and took the initiative to approach Song Xian, asking, "Mr. Song Xian, may I accompany you?" Chapter 35, Mr. Song, I am still. Ryukyu. Yangmi, who had just torn open a bag of biscuits, looked over hastily, concerned that Song Xian might accept Su Yalan, which would inevitably lead to her following him as well. Despite their brief acquaintance, she sensed that as long as she didn't deliberately provoke or cross his boundaries, Song Xian wouldn't act like the depraved men who behaved as if they had never seen a woman before. If she could attend to him well, her future would undoubtedly be secure. Regrettably, even when faced with Su Yalan, a model-esque figure with a pure demeanor, Song Xian responded with his characteristic frigidity. "What are your skills?" "I can cook, do housework, and I've won awards for modern dance, folk dance, and ballet," Su Yalan replied, her confidence waning with each word. "And?" Song Xian pressed, showing no interest in her previous accomplishments, focusing solely on the crucial detail. Her cheeks flushed, Su Yalan hesitated, then took 2 steps forward, almost pressing against him. She rose onto her tiptoes and whispered, I am still a virgin. Is that acceptable?" However, upon hearing her words, Song Xian frowned. He vividly recalled the events of that morning. The screams of a woman had echoed through the cabin, and Lu Julai and Park Etienne had emerged from within. When he entered, she appeared to have been violated. Yet now, she claimed to be a virgin. Sensing Song Xian's disbelief, Su Yilan blushed even more and bit her lip, but she mustered her courage and stood on her toes, explaining, I was touched by that pervert, but he didn't even remove his pants. He just, that fast? Song Xian's gaze shifted towards Park Etienne. He knew Su Yilan wouldn't dare to deceive him, as the lie would easily be exposed. He merely pondered the absurdity of the situation. So swift? Truly. He disgraces the name Park Etienne. As if on cue, Park Etienne trembled and knelt before him. Please, sir, don't kill me. I'm a quick shot. You know, Korean men are fast. Without enhancements, they can rarely. I didn't even finish taking off my pants. I swear, I didn't violate her. Please, spare my life. I'll be your slave. I'll kowtow to you. Please don't kill me. Please. Thump, thump, thump. He punctuated his plea with 3 resounding kowtows, desperate to save his life. The onlookers reacted with varying expressions. Lu Julai, Park Etienne's compatriot, wore a complex look. Yangmi blushed slightly, her gaze drifting towards Song Xian's abs. Li Fujian seemed disgusted, as if to say that quick shots were the most repulsive. Even the silver-haired old woman's eyes held a hint of disdain. Su Yilan's face was the reddest of all. She was naturally gentle and weak, but the plane crash, near rape, and theft of food had slightly altered her character. However, it was only a minor change. Her previous toughness and reticence were merely a facade. She had spent the entire afternoon contemplating her options, realizing that her only path to survival was to rely on a true strongman, someone who could protect her from being bullied. Moreover, Song Xian's act of giving her water and a Snickers bar, and his intervention with the old woman, had filled her with gratitude and a sense of security. She believed that only he could protect her and lead her to survival. Therefore, she had mustered her courage and asked, Mr. Song Xian, am I acceptable? I'll give you a chance then. Seeing the extent of her willingness, Song Xian saw no reason to feign indifference. Like Yangmi, you will both be tested for 2 days. Turning to his slaves, Song Xian commanded, get up. As long as you work diligently, I won't kill you. Let's go. Yes. Yes. Thank you for your great kindness. Park Etienne, relieved, kowtowed 3 more times before scrambling to his feet. Song Xian nodded with satisfaction and handed Su Yilan a Snickers bar and a table knife. If you're both still alive in 2 days, I'll take you to a better life. Okay. Su Yilan nodded, her face flushed as she accepted the knife and food. Song Xian, seemingly devoid of emotion, led his 2 slaves out of the cabin and walked away, silhouetted against the faintly yellow sunset. Watching Song Xian depart, Su Yilan stood on the beach for a long time until Yangmi approached, bringing her back to reality. Sister Yangmi greeted her with a friendly smile. I have water and potato chips. Let's share them. Okay. Su Yilan readily agreed, remembering Yangmi's previous help and knowing that if they survived the next 2 days, they would both follow Song Xian. Evening, in the forest. The crescent moon and scattered starlight had begun to appear in the dim sky. As Song Xian neared the campsite, he glanced at his watch and said, leave the supplies here. You can rest for a while. After speaking, Song Xian produced the wilderness cabin construction blueprint. Then, without any attempt to conceal his actions, he muttered, System, use the construction blueprint to build a cabin. Ding. Congratulations. You have consumed 1,000 kilograms of wood, 500 kilograms of stone, and a wilderness cabin construction blueprint. You have successfully built a wilderness cabin. How is this possible? Is this a miracle? Lu Julai was dumbfounded by the sudden appearance of the 2-story wooden cabin. The short, dark Korean man, resembling De Gang, had been panting with his head down. Hearing the commotion, he looked up and was equally stunned. The ground had been bare moments ago, with only logs and stones scattered around. Now, a brown-yellow, 2-story building, covering over 100 square meters and resembling a small villa, stood before them. Was he dreaming? Or was he hallucinating from exhaustion? Park Etienne, in disbelief, slapped himself and rubbed his eyes vigorously. Finding the wooden cabin still there, he realized he wasn't dreaming. In the next instant, his gaze shifted to Song Xian. Suddenly, his hair stood on end, his eyes widened, and his mouth gaped open. Chapter 36. Comfort in the downpour. It was him. The man before him, named Song Xian, was the one behind it all. What had he just mentioned about building something? He possessed magic, witchcraft, and superpowers. The mere thought of this left Park Etienne utterly astounded. His mind spiraled into despair. Realizing that if Song Xian indeed wielded some mysterious, formidable power, it meant he would be enslaved for life, with no hope of turning the tide. Damn. Why was it him? Why not me? This was infuriating. He was already so handsome, rivaling the readers of Chi Miao's 7 Cats novels. How could he also be gifted with such immense abilities? Damn it. The unjust heavens. Fuming with anger and jealousy, Park Etian and Apos' expression twisted grotesquely. Just then, his companion, Lu Julai, confronted him. Park Etian snapped back to reality, hastily replacing his grimace with a subservient smile, gazing at Song Xian with utmost humility and respect, as if he wished to bow down even further. Yet, Song Xian appeared oblivious to this, offering the two a warm smile. Help me move the chairs inside. Then gather some other supplies, and you may rest. Yes, Mr. Song. We will do so immediately. Faced with such a miraculous figure, the two dared not delay. Their expressions now even more submissive and compliant. Once they moved the chairs into the room and admired the 3-bedroom, 1-living-room layout, they followed Song Xian down the mountain leisurely. Soon, they arrived at the beach once more. But this time not at the northern shore where Yang Mimi and the others were, nor at the southern shore where Fujiwara Saika and Lu Qimei were located. They found themselves on the western shore of the island, where Song Xian liberated them from their handcuffs. Park Etian and Lu Julai were indescribably thrilled, believing they had earned Song Xian's trust. However, in reality, Song Xian had sent them to the Pacific Ocean to feed the fish. Minutes later, as the last rays of the setting sun faded, Song Xian returned to the southern beach of the island. Master, Wu, the twin-tailed idol, Fujiwara Saika, cried out, sprinting towards him. Wu, I was so worried about you. Stop acting. You're just afraid of going hungry in the future. Faced with such a perfectly adorable little girl. Song Xian felt a flicker of emotion, yet his words remained unkind. However, Fujiwara Saika ignored this, nuzzling against his chest while tightly wrapping her legs around his waist. It was only when Song Xian mentioned taking them to a good place to enjoy life that Fujiwara Saika transformed back into her twin-tailed beauty form. What good place? You'll find out when we get there. Naturally, Song Xian kept the details to himself, instructing the two to carry the boxes while he held the fish skin bag as they set off. Half an hour later, Song Xian, accompanied by Fujiwara Saika and Lu Qimei, arrived at the charming wilderness villa. Upon seeing such a grand and beautiful house, Fujiwara Saika was ecstatic, dancing around with glee, her twin tails swaying vigorously. Master, you are amazing. Saika loves it here. Yet, Lu Qimei, the female police officer, stood there with her arms crossed and a skeptical expression. How strange. How could there be a house here? Why worry about that? Isn't it great to have a big house to stay in? Fujiwara Saika, undeterred by doubts, rushed inside with her small suitcase, only to let out a shriek. What's wrong? Lu Qingmei hurried in, only to be met with a sight of supplies in the room, as well as luxurious massage chairs in the bedroom, leaving her equally incredulous. Is this an airplane seat? Are there others alive here? Of course. Seeing the astonished expressions on their faces, Song Xian smirked with satisfaction, leisurely lying back in one of the chairs, his hands behind his head as he spoke. This house was likely built by wealthy individuals for vacations. As for the supplies and luxurious chairs, I acquired them from the plane. No one will discover this place for now, so tonight we can indulge a little, enjoying fine food and drink, and have a restful sleep. Hooray! Thank you for your hard work, Master. Let me help you with a massage. Upon hearing Song Xian and Apos' words, Fujiwara Saika jumped onto the luxurious chair, tugging at his clothes. Ugh, you little minx. Lu Qingmei, her face flushed, muttered under her breath. Her outfit, a crop pink t-shirt paired with black shorts that showcased her long, smooth legs, making her feel slightly embarrassed. Yet, after the events on the beach, her mindset had shifted. As a famous female author once stated, the quickest way to a woman's heart is through. And there is scientific basis for this. It is said that once a woman, she becomes addicted to the experience. Moreover, a Harvard study has indicated that just as female fungal infections multiply at a rate several times faster than males, the pleasure women derive from far exceeds that of men. Their joy is often enduring, unlike men, who only experience a fleeting moment of ecstasy before quickly entering a state of cool down. This very difference leads to a reversal in gender dynamics over time. Men transition from being unable to extricate themselves to fearing the return home, while women shift from shyness and fear to insatiable desire, disregarding the well-being of men. As night deepened, rain began to pour heavily outside, millions of raindrops cascading from the heavens. Initially, the sound of the raindrops was merely normal, but gradually, the downpour intensified into a fury. The raindrops struck the leaves and trunks like bullets, pounding the earth relentlessly. Even the two lovely trees beside the small cabin, one tall and one short, were battered by this apocalyptic storm, appearing mournful, as if two devout women knelt in prayer, beseeching the heavens for mercy. Fortunately, the sturdy log cabin provided shelter. preventing its collapse, allowing the three to enjoy a hearty meal and a warm night's sleep, while they lived in comfort. The northern shore of the plain island experienced a sleepless night. The sound of the waves was already disruptive, but the torrential rain only added to the chaos. With the plane's nose broken in half, the howling wind brought in icy dampness into the cabin. Before long, Yang Mimi and Su Yalan huddled together under a blanket, while Li Fujin and the old woman did the same to fend off the biting cold. However, it wasn't long before hunger awoke Li Fujin and the old woman. Unlike Su Yalan and Yang Mimi, who had someone to care for them, they were left with only Snickers, biscuits, and bottled water. Seeing Yang Mimi and Su Yalan peacefully asleep ignited the old woman's malicious spirit, leading her to scream in madness. "Ah, if I can't sleep because of hunger, neither will you. You old hack." API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Chapter 37. You vile little wretch. So that's what you really think. Upon hearing Li Bokju's exclamation, Yang Mimi's gaze swiftly shifted toward the beach. In the moonlit expanse, azure waves caressed the shore, gradually revealing two figures. The man, with his cropped hair and a physique of imposing stature, possessed a thick-set neck, resembling a veritable double-door refrigerator, dwarfing even the previous suitor, Ryukyu. His female companion, slender in form, was nonetheless endowed with a voluptuous figure, accentuated by a form-fitting black mini-dress that highlighted her allure, rendering even Yang Mimi's own assets comparatively modest. As Yang Mimi cast a glance at the woman and then self-consciously assessed her own endowments, a subtle wave of insecurity washed over her. Suddenly, Su Yalan, who was beside her, called out, "That's Pyongu Desiong, a Japanese national? Do you know him?" Yang Mimi's delicate brows furrowed slightly upon hearing the name. The Japanese, notorious for their eccentricities, coupled with her upbringing, instilled in her a profound aversion towards them. Su Yalan swiftly elucidated he was formerly a karate practitioner, celebrated as Japan's foremost heavy hitter. He even participated in the Olympics and won a medal. Later, his image and physique led him to the entertainment industry, where he often portrays tough characters and a karate expert, you say? Yang Mimi mused, wondering if Song Xian could hold his own against him. However, she immediately shifted her focus, curiously inquiring, "How do you know so much about him?" Domestic productions are too mindless, often derivative. I usually watch Japanese and Korean. Su Yalan began, but abruptly stopped mid-sentence, hastily adding, "Mimi, I wasn't implying your films are bad." A dark cloud instantly descended upon Yang Mimi's fair brow. "You might as well have kept quiet. It hadn't even crossed my mind." "Wait, the moment bad film is mentioned, you instinctively look at me. You little..." Observing Su Yalan's flushed cheeks and averted gaze, Yang Mimi's chest swelled with indignant anger. "You vile little wretch. So that's what you really think." Indignation surged within Yang Mimi's breast, igniting a spark of defiance. "I, Yang Mimi, am not one to suffer in silence." With narrowed eyes, she arched a corner of her bewitching fox-like face, conjuring a captivating, enigmatic smile. TSK, who would have thought that you, with your seemingly pure facade, would also indulge in Japanese and Korean films? I wasn't referring to that kind." Su Yalan, with her captivating school beauty face and a nine-head figure, blushed crimson under Yang Mimi's teasing. "Oh?" Yang Mimi's eyes twinkled with amusement at her innocent embarrassment. "I didn't even specify what kind, yet you assumed it was that. You must have secretly watched quite a bit, haven't you?" I'm not talking to you anymore." Su Yalan, flustered and annoyed by Yang Mimi's mischievousness, turned her head away. Yang Mimi wore a triumphant smirk, but the next moment, a boorish male voice echoed from outside the cabin. "Baga, give. All the food. Here." Su Yalan, Yang Mimi, and Li Bokju were startled by the broken Chinese. The elderly woman, whose vision was poor, was immediately overjoyed at the sight of the robust man. "Taigong, I know where the food is. There's a lot of food. That wretch. Shameless old hag." Yang Mimi and Su Yalan were incensed by the word Taigong. Pyonga Desiong, driven by hunger, barged into the cabin, disregarding his attractive companion. Where? Taigong. Over there. Behind the door. The food is locked inside. It's all in there." The old woman trembled in fear at the sight of the hulking Japanese man and his ravenous eyes. "Yoshi. So Disueni." Pyonga Desiong, elated by the old woman's gesture, charged towards the cockpit. He kicked the white door with all his might. Boom. Clang. A series of explosive sounds followed, but the aircraft's steel door remained remarkably sturdy, despite Pyonga Desiong's formidable strength, amplified by the red sun enhancement. He failed to breach it with a single blow. Baga, baga, baga. The Japanese man barked incessantly, unwilling to give up with the food so close. He retreated a dozen steps, preparing to break down the door with a running start. In his retreat, he caught sight of the voluptuous Yang Mimi and the graceful Su Yalan. His eyes shone even brighter, and he uttered a string of gibberish. Subarashii. He then turned his attention to his companion, Liu Yinghua, a former member of the South Korean group TRR. She had betrayed her teammates and gained notoriety. She was now under Li Bokju's subsidiary. She was startled by the sight of Li Bokju and rushed to ingratiate herself with the South Korean conglomerate's heiress. Unbeknownst to her, Pyongyang de Xiong was about to lose interest in her. His words meant, "This is wonderful. I found two natural beauties, far superior to artificial dolls." Yang Mimi sensed the danger from his gaze. A few seconds later, Pyongyang de Xiong took a deep breath. His powerful legs propelled him forward, creating a gust of wind. Swish, swish, swish. Pyongyang de Xiong charged toward the steel door like a raging beast. In less than 3 seconds, he launched himself into the air, kicking the steel door with both legs. Boom. Click. The lock broke under the force. Yoshi. Subarashii. Pyongyang de Xiong rushed into the control room. He grabbed a can of meat from the floor and devoured it like a dog, oblivious to the cut on his lip. Li Bokju, the old woman, and Liu Yinghua watched with excitement. However, they did not notice that Yang Mimi and Su Yalan had slipped away to find Song Xian. Early promotion. Chapter 38. A wise choice as dawn broke. The sun hovered just above the eastern sea, casting a gentle glow that illuminated the world in a soft light. Shivering in the cold, Yang Mimi and Su Yalan wrapped themselves in blankets, supporting each other as they strolled through the frigid forest. After traversing a small hill, Su Yalan, feeling somewhat despondent and weak, voiced her concerns. "Mimi, do you think we might get lost and perish in this jungle?" "Fear not, I have everything under control." "We will not meet such a fate," Yang Mimi reassured her, forcing a smile despite her own hunger, thirst, and fatigue. Sensing Su Yalan's low spirits, she continued, "Let us ascend the highest mountain to rest. There are no ferocious beasts on this island. It will be safe, and we will have a splendid view of the entire island. Today, Song Xian is surely headed that way. We might even encounter him on our journey." "All right, I trust your judgment." Su Yalan acknowledged the wisdom in Yang Mimi's words and recalled what she had said the previous night, along with the unsettling gaze of Pingu Daxiang. Had they not sneaked out, they might have been silenced and restrained last night. Thus, she steeled herself, enduring hunger as they ascended the mountain at a leisurely pace. However, after only a brief while, Yang Mimi suddenly halted, her voice reaching a high pitch. "Ah, Yalan, look over there. We found it. We finally found it." "What?" Su Yalan was taken aback, then her eyes sparkled with excitement as she turned to gaze in anticipation. There, she beheld a charming 2-story wooden house, and there was Song Xian, bare-chested and clad only in shorts, his back turned to the house. He was humming a cheerful tune, enjoying a moment of relief. "Ah," Su Yalan couldn't contain her shyness, letting out a gasp before quickly turning her flushed face away. Yet, Yang Mimi had already released Su Yalan and, with a spring in her step, bounded towards Song Xian, calling out, "Song Xian! Song Xian! We've come to find you." "Huh." Hearing the familiar voice, Song Xian yawned and turned toward the source. He was astonished to see the exuberant Yang Mimi racing towards him, followed closely by the stunning Su Yalan. What on earth were they up to? But soon, as Yang Mimi leaped into his embrace, whispering her grievances into his ear, Song Xian realized what had transpired the previous night. While he had been soundly asleep, someone had been coveting his women and his provisions. It seemed he had underestimated the situation. He had left them in the cabin, relying on his recollection that when he had first arrived on the island, there were only 8 individuals present. He had dealt with 2 of them, and the elderly woman and Li Fujuan posed no threat to Yang Mimi and Su Yalan. The remaining individuals who had not appeared were Lu Fei. A Frail Art Chapter 39, Pursuit Northern Shore, Beach. Alone, Song Xian arrived at the Golden Shore, cautiously revisiting the aircraft cabin only to discover it utterly deserted. The control room's provisions and some practical tools, such as a hammer and a fruit knife, had been plundered, leaving behind only the corpse of the selfish, silver-haired crone. "It seems this Hiratani Daisuke isn't as dense as I thought," Song Xian remarked with a cold smile after a cursory inspection. Evidently, the adversary was aware of his firearm and had absconded with the supplies and personnel. The previous night, 3:00 a.m., driven by gnawing hunger, the silver-haired crone, feigning amiability, approached the control room as Hiratani Daisuke was partaking in his meal. "Esteemed sir, I have information to impart. Song Xian possesses a firearm, she simpered, naively hoping to dine alongside Hiratani Daisuke, basking in the glory of her contribution. However, Hiratani Daisuke's command of Chinese was severely limited. Enraged that the old woman dared to touch his precious sustenance, he delivered a brutal kick, lacking the restraint Song Xian had exhibited. Unlike Song Xian, who had no intention of killing her, Hiratani's intent was malicious. The crone was sent hurtling against the wall, her left rib shattered, collapsing to the ground, unable to rise. The remaining two women in the cabin were visibly shaken by the spectacle. Li Bokju, her face ashen, attempted to ingratiate herself with Lu Yinghua. Yinghua, you know my family is the foremost chaebol in South Korea. If I can survive this ordeal, I can grant you anything you desire. You must convey this to Hiratani Daisuke. I will ensure your well-being upon our return. Li Bokju was blissfully unaware of the impending transformation of the world. Fortunately, Lu Yinghua shared her delusion. She still clung to the hope of rescue and anticipated basking in Li Bokju and Appo's patronage, resuming her career as a celebrated superstar. She then approached Hiratani Daisuke, informing him of Li Bokju's identity. Hiratani Daisuke had heard of the Li chaebol, a colossal entity with a market capitalization of trillions of dollars. After weighing the advantages, he decided to share the food with Li Bokju. In his estimation, Li Bokju's esteemed status, coupled with the presence of other celebrities on the plane, would undoubtedly prompt a vigorous rescue effort from the authorities. Securing the friendship of the chaebol heiress would be a shrewd move. Thus, after the trio had finished eating, they shared the available intelligence and packed the remaining provisions and tools before departing, leaving the moribund crone to perish in the cabin without a coup de GRC. As they departed, the crone, in her dying moments, bit her finger and drew a large arrow on the floor. Upon discovering the arrow, Song Xian's brow furrowed. Caution had once again become his watchword. He was uncertain whether it was a trap or the old woman's dying declaration. Nevertheless, he would not disregard the clue. He dragged the corpse out of the cabin, casting it into the sea, and cautiously advanced. Much to his surprise, the trio had foolishly concealed themselves in a ravine instead of seeking refuge on a nearby island. Lu Yinghua was even playing cards with Hiratani Daisuke. While Li Bokju sat by, her face flushed, sipping water, Song Xian, in his magnanimity, refrained from launching an immediate assault, opting to observe for a while. After all, Lu Yinghua's beauty was still relatively intact, and her figure had been remarkably enhanced. However, in a few months, without meticulous care and the aid of modern cosmetic procedures, her face would become grotesquely distorted, and her silicone-filled breast would sag alarmingly. This was why Song Xian was disinclined to intervene. He wouldn't touch such a woman even if paid, fearing the nightmares that would ensue. But Song Xian didn't need to intervene. Hiratani Daisuke, despite his imposing physique, proved to be a premature ejaculator. When the unsatisfied Lu Yinghua attempted to cling to him, Hiratani Daisuke rudely shoved her away. Baka. TSK, a quick-shooting hothead. Song Xian muttered, observing the scene from afar before leisurely approaching the trio. He paused some distance away, scoffing in disdain before continuing forward until he was within sight. At which point he greeted them. Greetings. The trio was clearly not in a jovial mood, quickly scrambling to their feet to flee. Lu Yinghua furtively glanced at the ground beneath Song Xian's feet, where they had concealed a pitfall trap. They had painstakingly camouflaged the large pit, and the surrounding area was dotted with smaller pits containing sharpened stakes. Hiratani Daisuke's plan was to retreat while engaging Song Xian, and once he was injured, they would launch a counterattack. However, they had underestimated Song Xian's speed. Furthermore, Song Xian took a step, placing his foot on the trap, but swiftly withdrew it. Clatter, crack, rumble. The poorly constructed trap was triggered, collapsing instantly. The pit, over 2 meters long and 1 meter wide, was exposed before Song Xian, Li Bokju, and Lu Yinghua. Realizing their deception had been uncovered, turned ashen and instinctively looked toward Hiratani Daisuke. To their dismay, Hiratani Daisuke seized a bundle from the ground, abandoning them as he fled. Tu Lu Yinghua and Li Bokju cursed in unison, their faces as dark as coal. However, Song Xian had no intention of harming them. After all, they were his playthings, and eliminating one would diminish his collection. Furthermore, with the old woman dead, he needed 2 new maids to perform the menial tasks. He effortlessly circumvented the so-called trap and approached Li Bokju and Lu Yinghua. The 2 women immediately knelt before him, begging for mercy. Return to the cabin with the remaining supplies and await my arrival, Song Xian commanded before swiftly pursuing Hiratani Daisuke, refraining from firing his weapon. Such a robust slave was a rare find. The island was replete with tasks awaiting his strong arms. Chapter 40. A slapful. Don't you presume I fear you? Having just surmounted a hill, Pigudaxiang, panting heavily, drew a mess knife and turned to threaten Song Xian with a fierce countenance but a weak interior. Li Fuzhen and Lu Yinghua also stealthily crept to the summit, curious to witness the outcome between Pigudaxiang and Song Xian. Observing Pigudaxiang's actions, Song Xian merely smiled with disdain and produced a pistol. Toss the knife? Fool. Upon seeing the gun in Song Xian's hand, Pigudaxiang was initially taken aback but soon roared resentfully, "Despicable Chinese, if you have the courage, engage in a hand-to-hand duel with me." "Very well. But first discard your knife to prevent accidental injury," Song Xian retorted. He had no intention of shooting him, as he needed him for labor. Pigudaxiang, lacking discernment, foolishly questioned, "Do you take me for a fool? If I drop my knife, then I shall have no choice but to shoot you dead." Seeing his lack of understanding, Song Xian cocked the gun, and with a slight extension of his arm, threatened him. Clang. Pigudaxiang hesitated before dropping the knife, muttering in Japanese, "If you dare deceive me, I shall haunt you as a ghost. Rest assured, I won't let you die so quickly." Seeing him discard the knife, Song Xian holstered his gun, then beckoned him with a finger. "Come, I'll use only one hand. If you can land a hit on me, I'll not only let you go, but also gift you 2 women." "Fool, you ignorant Chinese. Today, I shall demonstrate the prowess of karate." Seeing Song Xian holster his gun, Pigudaxiang adopted a karate stance and charged menacingly. From the hilltop, Li Fuzhen and Lu Yinghua watched with bated breath. Lu Yinghua, the imbecile. Pigudaxiang is a 7th Dan black belt in karate, an Olympic medalist. Li Fuzhen, to forego the use of a pistol. Utterly foolish. No wonder there are so many male dogs in Donghua. However, as their words faded, Song Xian and Pigudaxiang collided. Pigudaxiang mustered all his strength and launched a straight punch towards Song Xian's left chest. With his current power, a normal person would likely faint or suffer a myocardial infarction upon impact. However, he was not facing an ordinary person but a seasoned survivor of the apocalypse whose physical attributes were 5 or 6 times greater than those of an average human. The swift and forceful punch appeared slow and weak to Song Xian. Unhurriedly, he raised his right arm and swatted at him like a fly. Whoosh! In an instant, Song Xian's palm transformed into a blur, creating a gust of wind. What? Feeling the wind pressure on his face, Pigudaxiang sensed imminent danger. But it was too late. As the palm struck his face, he felt a burning pain, as if hundreds of needles were piercing his skin, coated with chilly oil. Then, his vision darkened, and he spun through the air for more than 5 meters before crashing heavily to the ground, unconscious. Lu Yinghua on the hilltop was dumbfounded. Li Fuzhen's lips parted slightly in shock. She had watched UFC and boxing matches, but she had never witnessed such a terrifying man. Soon, Lu Yinghua regained her senses. "Miss Li, we must return to the cabin at once. Otherwise..." Yes. Let's go back to the cabin immediately." Li Fuzhen also realized that Pigudaxiang was useless compared to Song Xian to survive until the arrival of the rescue team or the emergence of even stronger monsters. They had to obey Song Xian unconditionally. At 9 in the morning, Song Xian returned to the villa with his slave, Pigudaxiang. Pigudaxiang's left face was swollen like a pig's head. His wrists were bound by silver handcuffs, and he carried a luxurious seat on his back. Song Xian carried a bundle filled with food and tools. Li Fuzhen and Lu Yinghua were left hungry in the cabin. "What's this?" Lu Qimei, sitting in the shade outside, saw Song Xian return with a man and frowned. "A perverted rapist, brought back to reform him," Song Xian explained with a playful smile, glancing towards the wooden house. Lu Qimei muttered, "You dare call others perverted rapists? My legs still ache." Song Xian, oblivious, asked, "Did you see Yongmi and Su Yalan?" "Yes, they are sleeping upstairs." Lu Qingmei replied, feeling uncomfortable. Sensing her unease, Song Xian frowned and asked, "Didn't you fight over jealousy?" "I wouldn't stoop so low as to fight over you," Lu Qingmei retorted, getting up and walking away. "Little brat, wait until you recover," Song Xian muttered, glaring at her buttocks. Then, he kicked Pigudaxiang. "What are you looking at? If you look again, I'll gouge out your eyes." Immediately move the seat upstairs. "Yes." Pigudaxiang lowered his head and carried the heavy seat upstairs. Then, Song Xian ordered him to dig a pit next to the cabin. This was Xiaobai's water storage pool. He couldn't recall the exact date of the tsunami, but it would occur within half a month. He needed to prepare. Moreover, many would soon realize that the plane's nose was on this island. The island would become lively in the next half-month, and the pressure to survive would increase. Lu Feifei and those wives and actresses, along with some European and American actresses, would come. His betrayer, and the fraud who led the rebellion, would also come. This time, he would settle the scores. Chapter 41. The Fire in the Backyard. In the small wooden cabin, the bedroom on the first floor echoed with sobs. "What were they bullying me, master? They hurt Shizuka," cried Fujiwara Shizuka as she fell into Song Xian's embrace. The they she referred to were young Mimi and Su Yalan, who had curled up together to sleep. Their quarters were arranged upstairs, but alas, there were no beds or coverings to be found. All they had were damp blankets, rendering any attempts at rest futile. Consequently, they descended to the first floor to consult Fujiwara Shizuka, hoping to rest in her bedroom. However, their initial encounter was far from harmonious. Seeing their plea, the spoiled Shizuka insisted that they address her as queen and promised to have them heed her commands in the future. Young Mimi and Su Yalan, wishing to avoid conflict in this unfamiliar place, initially attempted to placate her. Yet, the little girl pressed further, demanding they massage her legs and shoulders. After a series of complaints, the two bound Fujiwara Shizuka. Shortly thereafter, Song Xian entered the bedroom and liberated her. "Enough of the tears. I shall avenge you," he declared. Despite knowing Shizuka's exaggeration, Song Xian awoke Su Yalan and young Mimi, delivering a slap to each of their faces. "Get up." The reactions of the two women were starkly contrasting. Young Mimi, the voluptuous vixen, deliberately kicked off her covers, flaunting her alluring curves and stretching her snowy arms while emitting a sultry yawn. Meanwhile, Su Yalan, startled from her slumber, let out a shriek upon feeling the chill, hastily pulling the blanket to shield her enticing figure. "You have 3 seconds to articulate why you bullied Fujiwara Shizuka and even went so far as to bind her. Otherwise, do not blame me for being unkind." With Song Xian backing her, Shizuka nestled behind him, smugly sticking her tongue out at the two women. Young Mimi rolled her eyes at Shizuka's triumphant demeanor, while Su Yalan felt a surge of anger, sensing it was Shizuka who had instigated the trouble. However, Song Xian paid no heed to this. When the time was up, he fixed his cold gaze upon them and asked, "Who will speak?" "I will," young Mimi declared, raising her fair hand, accentuating her curves for effect. "The situation is as follows. We walked through the night, cold and hungry, and were utterly exhausted. Upon reaching upstairs and finding no beds or coverings, we attempted to negotiate amiably with her, even considering appeasing her. Yet, this little girl kept demanding we massage her and insisted we call her and Apos queen. And Apos, we merely sought a good night and Apos' sleep. And it was her persistent provocations that led to this unfortunate outcome." As she spoke, her eyes glistened with tears, amplifying her portrayal of victimhood. "I didn't do that. Master, she is slandering me." Fujiwara Shizuka, seeing young Mimi's theatrical performance, hastily defended herself. Meanwhile, Su Yalan, who had been shy moments earlier, now spoke up. "I can attest to that. This little girl was simply too much. We didn't want any trouble." "What will your bullying me and fabricating lies?" Shizuka wailed, clinging to Song Xian's leg. Young Mimi, now rolling her eyes again, recognized that while her words were embellished, the core of her claims held truth. Yet, Shizuka's deceitful act outshone her own, and with their prior acquaintance, there was a risk Song Xian might be swayed by her cries. Both women felt a twinge of anxiety. They had finally settled into this villa, a haven of abundance, and neither wished to return to the hardships of the cabin. Su Yalan, in particular, was concerned about her safety, haunted by the memories of the lecherous men and the perverse Pingu Dashyang. Thus, they both nervously observed Song Xian, who had not granted young Mimi the opportunity to speak again. "Everyone, silence. Now, listen to me," he commanded, gripping Fujiwara Shizuka's small neck. "I do not meddle in your squabbles, but within my home, my rules prevail. I have arranged rooms for you upstairs. They are yours. Likewise, this room belongs to Fujiwara Shizuka and Lu Qingmei, making them the rightful owners here. You trespassed into her space, and thus violated my rules." Su Yalan grew anxious at his words, feeling he was being rather unreasonable. Yet, young Mimi, sensing the tension, gently squeezed her thigh and shook her head, offering a smile to Song Xian. "We understand our mistakes and accept any punishment. We shall adhere to the rules in the future." Knowing Song Xian's temperament, young Mimi realized that contradicting him would only lead to further trouble. "That is good to hear." Noting young Mimi and Apos' cleverness, Song Xian chose not to prolong the conversation. He patted Fujiwara Shizuka's head and inquired, "How do you think we should proceed?" After a brief moment of contemplation, Shizuka's eyes sparkled with mischief. "I shall treat them as they treated me, and then, Master, you shall help me bind them and punish them." Chapter 42. Women's Discourse. The moment Fujiwara Shizuka, that impish girl, finished speaking, Su Yalan, The statuesque flight attendant with a 9-head figure blushed crimson. Never had she encountered such a perverse little girl. Yet, to her astonishment, Yangmi was even more audacious, casting a disdainful smirk at Fujiwara Shizuka. She clenched her alabaster hands into fists, pressing her jade arms and wrists together, accentuating her impressive curves. "Come then," she taunted. "Best bind me entirely, and tightly too." Seeing Yangmi's shamelessness, Fujiwara Shizuka knew she was a formidable opponent and huffed with indignation. Song Xian, realizing the situation was under control, delivered a speech that served as both a pacifier and a warning. "Considering you are first-time offenders, each of you bend over and take a swat. I have matters to attend to and no time for your nonsense. If anyone causes trouble for my household, they can return to the galley and starve." "We won't do it again," Su Yalan and Yangmi replied, their faces lighting up with relief. They found Song Xian more reasonable than they had anticipated. In this situation where they were at his mercy, he hadn't made excessive demands. Their impression of Song Xian improved considerably. However, they soon felt a renewed sense of grievance as Song Xian picked up a section of the golden fishing rod. Smack! Smack! 2 strikes landed. And Yangmi and Su Yalan, enduring their punishment in a prostrate position, OTL, couldn't help but wail against the luxurious seats. Tears streamed down Su Yalan's face from the pain. Yet, Song Xian turned and left without hesitation. He spoke briefly with Lu Qimei, entrusting her with the house, and then took the Japanese girl down the mountain. After several trips, he completely emptied the plane and even brought back an airline seat before returning to his room to rest. Fujiwara Shizuka ran over to ingratiate herself, serving tea, pouring water, and offering massages. As for the Japanese boy, Hiratani Daisuke, he was tied to a tree. After the morning's ordeal, the boy's energy was completely spent. Meanwhile, upstairs, Yangmi and Su Yalan were discussing Song Xian. Initially, they harbored some resentment towards him due to their sore behinds. However, once their room was furnished with the same amenities and they were reclining in their own luxurious seats, all resentment vanished. Yangmi, Yalan, what do you think of Song Xian as a person? Su Yalan, Mijia, which aspect are you referring to? Yangmi, Higi, which aspect were you thinking of? Su Yalan, I. Yangmi, Higi, why the blush? Are you perhaps thinking of his handsome face, his robust? Su Yalan, Mijia, can't you be serious for once? Yangmi, aren't women supposed to talk about men when they chat? Wait, don't tell me you've never had a boyfriend before. You little thing, you're so shy when it comes to men. I have, Su Yalan exclaimed, as if Yangmi had touched a raw nerve. TSK, so you've had one. No need to get so worked up, Yangmi said with a mischievous smile, then winked and teased her. Even if you've had a boyfriend, you definitely haven't and Oppos. I and Oppos, am ignoring you. The topic had gone too far, and Su Yalan suddenly turned her alabaster back to Yangmi. Fine. Let's not talk about that. Seeing the girl had been provoked, Yangmi said so, but her smile was even more cunning, like a fox spirit. She then broached another topic. Yalan, given the current situation, what are your plans for the future? What plans? Su Yalan didn't turn around, but her tone clearly indicated a dip in mood. Don't play coy. You're not stupid, girl. Yangmi was incredibly astute and sensed the change in emotion. So she pressed further. You don't think Song Xian will give us such a good life for nothing, do you? I know, Su Yalan sighed and responded. Of course, she knew there was no such thing as a free lunch, so she had already prepared herself to offer her body yesterday. Because Song Xian had helped her before, eliminated those 2 Korean bastards, and provided her with the current environment, she knew the only thing she could do. The only thing she could offer was. However, she didn't expect Yangmi to be far more intelligent than her. She was still thinking about the immediate situation, while Yangmi's mind was already in a different dimension. Yalan, as a flight attendant, you must know that airplanes have black boxes, right? Yes, that device records flight data. If there's a problem, it sends out satellite distress signals, and good, that's enough. Have you noticed that all electronic devices burn out as soon as they're turned on? I didn't know that. Su Yalan seemed stunned and turned around in surprise to ask, how did you know? Because I was the first to wake up. My phone has already burned out. And so has Li Bujin's. Before you woke up, that flight attendant tried to use the plane's radio, and the same thing happened, Yangmi said, her tone turning serious. Do you know what that means? What does it mean? Su Yalan and Oppos' eyes were filled with confusion, but then she suddenly realized. Are you saying that the black box, which can send out a distress signal, has also been destroyed? Exactly. Yangmi nodded and took a deep breath before continuing. In this vast ocean, if the rescue team wants to find us, they'll need GPS signals. But this place is too strange. There must be something wrong with the magnetic field. They can't even pick up GPS signals, so they can't start a rescue. Therefore, we must prepare to live here long-term. And what? Hearing the words long-term preparation, Su Yalan couldn't help but feel a knot in her stomach. Hearing that there was more to it, her heart clenched. And this good life may not last long. Youngmi stated this conclusion first, and seeing Su Yalan's tense expression, she slowly explained. Do you remember how many celebrities and beauties there were in first class? If we're talking about celebrities, there should be about 20. As for beauties, at least 30, Su Yalan replied after a moment of recollection. Sigh. Hearing this answer, Youngmi sighed again, her face becoming somber. What's wrong? Su Yalan didn't understand why she had suddenly changed. My silly sister, Youngmi said with a wry smile, seeing that she still hadn't understood. I know Min too well. He's only being so good to us now because there are so few women. When resources become scarce and Songxian is surrounded by more and more women. Do you think we'll still have so many resources after he's tired of us? Chapter 43. Good days after listening to Yang Mimi's words, Su Yalan's mood also grew heavy. Yet, she still clung to a glimmer of hope. Will so many people really survive? Initially, she was skeptical, but she was urged to reconsider. Seeing Su Yalan still harboring a sense of optimism, Yang Mimi continued to explain earnestly, if that old woman can survive, and Pingu Daxiang along with that flower person can make it from another island, why can't others? Upon hearing Yang Mimi's words, Su Yalan fell silent once more, her heart tumultuous. However, Yang Mimi, noticing her demeanor, experienced a peculiar transformation in her expression, her lips curling into a sly smile. Her analysis presented the worst-case scenarios. Yet her true intention was to ensure Su Yalan would obediently heed her in the future. After a brief silence, Yang Mimi resumed her role as the caring older sister, saying, what I've shared are merely the worst possibilities. Do not be overly anxious or disheartened. The black box is a special piece of equipment, extremely resilient. It might very well remain unaffected. Perhaps, Su Yalan replied, forcing a faint smile, yet it was evident her spirits were exceedingly low. Observing her pitiable state, Yang Mimi cast out another enticing bait. Yalan, I genuinely believe you are a wonderful person. If one day we manage to escape, why not join me at my company? You are exceptionally beautiful and possess an admirable figure. You were once the belle of the dance academy. I could easily help you shine. While I can't guarantee stardom, I assure you, you'll become a minor celebrity or a wealthy woman. Can I really? Su Yalan, hailing from a dance academy and having once nurtured dreams of stardom, felt a spark of excitement at Yang Mimi's words. Why not? As long as you promise to follow my guidance, Yang Mimi replied, her charm radiating like that of a fox spirit, a smile playing on her lips. On the first floor, in the dining area, Songxian took a brief rest before instructing Fujihara Shizuka to summon others. Soon, Yang Mimi, Fujihara Shizuka, Su Yalan, and Lu Qimei, along with the delightful duo of Mei, Lan, Zhu, and Zhu, stood before him. After briefly outlining the household rules, they set about preparing a meal. Given the current stock of provisions, most of which consisted of long shelf-life prepackaged meals requiring only simple heating, it took less than half an hour for a delightful spread of mapo tofu, 2 large roasted fish, stir-fried meat, blueberry yam, minced eggplant, fruit salad, and freshly stewed fish soup, accompanied by a large pot of rice, to grace the table. Upon sighting the feast, Fujihara Shizuka and Lu Qimei remained relatively composed, while Yang Mimi and Su Yalan were nearly brought to tears with hunger. Having gone nearly 4 days without a proper meal, save for the snacks and fish provided by Songxian, both women's mouths watered profusely. They watched intently for Songxian to make the first move with her chopsticks, eager to devour their long-awaited meal. Seeing Yang Mimi, who had indulged in countless delicacies before, now drooling at the sight of the roasted fish, Songxian maintained an impassive facade while secretly reveling in her delight. You little vixen, in a past life, you had your way with me, and now that I control the storeroom, I shall let you suffer a little. Thus, Songxian announced a new rule, during my absence. You shall heed Lu Qingmei's commands. Should I discover anyone disobeying, you will face the consequences upon my return. Understood? Understood. Yang Mimi, still unaware of the nuances between Lu Qimei and Songxian, readily agreed and sought to ingratiate herself with Lu Qimei. Qimei, I will rely on you to take care of things. You're too kind, Lu Qimei replied, though she was not particularly fond of handling affairs, especially with women who were high maintenance. Nevertheless, she felt compelled to comply with Songxian's directives. Su Yalan also nodded in agreement, while Fujihara Shizuka pouted slightly, her lips forming a cute frown. However, Songxian's subsequent arrangements soon brightened her mood. She entrusted the key to the first-floor storage room to Fujihara Shizuka, instructing her and young Mimi to manage the household chores and cooking. Understood. Fujihara Shizuka beamed with enthusiasm, even casting a teasing glance at young Mimi. Yet, young Mimi merely laughed dismissively, flaunting her assets and looking down her nose at Fujihara Shizuka. Suyalan and Lu Qimei watched the exchange with mild amusement, while Song Xian, suppressing a chuckle, issued a command, "All of you, focus on your meals." The four beautiful women, each with their unique charm, complied obediently. With Suyalan and young Mimi resembling famished wolves, Song Xian found their eagerness amusing, yet considering the hardships they had endured, it was hardly surprising. In this post-apocalyptic world on an isolated island, being able to enjoy such a feast was nothing short of a rare blessing. As time passed, from the onset of the solar storm to the present, 5 days had elapsed. With modern communication nearly paralyzed and the power grid collapsed, coupled with the fact that most people lived in cities without a habit of stockpiling food, the bizarre weather, acid rain, hail, sweltering daytime heat, and frigid nights made it increasingly difficult to preserve food. The cities must surely be in disarray. Even farmers, relatively better off with some reserves, would struggle to enjoy such a lavish meal. Thus, Song Xian continued to eat leisurely, satisfied. Once she had her fill, she tossed a sardine at Pingu chapter 44, digging a pit, "My darling, I truly should have met you sooner. You are a real man." Yangmi, resembling a pristine white mermaid, entwined herself around Song Xian, her radiant face flushed as she breathed into his ear, her bright eyes shimmering with desire. "Behave and sleep. I have fishing to do this afternoon." Although Song Xian was thoroughly enjoying himself, relishing Yangmi's form and essence as if savoring a juicy peach, he didn't offer her much affection. In his past life, he had been too indolent to interfere, allowing her to dominate the back courtyard. But that was hardly ideal. Competition fosters growth, and with competition comes service. Considering this little vixen's past transgressions, Song Xian was determined to demote her status, preventing her from becoming Empress Yang. At most, she could aspire to be a Yang Guifei. Suddenly, it seemed inauspicious to invoke the name Yang Guifei. However, as he didn't bear the surnamely, it shouldn't pose a significant issue. "I'll listen to you," Yangmi murmured, writhing slightly with feigned resentment at Song Xian's lack of enthusiasm, obediently lying beside him to sleep. When she awoke, Song Xian was gone. By then, it was already 4 in the afternoon, and Song Xian had already arrived at the North Shore. The autumn mornings from 7 to 10 a.m. and afternoons from 3 to 7 p.m. offered the most pleasant temperatures for venturing out, presumably for the fish as well. Hence, Song Xian needed to seize the opportunity. And indeed, he had already caught a large fish weighing over 50 pounds, a Chinook salmon. Delightful. The Chinook salmon's body was laterally compressed, its dorsal and ventral outlines relatively symmetrical, its back and sides yellowish-green, and its belly silvery white, its shape akin to a spindle. Its ventral fin originated behind the dorsal fin, with the dorsal fin situated slightly behind the center of its body. These characteristics were generally similar to those of common fish. The truly distinguishing features were its comparatively large eyes, positioned below the body's axis, and its enormous mouth, the upper jaw extending to the rear edge of the eye, angled downward like a bird's beak. Moreover, both the upper and lower jaws, as well as the vomer, were armed with teeth, the jaw teeth large and sharp. It appeared somewhat unsightly and menacing. However, despite its unsightly and menacing appearance, the Chinook salmon also bore the endearing nickname Mother Fish. This was because every year from September to November, during the autumn season, Chinook salmon undertook a fateful migration. Most were distributed in the Pacific Ocean north of 35 in. But to reproduce, they disregarded life and death, traveling north along tributaries such as the Halong River, Suifan River, Ushiri River, and Songhua River. The journey was fraught with hardship and peril, especially due to relentless interception by greedy humans. 99% of them perished along the way, and when they reached the rivers, after digging nests in the gravelly riverbed to lay their eggs, they invariably met their end. Yet, they remained resolute. As soon as they reached maturity, they gathered near the estuaries, embarking on this journey of rebirth destined for death. TSK. Reflecting on this, Song Xian suddenly felt a pang of emotion. But it was merely a fleeting sentiment. Having lived through a cataclysmic apocalypse for 10 years, he had long since hardened his heart. With the impending megatsunami just 10 to 15 days away, preceded by several days of torrential rain, and with more people arriving in the coming days, he needed to stockpile more food. Therefore, Song Xian quickly reeled in the fish. And, as expected, the familiar system notification sounded. Ding! Congratulations! You have caught a Chinook salmon. gaining 27 experience points. Ding! Congratulations! Your level has increased to 4-star angler. Your attributes have been enhanced, and your physical condition has been restored. Satisfying his hobby, fulfilling his appetite, and improving his level and attributes, a triple win, delightful. Hearing the system notification, Xuan couldn't help but beam with joy. But at that moment, 2 more women appeared behind him, kneeling in supplication. Luinghua, adorned in high-tech, revealing attire and possessing exquisitely delicate features, was the first to plead in broken Chinese, "Please, give me some food, please." Lifusion, the once aloof and beautiful heiress from a wealthy family, now appeared weak and pale, also begging, "Mr. Song, please, give me something to eat. I can give you money. Enough money to last a lifetime." However, facing these 2 humble beauties, Xuan showed no pity. Luinghua had engaged in numerous despicable acts before the apocalypse, and her post-apocalyptic behavior was even more abhorrent. Lifusion was no better, arrogant and overbearing, finding fault with flight attendants on airplanes and even forcing them to kneel and apologize. After the apocalypse, she continued to harbor sinister intentions. In his previous life, Xuan had painstakingly led people to conquer the Japanese archipelago. Upon landing at Busan port in South Korea from Hokkaido, he encountered her. Because the Lee family was the true power in South Korea, they lived well even in the apocalypse and controlled the entire South Korean military. That particular encounter was the most perilous. He had sent the woman back to the Lee family, hoping to exchange her for supplies, seeking a peaceful parting. But instead, the woman betrayed him ruthlessly. He only remembered her beneath him, completely forgetting that without him, she, Lifusion, would have starved to death on a deserted island like most others. Now, reborn, he would exact his revenge. This woman would suffer physical and mental torment, ultimately dying just steps away from home. Therefore, Xuan couldn't bear to let them die so easily. Thus, Xuan instructed the 2. "You 2 will dig pits for me on the beach. Whoever digs the largest pit before I catch the next fish will get that fish." With that, he pulled the Chinook salmon off the hook and tossed it beside the 2 women. Luinghua didn't fully comprehend, but Lifusion acted swiftly. Her flesh-colored stockings were long gone, her fair knees kneeling on the ground, her shapely buttocks raised as she began digging a pit in the sand. Luinghua wasn't stupid either. From Xuan's words and Lifusion's actions, she surmised that Xuan was ordering them to dig pits to store the fish. So, Luinghua approached Lifusion, helping her dig. But Lifusion was truly wicked. Seeing Luinghua helping, she didn't explain, waiting for Luinghua to dig for a while before chasing her away, telling her to dig her own pit. Luinghua was bewildered, vaguely sensing that something was amiss. But she could only dig her own pit. She still harbored illusions about the future, hoping to return to South Korea and become a big star. She also feared offending Lifusion, lest she be blacklisted upon returning to South Korea. In South Korea, offending the Lee family was more terrifying than offending the president. Just as she had dug less than 2 scoops, Xuan cast his line again. This time, he caught another Chinook salmon. But upon seeing the fish, Xuan's expression darkened, and he cursed, "Damn Japs." Chapter 45. Equipment Upgrade. It was astonishing to encounter a radiation-mutated salmon. Damn it, these wretched little devils. Upon seeing this emaciated creature, with one eye red and the other green, and a long, slender mouth adorned with protruding spikes, reminiscent of a monster from a biological horror, Xuan immediately understood the situation. The moment there was an earthquake, these miscreants had begun discharging nuclear waste, truly a case of harming others while benefiting themselves. In recent years, numerous bizarre fish species had emerged along the southeastern coast, all due to the influence of nuclear waste. Now, amidst this natural disaster, the audacity of these little devils made it seem as though they believed another opportunity had arisen. Damn it. Just thinking about it enraged Xuan, stirring a deep-seated frustration within him. He recalled his small objective for this time. When he crossed into the island nation, he would certainly incite a storm of bloodshed. He would eliminate many of the little devils and seize the resources they depended upon, liberating more innocent women, to bring glory to his country and let them know that great love exists in the world. With such thoughts in mind, Xuan swiftly reeled in the mutated salmon. However, just before releasing it back into the water, he suddenly changed his mind. This fish might prove useful. Ding! Congratulations! You have captured a salmon, earning 22 experience points. Thus, Xuan took the fish back to the beach. Ignoring Lifusion's excited exclamations, he continued his fishing endeavors. He successfully instigated a rivalry between Lifusion and Luinghua. When Lifusion caught her second fish, Luinghua finally realized that this was a game orchestrated by Xuan. Whoever dug the larger pit would receive a fish. Consequently, during the third round, she no longer considered Li Fujian's status. After all, if she could not survive on the island, what was the point of discussing tomorrow? With youthful vigor, Lu Yinghua triumphed in the third game, successfully catching a sardine weighing over 10 pounds. However, the game concluded there. The two women then faced a new dilemma. Although they had fish, they had no means to cook them. Lacking utensils and fire, they could only plead with Song Xian, who dismissively told them to be quiet before comfortably resuming his fishing. As time passed, his catch dwindled. Clearly, the fish resources in this area were not as abundant as those surrounding the island where Song Xian had crash-landed. The reasons were twofold. The island's larger size meant expansive beaches, causing the fish to avoid the shallows for fear of stranding themselves. Additionally, due to temperature variations, fish tended to seek the depths of the ocean. As the sun dipped halfway into the water and the time reached 5:30 p.m., Song Xian lost his fervor for fishing. The temperature had turned cold. Although his physical condition was remarkable, the dampness of the beach, coupled with the biting sea breeze, made him wary of catching a cold. In a post-apocalyptic world, illness often equated to death. Yet, just as he prepared to reel in his line, the hook snagged something light, akin to water plants. Had he triggered a lucky critical hit? A flicker of excitement coursed through Song Xian as he hastened to reel in his line. With a whirring sound, the reel spun rapidly, nearly generating sparks from friction. After a long few seconds, Song Xian's golden hook emerged from the water, pulling up a prize ticket. Ding! Congratulations! You have triggered a lucky critical hit, earning an equipment upgrade voucher. Marvelous! Equipment items can be upgraded. The announcement filled Song Xian with indescribable excitement. No wonder his fishing rod was called a golden rod, and the snakeskin pouch bore the word silver. This was simply fantastic. However, amidst the thrill and euphoria, a sense of hesitation crept in. Both the golden fishing rod and the silver snakeskin pouch held equal importance. Without the pouch as preservation capabilities, the pre-packaged meals and vegetables would never last in such harsh temperatures. An upgrade would undoubtedly enhance its functionality. Yet, the golden fishing rod was also crucial for his upgrades and sustenance. After an upgrade, its abilities would surely increase, and given its inherent superiority over the silver rod, it might even enhance his critical hit chances. With that in mind, Song Xian resolved to prioritize long-term development over immediate gratification. Perhaps upgrading the golden rod would even boost his luck, allowing him to catch another upgrade voucher soon. System: upgrade my golden fishing rod. Ding! Congratulations! You have consumed an upgrade voucher, and your golden fishing rod has been upgraded to a platinum fishing rod. Platinum fishing rod. Exceptional platinum quality. Suitable for fish under 2 tons, with a 1 chance of critical rewards, reducing stamina consumption by 20. What a pity! Although the platinum fishing rod possessed an additional attribute and doubled its weight capacity, Song Xian felt a tinge of disappointment. His primary concern had been the lucky critical hit. Nevertheless, he did not regret using the voucher. After all, the silver rod was indeed powerful. A fishing rod capable of lifting 2 tons allowed him to target medium-sized sharks. He had never even heard of such a robust fishing rod. With a sigh, he prepared to depart, having consoled himself and feeling the chill of the wind. He planned to give Pingu Daxiang a few more days to construct a small boat. However, just as he turned, his peripheral vision caught sight of a broken wing, upon which 2 individuals floated. They were approximately 5 to 6 kilometers away. The figures lying upon it were none other than the effeminate painter from his past life and one of his favorite women, the celebrity Lu Feifei. So, you have indeed arrived. Observing the drifting pair, Song Xian chuckled softly and murmured to himself, heading back without any intention of assisting them. He intended to let them experience the harsh realities of life first. Soon, Song Xian returned to the shore, where he found Lu Yinghua, who had gathered a pile of dry firewood, kneeling and clasping her hands in prayer. Please, fire. I beg you. At that moment, Li Fujian could no longer contain herself. She lowered her once proud head and knelt before Song Xian, weeping. Song Xian, please help me. I beg you to take me away. I can't bear to stay here any longer. I will do anything to avoid going hungry. I implore you. I can't endure this suffering any longer. Chapter 46. Wretch, what do you take me for? I have previously stated that I do not support idle individuals. What skills do you possess? Upon witnessing Li Fujian kneeling before him, Song Xian felt no surprise. His expression remained cold and his gaze laced with mockery. Li Fujian, eager to promote herself, exclaimed, I can manage. I speak 6 languages: Chinese, Japanese, Korean, German, French, and English. I can skydive, ski, and dive. However, before she could finish her sentence, Song Xian rendered his judgment useless. He was well aware of Li Fujian's capabilities. The only useful skill she possessed was her proficiency in 6 foreign languages, while the rest were merely pastimes for the affluent. In this apocalyptic world, they held no value. As he delivered such a harsh assessment, Li Fujian's complexion turned increasingly pale. Anger surged within her, yet she dared not display it. Gritting her teeth, she cast out her final bargaining chip. I can offer my body. I take good care of myself, and I am still youthful. I can also give you money. A lot of money. Just send me back to the south. But once again, her words went unfinished as Song Xian delivered a sharp slap. The sound echoed crisply, and Li Fujian found herself dazed on the ground. Lu Yinghua, who had initially intended to ingratiate herself, was taken aback and quickly halted to assess the situation. Song Xian pointed an accusatory finger at Li Fujian, berating her. You wretch. What do you take me for? I was wrong. I am sorry. Faced with Song Xian's sudden fury, Li Fujian scrambled to apologize, crawling over to cling to his thigh in desperation. Please. I can do anything you desire. As long as I can eat and survive, I can make you do whatever you wish. Wretch. Seeing that he had sufficiently vented his ire for the day, Song Xian sneered, bark like a dog for me. Li Fujian's expression darkened, but in the name of survival, she quickly plastered on a smile. Woof woof woof. Where are the actions? Song Xian remained unsatisfied. Woof woof woof. Li Fujian, humiliated, complied once more, rising to kneel before Song Xian, mimicking a dog's paw with her delicate hands and sticking out her pink tongue from her red lips. Good dog. Seeing this, Song Xian extended his hand to pat Li Fujian and Appo's head. Little did he expect that Lu Yinghua would follow suit. Her imitation of Li Fujian even more alluring, breaking the rules by playfully colliding with her. However, given her overtly flirtatious demeanor, Song Xian found no inclination to engage further. Nevertheless, he still patted the dog's head and instructed Li Fujian to translate a phrase for Lu Yinghua. After issuing a couple of commands, he ignited a fire for the two and returned home with his spoils: 3 large salmon, 2 sardines, 1 mutated salmon, several small fish, and some shellfish. Half an hour later, upon arriving home, Song Xian found several women waiting for him. They could not begin their meal or even light the fire without him, a rule he had instituted. This created an atmosphere of anticipation for his return, gradually instilling a sense of belonging among them. Upon seeing Song Xian return laden with food, the women expressed even more joy. With his hunting prowess, they need not fear starvation even in the absence of provisions from the aircraft. As Song Xian entered, Fujihara Saika and Yang Mimi, one a petite girl with twin tails and the other a fierce woman, rushed out to greet him. Welcome back, master. Indeed. Although secretly pleased, Song Xian maintained an impassive demeanor. Let and Appo's prepare dinner. We and Appo's stew these 2 fish, and I will teach you how to process the rest so that you can dry them and store them as provisions. Yes, master. Of course, dear. Both Yang Mimi and Fujihara Saika replied in unison, their eyes meeting in a spark that seemed to electrify the air between them. However, Song Xian remained oblivious. Gathering Su Yalan, Yang Mimi, Fujihara Saika, and Lu Qimei to demonstrate the fish processing techniques, he then entrusted the remaining fish to them. After tossing the 2 large salmon into the turtle shell pot with some seasonings, he placed another salmon directly into the fire pit, meant as a meal for Pinggu Daxiong. The latter had worked diligently that afternoon, digging a grave-sized pit, and was now exhausted, lying in it like a dead dog, a truly capable worker. Having assessed this outcome, Song Xian chuckled as he passed by the deep pit, then ascended the small hill behind the house to observe the movements on the northern shore of the aircraft island. Yet, after a brief watch, he still detected no sign of the wreckage carrying the young artist and the Starlu Fei. Thus, he returned to his quarters to rest. Watching as Yang Mimi, Fujihara Saika, Lu Qimei, and Su Yalan busied themselves preparing dinner, each embodying their unique beauty, Song Xian felt an indescribable sense of contentment. This life was akin to that of a deity, rising with the sun and resting at dusk, filled and accompanied by beautiful women. It was hard to believe one could experience such a life even amidst an apocalypse. Another half-hour passed before dinner was finally served. The evening's meal consisted of 4 dishes and a soup: stewed salmon soup, stir-fried broccoli, braised pork with preserved vegetables, spicy stir-fried meat, and braised Japanese tofu. Let us eat. Noticing all eyes on him, Song Xian picked up his chopsticks and reached for the salmon. Having tasted it in his previous life, he found the stew quite delectable. Although it could not compare to the more luxurious tiger and East Star grouper, it possessed qualities that surpassed them. For instance, salmon meat is known for its diuretic, anti-swelling, nourishing, and digestive properties, all at a more reasonable price. As he began to eat, the four women eagerly joined in. Lu Qimei focused on her own meal, while Su Yalan occasionally glanced between Song Xian and Yang Mimi. Meanwhile, Yang Mimi and Fujihara Saika exchanged playful glances, their chopsticks sometimes clashing. It was not until Song Xian cleared his throat that they obediently settled down. Half an hour later, the five of them had comfortably finished their dinner. Song Xian assigned tasks to the four women, instructing them to smooth the wooden blocks meant for mahjong and mark them accordingly. As for himself, he once again took his slave outside, this time heading to the beach to retrieve 2 more chairs. While they had beds in their rooms, the living area still lacked sofas. Additionally, he intended to check whether Lu Feifei and that young artist had arrived at the beach. Chapter 47. The Green Tea Man. The northern shore, a beach. Fragments of the aircraft were strewn upon the sand by the waves. Lu Feifei, ashen-faced, and the painter Zhang Langming laboriously crawled from the surf. For days, they had subsisted on meager wild fruits. Had it not been for the eerie crimson sun, they might have succumbed to starvation. After what seemed an eternity, Lu Feifei collapsed onto the beach, gasping for breath. Gazing at the clear, star-studded sky, she felt a surge of exhilaration, a sense of deliverance. "We made it," she exclaimed. But her elation was cut short by a plaintive voice nearby. "Miss Lu, could you lend me a hand?" Lu Feifei's brow furrowed at the sound. An unpleasant memory surfaced. Initially, he had proclaimed himself a protector, a man who would safeguard her. Yet, he was the one who succumbed to heatstroke. Foraging for berries, seeking water, cracking coconuts, and roasting fish, all fell to her. It was akin to nursing a grown child. Enduring the ordeal in the ocean, she would have arrived much sooner had she been alone. He suffered from seasickness and fretted over every little thing. Utterly useless and effeminate. It was infuriating. Despite her grievances, she extended a hand. She had always been fond of martial arts novels and had portrayed numerous heroines in period dramas. A sense of chivalry was ingrained in her. She could not simply abandon someone in need. However, virtuous deeds often go unrewarded, especially when the recipient is a scoundrel. In a previous life, this very man had nearly succeeded in repaying kindness with treachery, attempting to. "Thank you," Zhang Langming said, offering what he believed to be a charming, gentlemanly smile as Lu Feifei helped him. After 2 days in close quarters, he had deluded himself into thinking that Lu Feifei had fallen for him. A mysterious painter with a melancholy air, unappreciated talent, handsome features, and extraordinary gifts. He and Lu Feifei were destined for each other. The plane crash was a celestial design, a divine intervention to unite them. Thus, with what he perceived as deep affection, he clasped Lu Feifei's hand and declared, "Feifei, I promise I will never let you down." "Are you insane?" Lu Feifei recoiled, utterly disgusted. She snatched her hand away as if it were contaminated, wishing for a place to scrub it clean. "I've told you before, I don't like being called that. Please use my surname." With those icy words, she rose and headed toward the aircraft's fuselage. Behind her, Zhang Longming's lips curled into a smug grin. How adorable, feigning modesty. Such a disingenuous woman. After several more minutes of rest, he laboriously dragged himself to the exterior of the cabin where Li Fuzhen, Lu Yinghua, and Lu Feifei were located. The aroma of roasted fish wafted through the air. He saw Lu Feifei, her hair in pigtails, devouring the food. Damn it, she's eating alone. Seeing only the 3 women in the cabin, and realizing that Lu Feifei hadn't invited him to partake, Zhang Longming's expression darkened. However, he kept his voice low. As Li Fuzhen, Lu Yinghua, and Lu Feifei turned to look at him, he forced a cordial smile. He strode over to them, offering what he thought was a courteous greeting, followed by an enchanting smile. "Hello, I am Zhang Langming, a painter and architect. I apologize for any inconvenience I've caused." "Nonsense. We're all stranded here. Helping each other is only natural," Li Fuzhen, the aloof and sophisticated woman, replied politely. Why did Song Xian make such arrangements? With Song Xian's formidable power, wouldn't it have been easier to simply eliminate Zhang Langming? Seeing Li Fuzhen's refined elegance and dignified demeanor, Zhang Longming's smile broadened, and he surreptitiously glanced at Lu Yinghua, his mind awash with lascivious thoughts. A petite beauty, a refined and alluring woman, and a youthful actress. 3 women stranded on an island with me. This is the stuff of a protagonist's dreams. How incredibly fortunate. Hearing Lu Yinghua's deliberately sweet and coy voice, he became even more aroused. Hello. As Lu Yinghua greeted him, Zhang Langming swallowed nervously, his gaze involuntarily drawn to the swell of her breasts. The 3 women noticed his lecherous demeanor. However, Li Fuzhen and Lu Yinghua had their mission and chose to ignore it. Lu Feifei, on the other hand, felt even more contempt. Useless and lustful. With his feeble physique, he wouldn't be able to handle a woman even if he had won. She was already regretting saving him. She had initially intended to leave him a morsel of fish, but now she didn't want to give him even a scrap. As Lu Feifei contemplated this, she quickened her pace, devouring the fish. However, she didn't anticipate what would happen next. Just as she was about to flip it over to continue eating, Zhang Longming's stomach rumbled loudly. But the seasoned green tea master that he was, instead of asking outright, he resorted to moral blackmail. Feifei, don't rush. Eat slowly, have more. I'm a man. I should take care of the women. Don't worry, I won't snatch it from you. Hearing this, Lu Feifei's almond-shaped eyes widened, and she glared at him with unveiled animosity. She was kind-hearted, but not foolish. How am I supposed to enjoy my meal when you say things like that? Especially with the two women who had provided the food sitting across from her, watching. This scoundrel. Lu Feifei now not only regretted saving him, but even contemplated killing him. Seeing the look in Lu Feifei's eyes, Zhang Langming felt a twinge of unease. He had thought that Lu Feifei was simple-minded and already smitten with him. But her expression and gaze suggested otherwise. However, he was starving. Between the women and satiating his hunger, he could only grit his teeth and continue, Feifei, just leave me a small piece. But to his surprise, Lu Yinghua handed him a fish from behind. Although it looked oddly shaped and undercooked, he eagerly accepted it. Turning to the buxom Lu Yinghua, Is this for me? Yes, yes. Lu Yinghua puffed out her chest and offered a saccharine smile. Thank you. Thank you. Zhang Langning nodded profusely, convinced that this girl was infatuated with him. My time has come. They were the only women on the island, and he was the only man. As time passed, he chuckled to himself, feeling delighted. Zhang Longming's thoughts grew more fanciful, more excited. And he felt like he was about to turn his life around. He was completely unaware that the fish he was eating was a mutated, irradiated creature. Nor did he know the consequences of consuming it half raw. And even more oblivious was he to the fact that Song Xian was waiting for the spectacle to unfold. Chapter 48. Such good fortune. Lu Feifei and Zhang Langming were still enjoying their fish, and a brief silence enveloped the cabin. Once Lu Feifei finished her meal, she engaged in conversation with Li Fuzhen and Lu Yinghua. After exchanging a few simple remarks, they established a basic understanding of one another. Curiously, Lu Feifei inquired, Sister, how did you obtain this fish without any fire? This was given to us by Song Xian, the leader of the island. He is quite skilled at fishing. Able to catch dozens in an afternoon, Li Fuzhen replied candidly. Wow, that is truly remarkable. Lu Feifei exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Her father was also fond of fishing, particularly in the wild, claiming that fishing in ponds lacked challenge. However, since leaving the pond, he often returned empty-handed. To save face, he resorted to purchasing fish at the market. She vividly recalled the day her father was cornered by her and her mother at the market. His embarrassed expression etched in her memory. She even suspected that her father's divorce from her mother stemmed from such incidents. Indeed, it is impressive, Li Fuzhen remarked with a smile. She continued, embellishing the tale, if it weren't for Song Xian feeding us, we might have perished long ago. There was even a pervert. Really? Such things happen? Lu Feifei, being a girl, felt a mix of anger and fear upon hearing this. Yet, her curiosity got the better of her. And she pressed on, what about those people later? I don't know. Aside from Pingu Daxiang, none of them have shown up since. It's likely, Li Fuzhen replied. Speaking the truth. At that moment, Zhang Langming, who had been preoccupied with filling his stomach, seemed startled by their conversation. What? There are other people on this island? Of course, Li Fuzhen nodded. Without the two of us knowing anything, how could we have survived? He truly is a good person, Lu Feifei praised, recognizing that he was willing to share food and help the vulnerable. Indeed, Li Fuzhen agreed. Lu Yinghua, having grasped the sentiment, gave a thumbs up, exclaiming, Leader, good person. Gives fish. Haha, sister speaks so amusingly. Lu Feifei laughed, her bright smile revealing her pearly teeth. Despite her current disheveled appearance, wearing dirty 7-point jeans, a stained t-shirt, with seaweed in her hair, and a smudged mouth, she still resembled a beleaguered Snow White. Haha. Lu Yinghua, clueless about the context, joined in the laughter, as did Li Fuzhen. The three women continued to engage in lively conversation, while Zhang Langming fell silent, finding the remaining fish unappetizing. He had initially thought this deserted island marked the beginning of his blissful life, only to discover the presence of other men, especially considering the rivals' prowess. He feared that the beautiful women might be snatched away, leaving him as nothing more than an onlooker or even a servant. Damn it, Zhang Longming's frustration deepened with every thought, his expression growing darker. The joyous laughter of the three women starkly contrasted with his growing discontent. About half an hour later, the three women concluded their discussion. Exhausted, Lu Feifei found a luxurious seat and lay down. Li Fuzhen and Lu Yinghua whispered in Korean, with Li Fuzhen settling near Lu Feifei, while Lu Yinghua positioned herself not far from Zhang Longming. A few minutes later, dressed only in revealing lingerie, Lu Yinghua noticed a gaze lingering on her. She deliberately tossed aside her blanket, showcasing her alluring curves, first revealing her fair bosom, then her smooth abdomen, followed by her lacy panties, and finally, her alluring legs, glistening in the moonlight. The blanket slipped from her pristine feet. Zhang Longming, filled with desire, felt himself igniting with lust, his mind flooded with tantalizing thoughts. Damn, this woman is truly enticing. That figure, that face, those thighs. As he imagined the possibilities, a sudden reminder of the earlier conversation regarding Song Xian chilled his fervor, forcing him to suppress his desires. However, fortune smiled upon him unexpectedly. Lu Yinghua, awakened by the cold after kicking off her blanket, rubbed her belly, embarrassed to find him still awake. She approached him, asking, "Can you stay with me? I'm scared alone." Of course, Zhang Longming, initially worried about being labeled a pervert, eagerly agreed. Hiki. Such good F. Chapter 49. Birds of a feather. The pent-up frustration and recent grievances of the women were unleashed upon Zhang Longming, already physically weak. The blow to his groin likely left him with diminished vitality. A sudden, chilling sea breeze swept through, causing Lu Feifei, Lu Yinghua, and Li Fuzhen to shiver. Zhang Longming's flatulence escalated. Ugh, how disgusting. Lu Feifei recoiled, her delicate features contorted in disgust. Li Fuzhen, with her chaebol upbringing, was nauseated. Lu Yinghua, scantily clad, fled into the cabin, clutching her chest. Seeing Zhang Longming incapacitated, Lu Feifei escorted Li Fuzhen back to the cabin, casting a parting glare. Scum. You should be left to rot on this island. Back inside, Lu Feifei comforted Lu Yinghua, distancing herself from Zhang Longming. Lu Yinghua and Li Fuzhen harbored no ill will, and their bond seemed strengthened. The odorous Zhang Longming reappeared, bruised and seething, wielding a long wooden stick. Bitches. You dare hit me. Today you die. I and Oppos, I'll violate you and make sure you suffer. Li Fuzhen retorted with a string of invectives. Lu Yinghua, unafraid, hurled an insult. Lu Feifei, initially frightened, noticed a handsome man with a sardonic smile behind Zhang Longming. Recognizing him as the leader Li Fuzhen and Lu Yinghua had described, she thought, Song Xian. Bitches, you dare insult me. Zhang Longming raised the stick menacingly, ready to charge into the cabin, but he found himself rooted to the spot, the end of his weapon seized by a powerful hand. Before he could react, the strong arm flung him 8 meters away, nearly killing him. He saw the man who had taken his stick striding towards him, filling him with dread. Big brother, you misunderstand. I just wanted to scare them. They were the ones. Silence. Song Xian's voice was icy. He didn't strike Zhang Longming but ordered him to wash himself in the sea. Zhang Longming, relieved, complied quickly, hoping to negotiate. However, Song Xian struck him with the stick, turning him into a second slave and assigning him work in the cabin. Upon Song Xian's return, the vivacious Lu Feifei greeted him, displaying pragmatism. Hello, leader. I'm Lu Feifei, the new one. Please take care of me. Knowing her personality as one of his favorite women from his past life, Song Xian held no animosity. After hearing accounts from Li Fuzhen and Lu Yinghua, and witnessing the Zhang Longming incident, Lu Feifei would soon see reality. Beneath her carefree exterior lay a decisive and intelligent woman. She simply chose not to overthink things. But when she did, she grasped things quickly. Soon, Lu Feifei would choose to stand with him, without the need for coercion. 20 minutes later, Zhang Longming and Haiten successfully removed 2 seats. Only 4 luxurious seats remained in the cabin. The rest were transported to the villa on the hill. I'm taking them in. Sleep well. Song Xian instructed the slaves to carry the seats on their backs and prepared to leave. Li Fuzhen and Lu Yinghua gazed at him longingly, wishing to leave with him. After their prior experiences and tonight's events, they feared encountering another maniac. But Song Xian was unyielding. One only appreciates what one has after losing it. The more hardship they endured, the more they would value being with him. This was precisely what Song Xian desired. Song Xian left, leaving the 3 women in silence. Eventually, Lu Feifei brought up Song Xian, breaking the silence. After learning more about Song Xian, Lu Feifei felt not fear but curiosity about the enigmatic and powerful man. What kind of person is he? She murmured before closing her eyes. Hillside camp. First floor living room. You two will sleep on the floor tonight. To prevent the slaves from freezing, Song Xian made this generous arrangement. Thank you. Haiten and Zhang Langming were grateful, wanting to kneel and kowtow. But after Song Xian entered the room, female voices emanated from the rooms of Fujiwara Shizuka and Lu Qimei. Haiten's eyes gleamed with predatory intent, and Zhang Langming, seeing Haiten's strength, harbored his own thoughts. Unfortunately, their language barrier was too great. Zhang Langming's counterattack plan could not be implemented. But 2 hours later, after Song Xian visited Yang Mimi and Su Yalan, Haiten suddenly patted Zhang Langming. We kill him. Steal his women. Chapter 50. Sea Urchin. On the second floor, in the eastern bedroom, the night was deep. The sound ceased, and Su Yalan, her face flushed, finally exhaled a sigh of relief. Yet, her body was far from comfortable. She had not had the opportunity to bathe for several days, compounded by the fact that Song Xian had been stirring things up downstairs for over an hour. Just moments ago, he was nestled against Yang Mimi's delicate waist, pressed against her fair back and voluptuous figure, one leg draped over her pristine limb. Both of them faced Su Yalan. Song Xian, strikingly handsome and exuding masculinity, possessed a physique that left a considerable impact on Su Yalan, especially with Yang Mimi's fair and ample form beside him. Merely observing the two ignited a fire within her, as she recalled Yang Mimi's previous words, that a wife was inferior to a concubine, and a concubine to a mistress, and that dangling Song Xian's interest was the way to go. Initially, she had believed these words wholeheartedly. However, as Yang Mimi and Song Xian's relationship deepened, Su Yalan sensed something amiss. Witnessing the two before her, Yang Mimi's flirtatious and blissful demeanor, coupled with her striking beauty, only heightened Su Yalan's discomfort. Furthermore, Song Xian showed little interest in her, making her feel increasingly perplexed. Rather than her dangling Song Xian, it seemed he was the one luring her in. Indeed, this was the reality. Both Yang Mimi and Song Xian viewed Su Yalan as a mere pawn. Yang Mimi's true intention was to solidify her position with Song Xian before potentially bringing Su Yalan into the fold, using her as a stepping stone. Song Xian, on the other hand, flitted between floors, deliberately avoiding Su Yalan, waiting for her to come to him willingly. After all, with the growing number of people in their base, the pressure would only mount, leading to greater resistance. A solitary ruler, no matter how formidable, would eventually be overthrown, necessitating more allies. Voluntary submission was undoubtedly the best course. As time passed and emotions deepened, for the sake of survival, happiness, and status, both women would gravitate towards their own interests. The following morning, the fog was thick. The visibility was low, yet Song Xian felt remarkably upbeat. The sun was no longer scorching, allowing his two subordinates to generate more labor value. He finally comprehended the joy of capitalists, squeezing employees for greater productivity to trade in a Buick for a Bentley. Expand this pit by double before you can eat, he commanded. After arranging for his two subordinates, he turned to the four behind him. Lu Qingmei, ensure the safety of the home and supervise these two at work. Fujihara Saika, accompany me fishing. Yang Mimi and Su Yalan, you are responsible for cleaning and gathering firewood. With these arrangements made, Song Xian descended the mountain. He planned to fish in a different direction, trying out the southern bank where he had previously logged in. The result was a bountiful catch. By the time the fog lifted, over 50 fish of varying sizes were caught, elevating his levels significantly. It was an exhilarating experience. Host, Song Xian. Level, 6-star angler. Skill, Apocalypse Forecast. Apocalypse Forecast, foresee disasters and dangers in advance. Physique, 30. Energy, 37. Equipment, Platinum Fishing Rod. Platinum Fishing Rod, exceptional platinum quality, suitable for fish under 2 tons, with a 1 chance of critical reward, saving 20 energy consumption. Item, Silver Snake Skin Bag. Silver Snake Skin Bag, built in space of 1.5 cubic meters, bears a weight of 1.2 tons, waterproof, dustproof, and has preservation functions. Supplies, various men's clothing. Chocolate, cigarettes, Switch game console, watch, handgun, several sexy women's outfits, various cosmetics, a box of condoms, a box of contraceptive pills, paper documents. Experience, 3,600 kilograms. Nice. He would return in the afternoon. After reviewing his data, Song Xian silently made a decision. He instructed Fujihara Saika to take some small fish back and had Lu Qimei supervise the two subordinates in carrying the fish while he took advantage of the time to cast a few more lines. Shortly after Fujihara Saika departed, he unexpectedly caught a rare sea urchin. He had never anticipated reeling in such a catch. Sea urchins typically reside in coral reefs or rocky crevices, using their spiky feet to capture food and their chewing apparatus to consume it, primarily emerging at night to forage. Catching one of these was akin to triggering a stroke of good fortune. As he slowly reeled in the line, he marveled at the dark, spiny mass. The rarity of this catch was exhilarating, especially since he had never tasted sea urchin before. It was said to be exceptionally delicious, soft, tender, and bursting with flavor. He recalled watching a food vlogger who prepared 5 different dishes with sea urchins. The first was sea urchin sashimi. The most classic and raw way to enjoy it, simply extracting the sea urchin flesh and drizzling it with soy sauce, wasabi, and lemon juice, a simple yet delightful dish. This was certainly replicable. Next, there was steamed egg with sea urchin and tofu, where the sea urchin roe was steamed with egg mixture, creating a colorful and nutritious dish. This too could be made. Then came sea urchin fried rice, combining sea urchin with eggs and rice, adding the right seasonings, such as salt and soy sauce, to create an aromatic fried rice. This must be arranged. Sea urchin and loofah soup involved adding sea urchin roe to loofah soup, bringing it to a boil. Then adding egg mixture and seasoning it with sesame oil for a refreshing taste. Unfortunately, the loofah was too big and soft to stew. Finally, there were sea urchin dumplings. Mixing sea urchin meat with pork to make filling, wrapping it in dumpling skin and boiling it. While he lacked pork, he could try chopping up some steak instead. As he pondered these delightful dishes, his mouth began to water. However, a prompt soon dampened his spirits. Ding! Congratulations! You have caught a sea urchin, earning 3 experience points. Unfortunately, it was too small. It would have to suffice as sashimi. Gazing at the spiky sea urchin in his hand, Song Xian sighed. The edible part, the roe, was said to be the sea urchin's gonads, rich in protein, fats, and vitamins A and D, along with various amino acids and nutrients like phosphorus, iron, and calcium. Once the hard shell was opened, even a pound of edible flesh would be a fortunate yield. I'm still not satisfied, thought Song Xian as he gazed at the sea urchin, murmuring once more. Yet, in the next instant, a sudden inspiration struck him. If he could catch one sea urchin, then surely there must be more in the vicinity. He pondered the possibility of diving. Perhaps he could achieve the liberation of the sea urchins. Chapter 51. The Rebellion Let Us Go. Dive in. With thoughts of the delectable sea urchin, Song Xian decisively shed his garments. Taking a deep breath, he plunged into the cool embrace of the water. The sweltering heat made the refreshing dip all the more delightful. However, the nearshore area yielded little in terms of bounty. Reluctantly, Song Xian resurfaced and swam towards the dark reefs, eager to dive again once he reached the vicinity. To his astonishment, he stumbled upon a veritable treasure trove. Dozens of black sea urchins nestled in the shadowy crevices of the rocks. Regrettably, lacking a net, he realized that true freedom of sea urchin hunting was still beyond reach. Nonetheless, he had come this far and would not return empty-handed. Diving near the cluster, he seized 4 sea urchins and made his way back to the surface. Heading towards the shore. Coincidentally, Lu Qingmei and Fujihara Shizuka arrived, accompanied by 2 slaves. Upon spotting the sea urchins in Song Xian's possession, Fujihara Shizuka's excitement radiated as she rushed towards him. Sea urchins. My favorite. Their texture, akin to a richer pudding, and their exquisite flavor lingered delightfully on the palate. Her mother had mentioned that the roe of sea urchins is rich in protein, easily absorbed by the body, and that their incredible taste stimulates saliva production, enhancing appetite. The golden treasure within boasted high fatty acid content, capable of reducing serum cholesterol and triglycerides, stabilizing blood pressure, and safeguarding cardiovascular health. Furthermore, they were laden with an abundance of hormones and various bioactive substances, including unique structural proteins and lecithin. For women, they nourished and enhanced beauty. For men, they revitalized vitality and endurance. Many fatigue-relieving supplements source their ingredients from these treasures of the sea, earning them the moniker of oceanic refueling stations. Master, you are amazing, Shizuka exclaimed, rushing to greet Song Xian as he returned with his bounty. Feeling buoyed by the encounter, Song Xian met her enthusiasm with a gentle smile. He casually discarded the sea urchins on the ground and brushed his face and hair, preventing the seawater from trickling down his visage. Observing this, Fujihara Shizuka squatted down, poking at the spiny sea urchins with curiosity. However, Song Xian furrowed his brow and cautioned her, "Be careful, don't get pricked." The edible parts of the black sea urchin are mostly harmless, but the spines could be perilous. In such an environment, a sting could lead to poisoning, and I might not be able to save you. Oh. Shizuka quickly retreated, suppressing her curiosity and behaving quite obediently. Meanwhile, a commotion erupted near Lu Qingmei, where 2 slaves took advantage of her bashfulness, too shy to gaze upon Song Xian's exposed form. Pingu de Xiang seized the opportunity to distract Lu Qingmei while Zhang Langming attempted to snatch the gun from her waist. Haha, the moment I seized the black pistol. My excitement knows no bounds. Zhang Langming trembled with exhilaration, aiming the firearm at Lu Qingmei. You filthy wench. Hand over the handcuff keys now, or I will kill you. Baka. Kneel. Don't move, or you shall perish. Seeing Zhang Langming wield the gun ignited Pingu de Xiang's own excitement. Since witnessing the stunning air hostess Su Yalan, the fierce policewoman Lu Qingmei, the dual ponytail Fujihara Shizuka, and the alluring actress Yang Mimi the night prior, he could not help but fantasize about usurping Song Xian's place. Zhang Langming shared similar aspirations, even dreaming of an audacious conquest where not only Su Yalan, Lu Qingmei, Fujihara Shizuka, and Yang Mimi fell under his sway, but also the enchanting Lu Feifei and the affluent Li Fujian, each vying for his affection. Yet, just as they reveled in their ambitious dreams, Lu Qingmei, deprived of her pistol, regarded the duo with derision. Hep baka. Pathetic fools. Pingu de Xiang's fury ignited, and had he not been physically tethered to Zhang Langming, he would have charged at Lu Qingmei. Having previously resorted to violence against former partners, he felt no moral qualms in this desolate island setting. Zhang Langming, equally incensed, glared at Lu Qingmei's chest, his words laced with venom. What are you laughing at? Do you think your assets grant you impunity? Try it. Lu Qingmei's derision remained unyielding, as she defiantly flaunted her figure, even snorting dismissively at them. Seething, Zhang Langming prepared to pull the trigger, but at that moment, Song Xian, now clad in shorts, shouted from a distance, "Give them the keys." Rolling her eyes, Lu Qingmei retrieved the handcuff keys from her pocket and tossed them to the duo. "Ha! At least you have some sense." Zhang Langming, believing Song Xian had capitulated, eagerly accepted the keys and unlocked his and Pingu de Xiang's restraints. However, the moment the cuffs fell away, Pingu de Xiang suddenly sprang into action. With a powerful grip, he seized Zhang Langming's wrist and swiftly wrested the gun from his grasp. In the blink of an eye, he unleashed a fierce kick, sending Zhang Langming sprawling onto the sand. "Yoshi, this island is mine. Subarashi, I am the king of this place." As Zhang Langming lay on the ground, pain coursing through him, he realized he had been betrayed, and his fragile psyche suffered a crushing blow. Yet, equilibrium soon returned to his mind, for Song Xian approached them, his voice laced with mischief. "Lu Qingmei, teach him a lesson." In an instant, Lu Qingmei raised her leg high, delivering a powerful kick that struck Pingu de Xiang's wrist. Zhang Langming's opportunity had arrived once more. Chapter 52, The Fruit Basket. Damn it. That worthless scoundrel. As Pingu da Xiang felt his wrist nearly snap, a surge of murderous intent towards Lu Qingmei welled up within him, and he swung his massive fist with ferocity. Yet, Lu Qingmei, well-versed in martial arts and enhanced by her previous training, matched his strength. As his powerful punch came barreling towards her, she lowered her shoulder and crouched, stepping forward with her left leg, then swiftly wrapping her arms around Pingu da Xiang's. With a sudden burst of energy, she thrust her shoulder against him, forcefully pulling his arm down. Pingu da Xiang instantly sensed the impending doom. He knew that remaining passive would cost him dearly. Reacting swiftly, he leaped into the air, allowing Lu Qingmei to throw him over her shoulder. However, in that fleeting moment, he unethically grabbed a handful of Lu Qingmei's hair. This action, however, only served to infuriate her further. Damn it! Lu Qingmei's brows furrowed, and she retaliated with a fierce strike. "Oh!" Pingu da Xiang let out a cry of agony, his face paling and his eyes rolling back as he coughed, feeling as though half of his life force had been extinguished. Thud. In less than half a second, his body was slammed onto the ground. Following this, Lu Qingmei unleashed a relentless barrage of punches, raining blows upon Pingu da Xiang's face. "I'll teach you to pull my hair. I'll teach you to pull my hair. I'll teach you to pull my hair." Such cruelty. When Song Xian witnessed this scene, he couldn't help but marvel at the woman's ferocity. Simultaneously, he internally resolved to conduct future dealings with her more straightforwardly, avoiding any frivolities. Yet, in the midst of this turmoil, Zhang Langming stood up again. He has a gun," he exclaimed, creating distance between himself and the others. "Ha!" Zhang Langming, clutching the gun with pride, trembled with excitement. "Don't move, or I'll blow you all away. Foolish." Yet, seeing his demeanor, Lu Qingmei uncharacteristically uttered a curse. "How dare you insult me, you filthy wretch? I have a gun." Zhang Langming aimed the firearm at her, his expression fierce, his finger poised on the trigger, with just a slight movement. "I can send you straight to hell. Just try me." Lu Qingmei regarded him with a look of disdain, as if he were a fool. "Try me." Zhang Langming was infuriated by her dismissive attitude. However, his nefarious intentions remained, He envisioned overpowering her and subjecting her to torment. Redirecting the gun towards Song Xian, he mercilessly pulled the trigger. Click, click, click. To his dismay, the gun failed to discharge even after 3 attempts. In that moment, Zhang Langming was utterly dumbfounded. Realization dawning upon him. Why? Fujihara Shizuka, Lu Qingmei, and Song Xian remained so composed. Just kidding, he stammered, acknowledging the absurdity of his reliance on the weapon. Feeling the weight of embarrassment, Zhang Langming knelt and tossed the gun towards Lu Qingmei, submissively locking hands with Pingu Daxiang. Bowing his head against the sandy ground, he repeatedly apologized. I was wrong. Please, don't kill me. Lu Qingmei, her nature inherently aloof, dismissed this pathetic display, merely picking up the gun and securing it at her waist. However, at that moment, Song Xian approached, aiming his own gun at her lower back, causing Lu Qingmei's expression to shift dramatically. She recalled his earlier warning. He had given her a gun without bullets, a precaution for her safety. If she could remain error-free for a month, he would provide her with ammunition. But should anything go awry in the interim, her fate would be dire. On a shadowy path, the cold and typically taciturn police officer muttered curses under her breath, her steps unsteady. I swear, the first person I'll shoot when I get bullets will be you. Fujihara Shizuka, with a mischievous grin, couldn't help but chuckle at her sister's predicament. How enviable. How fortunate you are to have the master cater to your whims. Yet, upon receiving a sharp glare from Lu Qingmei, Fujihara quickly fell silent. Retreating behind Song Xian. Master, look, that woman is glaring at me. Go give her a taste of her own medicine. If she retaliates, I'll back you up. Song Xian replied with a wicked smile, prompting another eye roll from Lu Qingmei. Meanwhile, the unfortunate Pingu Daxiang, battered and bruised, trudged forward, head bowed in fear. As for Zhang Langming, he had already been disposed of by Song Xian, fed to the fish. A liability with too many schemes to spare. As afternoon turned to evening, Song Xian assigned Yang Mimi and Fujihara Shizuka to deliver fish to Lu Feifei, Lu Yinghua, and Li Fujian by the plane. Su Yalan and Lu Qingmei remained at home, overseeing the slaves at work. After satisfying his hunger and enjoying a restful slumber, Song Xian set off for fishing on the southern shore. This time, he had fortified the bamboo raft, anchoring it amidst the hidden reefs, effectively creating a nearshore fishing platform. Delighted, he realized that perhaps due to Zhang Langming's earlier disturbance, the afternoon's catch was even more bountiful than the morning's. As dusk approached, on the undulating waves of the sea, Song Xian's solitary boat had accumulated over 30 fish. The efficiency was nothing short of exhilarating. With his haul increasing, he sensed that fortune was favoring him. Suddenly, after reeling in a few more fish, the familiar weight on his fishing rod signaled something significant. It was here. The sensation was heavy yet devoid of struggle, indicating he had reeled in an object. Curiosity piqued, he eagerly drew it closer. However, when the prize emerged from the depths, his expression turned to one of embarrassment. Ding! Congratulations! You have triggered a mysterious critical hit and obtained a premium fruit basket. Premium fruit basket. 1 imported Musang King durian. For pitaya honey peaches, 1 sooty fragrant melon, 1 bunch of Mexican creamy grapes. Is this even possible? Upon hearing the notification and seeing the fruit basket, Song Xian felt a wave of exasperation wash over him. Nevertheless, considering the rarity of such fruits in the apocalypse, especially on this isolated island, they were indeed a treasured find, an excellent source of vitamins. Thus, he pulled the basket closer, plucking a grape to taste. The instant he did, his expression transformed. This grape, it's simply divine. Chapter 53, Peaches. Mahjong as he gently bit into the slightly pale, purplish grape, a burst of sweet and fragrant juice exploded in his mouth, causing Song Xian's saliva to flow and his expression to become animated. He indulged in 2, 3, 4 grapes in quick succession, devouring more than half before pausing, uttering a simple, delicious. He then savored a peach, followed by a plum, relishing the unfamiliar imported fruits while fishing. He mused that the pleasures of the wealthy were beyond the imagination of ordinary people. Among the fruits, the imported Musang King durian was the only one he vaguely recognized. Even so, he had never tasted the imported variety, only the regular Musang King, which cost over 200 yuan. The strong aroma deterred him, despite the pleasant taste of the flesh, so he rarely indulged and knew little about its price. Unbeknownst to Song Xian, the imported Musang King before him was a Black Thorn 2000, a premium specimen priced at 1,300 yuan per kilogram. This meant that the price per kilogram of the flesh alone was equivalent to 10 ordinary Musang Kings. The other fruits he savored were equally exquisite. A single bunch of grapes could fetch over 1,000 yuan. The total value of the high-end fruit basket was a staggering 100,000 yuan. Had it not been for the apocalypse, Song Xian, a self-proclaimed country bumpkin, would never have had the chance to taste such delicacies. 6 p.m., South Beach. Braving the howling sea breeze, Song Xian returned to the shore on his bamboo raft, dragging it onto the sand. This was to prevent the raft from rotting in the seawater or being scattered by the relentless waves. After securing the raft, Song Xian deposited some of his spoils in a water pit on the beach. The evening chill would prevent the fish from spoiling, allowing the slaves to collect them in the morning. With these tasks completed, Song Xian carried the remaining spoils, including 2 large fish, home. Fujiwara Shizuka, Yangmi, and Su Yalan beamed with joy upon seeing Song Xian's return, their faces lighting up at the sight of the fruit basket. Lu Qimei, still nursing her wounds, had been resting all afternoon. Yay, delicious. I love peaches the most. Peaches, peaches. Fujiwara Shizuka exclaimed gleefully, reaching for a rosy peach and planting a kiss on Song Xian's cheek. Su Yalan, with her introverted nature, was also quietly pleased with their current lifestyle. She enjoyed the security of having food and shelter, free from the corporate intrigues and the need to cater to others, even if it was a bit monotonous. Yangmi, recognizing the fruits, accepted the basket with delight and exclaimed, "My goodness, where did you get these? You'd have to pre-order these fruits days in advance on the international market." Fujiwara Shizuka chimed in, "It must have fallen from an airplane." "Impossible, you can't bring durians on airplanes," Su Yalan, the statuesque flight attendant, immediately countered. Yangmi speculated excitedly. Could there be other people living nearby? Maybe some wealthy individuals? Wealthy individuals? Song Xian asked, intrigued by Yangmi's words. She then proceeded to inform the bumpkin that the 4 peaches were worth 5,000 yuan, the Muzang King durian over 20,000, the cantaloupe over 10,000, the grapes over 1,000, and so on. All right, we found them, so let's eat them. Each of you pick a small one. And we'll save the rest for the next few days, Song Xian instructed casually before heading inside. He checked on Lu Qimei, offering her a large peach, and was promptly scolded and chased out of the room. He then prepared dinner with the others. He had planned to prepare sea urchin at noon, but the slave rebellion and Lu Qingmei's punishment had delayed it. As a result, the sea urchin was saved for dinner, making for a lavish meal. They enjoyed stir-fried pork, tofu, steamed shrimp and crab, a large pot of fish soup, and the raw sea urchin. It was a life of utter bliss. The sea urchin was incredibly fresh and tender, melting in the mouth and leaving a delightful taste. Song Xian resolved to gather more the next day. However, the thought reminded him of something. He glanced at the girls and wrinkled his nose. The women blushed and looked away, aware that they hadn't bathed in days and had been quite active. They had considered bathing in the sea, but the salt made them feel even more uncomfortable. They dared not use the precious drinking water for bathing. Seeing their expressions, Song Xian asked with a smile, "Do you want to bathe?" "Master, I do." Fujiwara Shizuka eagerly raised her hand. Lu Qimei, still sulking, also agreed. "Yes." Yangmi and Su Yalan nodded in agreement. "All right, I'll take you tomorrow," Song Xian said with a mischievous grin. Yangmi immediately understood and winked at Su Yalan. The statuesque flight attendant blushed and lowered her head. Fujiwara Shizuka, oblivious, continued to devour the sea urchin roe. Yangmi joined in, and the two began to bicker and glare at each other. Song Xian ignored them and continued eating. After finishing his meal, he instructed the girls to clean up. He fed a grilled fish to the slaves and returned to inspect their work. He had instructed the women to polish the 136 mahjong tiles. He was pleased with their efforts. The edges were smooth, and the tiles felt good to the touch. Thus, the first mahjong tournament on the isolated island was officially underway. Contestants: Song Xian, Su Yalan, Fujiwara Shizuka, and Yangmi. Since there was no currency on the island, they decided to use a system of punishment as stakes. Due to the animosity between Fujiwara Shizuka and Yangmi, one claiming to be the queen of mahjong and the other the goddess of gambling, the final rule became, losing a tile would result in a slap on the bottom. Chapter 54, A Small Performance. On the deserted island, within a quaint wooden cabin, the atmosphere buzzed with excitement. The emergency flashlight illuminated a square table adorned with a set of mahjong and 4 stools, as 4 individuals convened to establish the rules before commencing their spirited game. Each player held 3 shells, symbolizing the number 10, alongside 10 small wooden sticks representing 1. With the presence of their foreign friend, Shizuka Fujiwara, and the novice player, Yalan Su, they opted for the simplest variant of northern mahjong, devoid of any wild tiles. The presence of 1 and 9 was inconsequential. As long as they formed the combination of AAA BBABC, they could declare victory, making it remarkably easy to grasp. As they played, conversations flowed effortlessly. Songxian instructed Lu Qimei to slice some melons, enhancing the cozy ambience, allowing them to forget the dire circumstances of their surroundings. Songxian, 5 dots. How are Lu Feifei and Li Fujian doing today? Shizuka Fujiwara, 3 tens. They are contemplating joining us. By the way, Master, Yang Mimi's big mouth has revealed many of our secrets. Yang Mimi, you're the one with a big mouth, you silly. Darling, you asked me to talk about these things, didn't you? If we don't showcase our superiority, how will they want to come over? 6 cakes. Yalan Su, 6 cakes, don't touch. Let me see if I've won. Yalan Su, East Wind. Yang Mimi, a can, darling, how do you know so much? Are you preparing for the apocalypse? Songxian, for tens. I've always been a fan of the apocalypse, maintaining my fitness and indulging in related novels. Shizuka Fujiwara, eat. Why are you so chatty? Do you not trust the master? Yang Mimi, little vixen, stop trying to sow discord. Is it wrong for me to ask? Yalan Su, I'll declare? Songxian, no declaring. It's a win. Half an hour later, Yalan Su, the inexperienced player, had lost all her chips. Songxian had won over 20, while Yang Mimi had secured 9, leaving Shizuka Fujiwara with the remaining chips. Under the scrutinizing gazes of Yang Mimi and Songxian, Yalan Su trembled, her cheeks flushed with a mix of embarrassment and anticipation. After another half hour of play and chatter, Yalan Su began to grasp the rules, her luck shifting and her focus sharpening, as if a new realm had opened before her. The Northern and Tokyo champions fell one after another to Songxian's prowess. As the emergency flashlight dimmed, signaling the end of the session, Shizuka Fujiwara and Yang Mimi had received nearly 100 playful slaps combined, while Yalan Su, still in her protective phase, had only endured 50. Observing the light rapidly fading, Songxian called for an end to the gaming. All right, everyone. Let us retire for the night. It seems it might rain. Chapter 55, Dance. As Su Yalan, the lithe and captivating stewardess with a 9-head figure from the dance academy, approached the young tree, she extended her delicate hand and embraced its trunk. Her entire body undulated against it like a wave. And she turned her alluring face towards Songxian, gently parting her crimson lips to offer a fleeting kiss. Her body writhed in a bewitching dance, exuding an irresistible charm. Her beautiful eyes transformed into captivating beacons, showering Songxian with their radiant allure. After bestowing upon him this fleeting glimpse of enchantment, her tender and fluid dance commenced. Her movements were graceful and nimble, her long hair danced in the wind, her body flowed like a sinuous serpent, and her eyes radiated confidence and a fatal allure. She captivated not only Songxian's gaze, but also drew the unwavering attention of Fujiwara Shizuka, Yang Mi, and Lu Qimei. Though devoid of musical accompaniment, her every gesture and smile served as the perfect melody. She circled the tree, reveling in her passion and vitality. As time elapsed, the dance intensified. Her delicate hands rested on her abdomen, then one hand descended slowly, from her chest to her collarbone, then from her collarbone to her neck. The other hand descended gradually, from her abdomen to her hips, then from her hips to her thighs, reminiscent of actresses in films. However, Su Yalan exhibited a more refined and captivating artistry. This sequence repeated several times, and her shapely legs, encased in nude stockings, entwined around the tree as she delicately unfastened a single button on her shirt. It was merely a single button, revealing little. Yet, with each graceful movement, Su Yalan seemed to unlock infinite possibilities. Swish. Seeing that her performance had concluded, Songxian knew his turn had arrived. Thus, Songxian, the tree, became her supporting actor, and the two embarked on a pas de deux by the pond. Initially, their movements were simple. Subsequently, Su Yalan introduced more challenging maneuvers. With Songxian's hand firmly grasping her waist, she gradually lifted her blue pencil skirt, and one of her shapely legs, clad in nude stockings, executed a flawless split, her ankle resting on Songxian's shoulder. Impressive, befitting a dance academy valedictorian. Observing her elegant movements and her supple, flexible body, Songxian couldn't help but praise her. Simultaneously, he felt a pang of inadequacy. Realizing that his own repertoire was limited and repetitive, he resolved to practice more dance moves to satisfy both his audience and his partners. Half an hour later, due to their initial collaboration and Su Yalan's earlier solo performance, she began to tire from the constant spinning and leaping. She was drenched in sweat, her face flushed, and her strength waned. She even stumbled, nearly falling to the ground. Steady, I'll help you rest. Fortunately, Song Xian's reflexes were sharp, and he swiftly embraced her, preventing her from scraping her knees. At that moment, the already gloomy sky was suddenly illuminated by lightning and thunder. Crack! Several streaks of silver lightning flashed across the sky, momentarily bathing the world in an ethereal light. Su Yalan seemed terrified, shrieking and trembling uncontrollably. Knowing that a downpour was imminent, Song Xian embraced the fair-skinned Su Yalan, offering silent comfort. Splatter! After Su Yalan had quickly showered, he led the group back to the cabin. Just as they arrived, the rain began to fall in torrents. Soon, it was accompanied by hailstones the size of lychees. Clang, clang, clang. Crack, crack, crack. Tap, tap, tap. The roof, walls, and ground outside the cabin were bombarded with a deafening barrage, making one's scalp tingle. Thankfully, darling, you reacted quickly, or we would have been in trouble. Gazing at the scene outside the window, Yangmi covered her ample chest, appearing shaken. Fujiwara Shizuka was also frightened. Master, with such large hailstones, will our house be all right? Noticing their anxiety, Song Xian casually reassured them. Our roof is sloped, and I specifically reinforced it and added a shock-absorbing layer. Unless we get fist-sized hailstones, we should be fine. He then led them back to the mahjong table, but this time, the players had changed. Su Yalan was resting and sleeping in her room, and Lucime had taken her place on the battlefield. They played until dusk. After Yangmi, Fujiwara Shizuka, and Lucime finished playing and had dinner, they retired to rest. Song Xian instructed the slaves to continue working and then took some food down the mountain. He was concerned about the ladies traveling on the muddy roads after the rain. Moreover, Lu Feifei, Li Fuzhen, and Lu Yinghua had not seen him in a while. He imagined they must miss him dearly. Aircraft Island, North Shore. Before Song Xian's arrival, Lu Feifei, Li Fuzhen, and Lu Yinghua huddled together, shivering from the cold and hunger. They chatted listlessly, with Li Fuzhen occasionally acting as a translator. This weather is dreadful. This is the third hailstorm, isn't it? Yes, and the waves are so high. I'm afraid the plane will be washed away. Could the world really be like the novels? Entering a doomsday scenario or being destroyed? Don't talk nonsense. Maybe it's just the unusual weather here. But why hasn't anyone come to rescue us? How many days has it been? Yes, we should be just off the East Sea, near the waters of the island nation. Sigh. Don't think about it. I'm starving. Will Song Xian come today? I'm hungry too. Sigh. Do you think what Yangmi said is true? Song Xian actually built a house, and after whispering for what seemed like an eternity, Song Xian appeared at the door of the plane. Lu Feifei, Li Fuzhen, and Lu Yinghua all beamed with joy and looked at him expectantly. Time for dinner. Song Xian was pleased with their expressions. He brought the bag to them. The three women expressed their gratitude and began to eat ravenously, paying no attention to their appearance. Smack, smack. But as they ate, the three women, their lips pale and dry, exchanged glances. Lu Feifei bit her lip and said, Song Xian, could you get us some water? We're so thirsty. However, Song Xian's response was cold. Providing you with food is already a great favor. Do you take me for a slave or a nanny? Chapter 56, System and Weekly Report. No, that is not what I meant. Startled by Song Xian's tone and expression, Lu Feifei hurriedly clarified. We are simply too thirsty, and we're hoping you could assist us. There was no intention to coerce or command you. We would not dare to. Song Xian was merely trying to frighten them a little, making them aware of their place in this world. After delivering this remark, he turned his gaze towards the three women's collection of dry twigs, shells, small shrimp, and even 2 crabs gathered during the day. The reason they were still hungry was likely due to the absence of fire. Thus, Song Xian had an idea. The shells and crabs belong to me, and I shall help you start a fire. The three women nodded eagerly. Based on previous experience, the night was sure to be quite cold. Being of a naturally chilly constitution, they had huddled together for warmth during their nights of sleep. A warm fire would undoubtedly be a blessing to them. After a rather unappetizing meal of grilled fish, they gathered around the fire, basking in its warmth, though they could not help but cough from the smoke. Lu Yinghua, unable to contain herself, leaned against Song Xian, her silicone-filled bosom pressing against him. However, Song Xian ignored her and instead stated, whether you believe it or not, the world has changed. The number of future refugees will continue to rise, and rescue teams will not be forthcoming. Therefore, I am establishing a simple hierarchy and rules that you must adhere to. He outlined the hierarchy. At the pinnacle was himself, Song Xian, the leader, followed by 5 ranks from high to low. The first rank, the predators; the second rank, the managers and skilled workers; the third rank, ordinary people; the fourth rank, outsiders. In the 5th rank, criminals and slaves. You are currently classified as 3rd rank. I will care for you as best as I can, provided you comply with my orders. However, resources are limited, and my compassion is finite. Should food become scarce, resources will favor those higher in rank, leaving you to starve or perish. Starting tomorrow, you must continue to gather supplies, whether it be dry twigs or food. What you collect is yours to trade freely. If anyone attempts to steal, they violate my rules. He elaborated on various matters before casting a glance outside the cabin. After the prolonged solar storm, coupled with various natural disasters, global industry had nearly ground to a halt. And here, out at sea, the purity of rainwater was significantly improved compared to before. If you are thirsty, you may collect rainwater to boil. Additionally, hail contains excessive dust and impurities. It is best to avoid it. With that, Xian picked up his fishing rod and departed. The 3 women left behind exchanged peculiar glances, needing time to digest the flood of information they had just received. After all, none of them were ordinary. Lu Feifei was an idol in many people's eyes. Li Fujian hailed from a wealthy family. And Liu Yinghua was active in South Korea and Japan. The world had transformed, and all that they had once prided themselves on had become mere illusions. In this primal world, aside from their bodies and appearances, they possessed no advantages. How they would live henceforth, what their lives would become, and how long they could survive remained uncertain. Suddenly, amidst their contemplation, Xian had already waded into the waves, casting his line into the vast ocean. The temperature was still bearable, allowing him to fish for at least another hour. However, the resources along the northern shore were indeed meager. Without bamboo rafts, he could only fish close to the beach. After about 50 minutes, he managed to catch 5 or 6 fish, which left him feeling somewhat disheartened. Nevertheless, he persisted, believing that with enough catches, he might trigger a lucky strike. Perhaps the heavens would take pity on him and bestow upon him a luxurious yacht that would never run out of fuel. While lost in such shameless thoughts, time passed, and soon a small fish was caught. Without hesitation, he tossed it back into the water and cast his line again. With a swift motion, the fishing rod sliced through the air, the sound of wind rushing past heralding the line's departure. Soon, the hook had flown over 40 meters before splashing into the water. Though he could cast further, the fishing line was only 50 meters long, and he could not afford to exhaust it entirely, as it would make reeling in fish considerably more difficult. After a few more minutes, the temperature dropped sharply, and a sudden sea breeze sent chills through Xian. Deciding to leave, he glanced at his watch as he contemplated his timing. Remarkably, today had proven fortunate, despite only catching a few fish. He had indeed triggered a stroke of luck. What a hefty catch! He murmured gratefully to the heavens and deities. As he felt the weight of the fish on the line, he eagerly began to reel it in, soon revealing his spoils for the day. Congratulations! You have obtained the complete collection of Dragon, Tiger, Leopard magazine from 2023. This was indeed. Xian's expression shifted to one of solemnity as he furrowed his brow, his gaze fixated on the 48 magazines wrapped in plastic. Silently, he tucked them away and made his way back. Along the way, he seized the opportunity of moonlight to critically examine the first issue. The magazine was thin, less than a centimeter in thickness, yet its contents were vast, featuring comics, short stories, gossip, serialized novels, and even pure imagery. Truly, the content was exceedingly vulgar. Disgraceful, he scoffed. After hastily perusing the magazine, he quickened his pace homeward. Upon returning, he retreated to his room, continuing his critique of such disreputable literature. When Fujihara Shizuka and young Mimi invited him to play mahjong, he declined. Rarely did he spend an entire night alone, and the following day, he indulged in a longer sleep. It was not until the afternoon that young Mimi, dressed in a flight attendant uniform, roused him with news of 3 individuals who had landed on the northern shore, one being an Eastern man, while the other 2, a man and a woman, were Westerners with blonde hair and blue eyes. Chapter 57. Why are you wearing Su Yaolin's clothes? Upon hearing that there were 3 individuals from Yangmimi, Xian immediately recalled their information. The 2 blonde-haired, blue-eyed foreigners were a couple named Julia and Smith. The male was a mechanical engineer, while the female worked as a waitress. As for the Eastern man, he was the con artist that Xian remembered. This individual, of Australian Chinese descent, was named Li Boat, and on the island, he went by the alias Li Bo. In a previous life, he had conspired with a friend to nearly overthrow Xian's regime. Fortunately, he had treated his romantic interests well back then, and after a series of tribulations, he managed to turn the tables on them, solidifying his position. Among them, Lu Feifei had been the most significant player. This woman had been exposed to period dramas from a young age and had trained in various martial arts, possessing greater strength than the average woman. Thus, after receiving enhancements from Hongri, her combat prowess was quite formidable. Consequently, during the apocalypse, Yang Mimi assisted her in managing the backyard, and Lu Feifei served as his deputy, accompanying him on expeditions to scavenge for supplies and manage the team. After this brief recollection, as Song Xian rose from his slumber, he praised, "The information gathering is commendable. I shall meet these newcomers now." However, Yang Mimi playfully pushed him back down, winking at him with a flirtatious demeanor. "Darling, don't you notice something different about me today?" In an instant, Song Xian grasped the implication of her teasing tone, placing his hands on her waist. "Why are you dressed in Su Yalan and Appo's clothes? Since we are pursuing excitement, we must fully commit." Yang Mimi responded, pleased with Song Xian's reaction, and then gracefully climbed onto his chest. As he felt her weight and the intoxicating fragrance wafting from her, Song Xian could only look at her with a heavy heart and say, "You are quite the seductress." At 3 p.m., Song Xian, carrying a fishing rod, descended the mountain with Lu Qimei and the slave Pinggu Daxiang. Meanwhile, Li Bo, under his alias Li Bo, had ingratiated himself with the blonde couple and the locals Li Fuzhen and Lu Feifei, gathering considerable intelligence about Song Xian's regulations, the transformed world outside, and his formidable combat abilities. Consequently, he began to feel a sense of unease. If this was indeed the case, with his slight stature, he would likely find himself at the very bottom of the social hierarchy. Fortunately, the police officer had been killed by a thug, and there were currently no police on the island. Thus, for the time being, his identity would remain concealed, allowing him to survive as a third-class citizen. Additionally, with his intelligence and silver tongue, if he could secure Song Xian's favor, he might ascend to a position of power. He even contemplated persuading the disgruntled locals and thugs to gain a firearm and further his ambitions of becoming the island's ruler. Li Bo felt increasingly exhilarated as he secretly began to devise his plan. However, what he did not realize was that Song Xian was not the same man he had been in his previous life. The two thugs and Zhang Laming had already been disposed of by Song Shui, never to return to the island. Lu Qimei, the police officer, had also survived due to Song Xian's intervention. Soon, he would experience the same harsh real Chapter 58, Mockery. Julia sputtered, momentarily stunned that her usually submissive husband dared to strike her. "How dare you hit me? I demand a divorce. I'll expose you. I'll have you imprisoned." However, as Song Xian advanced, she recoiled, abruptly silencing herself. Smith, interposing himself, offered a placating smile. "Sir, rest assured, I will manage her. She's merely experiencing a difficult menstrual cycle, compounded by the distress of being stranded. Spare me the explanations. I neither solicit nor require them," Song Xian retorted, his tone icy. He fixed Smith with a steely gaze. "Considering your recent arrival, I extend a modicum of leniency. Should she err again, she will be relegated to the 5th stratum. A serf. Thank you, sir, for your magnanimity. I guarantee she will." Smith exhaled in relief, forcing a servile smile. Julia, too, grudgingly acknowledged the prevailing circumstances. On this forsaken island, notions of female empowerment were irrelevant, and legal protections non-existent. Here, brute force reigned supreme, and Song Xian's dictates were law. For now, she would endure, awaiting rescue and her eventual return to the United States, where she could unleash her fury upon him before the media. "Just you wait, you fiend. I will transform you into a pariah, a figure of universal scorn, your life ruined beyond redemption." Disregarding their impotent venom, Song Xian turned his attention back to Li Bo. "You profess to be an executive from a multinational corporation. From which esteemed institution did you graduate?" "The Wharton School of the University of Pennsylvania, with a master's degree," Li Bo responded obsequiously. Undeterred by his demeanor, Song Xian, betraying no warmth, continued his relentless interrogation. "Recite the names of 10 of your classmates and instructors from Wharton. Michael, Luke, and Andrew. Arthur. Their ethnicities and culinary preferences? Caucasian, African American. Asian, donuts, fried chicken, beer. How many romantic partners did you have during your university years?" I was singularly focused on my studies and did not engage in such relationships." "Then, answer a fundamental question. What is the Andean commercial theorem?" It has been some time since my graduation, and my recollection is somewhat hazy. Hazy or non-existent. Did you, in fact, ever attend the Wharton School? Song Xian scrutinized him, his gaze unwavering. "It is truly a matter of faded memory, sir." Li Bo offered a strained smile, striving to maintain an air of sincerity, as if compelled to confess. Alas, the truth is, I did not apply myself diligently during my undergraduate and graduate studies. My academic achievements were the product of paid surrogates. In recent years, I have been indulging in leisure activities at home, supported by my parents. I see. Then, answer these questions. How many members comprise your family, and what are your parents' names? My family consists of 3 members. My father is named Li Yunfei, and my mother, Zhang Xiaoa. The names of 10 of your office colleagues, and that of your chairman, Zhang San, Li Si. Alas, I cannot continue this fabrication. Recognizing that Song Xian's interrogation had exposed a critical flaw in his narrative, Li Bo swiftly altered his persona, adopting a more plausible guise. In truth, I am merely a recluse. My fear of your disapproval, of being denied sustenance, compelled me to. Before he could complete his fabrication, Song Xian delivered a resounding slap, far more forceful than the one he had administered to Julia. Smack! The sound reverberated through the air. Li Bo's cheek burned with searing pain, as if half his face had become detached. 3 teeth dislodged, and his neck felt as if it were on the verge of snapping. The force of the blow propelled him into a seat, his head colliding with the aircraft's wall, nearly rendering him unconscious. The onlookers were aghast, their breaths catching in their throats, each fearing that an inadvertent misstep would invite a similar assault. Yet, a sardonic smile graced Song Xian's lips as he surveyed the prone Li Bo. Do you comprehend the reason for this chastisement? I apologize. I should not have deceived you. I was wrong. I acknowledge my transgression and vow never to repeat it. Li Bo feigned contrition, uttering a stream of apologies. Hey. Song Xian clapped his hands dismissively. Lu Qingmei, enter. You. The mention of her name visibly unnerved Li Bo. He knew the policewoman's identity, implying that his deception had been exposed from the outset. That fiend. He has been toying with me all along. A lifetime of deception had been turned against him, igniting a furious rage. Outwardly, he dared not betray his emotions, especially under Song Xian's mocking gaze, which sent a chill through his bones. He suddenly recalled Song Xian's hierarchical system. Exposure would condemn him to the 5th stratum, a serf on this island. His fraudulent identity revealed, no one would believe his words. His chances of redemption would dwindle to nothing. Song Xian possessed firearms, superior martial prowess, and an unknown number of followers in the other camp. He had no opportunity to refute or fabricate a slanderous accusation. Such an attempt would likely result in his summary execution, his corpse cast into the sea. Thus, only one path remained open to him. As Lu Qimei approached Song Xian, before she could utter a word, Li Bo prostrated himself, weeping. I beg your forgiveness. I have deceived you all. The truth is, I am a perpetrator of telecommunications fraud. But I was coerced. Truly coerced. I am an orphan, devoid of familial affection. I dropped out of junior high school to seek employment, only to be lured to Myanmar by unscrupulous intermediaries. Chapter 59, Heart to Heart. At this juncture, Li Bo could only think of one strategy, to feign pity in order to elicit sympathy. However, before he could utter his words, darkness enveloped him once more. With a resounding slap, his previously swollen left cheek was now matched by the swelling on his right, and he succumbed to unconsciousness. When he finally regained consciousness, he was met with a chorus of disgusted and disdainful gazes, for Lu Qimei had perused his case file and revealed his numerous transgressions. For instance, he had deceived young girls for both financial gain and carnal pleasures, only to exploit them further in schemes against hotel proprietors. He had orchestrated a fraudulent operation in Myanmar, leading a gang that engaged in electronic scams. Moreover, he had even dabbled in the nefarious trade of organ trafficking. With many of those who dared to defy him meeting a grim fate, it could be said that he had committed heinous acts that were both depraved and revolting. Recognizing the expressions of those around him, he understood that his time was up, and he might very well meet his end on this desolate island. Yet, to his astonishment, Song Xian simply approached him and patted his face. From now on, aside from eating and answering questions, keep that foul mouth of yours shut. Should I hear your voice, I will slice your throat and limbs and feed you to the fish in the sea. Yes, 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 he hastily nodded, eager to appease, nearly bowing in reverence to Song Xian. Unbeknownst to him, this was merely the beginning of his torment, with the conclusion forebodingly simple, death. Song Xian first instructed him to continue dismantling chairs, while also assigning tasks to Lu Qimei, who would escort Lu Yinghua, Li Fujian, and Lu Feifei, along with 2 slaves burdened with supplies, back to his rustic cabin. Li Bo, having been drained by indulgence, was on the verge of vomiting thrice, his limbs trembling and drenched in sweat. Yet, Instead of eliciting pity, he received additional lashes, causing him to wail and roll on the ground in agony. As for the mechanical engineer Smith, Song Xian directed him to methodically disassemble all equipment capable of generating power, as well as the aircraft batteries. Although modern communication devices had been rendered inoperative and no electronic products could be utilized during the day, they remained functional at night. Provided one activated flight mode or remained in a relatively enclosed space. Once arrangements were made, Song Xian hefted his fishing rod and made his way to the beach, awaiting the sun's ascent to its blazing zenith before returning to the villa for lunch with his catch. Meanwhile, in the mountains, within the cabin, Lu Yinghua entered with sparkling eyes, exclaiming, "How delightful! This place is akin to paradise." Having previously resided in countless opulent hotels, Li Fuzhen was equally astonished by the surroundings. Compared to the frigid, damp conditions of the aircraft at night and the sweltering heat during the day, this cabin, sheltered by the mountains and insulated from the sea breeze, featured a grand water pool and sprawling forests nearby, along with luxurious seating and cooking facilities. The comparison was akin to a celestial haven. Lu Feifei, too, was taken aback by the unexpected discovery of such a dwelling on this desolate island. As she continued to survey her surroundings, Yang Mimi, clad in a flight attendant's uniform, emerged from Song Xian's room. "Feifei, welcome to our new home." In response to the familiar face of a former friend, Lu Feifei smiled and nodded. Their relationship had once thrived in their youth, but as time passed and their careers flourished, they had drifted apart, often compared by fans, leading to mutual resentment. However, in the face of their current circumstances, their bond remained strong. After exchanging pleasantries, Yang Mimi swiftly led her upstairs to select a room. The rustic cabin's layout was similar on both floors, featuring 3 bedrooms and a living area. Song Xian occupied one room, while Lu Qimei and Fujihara Saika shared another. A third room served as a storage space, and the hall had been transformed into a multifunctional area. Upstairs, Yang Mimi and Su Yalan had originally shared a room, leaving Lu Feifei with the choice of one of the 2 remaining rooms. This arrangement suited her perfectly, as both Lu Yinghua and Li Fuzhen were Korean women, likely to room together, thereby allowing her to enjoy a room of her own. "This one will do." Ecstatic, Lu Feifei chose the room adjacent to Yang Mimi's and promptly flopped onto her luxurious seating. However, just as she settled in, Yang Mimi's smile faded, and she approached Lu Feifei with a serious expression. "Feifei, do you truly believe this room will always belong to you?" Lu Feifei turned at the sound of Yang Mimi's voice, quickly grasping the gravity of the situation. The rooms in the cabin were limited, and resources on the island were scarce. What right did a seemingly helpless woman like herself have to such comforts? Moreover, there was a couple on the plane, the Smiths, with the husband being an engineer skilled in circuit modifications and repairs. Given Song Xian's regard for him, it was certain they would share a room. Consequently, her options were dwindling to either sharing a room with others or sleeping in the living area, and as more people arrived, the likelihood of even that space being available diminished. "Do you comprehend the seriousness of the situation?" Yang Mimi observed Lu Feifei's dawning realization, and the somberness on her face began to dissipate. "Yes," Lu Feifei nodded, her expression reflecting a sense of understanding. As someone from the entertainment industry, she was well aware that opportunities did not simply fall from the sky. Her rise to fame was a result of her own efforts and talent. Yet without her mother's influence, her father's connections, or the financial backing of a benefactor, she would not have achieved her current status. Yang Mimi's comfortable existence on the island had not escaped her notice, and though she had her suspicions about the circumstances, she still harbored a glimmer of hope that rescue would come. Hesitating for a moment, she inquired, "Mimi, do you genuinely believe that this so-called apocalypse has arrived? Is it not merely a fabrication of Song Xian's imagination?" "Initially, I certainly did not believe it, thinking it merely a ploy for him to assert dominance and revel in chaos on this island." However, Yang Mimi, recognizing Lu Feifei's lingering doubts, spoke earnestly. "Through my deeper understanding of him, I have come to realize he is not a malevolent individual. On the contrary, he is a capable and charismatic man, one who steadfastly upholds his principles and moral boundaries." Chapter 60, Appointment. What does it mean? As Yang Mimi spoke, she suddenly paused, prompting Lu Feifei's insatiable curiosity. "Leader." Yang Mimi had not initially settled on a term, but after a brief moment of contemplation, this word surfaced. "Leader?" Lu Feifei echoed the 3 syllables, intrigued. "Indeed." Yang Mimi nodded at Lu Feifei and proceeded to elaborate on Song Xian's attributes, his robust physique, an array of formidable skills, and his capacity to procure abundant sustenance. Additionally, She detailed his methods of dealing with people and matters, as well as the regulations he had established. Your perspective makes sense, Lu Feifei pondered, her thoughts beginning to shift. Albeit slightly. Unless absolutely necessary, she remained resolute in her stance. Young Mimi, cognizant of her character, chose to refrain from further elaboration. Upon hearing the footsteps of Li Fuzhen and Lu Yinghua ascending the stairs, young Mimi patted her thigh. Take your time to rest and reconsider. My rapport with Song Xian is quite favorable. I will endeavor to look after you. Thank you, Mimi. Lu Feifei expressed her gratitude sincerely. After exchanging a few more words, they temporarily parted ways, awaiting Song Xian's return for lunch, where they would reconvene at the dining table. The others, Su Yalan, Fujihara Saika, Lu Qimei, Li Fuzhen, and Lu Yinghua, were also present. As Song Xian noted everyone was gathered, he addressed the group before the meal commenced. Our quarters are nearing full capacity, and the number of residents will only increase. I have previously stated that I will not harbor idlers. Those who fail to contribute value will find their circumstances deteriorating. I will now outline the revised distribution of duties and reiterate the classification of personnel into 5 ranks. First, I am the leader, not subject to ranking. All must heed my commands and adhere to the rules. Second, the first rank comprises strong hunters, individuals capable of ensuring the survival of the group. The second rank includes managers and skilled personnel. Lu Qingmei will continue to oversee the slaves, while Fujihara Saika remains in charge of the storeroom, thus positioning you as managers. First and second rank individuals possess supervisory authority over those in the third rank and below. Any issues must be reported promptly. Furthermore, Fujihara Saika will move into my quarters, while Lu Qimei and Lu Feifei will share a room. Yes, master, Fujihara Saika beamed brightly, playfully winking at young Mimi. Humph. Young Mimi scoffed, crossing her arms defiantly, accentuating her curves. Lu Feifei, slightly taken aback by these arrangements, soon acquiesced. She had anticipated that Song Xian's allocation of a room implied a space for the smiths. Rather than being relegated to the common area, she was pleasantly surprised by Song Xian's decision. Observing Lu Feifei's agreeable demeanor, Song Xian nodded appreciatively before turning his attention to Su Yalan and young Mimi. Effective immediately, Su Yalan will manage household cleanliness and meals. You may select one of the ordinary individuals to assist you. The remaining ordinary women will fall under young Mimi and Appo's supervision, guiding them in simple tasks such as gathering and mending. Understood, Su Yalan and young Mimi responded, their faces lit with joy. Clearly, they had ascended to the second rank, with minimal responsibilities and subordinates to assist, promising a more leisurely existence ahead. Young Mimi grasped the implications as the number of women increased. Her sphere of influence would also expand. Indeed, my decision was astute. Meanwhile, in her mind, young Mimi relished the thought of Fujihara Saika and Appo's naivety and her feudal rivalry with her. Just as she reveled in her triumph, Song Xian and Appo's gaze swept over Lu Feifei, Lu Yinghua, and Li Fuzhen. You three will occupy the third rank, ordinary individuals with standard rights. As long as you comply with my regulations and conditions permit, I will strive to ensure your sustenance and dignity remain intact. However, should any of you betray me or contravene my rules, you will be demoted to the 4th rank, subjected to surveillance and punishment, or even to the 5th rank, becoming slaves on this island, facing only humiliation and relentless labor. Alternatively, you may meet a dire fate, cast into the sea to feed the fish. Do you understand? Understood, Li Fuzhen, Lu Feifei, and Lu Yinghua hurriedly nodded in Chapter 61. The pursuit confronted by the unexpectedly combative Song Xian, Lu Yinghua, and Li Fuzhen's expressions turned solemn, fearful of inciting his displeasure. Young Mimi, however, wore a peculiar expression as she pouted and gave a thumbs up, acknowledging, well, you sing better than I do. Stop flattering. I'm well aware of my own worth. Song Xian cast a sidelong glance at young Mimi, his lips curling into a subtle smirk. When we return at noon, sing that song offering of love for me. I wish to witness your true prowess. As you command, she replied, knowing well of Song Xian's mischievous inclinations. Although somewhat displeased, she resolved to comply. Should she dare to protest, I cannot do that. Song Xian would undoubtedly make her uncomfortable for the entire day, much like Lu Qimei, who couldn't even dare to sit on her bed. Indeed, you are a woman who understands the times, he remarked, pleased with her acquiescence, before turning away once more. Young Mimi pouted, instructing the others to gather firewood nearby, while she gazed after Song Xian, lost in thought. After spending several days in his company, her curiosity about this man only deepened. She felt as though he possessed an uncanny foresight, as if every event unfolded according to his meticulous calculations. Moreover, she had encountered a few fishermen, and though she had seen large catches and bountiful returns, none had matched Song Xian's intensity. Who exactly was he? And why was he so formidable at night? Lost in her musings, young Mimi's face suddenly flushed as her attention was abruptly diverted. Song Xian had stripped down at the water's edge and, with remarkable speed, propelled himself into the sea. His target, a silver-gray suitcase nestled among the reefs. Underwater. Song Xian swiftly approached the suitcase, feeling fortunate about his day's luck. Just as he was about to reach it, an urgent alert reverberated in his mind. Heavenly revelation. Warning. A school of sharks is approaching. Please return to shore immediately. Damn. Only upon hearing the warning did Song Xian realize a black, triangular fin had breached the surface, hurtling toward him. Beneath the water, at least a dozen more dark shapes lurked, indicating that he was not facing just one shark. Without hesitation, he swam towards the reef zone with all his might. In his unarmed state, he stood no chance against a shark, let alone a pack. His only hope lay in utilizing the coastal terrain to evade the impending danger. Splashing sounds echoed as the sharks, having spotted him, surged forward with fierce determination, their powerful tails propelling them with alarming speed. Thus began an aquatic chase. Young Mimi gasped at the sight, her heart racing as she hurriedly made for the shore. Lu Yinghua and Li Fuzhen shared her trepidation. Yet, in the next moment, Li Fuzhen's gaze fell upon a gleaming black handgun on the beach. A sinister thought crossed her mind. If Song Xian were to be devoured by the sharks, the power dynamics on the island would inevitably shift. We should, she whispered to Lu Yinghua, who nodded gravely at the sight of the weapon. Back on the surface, Song Xian continued to swim with remarkable speed, his physical prowess nearly matching that of the sharks. He glanced back, only to be met with a disheartening realization. The number of sharks was far greater than he had anticipated, at least several dozen. These were island bull sharks, known for their elongated, slender bodies. The adults measured at least 1 meter in length, with the largest reaching up to 2 meters. Their heads were proportionally long, while their tails were slender, resembling ordinary fish rather than the stereotypical image of a shark. They primarily inhabited coastal waters, preying on smaller fish and various marine creatures. As Song Xian confirmed their species, he understood there was little room for negotiation. With a surge of determination, he propelled himself into the reef area, pursued relentlessly by the pack of sharks. Song Xian, be careful, young Mimi cried out anxiously, her face pale as she paced nervously on the shore. Lu Yinghua and Li Fuzhen, harboring their own ulterior motives, stood protectively beside her. Li Fuzhen discreetly positioned her foot atop the handgun, preparing for the worst should Song Xian meet his demise in the water. Yet, Song Xian would not grant them that opportunity. As the sharks closed in, he planted his palms on the reef and unleashed a tremendous surge of strength. With a powerful leap, he propelled himself out of the water, landing atop a protruding rock. Phew. Young Mimi exhaled in relief, her heart calming as she witnessed Song Xian's narrow escape. However, the danger was far from over, for the sharks encircled the rock, their lifeless, bloodthirsty eyes fixated on him. Chapter 62, Narrow Escape. Perched precariously on an irregular reef, Song Xian steadied himself with his hands, gazing at the sharks lurking menacingly around him. Suddenly, a film came to mind. Indeed, it felt like a scene from The Shallows. The movie tells the story of a stunning blonde who, after breaking up with her boyfriend, swims at a beach only to encounter a great white shark, becoming trapped on a large reef. Fortunately for her, there was but one shark, and the director had provided her with various props, enhancing her luck, which ultimately allowed her to evade disaster. However, Song Xian realized that his own predicament was far less fortunate. The reef beneath his feet was not only small but also slick and damp. Were it not for his extraordinary physical strength, he would have already plunged into the water to become shark fodder. Given the current situation, remaining here would surely lead to his demise. In just an hour or two, the temperature on the beach would rise rapidly, and after several hours, he would be left with no escape. This scenario was indeed troublesome. Having assessed his circumstances, Song Xian recognized the gravity of his situation. He regretted his earlier decision. He should have swum back to the beach directly. Now, he saw only 2 options for escape. One was to dive into the sea and swim against the sharks. The other was, with this thought, he turned his gaze toward the shore. Young Mimi, Li Fuzhen, Lu Yinghua, hurry and push the raft into the water. If those sharks leave, we won't have any to eat tonight. All right, we'll do it. Young Mimi replied, her brow slightly furrowed as she began to take action. Li Fuzhen and Lu Yinghua, Uncertain about the behavior of the island's sharks, exchanged glances before rushing to push the bamboo raft. After several exhausting minutes, the three women finally managed to get the raft into the water. From a distance, Xian instructed, there should be a few fresh live fish in the nearby puddle. Bring my fishing rod and toolbox too. Understood. Yang Mimi replied promptly, then ordered Lu Yinghua to board the raft while sending Li Fujian to catch the fish. However, both hesitated, having noticed the sharks lingering near Xian. If they attempted to navigate the bamboo raft now, they might become the target of an attack. The seemingly rickety raft could easily be smashed by the group of sharks. Seeing their reluctance, Yang Mimi's brow furrowed, and with a sudden spark of determination, she sprinted before them. Lu Yinghua and Li Fujian's eyes widened in alarm, their hearts racing. By the time they reacted, Yang Mimi had already put considerable distance between them. When they managed to catch up, Yang Mimi was brandishing a handgun, cocked and aimed at them. Get to work right now. Otherwise, I swear I'll shoot you. Young Mimi, why must you go this far for him? Li Fujian exclaimed, attempting to reason with her as she felt the gun's cold gaze directed at her. Don't forget, we are all women. Xian is the true aggressor. There is enough food at the mountaintop for us to last 10 days to half a month. Even without him. And what happens after those 10 to 15 days? If no one comes to rescue us, what will you eat? Excrement? Young Mimi retorted. Her tone sharp, raising the gun as she continued. Stop with the nonsense. Get to work immediately, or I'll shoot you first. Let Lu Yinghua do it. Understanding that Li Fujian was Lu Yinghua's pillar of support, Yang Mimi threatened the wealthy woman directly, her finger hovering perilously close to the trigger. Wait, I'll go. I'll do it right now. Seeing the trigger nearly pulled, Li Fujian's eyelids fluttered anxiously as she swiftly turned away. Under Yang Mimi's command, Li Fujian and Lu Yinghua boarded the raft while Yang Mimi remained on the shore to direct them. All of this was observed by Xian. Though he recognized Yang Mimi's cunning and her selfish desire to avoid risk, his opinion of her rose to a new level. Yet, simultaneously, he reflected on his own misfortune, realizing it was partly due to his own carelessness. Although sharks were seldom seen close to shore, in this post-apocalyptic world, anything was possible. If he did not remain exceedingly cautious and respectful of the dangers, his peril would only increase. After several minutes, trembling with fear, Li Fujian and Lu Yinghua paddled the bamboo raft closer to Xian's reef. Due to the presence of some submerged and protruding rocks between them, they could only approach within 3 meters. While the island's sharks were aggressive, they rarely attacked creatures larger than themselves. Naturally, they had little interest in lifeless objects like the bamboo raft. Thus, Xian directed them to dispatch the live fish on the raft, tossing them far into the water. Soon, the two women, still quaking with fear, complied with Xian's instructions. With splashes, several bleeding fish were thrown into the sea, immediately attracting the nearby sharks with the scent of blood, leaving only a few around him. Taking a deep breath and narrowing his eyes, Xian calculated the distance and, in a sudden burst of energy, propelled himself off the reef. However, having expended considerable strength while swimming earlier and with the reef's slick surface, he only leaped a little over 2 meters before plunging into the water. With a splash, the nearby sharks instantly pursued him. But rather than succumb, he fiercely kicked and paddled, reaching the edge of the raft within moments. Just then, 2 sharks lunged toward him, jaws agape. Damn it, Xian exclaimed, an unusual curse escaping his lips as he thrust himself against the raft's edge. He quickly tightened his left leg, pulled back his right, and kicked the shark squarely on the head. With that force, he managed to scramble onto the raft. However, the sudden motion caused it to wobble violently. Ah! Lu Yinghua screamed as she toppled backward, lacking both Xian's strength and luck. Coincidentally, the sharks that had been pursuing Xian passed right by her. They did not differentiate between humans. Lu Yinghua was swiftly dragged beneath the waves, crimson blood blooming on the surface. Li Fujian, paralyzed by fear, clung desperately to the mast. Her body curled into a tight ball, too terrified to move. Meanwhile, Xian narrowed his eyes, coldly fixating on the group of island sharks. His mind echoing a single phrase, awaken. It is hunting time. He was determined to annihilate these sharks. Chapter 63, Fortuitous Misfortune Aya. Help. I don't want to die. I don't want to die. Li Fujian, her face ashen, clung to the mast, her body trembling as she cried out in terror. However, Xian had already taken action. He immediately opened the toolbox beside him and, using scissors and a knife, sharpened the ends of the previous oars to a razor's edge. Aiming at a Japanese dogfish near the raft, he thrust the makeshift spear with ferocious intent. Thwack! In an instant, the harpoon pierced the shark's gills. and a larger bloom of blood unfurled in the water. Ignoring the shark's fate, Song Xian swiftly withdrew the spear and lunged at another. Thwack! 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 After several minutes, Song Xian lost count of his strikes. The surrounding sea was now a crimson tableau, as if a vast, macabre flower had blossomed on the azure canvas, enveloping the small bamboo raft. Finally, the school of Japanese dogfish dispersed, deterred by Song Xian's prowess, his sanguinary resolve. They retreated, leaving behind more than a dozen of their brethren as casualties. Song Xian, drenched in shark blood, collapsed onto the raft, gasping for air as if his lungs would explode. But after a brief respite, a radiant smile illuminated his face. He erupted in laughter, a cacophony of mirth and coughs. Ha-ha. Cough, cough, cough. Ha-ha. The sea was now littered with the floating corpses of Japanese dogfish, and Song Xian was inundated with system notifications. This was a stroke of luck born from a near-death experience. Ding. Congratulations. You have captured a Japanese dogfish, gaining 203 experience points. Ding. Congratulations. You have captured a Japanese dogfish, gaining 195 experience points. Ding. Congratulations. You have captured a Japanese dogfish, gaining 257 experience points. Ding. Congratulations. Your level has increased to 7-star angler. Your attributes have been enhanced. Another half-hour elapsed, and 12 dogfish carcasses bobbed on the surface. Song Xian's level ascended once more to 8-star angler, and he was already within sight of 9-star angler. Host, Song Xian. Level, 8-star angler. Skill, apocalyptic forecast. Apocalyptic forecast. Avert misfortune and seek auspiciousness. You can foresee the arrival of disasters and dangers. Constitution, 33. Energy, 39. Equipment. Platinum fishing rod. Platinum fishing rod. A platinum quality item of extraordinary caliber, capable of handling fish up to 2 tons. Boasts a 1 chance of critical strike bonus and reduces stamina consumption by 20. Item, silver snakeskin pocket. Silver snakeskin pocket. Internal space of 1. 5 cubic meters. Load capacity of 1. 2 tons, waterproof, dustproof, electro-resistant, and possesses preservation capabilities. Supplies, several sets of men's clothing, chocolate, cigarettes, Switch game console, watch, handgun. Several sets of alluring women's clothing, cosmetics, 2 boxes of condoms, 1 box of contraceptive pills, paper documents. Experience points, 481 800 kilograms. After briefly admiring his stats, Song Xian immediately set to work, using the raft to gather his spoils, except for the few that had drifted too far. He strung up the remaining 7 sharks and towed them behind the raft as he made his way back to shore. As Song Xian returned to the beach, Yangmi immediately rushed into his arms, delivering both a physical embrace and an imported sweet as a reward for the valiant warrior. Honey, you're amazing. You're practically a war god from mythology. Spare me the flattery. Song Xian secretly reveled in the praise but maintained a stoic facade. He squeezed Yangmi's posterior and commanded, "Get everyone down here to process these sharks immediately. With the current temperature, they'll spoil quickly if we don't dry them into jerky." "Okay, I'll go right away." Yangmi promptly obeyed, but she turned back and handed Song Xian his pistol. "Here, keep it. I have something bigger and more powerful." Song Xian winked at Yangmi, a smug grin playing on his lips. Feeling trusted and emboldened, Yangmi playfully reached out, and then, with a peal of silvery laughter, she vanished onto the beach, her alabaster legs and peach-like derriere swaying. Song Xian rolled his eyes and resumed his voyage. As for the useless Li Fujian, he kicked her off the raft. "Drag these sharks into the water pit. If any sharks are left on the beach when I get back, you'll regret it." After delivering this harsh ultimatum, Song Xian retrieved a pack of cigarettes from his pocket. Click. He lit one and took a leisurely drag, exhaling a dragon-like plume of smoke. Then he donned his clothes and pushed the raft back out to sea. 3 minutes later, another shark was heaved onto the raft. 5 minutes later, Song Xian once again caught up with the silver suitcase that had nearly cost him his life. He hauled it onto the raft and opened it to inspect its contents. Inside, he discovered a plethora of peculiar items: hair removal cream, contraceptives, animal-eared headbands, a foxtail toy, various alluring swimsuits and lingerie, a ball gag, toy handcuffs, red leather boots, a dark red whip, and several used candles, both manual and electric massagers. It was, without a doubt, the most unusual suitcase he had ever encountered. Lewd. After examining the entire suitcase, Song Xian, a man of principle, offered this 2-word assessment. Then he silently closed the suitcase, tossed it aside, and resumed fishing. However, perhaps due to the earlier shark infestation, The fish were now too wary to emerge. After half an hour, Song Xian had only caught 2 fish. Realizing that the temperature was rising, Song Xian decided to call it quits. After all, the morning's haul could be described in the words of Master Xiao, terrifyingly so. On the beach, Su Yalan, Fujiwara Shizuka, Yangmi, Lu Qimei, Lu Feifei, Li Fuzhen, and the 2 slaves were all present. The 2 slaves looked glum as they labored, burdened by the sight of so many sharks. Except for the ashen-faced Li Fuzhen. The other young women were beaming. After all, this was thousands of pounds of food, enough to sustain them for quite some time. So, when Song Xian's large raft approached the shore, Su Yalan, Fujiwara Shizuka, and Yangmi rushed to greet him, eager to reward Song Xian. Chapter 64, Gathering from the Sea. What are you gawking at? Get to work. Drag those fish back to the villa. Lu Qimei, biting her crimson lips, barked at the thralls as she saw them entangled on the beach. Ever since the betrayal and the subsequent severe chastisement by Song Xian, she no longer showed them any leniency. A con artist and a petty crook, though begrudgingly, swallowed their fervent desires and obediently hoisted the shark, departing under Lu Qimei and Appo's escort. However, the gazes of Li Bo and Hiratani Daisuke furtively intertwined. How could an international swindler, accustomed to a life of extravagance, and an Olympic medalist turned renowned actor, willingly accept servitude? As for Lu Feifei, the so-called little fairy, she cast a complex glance for a brief moment before diligently setting to work, carrying several large fish towards the mountain. Li Fuzhen, with her fair skin, captivating charm, and curvaceous figure, adorned in a blue uniform, exposed her pristine legs as she observed the 3 youthful and comely figures. Song Xian. She bit her slightly full, sensual lips and crawled towards the quartet. In the afternoon, Song Xian lay languidly in the woods, haunted by a recent nightmare. In his dream, he had returned to a time 10 years hence, where he was neither struck by a mutated sea base nor reborn into the present. Instead, he endured an even more catastrophic calamity. While the world's greatest danger was initially natural disasters, a terrifying man-made catastrophe soon followed. All of humanity had undergone mutation, sprouting snow-white, supple tentacles. He had barely sought refuge in the forest when he was seized by 4 monstrosities. They subjected him to relentless torture, leaving him breathless. They inflicted torment upon him, sparing no inch of his skin. Their tentacles. Hiss. The subsequent nightmare was so appalling that Song Xian abruptly awoke with a start. Few a nightmare, thankfully. Realizing it was a false alarm, Song Xian wiped the cold sweat from his brow, his gaze inadvertently drifting towards the 2nd floor of the wooden cabin. Lu Feifei was surreptitiously watching him. Upon noticing his gaze, she hastily retreated from the window. Unperturbed, Song Xian stretched languidly and swung his legs off the bed, only to step on Li Fuzhen's alabaster thigh. Li Fuzhen cried out in pain, hastily shifting her bruised and swollen body to the side. However, Song Xian showed no pity, donning his trousers, grabbing his fishing rod, and heading back to the south shore. In this situation, angling was the only way to calm his nerves. North shore, near the sea. After the bloody battle in the morning and the thrilling excitement at noon, Song Xian felt incredibly relaxed and comfortable as he cast his line from the bamboo raft, enjoying the cool sea breeze. He even hummed a few tunes. However, he soon noticed something amiss. The afternoon waves were fiercer than those of the morning, and the tide was rising and falling more rapidly. To him, these were clear signs of an impending tsunami. Moreover, he carefully observed his surroundings. The shallow sea area was faintly turning white, and the dogfish from earlier that morning typically did not venture so close to the shore. All of these changes made him suspect that the tsunami was coming sooner than he had anticipated. Therefore, Song Xian sailed back to the near shore, ensuring that he could quickly reach the land and guarantee his safety in case of an emergency. 2 hours passed in the blink of an eye, and Song Xian was delighted to receive a system notification. Ding! Congratulations! You have caught a sea base, gaining 13 experience points. Ding! Congratulations! You have successfully leveled up to a 9-star angler. Your attributes have been enhanced. TSK, what a twist of fate. Seeing that he had finally caught a sea base, Song Xian recalled the slap he had received before his rebirth. However, that one was mutated and had been strengthened by many suns. This one clearly posed no threat to him. Even if the fish slapped him all night, it probably wouldn't break his defense. The sea base belongs to the Perciformes order, Ladiolabracity family, and Ladiolabrax genus, also known as Qingzhai, Huajia, Hualu, and Lizatsi. The one in his hand had an elongated, laterally compressed body covered in small tenoid scales, a large mouth with a protruding lower jaw longer than the upper jaw, a silver-gray color, and scattered small black spots on its back and dorsal fin. It was the most common type. This fish is fierce and enjoys eating small fish and shrimp. Its anterior dorsal fin has multiple hard spines, and its mouth has fine teeth for effective predation. Moreover, Xian seemed to remember that they often engaged in cannibalism, a rare phenomenon among most creatures. Nevertheless, this did not diminish their popularity in the country, as their flesh is tender and delicious. Furthermore, they have high economic value, and many recreational anglers enjoy catching sea bass. There is also the saying, one only hears of the deliciousness of sea bass, but not of the hardships of the fishermen. Even Xian remembered it clearly. It meant that everyone knew sea bass was delicious, but they didn't know how hard the fishermen worked. Xian had been quite moved by it at the time. But now he thought, I paid for it, didn't I? Who doesn't work hard these days? Off you go after unhooking the sea bass. Xian threw it a distance towards the shore and continued to cast his line with force. However, he soon reeled it in and gave up sea fishing because the waves were now too turbulent. He could handle it, but the bamboo raft couldn't. Therefore, Xian decisively sailed back to the shore. As a result, he stumbled upon another wave of commercial opportunities. That is, the fish stranded on the beach during low tide. This was much faster than fishing at sea himself. Let's do it. Spotting the dozen or so fish on the shore, Xian returned to the beach and immediately rushed to pick up the freebies. With each wave, a dozen or so fish were swept ashore, and he picked them up. Ding! Congratulations! You have caught a sardine, gaining 7 experience points. Ding! Congratulations! You have caught a pomfret, gaining 5 experience points. Ding! Congratulations! You have caught a flower crab, gaining 1 experience point. Ding! Congratulations! You have caught a. In less than an hour, he happily harvested 100 fish, including a dozen sea urchins. It was a bountiful harvest. Of course, the fish washed ashore were generally small. However, these were freebies. All he had to do was move his hands and bend over to pick them up. What could be better than that? Therefore, Xian stayed on the beach for an extra hour, successfully advancing a major stage and receiving an even bigger surprise. Ding! Congratulations! You have caught a sea bass, gaining 5 experience points. Ding! Congratulations! You have leveled up to a 1-star angler. You have received a lucky draw opportunity. Do you want to activate it? Chapter 65, Water Purifier, activated. Without hesitation, Xian initiated the lucky draw. Ding! Congratulations! You have obtained a hand crank water purifier. System, display my mobile panel. Upon hearing the reward, Xian immediately summoned the system. Host, Xian, level, 1-star angler, skill, apocalyptic forecast, allows you to foresee impending disasters and dangers. Constitution, 36, energy, 42, equipment, platinum fishing rod, of exceptional platinum quality, suitable for catching fish up to 2 tons. Grants a 1 chance of critical strike and reduces stamina consumption by 20. Items, silver snakeskin pocket, hand crank water purifier, silver snakeskin pocket, internal space of 1. 5 cubic meters, load capacity of 1. 2 tons, waterproof, dustproof, and electrically insulated with preservation capabilities. Hand crank water purifier, purifies seawater and wastewater to drinking water standards by manually turning the handle. Supplies, assorted men's clothing, cigarettes, switch game console, watch, handgun. Assorted alluring women's clothing, a box of condoms, a box of contraceptives, paper documents, assorted swimwear, a whip. Experience points, 1,000 kilograms. A true treasure. The bottled purified water was nearly depleted, obviating the need to construct a water purification device. After reviewing the attributes of the hand crank water purifier, Xian's spirit soared. What elated him even more was the bonus of a lottery draw upon each rank advancement. Furthermore, his spirit and physique now increased by 2 points per level, effectively doubling the previous rate. As he continued to ascend, this figure would undoubtedly escalate further. His physical attributes were already 6 to 7 times that of an ordinary human. Once he reached the 9-star angler rank, his constitution would be 10-fold that of a normal person. At that juncture, even conventional bullets would be rendered harmless against him. Boom. Splash. As Xian luxuriated in his vision of the future, a cataclysmic tidal surge suddenly struck. Sensing the impending danger, Xian judiciously abandoned his scavenging endeavors, salvaging the most delectable sea urchins, a few crabs, and some shrimp, leaving the remaining bounty behind. As anticipated, an even more tumultuous and violent wave crashed as he ascended a small hillock. The inexorable force of nature wreaked havoc upon the beach. felling several small trees near the coast. Indeed, humanity was dwarfed by the grandeur of nature. Witnessing this spectacle, Xian once again reflected on the insignificance of mankind before shouldering his spoils and returning to the wooden cabin villa. The bevy of beauties erupted in jubilation upon seeing the abundance of sea urchins. The feast was enjoyed by all, with the newcomers, Lu Feifei and Li Fujian, particularly astounded. They were astonished by the opulence of the dinner and even more so by the post-meal fruit distribution. Such a lifestyle on this desolate, post-apocalyptic island seemed like a dream. Consequently, Lu Feifei and Li Fujian's perception of Xian underwent a transformation. However, before they could dwell on it, Xian apprised them of the recent tsunami and the looming threat of a super tsunami. He cautioned them to minimize their visits to the beach to avert potential peril. The expressions of the women shifted once more, as this news implied that rescue efforts might be indefinitely postponed. A tsunami would inevitably engender widespread devastation, necessitating aid for a multitude of individuals. The survival rate of plane crash victims was already low, further diminishing the likelihood of a search and rescue operation. A super tsunami would unleash incalculable devastation. Not only would rescue teams be unable to reach them, but their very survival was also uncertain. Consequently, a pall of silence descended upon the group, their faces no longer radiant. Before long, Yang Mi suddenly interjected, "Xian, what about the engineer couple by the sea? Could they be in danger? I'll go check on them shortly." Prompted by Yang Mi, Xian recalled the foreign couple. He was reborn from a post-apocalyptic world 10 years in the future. While major events and calamitous disasters remained etched in his memory, some details had faded. Therefore, caution was paramount to avoid succumbing to unforeseen pitfalls. Thus, Xian swiftly descended the hill with 2 of his thralls, arriving at the northern beach of the plain island. To Xian's surprise, the northern shore was considerably calmer than the southern one. However, the current waves were already high enough to inundate the floor of the aircraft cabin, causing Smith and Juliet considerable anxiety. The arrival of Xian brought them a measure of relief. To safeguard his technical assets, Xian resolved to relocate them immediately. Before doing so, however, Xian assigned them some tasks, such as dismantling 2 more luxury seats and retrieving the aircraft's battery, charging equipment, and other components. Once these tasks were completed, the interior of the cabin was nearly barren, with the control room and storage area in a state of disarray. Nevertheless, there were still numerous items that could be salvaged, such as the aircraft's aviation-grade glass and detachable steel panels. However, Xian deemed it unnecessary to expend his time on them. The cataclysmic tsunami was imminent, and the ensuing days would be marked by torrential rain and violent storms. Once this period subsided, a new wave of survivors would arrive, and he would embark on a mission to scour the surrounding islands for additional survivors. Then, he would bide his time until the arrival of the detestable Japanese fishermen-turned-pirates. After that, he would contemplate conquering the Ryukyu Islands to establish a kingdom, acquire abundant resources, and then proceed to Okinawa and the main islands of Japan. 3 days elapsed in the blink of an eye. The weather grew increasingly erratic, and the waves surrounding the island became progressively turbulent. The women's spirits sank, but Xian grew increasingly elated as the tempestuous seas yielded a greater bounty of fish. His velocity enabled him to outpace the waves, and he even surpassed them in speed. Consequently, he had been on a fish-collecting frenzy for the past 3 days. Over 3,000 pounds of fish. This windfall propelled him to advance 3 levels, an outcome that was nothing short of exhilarating. Moreover, the surprises did not end there, as he had also discovered a mermaid, Avril Lavigne, a once-renowned Western singer. Chapter 66. The tsunami. A chilling wind howled through the darkened sky as Xian stood silently, gazing at the vast, tumultuous sea, patiently awaiting the retreat of the waves to seize his opportunity. Yet, amidst his quiet anticipation, a cluster of golden hair drifting on the surface caught his attention. A golden retriever? A foreign lady? Upon closer inspection, he discerned the truth. As the tide receded, he rushed forward without hesitation, disregarding the fish of all sizes, and hoisted the figure onto his shoulder, hastily transporting her back to safety without sparing a glance at her features. It was Avril, the once popular pop sensation. A coveted beauty among rock singers prompted him to extend his hand in assistance. Checking her neck and pulse, he realized her breathing had ceased, her complexion a ghastly shade. Without delay, he positioned her upright and performed the Heimlich maneuver, cradling her against his chest, urging her upper body downward and rhythmically compressing her abdomen, desperate to expel the seawater that filled her lungs. As he initiated artificial respiration and cardiopulmonary resuscitation, uncertainty loomed over him. He could not ascertain whether he could save her. Yet, in that moment, he chose to act without dwelling on the outcome. After all, in his previous life on the island, he had never encountered Avril, suggesting that her fate was already sealed. Should she survive, it would be a testament to his virtue. If not, he would bear no sorrow or guilt, for it was simply the course of fate. With urgency, he pinched her nose and parted her pale, soft lips, breathing life into her. He continued this cycle for what felt like an eternity, until, just as he was on the verge of despair, she began to cough violently, her complexion flushing as her eyes rolled back. Swiftly, he turned her onto her knees, gently patting her back while speaking earnestly. Breathe slowly and cough as forcefully as you can. I just saved you. There may still be water in your lungs. Don't inhale again, or you risk infection. Listening to his peculiar English, Avril adjusted her breathing, and after a tense few minutes, her respiration steadied. Grateful for her savior, she looked upon Song Xian's handsome visage, radiating a masculine allure that contrasted sharply with the delicate features of East Asian men. Mr. Song, I cannot thank you enough for saving my life. I shall repay this debt. Yet before he could respond, her stomach audibly protested, a sound that made her cheeks flush crimson. Embarrassed, she clutched her belly but could not ignore her hunger. The seawater had expelled any remnants of the wild fruit she had previously consumed. With a bashful expression, she asked, Mr. Song, do you have anything to eat? Of course, but I will require a small favor in return. Are you willing? He said with a teasing smile, retrieving a Snickers bar from his bag. Certainly, if you could provide me with some water as well. As a free-spirited Western woman, coupled with her gratitude for Song Xian's life-saving act, she found it impossible to refuse his request, especially considering her current state. Clad in nothing but her underwear and adorned with numerous tattoos. I will give you a bottle and ensure you are well fed. Seeing her readiness, he produced a bottle of water and shared his snacks with her. With fervor, Avril devoured the food and drink, while Song Xian, unreserved, encircled her waist, occasionally inquiring about her tattoos. What do the letters near your thigh signify? My ex-boyfriend, Virus. And the large butterfly on your lower abdomen? I just thought it looked beautiful. And the letters on your chest? Surely they aren't another X? That was for my late grandmother. Apologies for prying. Let me treat you to some milk. As night fell, Song Xian returned home with the petite, golden-haired Avril. Upon seeing the dilapidated wooden cabin, she dramatically clutched her head, exclaiming, Did you build this house? Oh my God, this is beyond extravagant. Well, it's just a reflection of my capabilities. If you behave, more good days lie ahead. For now. Song Xian was pleased with her demeanor. However, in a few days, he would find her somewhat bothersome, beginning to understand why such a beautiful pop diva, who could easily resemble a Disney princess with a bit of makeup, faced so many challenges in her romantic endeavors. It seemed she had a tendency to become overly clingy. 3 days later, amidst the relentless rain, hail, thunder, and tumultuous waves, the island trembled under the onslaught of a terrifying tsunami. The crashing waves obscured the hearts of all with a shadow of dread, causing the women in the wooden cabin to huddle close to Song Xian, trembling in fear. Fujiwara Shizuka and Avril remained closely by his side, the former evolving at an astonishing pace. Song Xian could not help but applaud her, recognizing her as the daughter of Fujiwara Norika. The expressions of the women around them grew peculiar as they observed Shizuka's actions, some even swallowed nervously. Chapter 67. A bountiful harvest. The relentless tempestuous surge, an implacable hammer of the gods, scourged the land, assaulting both body and soul. Turbulent, alabaster crests crashed with unrestrained ferocity, inundating all before them, eliciting cries of terror from the women within the dwelling. Aya, it's terrifying. Eek. We're going to perish. So frightening. No, please. No more. Help, save us. Behind, I. As the day waned, the tempest began its gradual retreat, leaving the island disarray. The peak where Song Xian resided remained a sanctuary, albeit relatively speaking. Save for Lu Feifei, the women were disoriented and reeling, some foaming at the mouth, eyes rolling back, still uttering lamentations. Lu Feifei, however, was equally shaken. Witnessing Song Xian's simian feats had profoundly impacted her psyche. Such scenes were relegated to the realm of cinema, often achieved through artful editing. To witness it in reality was staggering. Gulp. As the tide receded, Lu Feifei, clad in a white shirt and casual trousers, leaned against the wall, knees drawn to her chest, her face flushed. Anxiety gripped her as she feared imminent doom. Yet, Song Xian merely grinned mischievously, his gaze igniting a peculiar warmth in her cheeks, a blend of trepidation and nascent anticipation. Contrary to her expectations, Song Xian simply reclined. Hush. Splash. Soon, Song Xian and the others succumbed to slumber. The world reduced to the cadence of breath and the ocean's murmur. Yet, Lu Feifei, stealing a glance at Song Xian, found her face ablaze with burgeoning reveries. She recalled the words of Song Xiubai and Yang Mi that a disaster relief team would never come. Song Xian's prediction of the tsunami had materialized. Initially only partially convinced, she now believed them wholeheartedly. The absence of initial rescue efforts, coupled with the cataclysmic tsunami, suggested that the black box, containing flight data, was lost to the sea. Moreover, the sheer magnitude of the tsunami would likely divert global aid efforts for an extended period. Rescue, if it came, might be delayed by half a year. Perhaps even a year. If such a protracted period elapsed. Lu Feifei's gaze lingered on Song Xian, then swept over Su Yalan, Avril, Yang Mi, Lu Qimei, Fujiwara Shizuka, and Li Fuzhen, her thoughts growing ever more intricate. As the day broke, the tempest's fury abated. The ocean's embrace retreated to the sands. And Song Xian, after a midday repast, ventured forth once more. This night promised to be one of ceaseless activity. The tsunami had bestowed upon the island an abundance of marine life. For him, it was a windfall of experience points. However, only living specimens would be counted. The fate of the captured creatures was of no concern. A fish caught once would not yield experience again. Thus, Song Xian prepared for an extended shift. His robust constitution, fortified by layered garments, would withstand the night's chill. After a delightful dinner, Song Xian commenced his nocturnal sweep. Ding! Congratulations! You have captured a blacktip shark, gaining 78 experience points. Ding! Congratulations! You have captured a black sea urchin, gaining 7 experience points. Ding! Congratulations! You have captured a yellow base, gaining 23 experience points. Ding! Congratulations! You have captured a pearl starfish, gaining 2 experience points. Ding! Congratulations! You have captured a dolphin, gaining 117 experience points. Ding! Congratulations! You have ascended to 5-star angler, your attributes have been enhanced, and your stamina has been replenished. Ha! Exquisite! Barely 20 minutes had passed, and his level had already increased. Song Xian felt invigorated. With renewed vigor, he continued his sweep, braving the biting wind for the better part of the night. Upon hearing 2 more notifications, he turned homeward, a tuna slung across his shoulders. This was not his limit, but the frigid night had glazed the ground with ice, and the trees were festooned with frost. The fish were succumbing to the cold. To continue would yield diminishing returns. Song Xian opted to return to the warmth of his companions. Ding! Congratulations! You have captured a yellowfin tuna, gaining 60 experience points. Ding! Congratulations! You have ascended to 8-star angler, your attributes have been enhanced, and your stamina has been replenished. En route, Song Xian glanced at his attribute panel. Host, Song Xian. Level, 8-star angler. Skill, apocalyptic foresight. Apocalyptic foresight. Anticipate fortune and avert danger. You can foresee the advent of calamities. Physique, 50. Energy, 56. Equipment, platinum fishing rod. Platinum fishing rod. A platinum-grade item of exceptional quality, capable of handling fish up to 2 tons. With a 1 chance of critical strike bonus and 20 stamina conservation. Item, silver snakeskin pouch. Hand crank water purifier. Silver snakeskin pouch. Internal volume of 1.5 cubic meters. Load capacity of 1.2 tons. Waterproof, dustproof, and electrically insulated, with preservation capabilities. Hand crank water purifier. Can purify seawater and sewage to potable levels by rotating the handle. Supplies, assorted men's clothing, chocolate, cigarettes, Switch gaming console, watch, handgun, assorted alluring women's apparel, cosmetics, 2 boxes of condoms, half a box of contraceptive pills, paper identification documents. Massage swimwear, whip, seductive. Experience points, 54 1,800 kilograms. Undeniably, he was now a formidable force. Thus, Song Xian made a decision. With the hand crank water purifier, the existing pool would suffice. Starting tomorrow, he would task the slaves with reinforcing the raft, embarking on an early age of exploration. He would claim the resources and overlooked marine life of the nearby, larger islands. Chapter 68, Yellowfin Tuna. Is it not going to move anymore? Useless. As Song Xian carried the tuna home, the yellowfin tuna ceased its struggles midway, becoming completely still. Reluctantly, Song Xian had to set it down early, making an incision at the fish's tail and another at its side to drain the blood from its body. He had learned this technique from relevant videos. The tuna, also known as the skipjack, belongs to the Scombridae family within the Perciformes order. Typically, they possess an elongated, robust body with a streamlined shape resembling a small torpedo. Tapering towards the tail with a slender base, the tail fin is either forked or crescent-shaped, characteristics that apply to yellowfin tuna as well. Notably, they have pronounced ridges on either side of the tail base, with small fins trailing behind the dorsal and anal fins, and their cross-section is somewhat circular. However, these features are similar to those of bluefin tuna and other large tunas. The primary method of differentiating these tuna species lies in the unique coloration of their scales on the dorsal and ventral sides. The urgency for Song Xian to bleed the fish immediately stemmed from the fact that tuna possess degenerated gill muscles, necessitating constant swimming to ensure a fresh flow of water over their gills for oxygen. Even at night, they cannot rest, as long as they are alive. They must keep swimming. To replenish the energy expended from this relentless movement, they must continuously feed. Should they cease to feed or struggle, their blood would rapidly deteriorate, adversely affecting the fish's edibility and accelerating its spoilage. At that point, his sashimi would no longer be delectable. The thought of exquisite sashimi made Song Xian's mouth water. Tuna are omnivorous, primarily consuming squid, crabs, eels, and shrimp, which contributes to their exceptionally flavorful and nutritious flesh, rich in vitamin E. Recently, it has been discovered that they also contain a trace element called selenium, known for its ability to prevent arteriosclerosis and delay aging. Hence, not only Song Xian but also people from Southeast Asian countries have a strong affinity for tuna sashimi. Of course, given his previous income, he had only indulged in cheaper substitutes or the most affordable skipjack tuna. The quality of this yellowfin tuna, if sold at market, could fetch several hundred to over 1,000 per pound. This thought reminded Song Xian of a certain friend. This chap had gone to a sushi restaurant to enjoy tuna, accompanied by a date. Unfortunately, the unscrupulous establishment had substituted the tuna with oil fish, a cheap variety costing only a few dollars per pound. Consuming such fish could lead to mild stomach cramps or, in severe cases, hospitalization due to prolonged diarrhea. Some individuals with sensitive stomachs could even suffer immediate adverse reactions, leading to a rather embarrassing situation. Recalling his friend caused a slight smile to creep onto Song Xian's face. However, he quickly dismissed the thought, acknowledging that they were no longer of the same world. With humanity and Apos, as population dwindling in the future, considering his friend and Apos, as carefree demeanor, the likelihood of his survival seemed grim. With a series of compressions on the tuna, blood swiftly flowed from its body. After several minutes, Song Xian finally drained the fish completely, triumphantly carrying his prize home. He then roused Su Yalan, Avril, Yang Mimi, Lu Qingmei, Fujihara Shizuka, Li Fuzhen, and Lu Feifei, inviting them to partake in the sashimi feast. These beautiful ladies had never tasted such fresh sashimi before. Paired with various condiments like vinegar, mustard, and chili oil, they savored every bite, their faces lighting up with joy, showering him with compliments. Fujihara Shizuka, Master, you are the best. I adore you. Yang Mimi, darling, this is delicious. You are the strongest man in the world. Su Yalan, Songdaji, you are incredible. This is the first time I've tasted such exquisite tuna. Previously, I thought all tuna tasted plastic. Lu Feifei, this is truly fresh. I've never had such delectable tuna. Lu Qimei, nom nom nom. Meanwhile, Song Xian ate leisurely, concealing his inner delight beneath an impassive facade. Once everyone had satisfied their hunger, he retreated to his room. Wearing a cropped tank top and shorts that revealed her fair thighs and rosy knees, Fujihara Shizuka quickly set down her chopsticks. With hurried steps, she dashed back to her room, leaving the other women with flushed faces. Following her, Li Fuzhen, dressed in a blue office outfit, hesitated briefly, biting her lip and scratching her thigh wrapped in red stockings, before joining Fujihara Shizuka in her room. Noticing the two had left and hearing increasingly intimate sounds, Su Yalan blushed as she glanced at Yang Mimi. Sister Me, should we? Are we too late? They whispered, contemplating changing into swimsuits. However, while they were busy murmuring, Lu Qimei set down her chopsticks and returned to her room. Lu Feifei looked around and followed Lu Qimei. Just as they departed, Avril licked the meat juice from her fingers, carelessly smearing it on her alabaster belly, and headed towards Fujihara Shizuka's room. The following day, at the break of dawn, when the first rays of sunlight streamed in, Song Xian visited Lu Qingmei's room to wake her and engage in conversation. Lu Feifei feigned sleep, pretending not to hear their exchange. Yet, her delicate face was flushed, and her small feet, exposed from beneath the covers, were tightly pressed together. Unbeknownst to her, Her eyes would occasionally flutter open. In the afternoon, excluding Smith and Julia, everyone else rose quite late, with Xian emerging as the champion of early risers. Since the foreign couple lacked culinary skills, and aware that they would waste food, Xian took the rare initiative to cook. Upon witnessing Xian and Appo's culinary prowess, Julia's perception of him underwent another transformation. The last time her perception changed was after witnessing his extraordinary abilities, which had kept her awake all night, nearly driving her husband, Smith, to the brink of exasperation. Yet, he remained unhelpful, prompting her to unleash a tirade of criticisms upon him. Useless, spineless shrimp. Chapter 69, The Great King Squid. On the first floor, in the dining hall, Julia, a stunning blonde with mesmerizing blue eyes and an alluring figure, descended the stairs. Her appearance slightly marred by dark circles beneath her eyes. Upon spotting a sizable piece of tuna left on the table, her eyes lit up, and she found herself swallowing in anticipation. Xian, may I indulge in this tuna? Feel free, he replied casually, although the food had been left overnight. Xian had no intention of consuming it, despite the night's frigid temperatures frequently dipping below freezing, effectively acting like a refrigerator. The tuna would remain unspoiled for half a day. Thus, he simply heated a few prepared dishes, roasting 2 large fish and stewing another 2, summoning everyone to awaken for their meal. The sounds of eating filled the air, smacking lips and the clatter of utensils. However, aside from Lu Feifei and the Smiths, the others, Su Yalan, Avril, Yang Mimi, Lu Qingmei, Fujihara Shizuka, and Li Fujian, displayed a lethargy that persisted even after the bountiful lunch. It was evident that they were still reeling from the tumultuous events of the previous day's tsunami. After the hearty meal, Xian instructed Lu Feifei and Julia to tidy up, before leading the foreigner Smith and the 2 slaves into the woods. Smith, your task today is to supervise their logging activities. Should they disobey or display any unusual behavior, inform me immediately. Yes, Chief, Smith responded promptly, feigning a devoted demeanor. Without further ado, Xian shouldered his fishing rod and carried a metal bucket as he turned to leave. Shortly thereafter, Li Bo, an international con artist fluent in multiple languages, began to cautiously engage Smith while working. He started with extravagant praises of America, declaring the sweetness of its air and expressing his longing for freedom and democracy. He then subtly complimented Smith's imposing stature, suggesting he possessed a leader-esque charisma. Aware of Smith's fondness for Transformers, he likened him to Optimus Prime, showering him with insincere flattery. Smith, flattered and enchanted, found their rapport noticeably strengthened. However, he was not foolish. He understood Li Bo's motivations for ingratiating himself. Given Xian's prowess and authority, Li Bo knew it was unlikely that Smith would entertain thoughts of betrayal anytime soon. Should such thoughts arise, Smith would not dare act on them. Thus, Li Bo was in search of an opportunity to acquire a handgun that could control the entire island. No matter how formidable an individual may be, they were no match for the power of a firearm. Through gathered intelligence, he was aware of Pinggu Daxiang's previous endeavors and knew that the handgun in Lu Qingmei's possession was devoid of ammunition. Therefore, he desperately sought to uncover the whereabouts of the bullets, perhaps leveraging Smith to investigate. At the southern shore of Plain Island, upon discovering that his small bamboo raft had indeed vanished, Xian was left with no choice but to fish in the nearby sea. To his surprise, on his very first cast, he triggered a rare stroke of luck. Gently tapping the fishing rod, he sensed something snagged on the line. Yet it exhibited no signs of struggle. Elated, he began to reel it in. Clunk. Let this be something of great utility, perhaps a yacht or a speedboat would suffice. I shan't be greedy for an aircraft carrier, he mused, greedily murmuring as he reeled in his catch, yet the system seemed unyielding. Ding. Congratulations. You have triggered a lucky critical hit. You have acquired a Frogman diving suit set. Frogman diving suit set, diving respirator, Frogman swimwear, goggles, earplugs, and flippers. Diving equipment, how unfortunate. How splendid it would be if I had a submarine, he lamented, pulling the spoils from the water. Oblivious to the fact that even if gifted a nuclear submarine, he would not know how to operate it. Testing the equipment. Xian donned the Frogman suit and plunged into the water. Splash. Upon entering the ocean, he immediately sensed a remarkable difference. With his current physical prowess, complemented by the shark skin diving suit and the thrust from the flippers, even the previously encountered hammerhead shark could not outpace him, coupled with his agile movements. The mask also functioned like gills underwater. Should he equip himself with some offensive gear and seize the right moment, preventing his prey from retreating into the deep? Hunting medium to large marine creatures was not beyond the realm of possibility. How delightful! The more he contemplated, the more elated he became, prompting him to swim deeper into the ocean, aiming for the coral cluster beneath the prior reef. There, he hoped to gather an abundance of sea urchins, having brought a cloth bag to collect them. However, upon reaching the vicinity, he stumbled upon an unexpected surprise. A large, 2-meter-long red and white squid, presumably the legendary Great King Squid, appeared before him, and it was a juvenile. Adult Great King Squids typically exceed 10 meters in length, with some reaching over 20 meters. Such large squids rarely venture into coastal waters. They predominantly inhabit the depths of the sea, seldom seen, and even less often caught. Its presence here was likely a consequence of the recent tsunami. His knowledge stemmed from past fishing experiences where he was ridiculed for his inability to distinguish between squids, cuttlefish, and octopuses. Consequently, he had dedicated himself to studying these creatures with far greater diligence than during his school days. Squids, cuttlefish, and octopuses all belong to the mollusk phylum, class Cephalopoda, characterized by a true coelom. First, squids and cuttlefish are essentially the same organism, differing only in nomenclature, with alternative names including flower branch and inkfish. They eject ink when threatened. The octopus, known as eight-legged or octopus, possesses 8 arms of equal length. Lastly, squids, referred to as gun squids, big tubes, transparent squids, and small tubes, have distinct features that can be delineated as follows. In terms of appearance, the octopus has an oval body, typically devoid of fins. The squid is slender and tubular, with fins located at the tail. The cuttlefish, on the other hand, has a shield-like shape, with a bulky body and fins along the sides. Secondly, their appendages differ. The octopus has 8 arms of equal length, while the squid has 10 appendages, 2 long and 8 short. The cuttlefish also possesses 10 appendages, typically 2 long and 8 short. Thirdly, their suckers vary. Octopus suckers are cup-shaped. Squid suckers may have hooks, while cuttlefish suckers feature stalks with fine teeth. Finally, the internal shell is a distinguishing feature that requires dissection to observe. The octopus has a slippery body with no internal shell, whereas the squid possesses a semi-transparent internal shell, and the cuttlefish has a hard calcareous internal shell. These are the primary distinctions among the 3 mollusks. Of these creatures, Xuan had only ever consumed squid. Consequently, sensing the weakness and lethargy of the Great King Squid, he felt a pang of compassion. Chapter 70. The Hunt. Circling the colossal squid, Xuan pondered his strategy. How could he perfectly capture it, considering its formidable size? Even in a weakened state, if it clung to the coral reef, hauling it ashore would be arduous. Moreover, being a mollusk, a hook would be ineffective. A net would be necessary. A conundrum indeed. Despite his deliberations, Xuan remained without a solution. However, his presence as an anomalous entity, repeatedly circling, seemed to have alerted the giant squid, which began to retreat in the opposite direction. This movement sparked an idea in Xuan's mind. He swam towards the deep sea, extending his platinum fishing rod as a makeshift whip, driving the squid towards the shore. His method proved effective, and Xuan began to envision a cephalopod feast that very evening. Alas, his culinary aspirations were soon disrupted. The giant squid ejected a cloud of black ink, obscuring the surrounding waters for several meters, causing it to vanish from sight. Xuan swiftly retreated to create distance, while the squid veered to his left, attempting to escape into the depths. Unfortunately, its speed was lacking, possibly due to prior injuries or prolonged starvation. Xuan quickly overtook it, resuming his herding with the fishing rod. In response, the giant squid unleashed another inky barrage. Prepared this time, Xuan dodged the ink cloud and, seizing the opportunity, struck the fleeing squid with his rod. However, the intelligent creature, realizing the rod posed little threat, changed tactics and dove towards the abyss. Trying to escape? After such a prolonged struggle, Xuan was unwilling to concede. Since the rod was insufficient, he resorted to more decisive measures. Armed with a pair of shears, he was determined to claim his prize, even against the will of Poseidon himself. Driven by this resolve, Xuan rapidly closed the distance, ensnaring the squid's massive head with the fishing line, ignoring its inky defense. He approached as swiftly as possible and commenced a frenzied assault with the shears. Thwack, thwack. He relentlessly stabbed at its head, knowing its vulnerability lay there. Cephalopods lack a spinal column, and their cerebral architecture differs significantly from most animals, possessing 9 brains. The most crucial is the central brain, responsible for thought and memory, connected to a memory system. Its advanced nature correlates with head size. located above its large eyes. Its exact position remained unknown to Song Xian. The remaining 8 subsidiary brains, the peripheral brain system, are situated within the tentacles, serving as storage but incapable of independent thought. By disabling the central brain, Song Xian could subjugate the giant squid. Thus, Song Xian's arms moved with incredible speed, delivering rapid blows. Sensing the imminent danger, the squid lunged at Song Xian with its tentacles. However, Song Xian's agility allowed him to evade the attacks. After landing a dozen strikes, he propelled himself away with a burst of power from his arms and legs. Whoosh! Like a deep-sea torpedo, he darted far away. As the squid's attacks missed, he resumed his assault, repeating this cycle 3 times until the giant squid finally succumbed to Song Xian's benevolent ministrations. Ding! Congratulations! You have captured a giant squid, gaining 137 experience points. Elated by the familiar system notification, Song Xian triumphantly dragged the giant squid towards the southern shore of Aircraft Island. Little did he know, his return journey would be fraught with peril. Having traveled less than 100 meters, he encountered a pack of ravenous Japanese dogfish. 13 of them, he noted with a cold smile, recalling his previous encounter, and abandoned the rod and squid. Wielding a short knife in his left hand and the shears in his right, he awaited the dogfish's foolish advance. The dogfish, indeed, rushed towards Song Xian and the giant squid. 8 of them targeted the squid, while the remaining 5, in a wedge formation, charged him. Seeing them divide their forces, Song Xian smirked. As the sharks approached, he exploded into action, effortlessly evading their attack. Schlick! Schlick! His sharp blade and the shears point inflicted grievous wounds. Over a meter long and half an inch deep, on 2 of the dogfish, crippling them. However, his actions enraged the remaining sharks. The initial 3 attackers immediately changed course, joined by 4 others from below, abandoning the squid to converge on Song Xian. Ever vigilant, Song Xian had anticipated their maneuvers. As long as he avoided being surrounded, he could easily evade their attacks. For the next 5 minutes, Song Xian's arms became a blur, delivering swift and deadly strikes. Schlick! 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 Ding! Congratulations! You have captured a Japanese dogfish, gaining 121 experience points. Ding! Congratulations! You have captured a Japanese dogfish, gaining 97 experience points. Ding! Congratulations! You have captured a Japanese dogfish, gaining 113 experience points. Of the 13 ferocious dogfish, Song Xian dispatched 3 on the spot, severely wounded 7, lightly injured 2, and caused 1 to flee. Another bountiful harvest. However, fortune is often double-edged. The battlefield now reeked of giant squid and dogfish blood. Ordinary fish avoided the area, hindering Song Xian's afternoon angling efforts. Nonetheless, the capture of the giant squid and the slaying of 3 dogfish, followed by the capture of 2 more wounded sharks, was enough to satisfy Song Xian. He decided to dive once more, hoping to gather some sea urchins before heading home. To his surprise, a delightful discovery awaited him near the urchins. Chapter 71, Lobster. After swimming underwater for several minutes, Song Xian arrived at the depths of the dark reef. Here lay a vast expanse of coral clusters. Though the devastation from the previous explosive tsunami had left the coral largely diminished, fortunately, while sea urchins were also scarce, he could still see 7 or 8 of them scattered about, ensuring that his journey would not be in vain. Swiftly approaching the coral reefs, he began to gather the sea urchins, tossing them into a bag, soon filling it with 6 or 7 specimens. Just as he was about to exhaust the nearby sea urchins, he unexpectedly stumbled upon something even more delightful. Lobster. An Australian lobster, weighing at least 8 pounds, was before him. This specimen boasted a deep red and orange hue, with its abdomen adorned with pale yellow. The 2nd to 6th abdominal segments featured slightly wavy transfer screws, occasionally interrupted. The frontal plate bore 2 pairs of separated primary spines, interspersed with smaller spines, while the carapace had a subtly cylindrical shape, with 4 evenly spaced large spines along the front edge, except for the corners above the eyes. The legs appeared golden yellow, long, and pointed, presenting an exquisite sight. Oh, what a stroke of luck! This was Song Xian's initial reaction upon seeing the magnificent lobster. Although referred to as Australian lobsters, their distribution extends beyond Australia to New Zealand, Southeast Asia, Africa, and the United States, making them a common species, which is why Song Xian was able to catch one here. They are known for their adaptability to various environments, capable of enduring harsh conditions and thriving in waters ranging from 5 to 35 degrees Celsius. Additionally, their low demand for water quality and omnivorous nature further contribute to their resilience. Coupled with their ease of cultivation, high yield, and survival rate, a substantial aquaculture industry has developed domestically, resulting in a decrease in international lobster prices in recent years, which Xuan had taken advantage of on several occasions. While the flavor of Australian lobster may not be significantly superior to that of other shrimp, the sensation of succulent lobster meat is undeniably exquisite. Furthermore, it is said that Australian lobster is beneficial for the elderly, children, and those with weakened constitutions, promoting the healing of wounds, though Xuan was uncertain of this. With a fond recollection of the information on Australian lobsters, Xuan promptly placed it into his bag and continued to search the vicinity, greedily wishing for another. He soon realized that luck had run dry. Ultimately, he gathered a few more sea urchins before returning home with his bountiful haul. Upon his return to the wooden cabin, the women gazed in delight at the sea urchins and the sizable lobster exceeding 8 pounds. Fujiwara Saika exclaimed, "Ah, Master knows. Saika wants to eat the big lobster." Luchime remarked, "This fellow, he even managed to catch a lobster." Avril expressed disbelief, "I can't believe that after the plane crash, we could still enjoy tuna, lobster, and sea urchins. Song, you're amazing." Suyalan chimed in, "I've never had lobster in my life. I'm so excited." Young Mimi added, "Indeed." Following Xuan has proven to be fortuitous. Who would have imagined living such a life on a deserted island? While they chattered excitedly, Xuan had already extracted the lobster, determined to prepare it himself. Allowing these clumsy women to attempt cooking would only result in a waste of precious ingredients. Their culinary skills, at best, extended to reheating pre-prepared dishes or grilling fish. With a swift motion, he approached the chopping board. Wielding his knife to remove the lobster's head and tail, he then split the Australian lobster in half, revealing the generous chunks of meat within. Having finally caught a large Australian lobster, Xuan planned to prepare it in 2 styles. One portion would be steamed and sliced into strips for dipping, while the other would be battered and deep-fried, with the oil afterwards suitable for cooking or stir-frying rice, offering a unique flavor profile. Thus, the knife in Xuan's hand flashed as he meticulously cut the lobster into pieces, then into slices, and finally into strips. His speed and skill eliciting gasps of admiration from the women. Young Mimi, curious, inquired, "By the way, what was your profession before? You can't possibly be a chef?" "Let us just say I was," Xuan replied evasively, unwilling to delve into his past, knowing that the more he explained, the more questions would arise. After slicing the lobster, he placed one half directly into the rice steamer, allowing the lobster's fragrance to infuse the rice, the residual heat sufficient to cook the lobster. Next, he prepared the batter, a simple matter of balancing the water and flour proportions. Ideally, given the conditions, he would have preferred garlic butter lobster, but alas, he had only 3 cloves of garlic available, most of which he was cultivating into garlic sprouts to grow more. Half an hour later, the sumptuous dinner was served. The centerpiece was the lobster prepared in 2 styles, accompanied by 4 fresh sea urchin sashimi, 2 large grilled fish, 2 stews, spicy stir-fried meat, shrimp oil-flavored dry-fried green beans, boiled meat slices, and celery with peanuts. Additionally, due to the presence of lobster, Xuan unusually opened a bottle of red wine, pouring half a glass for each woman, leaving himself with the remainder. "I'll say a few words before we eat," he announced, drawing the attention of all at the table as they settled down. "I know some of you still doubt that we have entered an apocalyptic era. However, soon you shall realize that every word I, Xuan, speak is true. I do not expect gratitude from each of you, but I must convey this. The life you enjoy today is entirely due to me, Xuan." Having delivered this proclamation, he surveyed the gathering with his glass raised. Most gazes met his with conviction, yet Smith's eyes flickered with evasion. Recalling his interactions with the 2 slaves earlier that day, Xuan surmised that something may have transpired. However, he chose to remain silent, lifting his glass slightly and declaring, "Cheers, let us eat. Cheers." The assembly of beautiful women echoed, lifting their glasses and savoring the fine wine before eagerly digging into the meal. Having spent a considerable amount of time with Xuan, most felt at ease, oblivious to the concept of decorum. In no time, the prized lobster was devoured to the last morsel by the women. Yet, these women clearly lacked cunning, unlike the sly young Mimi. As soon as the lobster was consumed, she discreetly lifted the last remaining piece from her bowl and, with sultry charm, offered it to Xuan's lips. "Darling, you've worked hard during this time," she purred, as she delicately fed him the succulent lobster meat. Chapter 72. 9-star angler Yang Mi's audacious antics caused the assembled beauties to roll their eyes in exasperation. Yet, Song Xian found himself unable to refuse, for who could decline a woman of such captivating beauty, ample bosom, melodious voice, and thoughtful attentiveness? Thus, 10 minutes later, dinner resumed. Yang Mi was the first to finish, whereupon she retreated to her chambers to change attire. Soon, she reappeared, sashaying past the dining table in a sapphire bikini. The sight of mere strings connecting minuscule triangles, both above and below, left the others exchanging bewildered glances and rolling their eyes once more. Yang Mi, however, maintained her composure, her ample bosom threatening to escape its confines with each step. Upon reaching her room, she paused at the doorway, protruding half her body as if using her airbags to prop the door open, and purred seductively at Song Xian. Dr. Song, I've been feeling rather feverish lately. Don't forget to administer my antipyretic injection. Fujiwara Shizuka, Arg. Vixen, Schemer. Li Fujian, does this woman possess no shame? Is she truly unafraid of Song Xian's deceit? What if the world outside is perfectly normal? Suyalan, Mijia, you're truly something else utterly captivating. Avril. TSK, not bad. This woman's figure is quite something. I'm almost tempted to. Lu Qingmei, Lu Feifei, are all the actresses in your industry this brazen, or is she an anomaly? Lu Feifei. Another night elapsed, and once again, Su Yalan, Avril, Yang Mi, Lu Qingmei, Fujiwara Shizuka, and Li Fujian found themselves unable to rise. Song Xian, refreshed and invigorated, arose and summoned the dark-circled Lu Feifei and the smiths to begin preparing brunch. Upon noticing Lu Feifei's dark circles, Song Xian chuckled and teased, sleeping too much during the day, unable to sleep at night? Lu Feifei was incensed by Song Xian's words, nearly biting him. However, mindful of his strength and her dependence on him, she swallowed her anger. But Song Xian's next words proved too much to bear. Lu Feifei, you seem to have developed pimples. Are you suffering from heat, or is it just acne? Arg. Upon hearing this, Lu Feifei fled, rushing to find a mirror. Indeed, 2 small red blemishes adorned her cheeks. The cause of these eruptions, of course, was as Song Xian, the scoundrel, had suggested. Given the nightly disturbances, she found herself unable to sleep. Moreover, Song Xian had even invaded her and Lu Qingmei's room, engaging in, right before her eyes. How could she not be inflamed? The fiend was doing it on purpose. Lu Feifei shrewdly discerned Song Xian's wicked intentions, realizing she could not endure much longer. Thus, she had steeled herself to be taken by him. However, Song Xian's heart was truly depraved. He wanted to watch her offer herself, deliberately tormenting her like a falconer breaking a bird. Having perceived Song Xian's scheme, she stubbornly resolved not to let him triumph so easily, and so they remained at an impasse. As a result, even pimples had sprouted on her face. The sight of these blemishes filled Lu Feifei with more anguish than being violated by Song Xian. Arg. How annoying, Song Xian, you demon, you scoundrel. The more Lu Feifei pondered, the angrier she became, but this only fueled her rebellious spirit. Humph. Song Xian, you big bad wolf, you want to play the angler. Do you? We'll see who can outfish whom. 8 o'clock a.m., the southern shore of Airplane Island. Song Xian first dove into the water for a while, finding no large fish. Considering the significant expenditure of energy underwater, the need to drag any captured prey, and the inability to trigger a lucky strike, Song Xian returned to shore, preparing to challenge the 9-star angler through fishing. Ding. Congratulations. You have caught a sardine, gaining 12 experience points. Ding. Congratulations. You have caught a king mackerel, gaining 20 experience points. Ding. Congratulations. You have caught a saran fish, gaining 7 experience points. Ding. Congratulations. Your level has been raised to 9-star angler, your attributes have been enhanced, and your stamina has been restored. Delightful. After 2 hours of diligent effort, his body strengthened, and his stamina replenished, Song Xian was in high spirits. Casting his line once more, he glanced at the increasingly scorching sun and mused. 2 more casts and then home time for food and sleep, but shortly after casting his line, Yang Mi's voice reached him from behind. Darling, while observing from the mountaintop, I noticed a large plume of black smoke rising from the island to the southeast. Could someone be signaling for help? Northeast direction? Song Xian did not recall any such event, and so he hesitated before reeling in his line. Islands the size of Airplane Island, within a radius of dozens of miles, numbered at least 10, and these large islands were not in close proximity. His reason for coming here was due to the obscurity of Airplane Island. Thus, he was uncertain of the population of the other islands. He knew that, before and after his arrival, the number of people had not exceeded 10. It was only now, having awakened with the system and been reborn, that he had arrived earlier in this era of dominance. with far superior living conditions and resources, enabling him to sustain so many people. Therefore, upon hearing Yang Mi's words, Song Xian was indeed curious about the number of survivors on the other islands, and whether there might be anyone useful among them. Song Xian's thoughts were abruptly interrupted as his hook seemed to snag something. Yet there was no sign of struggle. This meant he had likely triggered a lucky strike. Mimi, return and continue observing, noting the approximate location. I'll quickly tidy up here before heading back. All right. Yang Mi complied without hesitation, nodding and turning to head home. Song Xian slowly tightened the fishing line, gradually accelerating his retrieval of the prize. However, upon bringing the item to his side, Song Xian narrowed his eyes and fell into contemplation. Chapter 73. A Pink Ding. Congratulations! You have triggered a lucky critical hit and received a surfboard. Sturdy surfboard can bear a weight of 200 kilograms. It seems the heavens are urging me to rescue someone. Suddenly bestowed with such a reward, Song Xian gazed silently at the oval surfboard, murmuring to himself. Half an hour later, Song Xian, shouldering the enormous surfboard measuring over 2 meters in length, leisurely returned to the campsite after an early dinner. I intend to visit the nearby island and may not return tonight. Please take care of yourselves. Lu Qimei, arrange for someone to take turns keeping watch, if anyone. Having made these arrangements, Song Xian ventured down the mountain alone. 13 kilometers northeast of the plain island lay a desolate island, dominated by barren mountains. On the highest of these peaks, the renowned girl group from the south, a Pink, Park Korong, Yun Bomi, Yung Yunji, Kim Namju, Wu Hyung, and Sun Nian, huddled around a fire they had managed to ignite, shivering uncontrollably, clad in tattered, filthy matching white dresses. Their legs bore the marks of their dire situation. Some were barefoot in sneakers, others in a single cotton jacket, while some had torn stockings, and others were left with nothing at all. Their trembling was not merely from the cold, but also from a lingering illness. The harsh weather of this apocalyptic world brought sweltering heat by day and frigid cold by night, aggravating their already weak constitutions. With scarce supplies and little survival skill in the wilderness, they had endured these past few days largely thanks to young Yunji's experience from participating in a survival show, where she had learned the skill of fire starting. The 6 of them had managed to survive the bitter nights by huddling closely together. Yet, this very closeness had led to one member falling ill, resulting in the potential demise of the entire group. This was why they had struggled to create a substantial fire, as their lives depended on it. If they did not receive help in the coming days, they would likely perish on this deserted island. As the leader, Park Korong, with her golden curls, noticed the low spirits of her companions, she forced a smile to comfort them. Everyone, eat more. Perhaps if we fill our bellies, our health will improve. I'm so tired of grilled fish. I hate it. Yun Bomi, known for her fiery temper, could not help but complain. Well, it is what it is. We should eat while we can. Without the tsunami bringing us all this fish, we might have starved by now, the eldest and most robust. Young Yunji added, Why are we so unfortunate? Sighed Kim Namju, the one with the smallest face, who was now clutching her legs in dismay, her only remaining stocking torn. Sun Nian, with only a pair of white cotton socks on her feet, wrapped her arms around her shoulders and reassured her, no matter what, at least we are together. We share our blessings and our hardships. However, upon hearing this, the youngest, Wu Haiyang, could no longer contain her tears. Wah, sisters, I don't want to die. I haven't even experienced a sweet romance yet. The somber atmosphere transformed momentarily as her words and her pitiful expression elicited smiles and playful teasing from the others. How can you think of men on this deserted island? They laughed. If you really want one, perhaps we can help you pretend. It's a pity to have never tasted love. Though flustered, Wu Haiyang's face turned crimson under their playful banter. Yet, this light-hearted moment was short-lived. Perhaps due to their raucous laughter, a fit of coughing erupted among them. Cough, cough, cough. The cacophony escalated, and soon, each one was coughing more violently than the last. The atmosphere grew heavy with despair as they feared they might perish that very night. Silence enveloped them as they stared blankly at the flickering flames, their faces pale and solemn. As night descended and the temperature plummeted, they huddled closer together. Finally, as the sun began to set, casting a half-red orb into the water, Park Korong whispered, It's going to get colder. We should return to the cave. Forget it. I don't want to move anymore. I might as well just die here, Yun Bomi, with her short bleached hair, murmured in defeat. However, the resilient young Yunji stood up. Let us go. Who knows? A miracle might happen. Perhaps if we sleep. But just as her words left her lips, Kim Namju fainted beside her. Wu Haiyang and Sun Nian gasped in shock, and immediately they burst into tears. Please, Namju, don't die. Wake up, please. Don't leave us here. In the wake of Kim Namju's collapse, the mood of the group plummeted once more. Yet, it was precisely at that moment that their savior, Song Xian, appeared. Upon seeing Park Korong, Yun Bomi, Young Yunji, Kim Namju, Wu Haiyang, and Sun Nian gathered around the fire, his heart leaped with hope. What luck! He knew of only a few girl groups from the South, Girls' Generation, Wonder Girls, Blackpink, Tiara, A Pink, and Cosmic Girls. To encounter one of them here, in such dire straits, was nothing short of remarkable. Realizing that if he had not arrived, they might have perished on this nameless island, Song Xian hurried toward the 6 women. Using his unique methods, he successfully revived their dear friend, Kim Namju. However, his unconventional approach left Park Korong, Yun Bomi, Young Yunji, Wu Haiyang, and Sun Nian blushing and flustered. Chapter 74. Healing and Salvation. Me. What is this? Oh, who are you? As Jean Nanju slowly regained consciousness, she found herself cradled in the arms of a strikingly handsome man. Initially, she thought fate had smiled upon her, allowing her to dream of a dashing figure in her final moments. However, as time passed, an unsettling realization dawned upon her. The pain coursing through her body, the uncontrollable beads of sweat trickling down, and the man's breath against her skin, all felt incredibly real. Moreover, her 5 companions, Park Chirong, Yun Pume, Young Yundi, Wu Haiyang, and Sun Nian, were peering over with wide eyes, their expressions a mixture of curiosity and concern. Thus, she was certain that she had been rescued by a man, a remarkably strong and handsome man, before the watchful gaze of her 5 sisters. If you wish to survive, you must heed my words, the man commanded in a language she could not comprehend, to which Song Hyan simply responded in blunt English. He then unceremoniously placed her on the ground, positioning her to face the fire while initiating further treatment. Her breaths grew heavier, the damp fabric of her pink dress clinging to her, and as she reacted with sounds of discomfort, her companions' hearts raced, cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Yet, in the face of such a robust figure as Song Hyan, who had indeed roused Jean Nanju back to consciousness, they dared not voice their doubts openly, resorting instead to hushed conversations among themselves. Yun Pume mused, can engaging in such activities truly cure a cold? Is this for real? He can't possibly be trying to take advantage, can he? Park Chirong replied, surely, it can't be. Young Yundi added, I believe I have heard of such claims. Engaging in certain activities can enhance blood circulation and boost immunity. Wu Haiyang questioned, Nian, what do you think? Jean Nanju's expression is so peculiar. Does she feel joy, excitement, or pain? Sun Nian shrugged, how would I know? You should ask the captain. She has experience. After more than half an hour, having transferred the vital enzymes from his own body to Jean Nanju, Song Hyan finally released her. The 5 sisters, who had been anxiously waiting, observed that Jean Nanju's complexion had brightened considerably, much improved from her previous state. They couldn't help but recall his earlier claims regarding enhanced blood circulation and metabolism through the transfer of vital enzymes to bolster her immunity. It appeared that there might indeed be some truth to it. As the 5 sisters exchanged flustered glances, Song Hyan turned his attention to them. Where are you staying tonight? We reside in a small cave halfway up the hill, Park Chirong, the team leader, responded softly in English. Take me there. The weather has turned cold. We cannot linger here any longer, or Jean Nanju may not survive the night. His tone was commanding and brooked no argument. Understood, Park Chirong replied without hesitation. Despite the awkwardness of their first encounter, the appearance of a capable and commanding man instilled a renewed sense of hope within them. Perhaps they could survive with Song Hyan by their side. A short while later, Song Hyan cradled Jean Nanju in his arms, while the 5 sisters, supporting each other unsteadily, made their way to the campsite they had previously inhabited. The small cave, scarcely half a meter in height and less than 2 meters in width, barely accommodated all 6 of them. The remnants of several bonfires lay scattered outside, remnants of their former life. Once they arrived, Song Hyan set Jean Nanju down and instructed, you all should start a fire. I will go to the riverbank to fetch some supplies. Understood, Park Chirong replied, taking the lead. As soon as he left, the sisters could no longer contain their whispers. Yun Pume exclaimed, that man is remarkable. He carried Jean Nanju for over half an hour and still managed to walk this far with such agility. He must be a trained fighter. Jean Nanju interjected, oh, stop it. Can you not say such things? Young Yundi teased, haha, Jean Nanju, your complexion is radiant. Truly, you have been revitalized. Wu Haiyang inquired, sister, What did it feel like? Sun Nian chuckled. Park Churong warned, all right, enough. If you keep asking, Jean Nanju will be too embarrassed to face us. Yun Pume laughed, she wouldn't tea. She just experienced something delightful, she wouldn't dare to forfeit that. Young Yundi added, but truly, he is impressive. I have only seen such feats in films. Sun Nian mentioned. Speaking of which, have you all read those post-apocalyptic island novels? A man stranded with several beautiful women, and then, as the saying goes, joy begets spirit. And with Song Hyan and Appos, as her rival temporarily saving Jean Nanju, the mood among the women lifted considerably. Yet, as dusk fell, their spirits began to wane with the absence of Song Hyan. Previously, they had relied solely on themselves, but now, with a dependable man among them, the thought of his potential disappearance weighed heavily upon them. Thus, the atmosphere grew tense once more, and the youngest among them, Waharyong, could not resist voicing her concern. He wouldn't abandon us, would he? No, he wouldn't, Park Churong replied, though uncertainty lingered in her voice. However, Yun Pume, ever candid, murmured, I bet he will return. Young Yundi raised her eyebrows in curiosity, and the others turned to her. Yun Pume continued, that guy is clearly a rogue. Seeing 6 delicate beauties like us, how could he possibly resist? Chapter 75, The Big Drumstick. As Yun Pume finished her words, the faces of the 5 sisters, Park Churong, Young Yunji, Kim Namju, Wu Haiyang, and Sun Nian, flushed with embarrassment. Coincidentally, Song Hyan returned, carrying a suitcase along with 2 large fish, loquats, and some mulberries he had gathered from the island. His initial thought had been that if the inhabitants of this island were of no use, they should be left to their own devices. Conversely, if they possessed some utility, then he would reveal the suitcase. Upon seeing Song Hyan arrive with a suitcase, the expressions of Park Churong, Yun Pume, Young Yunji, Kim Namju, Wu Haiyang, and Sun Nian transformed into uncontainable joy. However, the desire to taste the food he had brought back was not as straightforward as they had anticipated. Song Hyan placed the items by the fire and began to eat. Seemingly indifferent to the sisters' eager gazes, they exchanged glances, unsure of how to approach him. Kim Namju bravely crawled over, brushing her golden waves aside, her lips forming a slight pout as she gazed longingly at Song Hyan. Could you spare me some food? You may take it yourself. Do not waste it, and eat beside me, he replied with a knowing glance at Kim Namju, continuing to grill fish while savoring the mulberries. Without hesitation, Kim Namju reached for a ham sandwich, tearing open the packaging and devouring it without a hint of her idol persona. Yun Pume, with her short, bleached hair and martial arts physique, could no longer endure the daily fare of grilled fish. She boldly approached Song Hyan, sitting beside him, one delicate hand wrapping around his neck while the other extended towards her friend Kim Namju. You little glutton, stop being selfish and pass me that drumstick. I want to eat it. Oh, Kim Namju, with her mouth full, complied, reaching into the suitcase for the drumstick and tearing it open before handing it to Yun Pume. As Yun Pume beheld the sizable drumstick, she could scarcely contain herself. Swallowing hard. It's enormous. Such a large drumstick. With a single bite, she consumed it, leaving only the bare bone behind, her expression akin to celestial delight. Park Churong, Young Yunji, Wu Haiyang, and Sun Nian, feeling famished in the dead of night, could not help but blush at Yun Pume's exaggerated display, their stomachs audibly protesting. Yet, despite their hunger, they refrained from moving, fully aware of the cost of their past actions. Thus, an awkward silence enveloped the atmosphere, as if only Yun Pume's exclamations of delight remained in the realm. So delicious! Accompanied by Kim Namju's incessant smacking of her lips and the crackling of the burning firewood. As time slipped away, the eldest sister, Young Yunji, eventually distanced herself from the other 3. However, her English was lacking, and she couldn't be as forthright as Yun Pume. Instead, she approached Song Hyan, awkwardly articulating in broken Chinese, I wanna eat. Yun Pume, sensing her struggle, assisted her, her greasy fingers reaching out. The fire crackled on, its sound punctuating the air. The 6 sisters, Yun Pume, Young Yunji, Kim Namju, Park Churong, Wu Haiyang, and Sun Nian had divided into 2 factions due to Song Hyan's presence. Yun Pume, Young Yunji, and Kim Namju nestled closely to him, some eating, some sleeping, and some exercising. Meanwhile, Park Churong, Wu Haiyang, and Sun Nian remained bashfully in their corner, their expressions peculiar and eye-starting. After finishing a fish, Song Hyan turned his gaze toward Park Churong, Wu Haiyang, and Sun Nian. Park Churong, I have established a camp on another island where living conditions are tenfold better than here. Tomorrow, I can take 3 people with me. As for you, if you survive for 3 more days, I can rescue you as well. Why only 3? Is it because they are with you? Park Churong's expression darkened at his words, biting her lip gently. Not at all. I only brought a surfboard to this island. Given your weights, it can only accommodate 3 individuals, and I need to be in the water, Song Hyan explained casually, playfully swatting In Pume's thigh, who had audaciously tugged at him. This audacity only intensified the hunger of the sisters, and soon over an hour had passed, during which Song Hyan added more firewood to the blaze. Then, he climbed into the cave to rest, with Kim Namju and Jung Yunji on either side of him, while In Pume sprawled directly on him. Having brought 2 thin blankets, one spread on the ground and the other covering them, they huddled close for warmth. However, the airline blanket was still too small, leaving Park Churong and Sun Nian mostly exposed. The bond among the 6 sisters was undeniably strong. With the blanket and the warmth of Song Hyan beside them, In Pume, Jung Yunji, and Kim Namju willingly shed their clothing to share with Park Churong and Sun Nian. This generosity, combined with the fire outside, ensured they maintained sufficient warmth to stave off hypothermia. As Song Hyan fell asleep, enveloped in their embrace, the 6 sisters of a pink each harbored their own thoughts. With In Pume, Jung Yunji, and Kim Namju secured for the next day's departure with Song Hyan, their minds wandered to prospects of a better life and future interactions with him, or when the rescue team might arrive. Conversely, Park Churong, Wu Haiyang, and Sun Nian pondered the potential dangers of the next 3 days. Would they survive? Would Song Hyan return for them? Or should they engage in deeper conversations with him before his departure, ensuring their rescue 3 days hence? Chapter 76. The sound of a gun the following morning dawned crisp and clear. That little vixen. Sensing Yun Bomi stir beside him and catching sight of her delicate, pink-soled feet, Song Xian cradled his head in his hands, stretching languidly. A Pink's other members, Park Korong, Jung Yunji, Kim Namju, and Oh Haeyoung, were gradually roused by the commotion Yun Bomi had caused. Oh Haeyoung, the youngest of the group, had harbored secret desires the previous night. Upon learning that Song Xian would be taking Yun Bomi, Jung Yunji, and Kim Namju with him, she had spent the entire night consumed by regret. Thus, hearing Yun Bomi's voice, she knelt before Song Xian, her alabaster knees pressing into the sand, and bowed her supple waist like a submissive canine. Jung Yunji and Kim Namju also felt insecure about their chances of escape. They writhed against Song Xian's sides, raising their shapely legs and jade-like feet in supplication. Park Korong and Sun Nian, witnessing this display, couldn't help but blush, their thoughts thrown into disarray. Both were already in relationships, and Sun Nian was even secretly engaged. Yet, they had become the minority, the odd ones out among their 6 sisters. Seeing the others so proactive, the defenses in Park Korong and Sun Nian's hearts were on the verge of collapse. After all, without life, nothing else mattered. 10 o'clock in the morning arrived on the beach. Wah, I want to go too. I want to go. Wah, I don't want to stay here. Seeing Song Xian preparing to leave with the 3 older girls, Oh Haeyoung, her hair styled in pigtails, burst into tears. Yun Bomi, Jung Yunji, and Kim Namju, seated on the surfboard, lowered their heads, each unwilling to yield in this matter of life and death, even to their closest friends. Park Korong and Sun Nian exchanged glances and embraced Oh Haeyoung, offering soft words of comfort, but their efforts only intensified her sobs. She then ran to Song Xian, clinging to his leg, pleading through tears. Wah, Appa. Unfortunately, Song Xian didn't understand Korean and could only vaguely discern that she wanted to go with him and didn't want to be left on the deserted island. Considering the surfboard's 200 kilograms weight limit and the suitcase he was carrying, he could potentially take 2 more people. In fact, if everyone stayed in the water, using the surfboard and suitcase for buoyancy, he could perhaps take them all. However, for safety's sake, to prevent any unforeseen circumstances, such as encountering a school of requiem sharks, Song Xian would only take 1 more person. He turned to Park Korong, asking her to inquire about the weights of Yun Bomi, Jung Yunji, Kim Namju, and Oh Haeyoung. Park Korong translated his request and asked the girls their weights. Yun Bomi, I weighed 46. 9 kilograms last time I checked, but I've probably lost weight since then. Jung Yunji, I was 48. 2 kilograms, but I'm also thinner now. Kim Namju, my weight has never exceeded 46 kilograms, and I'm even lighter now. Oh Haeyoung, I'm the smallest, weighing only about 43 kilograms. Truly, they are paragons of South Korean female idols, so dedicated to their craft, Song Xian mused after hearing Park Korong's translation. He then instructed Oh Haeyoung to board the surfboard, leaving only Park Korong and Sun Nian on the island. Park Korong and Sun Nian watched their four sisters depart. Their emotions a complex tapestry of feelings. As they saw Song Xian leave with the suitcase, Sun Nian finally broke down and ran forward, addressing Song Xian in broken English. I won't go with you. I can give my. I apologize. Song Xian shook his head. Taking 4 people was already the limit. Any more would only bring danger. Thump. Upon hearing Song Xian's words, Sun Nian sank to her knees on the sand, her eyes devoid of hope. She was filled with regret, regretting her reservations the previous night and her hesitation that morning. Seeing her sisters on the boat, her eyes welled up with tears. But it was too late for tears. In the decade of the apocalypse, a single packet of instant noodles could buy a woman for a night. He had not only provided ample food but had also saved their lives and offered them a chance to live in a better place. These were generous terms. And she could only blame herself for not seizing the opportunity. Thus, Song Xian departed from the island with Yun Bomi, Yung Yunji, Kim Namju, and Oh Haeong without hesitation. He had cultivated a heart of stone over the past decade of the apocalypse. Moreover, the presence of these 2 women would only highlight his value, making the other women cherish everything they had. Noon arrived on Airplane Island. After a long and arduous journey under the scorching sun, Song Xian brought Yun Bomi, Yung Yunji, Kim Namju, and Oh Haeong to the beach. He led them to a nearby grove, where he retrieved food and water from his bag. After a brief respite to replenish their energy, Song Xian led the 4 women, clad in their petite pink dresses, up the mountain. However, along the way, Song Xian sensed something amiss. He instructed Yun Bomi, Yung Yunji, Kim Namju, and Oh Haeong to keep their distance and walked ahead, feigning relaxation. Sure enough, after walking less than 10 meters, he noticed a crude trap on the ground. 2 heads emerged from behind the nearby hillocks. To the left, Li Bo held a pistol, his eyes fixed on Song Xian with malice, the gun already aimed. Song Xian, I'll kill you first, and then I'll kill those little sluts. To the right, Haiga Daxiong clutched a javelin, his left arm wrapped in cloth, still bearing clear traces of blood. Song Xian, I will make sure you die without a burial. The previous night, in the early hours of the morning, Haiga Daxiong and Li Bo confirmed that Song Xian had not returned. They secretly sent a signal, awakening Mr. and Mrs. Smith. Bewitched Mr. Smith went downstairs and opened the door for the 2 men, acting as an accomplice. They forcibly entered Lu Qingmei's room and seized her pistol and handcuff keys. Haiga Daxiong kicked open the warehouse door and retrieved the bullets. Then, with arrogance and glee, the 3 men dragged Lu Qingmei, Lu Feifei, and Fujiwara Jingxiang from the first floor into the hall. Haiga Daxiong and Li Bo guarded the 3 women downstairs, while Mr. Smith went upstairs with a kitchen knife, intending to bring down Yangmi, Avril, Su Yalan, and Li Fujian, hoping to host an orgy and celebrate by defiling Song Xian and Appo's women. However, shortly after Mr. Smith went upstairs, Haiga Daxiong and Li Bo heard a gunshot. Bang. Chapter 77, Counterattack. Yang Mimi, bedroom. The lifeless body of Smith lay sprawled at the doorway, while Yang Mimi, gun in hand, wore a disdainful smirk upon her crimson lips, regarding the corpse with contempt. You thought you could take advantage of me? Mimi, how did you come to possess a gun? Wasn't the handgun with Lu Qingmei? Su Yalan, who shared the room with Yang Mimi, appeared flustered and shaken. It was given to me by Song Xian before he left, just in case. There are more than one firearm on this island, Yang Mimi explained casually, secretly admiring Song Xian's intelligence and quick thinking. Su Yalan felt somewhat reassured upon hearing this, yet her eyes fell upon the body once more, and fear overcame her. What do we do now? Does Song Xian have any other plans? I don't know. We will take it one step at a time. We cannot concern ourselves with what happens downstairs. We must secure the upstairs first. We will wait for Song Xian to handle the rest, Yang Mimi decisively concluded. And thus began an extended standoff. Both parties were armed, and with Smith's silence, he did not descend from the upper floor. Li Bo and Pingu Daxiong quickly deduced Smith was dead, refraining from any rash actions against the women below. After some time, Li Bo called out to the upper floor. Beautiful lady, shall we discuss a partnership? We can share power on this island. Surely, you do not wish to be under the thumb of Song Xian? A woman's voice replied from above. Ha! With Song Xian in control of this island, at least our safety, food, and basic order are assured. You, a fraudster, along with a lustful little Japanese, do you truly expect me to trust you? Li Bo responded with a cold laugh, having identified the woman and her position Su Yalan, the slender model with an enviable figure. With this realization, Li Bo smirked and whispered to Pingu Daxiong. Upon hearing this, Pingu Daxiong promptly subdued Lu Qingmei and ripped her top asunder, exposing her ample bosom, which was then pressed against the ground. However, In that very moment, gunfire erupted from outside. Bang! Pingu Daxiang was instantly struck in the arm. Li Bo reacted swiftly, taking off without a thought for his comrade. Pingu Daxiang gritted his teeth against the pain, hurling himself towards the window. The shot had come from young Mimi. She had intentionally left Su Yalan upstairs, using a makeshift rope of blankets to descend from the second floor to the first. She took this risk because she surmised a potential threat, that Li Bo and Pingu Daxiang intended to steal the supplies below, abduct the women, and set the house ablaze. If that occurred, she and Su Yalan would undoubtedly perish. On a mountain path, Song Xian paused before a trap, pulling out a cigarette and lighting it. He stood there, inhaling the smoke as if contemplating the essence of life itself. Having escaped from the villa, Pingu Daxiang was unable to contain his mounting anxiety upon seeing Song Xian's stillness. Li Bo, having meticulously aimed for some time, finally found the opportune moment and pulled the trigger aimed at Song Xian's torso. Why the torso and not the head? It was due to his lack of marksmanship. For an untrained individual, hitting the head from a distance of 10 meters was already an extraordinary feat. Just as young Mimi had aimed for Pingu Daxiang's head but only struck his arm. Moreover, the outcome of hitting the torso was nearly as effective. There were no hospitals on the island to provide medical assistance. A bullet striking a person's body would induce excruciating pain, rendering them immobile. Hitting a vital organ would essentially seal their fate. Bang! Die! I am the king of this island. Li Bo shouted maniacally as the bullet left the chamber, followed by 2 more shots. Yet, the moment he pulled the first trigger, Song Xian had already reacted. While appearing to indulge in the moment, he was actually relaxing and fine-tuning his senses. The velocity of a standard handgun bullet ranges from 300 to 500 meters per second, making it nearly impossible to dodge a bullet once the gun is fired. Though he considered the idea of catching a bullet barehanded, he dismissed it. Doing so would be foolish. Thus, as the gun's muzzle flared, Song Xian's body was already in motion. With a graceful backward step, he drew a fruit knife from his waist and hurled it toward the source of the sound. Whoosh! In that instant, Li Bo's eye socket was pierced by the flying knife, embedding itself deep within. The once exuberant Li Bo felt the world fade to red and then black as he collapsed, convulsing. After a few spasms, he fell silent. For the blade had pierced his brain, leaving him lifeless. However, while he had perished, his teammate remained. Upon hearing the gunfire, Pingu Daxiang rushed forward with a spear. Due to the hill's obstruction, he was unaware that his comrade had fallen. He charged towards Song Xian, thrusting the spear forward with wild eyes, bellowing, "Die!" Yet, to Song Xian, he appeared as a fool, and with a swift motion, he severed the spear in 2. Crack! Then, with a powerful kick, he struck Pingu Daxiang squarely in the abdomen. The robust figure was sent reeling backward, expelling his stomach's contents mixed with bile. Moreover, in an unfortunate turn, he was kicked into the trap, barely escaping death. Fortunately, the trap was merely a ruse, with a shallow pit filled with stones, preventing him from being fatally injured. Puff! At this moment, Song Xian exhaled a plume of smoke, savoring a deep breath before tossing the cigarette but into the trap, eliciting another agonized cry. Chapter 78, The Master Angler. In Pume. He is simply too handsome. Zhang Indi, my goodness, how could there be a gun on this island? He actually killed someone. Jin Nanju, but can we really blame him? The other party struck first, after all. This island is truly perilous. Wu Xiangrong, could he possibly be the martial arts master from the novels and television shows? As they witnessed Song Xian swiftly dispatch 2 individuals within moments, In Pume, Zhang Indi, Jin Nanju, and Wu Xiangrong finally reacted and began to discuss amongst themselves. Meanwhile, in the trap, with a cigarette but falling in, the anguished cries of Pingu Daxiang echoed once more. However, Song Xian paid no heed, hastening to retrieve the handgun from the other side of the hillock. Returning to the company of In Pume, Zhang Indi, Jin Nanju, and Wu Xiangrong without offering any explanation for the earlier events. He felt no inclination to explain. Moreover, he knew that even if he did, his limited English vocabulary would render his words incomprehensible to them. They would soon find someone to clarify matters upon reaching his camp. Thus, swiftly leading them back to the camp, they encountered the body of Smith at the entrance. Upon seeing Song Xian return with 4 beautiful women, Fujiwara Shizuka, young Mimi, and others exchanged peculiar glances. The 4 sisters, In Pume, Zhang Indi, Jin Nanju, and Wu Xiangrong, were also taken aback by the numerous beauties in the camp, their expressions revealing a myriad of thoughts. Yet, Song Xian remained utterly indifferent, having endured the events of the past day and night. He knew that the women would only draw closer and unite around him. He simply inquired about the happenings of the previous night. Well done. After listening to their accounts, Song Xian felt immense satisfaction with Yang Mimi's performance. Although he had reclaimed his handgun, he granted her even greater authority. She was to manage all the women except for Fujiwara Shizuka and Lu Qimei, and he promised her a generous reward that evening. At that moment, while he conversed with a few women, Smith's wife, Julia, a voluptuous blonde with striking blue eyes, who was bound and kneeling on the ground, began to wail. Song, I truly know nothing of their deeds. I did not partake. Please, spare me. I beg you not to kill me. I am willing to do anything. Just please do not take my life. Song Xian turned his gaze towards Julia and young Mimi, narrowing her beautiful eyes with a playful expression, inquired. What do you intend to do with this woman? We shall discuss it after lunch. There is no rush. Song Xian harbored some thoughts about the voluptuous widow, but they were not particularly significant. Young Mimi and the others had just killed her husband, and he was uncertain of the couple's true relationship. Thus, he had already formulated a plan in his mind. After everyone enjoyed a sumptuous lunch and indulged in a comfortable afternoon nap, he took the bound Julia to the southern shore. Upon witnessing Song Xian unbuttoning his shirt under the shade of a tree, Julia's previous concerns vanished, replaced by an alluring demeanor. She began to sway provocatively like a seductive serpent, parting her luscious red lips to reveal her tongue, loosening her top to display her ample bosom, her hands caressing her body. 2 hours later, using the surfboard as a fishing platform, Julia had been cast into the sea to feed the fish. Chapter 79. Business Trip Splendid. Upon encountering the miraculous space ring, a divine artifact of the apocalypse, Song Xian could hardly contain his excitement, clenching his fists tightly. With a capacity of 10,000 cubic meters, it was akin to a 100-square-meter house towering 100 meters high, equivalent to a 30-story building. If filled with provisions, it could sustain the inhabitants of the island for a lifetime. Thus, it was no wonder Song Xian was exhilarated, and he took a moment to examine his attributes. The system promptly displayed his data. Host, Song Xian. Level, 1-star Master Angler. Skill, Apocalypse Forecast. Apocalypse Forecast predicts disasters and dangers ahead of time. Physique, 55. Energy, 61. Equipment, Platinum Fishing Rod, Silver Snake Skin Bag, Diamond Space Ring. Platinum Fishing Rod, exceptional platinum quality. Suitable for fish under 2 tons, with a 1 chance of critical strike bonus, saving 20 stamina. Silver Snake Skin Bag, built-in space of 1.5 cubic meters. Weight capacity of 1.2 tons, waterproof, dustproof, electric-proof with preservation function. Diamond Space Ring contains a space of 10,000 cubic meters, cannot store living creatures. Items, Frogman Diving Suit, hand-cranked water purifier, sturdy surfboard. Frogman Diving Suit, diving respirator, Frogman swimwear, goggles, earplugs, and flippers. Hand-cranked water purifier, filters seawater and wastewater to drinking quality through manual operation. Sturdy surfboard, weight capacity of 200 kilograms. Supplies, tiger and leopard journal. Several men's clothing, chocolate, cigarettes, Switch gaming console, watch, pistol, paper documents, electric massager. Experience, 2,000 kilograms. Marvelous. After this upgrade, each attribute has increased by 3 points. It seems that it won't be long before I become superhuman. After reviewing his data panel, Song Xian tightened his fists and struck the air. Boom. The punch produced a sonic boom. If it landed on a person, it would likely obliterate their head. Exhilarating. Hearing the sound and gazing at his fists, Song Xian was left with only one word to express his feelings. Thus, after his upgrade, Song Xian concluded his work for the day. He returned to the campsite early, where he engaged in friendly interactions with Avril, Yang Mimi, Fujiwara Shizuka, Lu Qimei, and Su Yalan. After dinner, he spent time with In Pume, Zhang Endi, Jin Nanju, Wu Haryong, and Li Fujian, 5 charming ladies from the southern lands. During their lively conversation, In Pume suddenly blurted out in clumsy Chinese, "Master, can you bring my sisters over today? I will come to see you tonight. You all wait at home." Song Xian almost forgot about the 2 of them, so he readily agreed. Upon hearing his words, In Pume, Zhang Endi, Jin Nanju, and Wu Haryong were instantly filled with delight, their enthusiasm heightened further. As evening approached, Song Xian set off before the weather turned chilly. He carried a suitcase, along with his sturdy surfboard, and 2 javelins to serve as paddles. The thought of going out to sea to rescue people filled him with a sense of adventure, akin to a business trip to a distant land. And then, quite unexpectedly, he stumbled upon 2 fallen beauties, subsequently becoming a benevolent deity. Splashing sounds echoed as the sun began to set, and Xian finally arrived at the small island where a pink had been previously. Upon reaching the shore, he effortlessly stowed away his surfboard and paddles into the space ring using his touch. He had already tested this capability. All objects he had encountered could be easily stored in the space. However, for substances like water or sand, they needed to be contained in bottles or bowls. Overall, it was exceedingly convenient. On a hillside, within a small cave, Park Cho-rong, with long black hair cascading down her chest, wore a pink dress and silk stockings. Sun Na-eun, sporting golden wavy curls and a pink dress, sat beside her, their expressions and moods reflecting a heavy melancholy as they gazed blankly at the campfire. Sun Na-eun, with a pallid complexion and cracked lips, bit her teeth and sighed, "Sigh, today marks the third day. Do you think Xian has forgotten about us?" "Surely, he wouldn't he have," Park Cho-rong replied, lacking confidence yet holding on to a glimmer of hope. "Ah," Sun Na-eun sighed again, "Sister. Do you think this world has truly descended into chaos? Otherwise, why is there such strange weather? The rescue team has tea arrived for so long, and we still haven't tea flown out of the island's waters. Perhaps the tsunami has delayed them," Park Cho-rong suggested. "Ugh, I detest this place. Starving, thirsty, and bored. I wish I hadn't been rescued by Xian that day. Enough of that. Let us get some sleep. Perhaps tomorrow morning, Xian will appear," Park Cho-rong comforted gently, sensing her sister's deep despair. "Let us hope so. If he doesn't come back, I'd rather starve than die of boredom. All right, let us not speak of such morbid thoughts. Come here for a hug, sister." Park Cho-rong, seeing her sister's spirits low, embraced her tenderly. Sun Na-eun obediently nestled into her embrace, but just as she did, a mischievous smile appeared on her face. "Sister, how long have you and your boyfriend been together?" "Ah, you little rascal, why are you asking this all of a sudden?" "Hee. It's because you pretended to go to the restroom yesterday and secretly sought comfort from loneliness. I saw you." "Ah, you little brat. You, be quiet. Hee. Your embarrassed face is so lovely. What is there to fear? We're all good sisters here, on this deserted island. Who knows when we might meet our end? Perhaps I could help you out." "Ah, stop it. You're so annoying. Don't mess around. If the cave gets wet, we want to be able to sleep." "Ah, you little devil. Hee, I want to stop, no matter how loud you scream. It won't matter on this deserted island." "Humph, you little brat. Are you looking for a game? Let us see who will beg for mercy first." "Ah, sister, I was wrong. Help. Ha. Help. Don't. There. Help. I was wrong. Boo-hoo." Chapter 80. New acquaintances having a limited grasp of Korean. Xian overheard Park Cho-rong and Sun Na-eun chattering animatedly upon reaching the hillside, after which they commenced a playful frolic. Initially tempted to interject with a jest, Xian reconsidered, finding it somewhat trite. Instead, he retrieved a small bottle of liquor, a grilled fish, and a can of peanuts, settling down amidst the trees to observe the scene, which he found far more captivating than any television drama. The only drawback was the dim light, though his exceptional vision allowed him to perceive details unnoticed by most. With gusto, Xian savored his repast as he watched the two women engage in their playful antics, awaiting their eventual respite. Only then, with a cigarette dangling from his lips, did he saunter towards the cave entrance. Exhaling a plume of smoke, he remarked in English with amusement, "It seems I may have arrived at an inopportune moment." Night fell, accompanied by a torrential downpour that battered the mountain wildflowers. Yet, as the morning sun cast its warm rays, the rejuvenated blossoms, nourished by the rain, regained their vibrant allure, imbued with an even more captivating charm. "Wow, a rainbow!" exclaimed Sun Na-eun, her radiant complexion aglow in the sunlight, her soft lips glistening as she gazed at the horizon. Relieved of her mortal fears, satiated, and comforted by Xian's words, her spirits had lifted considerably. Park Cho-rong, equally captivated by the spectacle, viewed it as an auspicious omen, though she refrained from expressing it overly. After all, numerous rainstorms had passed in recent days. Yet this was the first appearance of a rainbow, instilling in her a glimmer of hope for the future. However, her nascent smile was abruptly interrupted by a resounding slap to her posterior, nearly eliciting tears. "Give yourselves 10 minutes to tidy up," Xian's voice followed. "We need to return to Airplane Island before it gets too hot." "Okay," responded Sun Na-eun cheerfully, having escaped the playful assault. Park Cho-rong, disgruntled, could only glare at Sun Na-eun. At 10:15 a.m., Xian escorted Sun Na-eun and Park Cho-rong back to Airplane Island. Coincidentally, 3 new individuals drifted ashore nearby, 2 men and a woman, all of whom he recognized. The woman was none other than the stunningly beautiful Gully Nana, her once radiant complexion now marred by dishevelment, bruises, and a vacant stare. The second individual was Gully Nana's assistant and bodyguard, Li Kai, a burly man with striking eyebrows who exuded an aura of integrity. In reality, he was a depraved sadist, largely responsible for Gully Nana's current state. Finally, there was Zhang Kaishan, Song Xian's loyal friend who, upon learning of Song Xian's good fortune, had purchased the remaining first-class ticket at a reduced price. In his previous life, Song Xian had lacked a reliable confidant, hence his trust in Zhang Kaishan. However, he was betrayed and nearly killed. Only for the foolish Zhang Kaishan to be shot by Li Bo, however, had not anticipated surviving the attack. Later, Lu Feifei secretly retrieved a firearm. And with the assistance of Yang Mi and others, Lu Feifei successfully regained his position after Li Bo's unpopular policies. Well, if it isn't my dear friends, I shall endeavor to provide you with a memorable reception this time. Gazing at the drifting trio, Song Xian smiled as he helped Park Korong and Sun Nian ashore. The 2 women, sensing the ominous undertones in Song Xian's smile, shuddered instinctively. At the mountain camp on Airplane Island, Song Xian led Park Korong and Sun Nian to reunite with the Pinks Yun Bomi, Young Yunji, Kim Namju, and Oh Haeyoung. The 6 sisters embraced, their emotions overflowing, their words unintelligible. Song Xian, indifferent to their reunion, returned to his quarters with the company of Fujiwara Shizuka and Yang Mi, exchanging pleasantries before awaiting lunch. As for Li Kai, Zhang Kaishan, and Gully Nana, Song Xian knew they would inevitably find their way to him. Soon, Song Xian and his entourage of beauties commenced their meal. Park Korong and Sun Nian, having endured hardship in recent days, could scarcely believe their eyes. 5 stir-fried dishes, 3 meat dishes, 2 vegetable dishes, a cold dish for grilled fish, 2 large bowls of fish soup, a small bowl of shellfish, and sliced sea urchin sashimi adorned the table. This was no desolate island, but a veritable paradise, surpassing even the finest restaurants in South Korea. Even their luxurious first-class flights could not provide such a lavish spread. Yun Bomi, Young Yunji, Kim Namju, and Oh Haeyoung couldn't help but smile at Park Korong and Sun Nian's expressions, recalling their own astonishment from days prior. "Let's eat," Song Xian announced, picking up his chopsticks as the head of the household. He had much to say, but there was no rush. Barely 10 minutes had passed when Li Kai, Zhang Kaishan, and Gully Nana arrived at a nearby hill, spotting Song Xian's opulent villa. Li Kai and Zhang Kaishan exchanged excited glances. Gully Nana, already weakened, was further exhausted by the journey, her once vibrant eyes now listless, her back bearing fresh wounds. "Damn it," Li Kai exclaimed. "I knew they were up to something. Moving so fast. I can smell the aroma." Zhang Kaishan added, "They must be eating, and it's more than just one dish. Let's go freeload," Li Kai proposed. "Hold on," Zhang Kaishan cautioned. "It looks like there are quite a few people inside. Let's scout first. If they're outnumbered, we'll join forces and take over the place, ruling as kings. If they're too many." Chapter 81. The Uninvited Guest in the Dining Hall of the Wooden Cabin. A delightful cacophony of laughter and conversation filled the air as Song Xian entertained a large gathering. Zhang Kaishan, a former soldier, and Li Kai, a bodyguard, had embarked on their reconnaissance mission. To their astonishment, they discovered that the villa was occupied solely by one man, Song Xian. The remaining company consisted of an array of delicate women: Avril, Yang Mimi, Fujihara Saika, Lu Chimei, Su Yalan, Li Fuzhen, Lu Feifei, Park Chulong, In Pume, Zhang Indi, Jin Naju, Wu Xiaorong, and Sun Nain, all of whom were considered frail and vulnerable. With a little effort, they could easily be manipulated, much like Gu Lina Na. Zhang Kaishan's excitement surged at the sight of these enchanting women, while Li Kai shared his enthusiasm, contemplating their potential fortune. However, he pondered the challenge of dealing with the lone man. That kid is merely a lowly security guard. I could easily reduce him to nothing with a single hand. Zhang Kaishan scoffed, instantly recognizing Song Xian, harboring a deep-seated disdain for him. Just days before the plane crash, he had developed a strong animosity towards Song Xian, blaming him for winning a lottery trip that had compelled him to purchase a low-cost ticket, nearly resulting in his demise on a deserted island. Yet, upon encountering the starlet Gulina Na and experiencing the enhancement from the red sun, his perspective shifted dramatically. He began to see himself as someone exceptional, akin to the protagonists in certain novels. This was a divine opportunity, a chance to rewrite his destiny. Now, emboldened by his self-proclaimed role as the hero. He was accompanied by Gu Lin and Na. As he beheld the lavish spread of food and the numerous beautiful women surrounding him, a surge of wicked ambition ignited within him. "Let us proceed directly. We shall eliminate this scoundrel and seize this house along with these women," he declared, to which Li Kai eagerly agreed, promising to share the spoils. Zhang Kaishan, ruminating on the prospect of possessing so many women, felt a renewed determination. If Song Xian could maintain such a harem, why couldn't he? The resources from the plain would surely be in their possession. Now that they had arrived on this island, with ample food and beauty, he saw no reason to keep Li Kai around. His thoughts darkened as he envisioned the day when he would dispose of both Song Xian and Li Kai, claiming dominion over the island and indulging in a life of unrestrained luxury. With excitement bubbling within him, he could not suppress a grin. Li Kai, too, remained silent, lost in dreams of a bright future with the women he once deemed unattainable now at his mercy. The thought of dominating Avril, Yang Mimi, Fujihara Saika, Park Chulong, In Pume, Zheng Endi, Ji Nanju, Wu Xiaorong, Sun Nain, Lu Qingmei, Su Yalan, Li Fuzhen, and Lu Feifei was intoxicating. He envisioned them all under his control. Soon, they arrived at the cabin, where Song Xian and the women were still engaged in their meal, seemingly oblivious to the intruders. Zhang Kaishan, emboldened by the sight of the beautiful women and sumptuous food, kicked the door open. "What a pleasant life you lead. Everyone, freeze, or face the consequences," he commanded, brandishing his spear, with Li Kai following suit, attempting to project an air of menace. However, the reactions of those at the table were markedly different. Avril, Park Chulong, In Pume, Zheng Endi, Ji Nanju, Wu Xiaorong, and Sun Nain, having never witnessed Song Xian's prowess, were gripped by fear, their eyes darting nervously. In contrast, Yang Mimi, Fujihara Saika, Lu Qimei, Su Yalan, Li Fuzhen, and Lu Feifei regarded the two intruders with bemusement, as if observing simpletons. Song Xian, on the other hand, merely wore a bemused expression, his calm demeanor serving as the ultimate mockery of Zhang Kaishan and Li Kai. "What a surprise, Brother Zhang. Since we're all acquaintances, let us discuss this amicably. Have you not had enough to eat these past few days? There are leftovers on the table. Please, help yourself," Song Xian teased, provoking Zhang Kaishan's ire. Enraged, Zhang Kaishan lunged at him with his spear, but Song Xian sidestepped effortlessly, opting not to retaliate. "Oh dear, Brother Zhang, what are you doing? Can't we talk this out?" he continued, tauntingly. "I could have you eating scraps, or worse, if I wished." Zhang Kaishan had intended to assert his dominance by defeating Song Xian, but the latter's audacity infuriated him further. He was determined to kill Song Xian to establish his authority, yet he remained oblivious to the expressions of amusement on the faces of the women around him. At that moment, Li Kai, blinded by desire, reached out toward Yang Mimi. Overwhelmed by the allure of the unattainable, he could hardly contain himself. However, before he could act, Lu Qingmei's eyes narrowed dangerously, ready to ensure he regretted any further advances. Yet, neither Lu Qingmei nor Li Kai had the chance to make a move. Zhang Kaishan, having exhausted himself chasing Song Xian, called out for his companion. "Li Kai, have you lost your mind? Come help me take him down." Coming. Li Kai momentarily abandoned his intentions toward Yang Mimi, charging at Song Xian with a weapon drawn. Nevertheless, Song Xian remained unfazed, his smile unwavering as he addressed Zhang Kaishan. "Brother Zhang, you are rather presumptuous. Had it not been for our prior acquaintance, you wouldn't even be worthy of table scraps." Chapter 82, The Doghouse. By the heavens, Zhang Kaishan erupted in a torrent of expletives, wielding his spear as if it were a club. Yet, Song Xian maintained his cheerful demeanor, effortlessly evading each strike as if he were merely toying with a monkey. Meanwhile, Li Kai lunged forward, seemingly in perfect sync with Zhang Kaishan, forcing Song Xian into a corner. Avril, Park Churong, Yun Pume, Zhang Yundi, Ji Nanju, Wu Haoyang, and Sun Nian watched the scene unfold with growing apprehension. Oh no! They wouldn't kill Song Xian, would they? These two seem so fierce. If they take control of this island, should we help? After all, we are all on Song Xian's side. Calm down. Don't act rashly. We are merely women. Whoever is the leader on this island, we must submit. In stark contrast, Yang Mimi, Fujiwara Shizuka, Lu Qimei, Su Yalan, Li Fuzhen, and Lu Feifei were utterly captivated, even sneaking wagers on the outcome. Fujiwara Shizuka remarked, "I bet if the master truly engages, he can resolve this in 3 moves. Yang Mimi added, "I believe 2 moves would suffice, 1 punch each." Su Yalan chimed in, "Actually, A single kick could send both flying. Lu Feifei turned to Lu Qimei. How many moves do you think Song Xian would require to handle this? Lu Qimei, having already discerned Song Xian's intent to mock his adversaries, noted that he was merely biding his time. Just as her words faded, Song Xian finally sprang into action. Boom. The punch he unleashed produced a sonic boom as it collided with Li Kai's wooden club. Snap! The thick stick shattered with a sharp crack, leaving Li Kai aghast and gripped by terror. His eyes widened in horror as he witnessed Song Xian and Appo's fist and scathed, hurtling towards him, followed by a deafening crack and darkness enveloping him. Bang! Zhang Kaishan, who had been attacking Song Xian with a wooden spike, felt his heart race at the sight. However, his spike had already lunged towards Song Xian's abdomen. Die, Song Xian. Your woman. Your home. Everything you possess is mine. As the sharp point approached Song Xian, Zhang Kaishan's excitement surged, his eyes gleaming with fervor. Yet, at the very moment the spike grazed Song Xian's clothing, two seemingly ordinary fingers pinched it effortlessly. Despite Zhang Kaishan's desperate thrusts, even using his body weight to propel himself forward, he found himself comically stationary, as though running on a treadmill. Ah, curse it. I will pierce you. I will pierce you. Zhang Kaishan's demeanor grew increasingly frantic. Yet, to everyone's astonishment, Song Xian did not advance further. The stunningly beautiful actress, the previously dazed Gulaina, now possessed eyes filled with wrath as she seized the broken wooden spike from the ground and charged forward. Thud! Li Kai, who had just regained consciousness, felt an excruciating pain in his lower back. Turning pale and drenched in cold sweat as he reacted, his expression contorted in agony. Gulaina once again drove the spike into his abdomen. Thud! He gasped, only managing a single word before he convulsed, blood spilling forth. Seeing this, Song Xian realized that his plaything would likely not survive until dawn. Meanwhile, Gulaina dropped the spike and collapsed to the ground, sobbing uncontrollably. Ugh! Yang Mimi, Avril, Fujiwara Shizuka, Lu Qimei, and Su Yalan witnessed her injuries in tears, even as she took a life. They couldn't help but surmise that something terribly unfortunate had befallen her. Grateful for their own fortune, they rushed over to offer gentle reassurances. Don and Appos, worry, Nana, such things will not occur again. Here, no one will harm you. We will protect you. Indeed, here you will be well fed and warmly clothed. We can play cards and games together. Stop crying, stop crying. Song Xian will ensure these two scoundrels meet a fitting end. However, the more they comforted her, the more Gulaina wept, her sorrow amplifying. Yet, with numerous women on the island and ample time to spare, they remained patient. As Song Xian observed Li Kai's life ebb away in mere moments, and Gulaina weeping inconsolably, he instructed Fujiwara Shizuka, fetch some snacks for her, change her clothes, and take her for a bath. Yang Mimi, arrange the bedding. Understood. Seeing Song Xian entrust her with the task of arranging the bedding, Yang Mimi felt elated and cast a sly glance at Fujiwara Shizuka, noticing the girl's obliviousness. Yang Mimi secretly reveled in her triumph. You little fool, soon I shall ascend to the throne, while you remain merely a warehouse keeper. What can you possibly do to compete with me? As she basked in her secret delight, Song Xian regarded Zhang Kaishan with a smile. Zhang Kaishan promptly knelt, shedding his previous contempt, and pleaded, Song Xian, please, grant me mercy. I was driven mad by hunger and desperation. I beg you for a chance to live. Fear not. Old acquaintance, how could I bring myself to slay you? Song Xian, gazing at the man kneeling before him, smiled gently while applying pressure with his fingers. Snap! The sharp tip of the wooden spike was effortlessly crushed. Gasps of shock rippled through the onlookers, especially Zhang Kaishan, who quivered in disbelief. Yet, Song Xian merely smiled kindly at him before instructing Lu Qimei to lead Park Churong, Yun Pume, Zhang Yundi, Jin Nanju, Wu Haryong, and Sun Nian to clean up Li Kai's corpse, ensuring they would forever remember this day. He himself shackled Zhang Kaishan and escorted him to the doghouse outside the villa. From now on, this will be your home, Kaishan. As long as you behave, I promise you will have leftovers to eat every day. Agreed? Chapter 83. Earnest entreaties indeed. Faced with Song Xian's humiliation, Zhang Kaishan nodded obsequiously in agreement, then pleaded in a pitiable manner. Song Xian, I was truly driven mad by hunger. It was all Li Kai's doing. He forced me. Considering our past amicable relations, Smack. Before he could finish, Song Xian delivered a resounding slap to his face, instantly causing Zhang Kaishan's cheek to swell and his mouth to bleed. Song Xian then seized him by the throat, declaring, It's only because of our past friendship that I haven't killed you, wouldn't you agree? Yes, yes, yes. Catching Song Xian's menacing gaze, Zhang Kaishan nodded vigorously, his heart pounding with apprehension and lingering fear. In that moment, he realized the enormity of his error, for he could sense that Song Xian had not only killed Li Kai, but had taken more than one life. Good. Seeing Zhang Kaishan's newfound compliance, Song Xian released him with a smile, patting him on the head. He then used handcuffs to secure him to a beam in the doghouse. Considering our past friendship, I'll let you rest here for a while before arranging some work for you. With a playful smile, Song Xian turned and departed. In his past life, this scoundrel had not only betrayed him, but also attempted to seduce his woman and left him with a disabled arm. In this life, he would exact retribution tenfold. Inside the wooden house, while Song Xian was pacifying the slave Zhang Kaishan, Yang Mi, Fujiwara Shizuka, Su Yalan, Li Fuzhen, and Lu Feifei were ceaselessly trying to console Gu Lina. Rest assured, no beast will ever mistreat you here again. Lina, don't cry anymore. The evildoers have received their just deserts. We will protect you from now on. Yes, life here is wonderful. We have no worries about food or clothing. And we have company. We even have video games. However, such is the nature of women that the more you try to console them, the more emotional they become. Moreover, hearing everyone extol the virtues of this place, Gulina recalled her recent experiences, which only deepened her sorrow and intensified her weeping. Creak. But as Song Xian pushed open the door and returned, everyone's attention shifted. After a brief instruction from Song Xian, Yang Mi led Gulina upstairs. Due to the changes in the household circumstances, the rooms had been reallocated. On the ground floor, besides the storeroom filled with food, there was Song Xian's and Fujiwara Shizuka's room. Then there were Park Choron, Yun Bomi, Young Unji, Kim Namju, Oh Hai Young, and Sun Naon. Considering the building's load-bearing capacity, they shared beds in pairs in the adjacent room. Upstairs, Yang Mi and Su Yalan shared a room, as did Lu Qimei and Lu Feifei, and Avril and Li Fuzhen. Gulina was temporarily assigned to Yang Mi's room, occupying the last single bed in the house and turning it into a triple room. This arrangement showcased Yang Mi's cleverness, as it not only demonstrated her fairness, but also helped her to win hearts. Furthermore, Gulina was a slender, fair-skinned beauty with a striking face. Yang Mi believed that by keeping this card in her hand and grooming her for Song Xian, he would be even more pleased with her and grant her greater authority and space in the future. Thus, while earnestly advising Gulina, Yang Mi also interjected her own personal interests, with Su Yalan chiming in to support her. Yang Mi, Lina, don't be too disheartened. We've had similar experiences in the past. If it weren't for Song Xian, Su Yalan, sister, let me tell you, on this isolated island in the apocalypse, we must rely on men to survive. Yang Mi, sister, have you ever considered that you're actually quite fortunate? If you weren't so beautiful, those two brutes might have dismembered you and eaten you. Su Yalan, Don and Amp, Oppos, T worry, as long as we can please Song Xian here, we and Amp, Oppos, LL never lack food or clothing. And Song Xian 1 and Amp, Oppos, T mistreat you like those villains. Yang Mi, and you don't have to worry about these events on the island affecting your future life. If we can return to the original world, the company will surely handle the public relations for us. And Song Xian wouldn't dare to reveal this matter, otherwise. But as they were chattering away, screams and curses echoed from the next room. Ah, you beast. Don't you ever get tired? Every day. How disgusting. Can you not? Cough, cough. I hate you. Song Xian, you scoundrel. Are you a dog? Yang Mi, Su Yalan, Gulina. Initially, Yang Mi, Su Yalan, and Gulina wore strange expressions, their fair faces flushed and their eyes darting around. But soon, Lu Qimei changed her tune. Yang Mi and Su Yalan exchanged smiles. And Yang Mi patted Gulina on the shoulder, saying, we have some urgent matters to attend to. We'll come back to keep you company later. Let's go, Su Yalan. With a mischievous smile, Yang Mi left these words and took the statuesque beauty, Su Yalan, to the room next door, where the policewoman Lu Qimei and the ethereal beauty Lu Feifei resided. Gulina was taken aback by their sudden departure. Then, she heard even more frantic and blush-inducing sounds, surpassing anything she had ever seen in movies. And as she listened, she was inexplicably, uncontrollably drawn to the door of the next room, where she eavesdropped and peeked. She saw Yang Mi, Song Xian, Lu Qimei, and Su Yalan playing mahjong, a Sichuan variation called Blood River. But that wasn't the most shocking part. The most shocking part was that she saw the legendary Jade Maiden, the fairy goddess Lu Feifei. She was watching Su Yalan, Lu Qimei, Yang Mi, and Song Xian play mahjong, writhing her delicate, snow-white body in a luxurious airline seat. Her watery eyes filled with amorous intent, and her two snow-white hands. Chapter 84. The tin fishing boat cough. Cough. Cough, I must have been mistaken. Unconsciously. Gulina now had been engrossed in watching for quite a while, her face flushed and her body tingling. As a woman in the entertainment industry, she was not particularly sensitive to matters between women. Yet the previous antics of Li Kai and Zhang Kaishan had indeed crossed the line, resembling two raucous, amorous dogs. Moreover, she had initially believed she might return to the real world, thinking she could once again shine as a star. However, after young Mimi's persuasion and considering her current circumstances and potential future, especially after witnessing Lu Feifei's hands-on approach and the top-tier celebrity young Mimi's audacious behavior, Gulina now found her thoughts shifting. Before she could fully embrace this change, she spotted the little girl Fujihara Shizuka, whose twin ponytails bobbed as she ascended the stairs. Clad only in a large white shirt, her delicate legs gliding gracefully. Following closely were Li Fujian and Avril, and the sight left Gulina not feeling utterly unwell. At that moment, a peculiar sensation washed over her, akin to witnessing Tang Sing's misadventures in the Spider Spirit Cave in the Kingdom of Women. It seemed she no longer had to fret about being coerced by men. Rather, she needed to contemplate a different dilemma, where the abundance of wolves overshadowed the scantiness of prey. However, a few hours later, Gulina not overturned her thoughts, realizing that Song Xian was not the delicate Tang Sung. After much observation, she ultimately reached a crimson-faced conclusion, whispering to herself, "Is this person truly human?" 3 days swiftly passed, and Song Xian's family lived in remarkable harmony. Yet, there were those who rejoiced, and others who despaired. Zhang Kaishan, now a slave, toiled relentlessly, either digging trenches or chopping wood. His meals consisted of leftover scraps, resembling a peculiar stew filled with fish bones and remnants. Additionally, knowing Zhang Kaishan's prior bravado, the women subjected him to various forms of mistreatment. With Gulina not eagerly volunteering to assist Lu Qimei, wielding a stick bristling with splinters. Any hint of laziness on Zhang Kaishan's part resulted in a fierce lash from her. Were it not for Lu Qingmei's intervention, citing the need to maintain a useful slave, Zhang Kaishan might have met his demise at her hands. On Flying Island, East Coast, as a group of women rested at home, Song Xian, with a suitcase and a surfboard in hand, ventured to the seaside, accompanied by a brand new raft. This one was significantly larger and sturdier than the one he had previously brought to Flying Island. This time, Song Xian intended to set sail once more to the island lying to the east, Dongshan Island. He had named it himself, located approximately 30 kilometers from Flying Island, boasting 3 towering mountains. Each mountain dwarfed the previous one, appearing rich in vegetation and resources. After exhausting the resources on this island in her past life, they had moved to this one. Had it not been for the wilderness cabin built there, along with the remnants of an aircraft, Song Xian would have unhesitatingly headed directly to this island. Now, with the possession of a spatial ring allowing him to transport all but the cabin's materials effortlessly, he pondered whether to relocate his home to this island. Yet, considering the potential dangers and the current uncertainty surrounding the island, Song Xian decided to set off alone, temporarily shelving the thought of relocation. To his surprise, just before his departure, Lu Feifei stealthily followed him, clad in a white shirt, adorned with 2 golden earrings, and sporting a shade of lipstick. Her long, sleek black hair cascaded down her shoulders. She wore 3/4 blue jeans and white sneakers paired with little cotton socks. "Song Xian, I have something to discuss with you." "Huh?" Upon being called by a woman before setting sail, Song Xian turned, regarding Lu Feifei with suspicion. "What's the matter?" Lu Feifei nodded, her fair face slightly flushed, as she took gentle steps toward him, biting her lips softly. "Are you intentionally teasing me?" "Oh?" Song Xian chuckled at the topic, bemused that she had come such a distance for this inquiry. "Yes," she affirmed, her sparkling eyes locked onto him. Despite this, Song Xian still refrained from answering her. "Is this question so significant?" "Indeed. How significant?" "Very significant." "Then what reward do I gain for answering this question?" "There and Oppos, S.A. reward." Lu Feifei suddenly wore a playful smile, her innocent eyes glinting with a hint of flirtation. "Do elaborate." Song Xian sensed a scheme at play, narrowing his eyes in scrutiny. Yet, Lu Feifei continued to tease. "That depends on your answer." Well, curiosity piqued, Song Xian slowly responded with a smile. "Of course there is." An hour later, Song Xian set sail alone on the raft, while Lu Feifei lounged beneath a tree, draped in her pristine shirt. However, just as he had paddled a short distance, his expression shifted dramatically, and he hastily returned to shore. From afar, he had sighted a tin fishing boat measuring over 10 meters, manned by several men from an island nation, heading out to sea. The leading figures aboard were familiar faces from his past life. He had encountered them on Dongshan Island, typically about 10 days later, but he had never anticipated encountering them today. With this, his plans could be hastened. Chapter 85. Thick Smoke. You. How did you return? I can hardly endure your presence any longer. Upon seeing Song Xian suddenly returning to the boat, propped up like a mermaid beside Lu Feifei, a hint of fear was clearly visible on her fair, luminous face. Seeing Lu Feifei in such a state, Song Xian's expression shifted to one of displeasure. After all, he was not a lecher. Aside from that little vixen Lu Qimei, all interactions were of fair exchange. It was either mutual consent or the allure of their honest and virtuous old song. However, now was clearly not the time for idle chatter. Carrying Lu Feifei and her snow-white thigh, Song Xian hurried back to the camp with utmost urgency, intending to lure the others over with their way of life. Then, seize their vessel to sail towards Ryukyu Island, to accomplish great deeds. Upon arriving at the mountaintop camp with Lu Feifei, Song Xian immediately organized everyone to chop wood and start a fire. After igniting 3 piles of firewood, he left young Mimi, Fujiwara Shizuka, and Lu Qimei to tend to the flames while taking the remaining individuals, including Park Chulong, In Pume, Zhang Indi, Jin Neju, Wu Huarong, Sun Nain, Su Yalan, and young Mimi, to the eastern shore. As the most astute woman among them, young Mimi, witnessing this series of peculiar actions, could not help but voice her curiosity. Song Xian, can you now explain why we are doing this? Have you discovered something? I spotted a fishing boat passing by. Perhaps we shall soon depart from here. Song Xian candidly revealed this explosive news. The few women who understood Chinese paused momentarily, then Su Yalan hurriedly inquired, Xian Gu, didn't you say modern civilization was destroyed, and all electronic devices could only function at night? How then is there a fishing boat here? Hearing this question, Song Xian rolled his eyes in response. Yang Mimi quickly interjected, though electrical devices are indeed destroyed, that fishing boat runs on fuel, not electricity. Its presence here is not surprising. Su Yalan's face flushed slightly at this revelation, biting her lower lip and falling silent. Not wishing to engage in further trivialities, Song Xian urged the group to proceed. However, due to Li Fu's existence, he translated this information for Avril, Park Chulong, In Pume, Zhang Indi, Jin Neju, Wu Huarong, and Sun Nain, who could not contain their excitement upon hearing the news. Oh my, a fishing boat? Does that mean we can return to our original world? However, if what Song Xian said was true, wouldn't he returning also mean facing an apocalyptic world even more perilous? What if he was lying? What if the outside world wasn't as chaotic as he claimed? But have you considered that he discovered the fishing boat and chose to inform us, bringing us along to search for it, which implies... While these foreign women debated fervently, the statuesque flight attendant Su Yalan curiously asked Xian Good, why did we need to make 3 piles of firewood? Wouldn't a single large pile produce more smoke, making it easier for others to spot us? Of course, I am aware of that. However, the international distress signal consists of 3 columns of smoke. Upon hearing Su Yalan's inquiry, Song Xian patiently explained, elaborating on various survival signals used in the wild. For instance, using a flashlight to signal Morse code with 3 long and 3 short flashes, drawing SOS in the sand, or waving brightly colored flags overhead. He intended to utilize all these methods. Furthermore, the reason for bringing these beautiful women down was to employ one of the most cunning strategies from the 36 stratagems, the beauty stratagem. Thus, upon reaching the beach, Song Xian deliberately had them don feminine attire or lingerie, parading back and forth on the sand while lighting a bonfire. Meanwhile, he prepared to conceal his prowess and retreat to the southern shore, posing as a fisherman. In this apocalyptic scenario, these fishermen would undoubtedly consider the potential danger. After all, a solitary man accompanied by a group of women would seem far less enticing than an island inhabited solely by beauties. If these fishermen became wary and hesitated to approach for rescue, it would render their efforts futile. As Song Xian shouldered his fishing rod and prepared to leave, young Mimi grasped his arm, asking, Song Xian, are you truly leaving us here alone? Aren't you afraid those fishermen might? You make a valid point. Song Xian admitted, realizing he had overlooked this detail. After all, the crew aboard that fishing boat comprised a bunch of ruthless scoundrels. Encountering such beauties would be perilous. Consequently, Song Xian retrieved the handgun from his waist and handed it to young Mimi. Rest assured, this firearm is for your protection. Should they return, I will certainly observe from the southern shore, and upon noticing their approach, I will hasten back to you. After offering this reassurance and a few comforting words, Xian departed with his platinum fishing rod and snakeskin bag. The remaining women, including Park Chulong, Yin Pume, Zhang Indi, Jin Nezhu, Wu Huarong, Sun Nain, Su Yalan, Li Fujian, and Avril, under Yang Mimi's direction, began crafting the SOS signal in the sand, proceeding according to their plan. On the southern shore of Plain Island, upon reaching the familiar golden sands, Xian launched his surfboard into the sea, halting near the reef to cast his line. Whoosh! Splash! Soon, the silver multifunctional hook traced a graceful arc, landing in the water several dozen meters away. After a few minutes, the float bobbing on the surface responded, prompting Xian to tentatively raise his rod and reel in the line. After several tugs and pulls, a half-meter-long, spotted silver fish was dragged from the water, thrashing about vigorously. Ding! Congratulations! You have caught a blue-spotted mackerel, earning 9 experience points. Excellent! Another new species unlocked. Xian felt quite pleased. However, the next moment, his expression darkened. He suddenly noticed a thick plume of smoke rising from Dongshan Island to the east. Chapter 86, Survivors. Competing for business? Gazing at the thick plume of smoke rising over 30 kilometers away, Song Xuanji felt a jolt of recognition, stirring memories of his past life. At this time of year, they should have been busy constructing shelters on the island, oblivious to the passage of the fishing boat. Consequently, the inhabitants of Dongshan Island spotted the fishing vessel ahead of time and signaled for help, resulting in their rescue. By the time they became aware of the fishing boat, it would have been weeks later. This thought led Song Xuanji to contemplate another matter. Ryukyu Island lay to their northeast. Was it possible that the route taken by these invaders did not traverse between the two islands? If their course was near Dongshan Island, it might have obstructed their view, preventing them from seeing the smoke rising from the plain island. Alternatively, if the distance was too great, they might have chosen to conserve fuel and not approach. Suddenly, a multitude of possibilities flooded his mind, extinguishing the pleasant mood he had while fishing. After a brief reflection, he returned to the camp, adjusted personnel arrangements, and assigned the armed Lu Qimei to the seaside before embarking on another journey to sea. He felt assured with Lu Qimei and young Mimi on the beach. Armed with 2 firearms, even if those fishermen-turned-pirates approached, it was unlikely they would pose a significant threat in the short term. Thus, he could confidently wait at Dongshan Island for any opportunities. As for the early return of the fishing boat, he was not overly concerned. In this chaotic world, where food was becoming increasingly scarce, fishermen would not return lightly after venturing out to sea. They would at least need to fill their boats to avoid losses. Before long, the massive wooden raft was launched into the water with the combined efforts of Song Xuanji and the women. Just before departing, he waved goodbye, instructing them to take care. Young Mimi stepped forward, concern etched on her face. Song Xuanji, why not take a handgun with you? We still know little about the situation on Dongshan Island. Fear not. With my abilities, unless there is a fully armed reinforced company on the island, not a single hair on my body will be harmed, he boasted deliberately, easing their worries with a few more words before unfurling the sail on the raft and paddling away from the island. Once his vessel had ventured beyond the horizon, the women on the beach split into 2 groups, chattering animatedly among themselves. Su Yalan asked, Sister Me, do you think I will be rescued this time? Young Mimi replied, How would I know? We must leave it to fate. Gulina added, Sister Me, do you really believe the outside world is in ruins? Is there any doubt? If it weren't for such circumstances, Song Xuanji would be reveling in his dominion over this island, entirely ignoring any fishing boats. Pao Chuchong expressed her hope. I truly wish that fishing boat would return soon. That way, we could leave here and go home. In Pume interjected, Sister, you might be overthinking it. Even if we leave here, we would still head to Ryukyu. Returning to the south is far too difficult. Zhang Indi concurred. Indeed, even if we return home, who knows what chaos awaits? Jin Nanju questioned, do you all genuinely believe in Song Xuanji's words? Could it be he's merely concocting lies to toy with us? Wu Xiao countered, surely not. If that were the case, he would have simply ignored us, and the fishing boat would have been unnecessary. Sun Nain concluded. Let's not dwell on that. We must take one step at a time. We absolutely must return to the south, where our parents and loved ones await. Hearing their discussion, Li Fujian, who had been quiet for a while, felt her mind stir. With her striking eyes darting about, she remarked, Rest assured, with my family's wealth, we are undoubtedly prepared in the south. If you all follow my lead and return with me, I guarantee all your wishes will be fulfilled. Piao Chuchong, Yin Pume, Zhang Indi, Jin Nanju, Wu Xiaorong, and Sun Nain exchanged surprised glances, But after a brief moment of silent communication, they nodded in agreement. After all, the formidable reputation of the Li family in the South had been ingrained in them since birth. It was said that there are three unavoidable truths in the South: taxes, death, and the Li family. The Li family's enterprises spanned the entire region, often referred to as the shadowy emperors of the South. At the height of their power, they commanded one-third of the South's GDP. Even in times of decline, they still controlled one-fifth, with the president of the South relying on their favor to maintain power. Meanwhile, on Dongshan Island in Nanshan, as Song Xuanji sailed across the Azure Sea, 2 men and 2 women gathered around a fire on the mountain. Among them, a couple named Li Huan and Zhao Yin were both employed at a trading company. The woman, now 50, was the boss, while the man, in his early 20s, served as her assistant. The other 2 were the renowned national goddess and actress Gao Yuan and Lu Qingmei's colleague, Wang Gang, unaware of the apocalypse that had befallen them. And having previously enjoyed the comforts of the lush woods, they noticed no significant changes and remained hopeful for the rescue team. Although the atmosphere of their conversation lacked cheer, no fierce conflicts arose. Wang Gang remarked, "How wonderful! I never expected there to be survivors on the neighboring island. The plane wreckage landed there. Perhaps they can contact the Chapter 87. The wicked woman, how can you be so unreasonable?" Gao Yuan, witnessing the woman's escalating audacity as she slandered him, felt an unusual surge of anger wash over his delicate, fair face. "Unreasonable? Am I?" The female boss, Li Huan, sneered derisively at his expression. "Don't think for a moment that I haven't invested in the entertainment industry. You, the harlots of this circle, bed actors, then directors, then producers, and finally investors. I could count the male stars I have had my way with on both hands and still have fingers left over." Gao Yuan's eyes widened in indignation at her words. "How dare you speak such filth? Just because those male stars lack shame does not mean everyone is as despicable as you, and they are. How dare you, you little harlot? Do you believe I wouldn't have the means to blacklist you? You wretched creature." Li Huan, accustomed to her authoritative demeanor as a boss, raised her hand to strike Gao Yuan. However, before her palm could land on his beautiful face, the male officer, Wang Gang, who stood nearby, swiftly grasped her wrist. "Here is an isolated island, not your company. I advise you to mind your conduct." At this moment, Zhao Yin also stepped forward, saying, "Boss lady, please. It's my fault, it's all my fault. Let us not argue any further." Yet, his interjection only served to infuriate Li Huan further, who yanked her hand from Wang Gang's grasp and lashed out at Zhao Yin, exposing his past. "Go to hell. When I return, I'll kick you out. And you can go back to being a gigolo in nightclubs." The impact of her words was not enough to quell her fury, and she struck him again. Zhao Yin, receiving the blow, felt tears welling in his eyes, but he held back his retorts, clenching his jaw in silence. Wang Gang, observing his expression, sighed. He had previously advised both Li Huan and Zhao Yin to temper their tempers, but each time, the same issues resurfaced, prompting him to refrain from meddling in their affairs. However, this time, Gao Yuan stood up and declared, "Zhao Yin, do not engage with this woman any longer. Once we are free and return home, I will find you a high-paying job that guarantees you will earn no less than before." "Hi, sister." Zhao Yin felt overwhelmed with emotion at her words, nearly brought to tears. Yet, the arrogant boss, Li Huan, merely scoffed. "Oh, Gao Yuan. Do you think you're so charming? Is that all you can do, speak sweetly? He is just a high school dropout turned wastrel. What can he do but rely on others? Besides me, who would offer him a salary of $1 million? And don't forget, Zhao Yin, I know your family background well. If you dare defy me, I will ensure your social demise and take you to court to reclaim every penny you've received from me, sending you straight to prison. You are utterly shameless." Gao Yuan's fist clenched in fury upon hearing her words. Wang Gang shot Li Huan a disapproving glare, realizing that the wealthy often thrive either on their connections or their utter lack of shame. Today, he had witnessed the latter firsthand. Were he to encounter a vile woman like her, he would not hesitate to retaliate fiercely, teaching her the meaning of wrath. Yet, before he could act on his thoughts, the timid Zhao Yin stepped forward once more. "Hi, sister. Please stop. It's all my fault. Boss, I'll go fetch some water." With that, Zhao Yin walked away, his figure filled with despondency. Useless. Li Huan watched Zhao Yin retreat, casting a provocative glance at Gao Yuan. Shameless. Gao Yuan shot her an angry glare in response. Meanwhile, Wang Gang, nearing 50, shook his head, lamenting Zhao Yin's unfortunate situation while feeling anger towards his lack of initiative. However, unbeknownst to him, Zhao Yin turned away with a darkened expression, his eyes glinting with a murderous intent. Minutes later, Zhao Yin returned with water, only to be met with another round of scolding from the wealthy woman. You wretched fool. You thought to serve me water that isn't even boiled? Are you trying to kill me? My apologies, Li Zong. I'll boil it immediately. Zhao Yin bowed and scrambled to use the only pot they had on the island, a makeshift vessel found by the sea, its former owner a mystery. For days, they had used it to boil water or occasionally make soup, subsisting on grilled fish and foraged fruits and mushrooms. Before long, the water boiled, and after serving it to Li Huan, Zhao Yin prepared a dish with the mushrooms and mussels he had gathered, also grilling the remaining fish. The aroma wafted through the air, prompting Li Huan to cast a cautious glance at Gao Yuan before commanding, Zhao Yin, bring the food over. I'm hungry. Yes, boss. Zhao Yin obediently delivered the food to her, kneeling as he served her. Gao Yuan, witnessing this scene, felt revulsion and turned to forage for wild fruits. Wang Gang, expressing his discontent, glared at Li Huan and Zhao Yin, instructing, keep an eye on the fire. I'll be back for my shift in 2 hours. Understood, Wang Gu. Zhao Yin responded with a smile that was more painful than tears. Li Huan rolled her eyes in disdain, muttering under her breath, what a pretentious old fool. After a lifetime, he is still just a sergeant, unable to even afford a white shirt upon retirement. Her voice was low, and with the crackling fire nearby. Wang Gang did not catch her words. However, the young Zhao Yin did, a sly smile creeping onto his lips. 20 minutes later, Li Huan had her fill and, in her usual haughty manner, commanded Zhao Yin, come here and massage my legs and shoulders. Yes, boss. Zhao Yin complied, but as he crouched beside her, Li Huan suddenly blinked, her expression shifting. Zhao Yin, why are you swaying? You're making my eyes dizzy. Wait, why is the world spinning? Ugh. With that, she could not contain the frothing at her mouth, convulsing as if seized by an epileptic fit. Chapter 88, The Toxic Man on Dongshan Island, on the western shore. After nearly 2 hours of arduous trekking, Song Xian finally set foot on the sandy beach of this island. Yet, just as his foot touched the ground, the bonfire on the mountaintop mysteriously extinguished. Was the firewood exhausted, or had those up there succumbed to hunger and fatigue? Noticing the anomaly, Song Xian began to harbor suspicions and hastened his actions. He secured the wooden raft on the shore, concealed his luggage, and armed himself with a stick for self-defense before ascending the mountain at a deliberate pace, even foraging for wild fruits along the way. After basking in the warmth of the sun, the flora had thrived, benefiting more than humans. This was why they managed to survive in such harsh conditions. As he munched on the tart little apples, Song Xian gradually made his way upward. Soon, he reached a spot just a few dozen meters from the fire pit. But before he could reach the summit, he overheard a woman's vehement curses. Zhao Yin, you wretched scoundrel, do you wish to see me dead? I swear, if I make it back alive, I will ensure your family is ruined, and I will see you imprisoned. My father is Li Gang, and if he lifts a finger. Rolling his eyes at the tirade, Song Xian then caught the voice of a man. Boss, I have no idea why this happened. We ate the same thing yesterday. It's not my fault. I didn't do it on purpose. No, it's all my fault. I swear I won't do it again. The woman continued her relentless barrage of insults while the man, on his knees, pleaded pitifully. Their exchange was abruptly halted by the arrival of another middle-aged man. What is going on here? Why has the fire gone out? If the signal is lost and they cannot see us, how will we be rescued? The seemingly weak Li Huan perked up upon seeing Wang Gang, a hint of color returning to her pale cheeks. Wang Gang, you're just in time. Zhao Yin, that bastard, seeks to repay kindness with malice. He wants me dead by feeding me poison food. Remember this, if I don't make it back to the mainland, it's this scoundrel who killed me. You must imprison him and inform my family. I want him to suffer, to see his family destroyed. Zhao Yin hurriedly defended himself. I didn't do anything, boss. I swear, we ate the same food. Just now, I had the same thing. You're talking nonsense. It must be you who poisoned it. Li Huan shot a fierce glare at Zhao Yin, convinced that only she had fallen ill despite them consuming identical meals. The only explanation she could fathom was that Zhao Yin had maliciously tampered with her food. This villain intended to eliminate her so he could be with that wretched Gao Yuan. In this dire environment, she felt her life waning, leaving her no choice but to cling to Zhao Yin. Yet, she seemed to forget that her own despicable demeanor had long agitated old Wang. Zhao Yin, on the other hand, continued to feign vulnerability and sadness. Wang Gang, however, was unwilling to believe him, especially since they had indeed consumed the same food. He rebuked Li Huan, you both ate the same thing. It's your weakness that is to blame. Stop lamenting your fate and blaming others. Handle your own affairs. I have no interest in getting involved. With that, he resumed attempting to rekindle the fire. Seeing Wang Gang's disbelief and indifference toward her plight, Li Huan shifted her fury onto Zhao Yan. The latter silently endured the onslaught but soon broke down, retreating into the woods to weep. Yet, as he wiped his tears, a sinister grin crept across his face. Coincidentally, Song Xian, concealed in the thicket, observed this scene with a faint smile. Ah, how true it is that while one may know a person's face, one cannot know their heart. I shall continue to observe. After a brief interval, the national goddess, Gao Yuan, returned to the camp, bringing with her a basket filled with small mushrooms, a dozen wild apples, and some plums. Gao Yuan is back. Wang Gang greeted her enthusiastically. How impressive. You've gathered so much food. Oh, it was just a bit of luck, Gao Yuan replied modestly, handing Wang Gang an apple and inquiring, why has the fire gone out? Don't mention it. It's all because of that couple, Wang Gang said, casting a disdainful glance at Li Huan, who had finally settled down, appearing as if she had fallen asleep. Meanwhile, Zhao Yin, hidden in the thicket, was deliberately rubbing his eyes to redden them, wiping his tears before returning. Gao Yuan, noticing his condition, couldn't he help but ask, Zhao Yin, has Li Huan been bullying you again? No, Gao Yuan, don't overthink it, Zhao Yin replied, forcing a grateful smile as he hurried back to Li Huan's side. However, the now severely weakened Li Huan summoned her last ounce of strength to hoarsely declare, Zhao Yin, if I die, you won't escape unscathed either. You, my father is. After stumbling through her words, she fainted, utterly drained. Both Wang Gang and Gao Yuan wore grim expressions, clearly unconvinced by Li Huan's claims. Zhao Yin, once again succumbing to tears, wiped his face while pretending to turn away to hide his emotions from Gao Yuan and Wang Gang. Observing this, Gao Yuan felt a pang of sympathy and inquired why Zhao Yin endured such humiliation. After much hesitation, Zhao Yin spun a tragic tale of a gambling father, a gravely ill mother, a sister needing to attend school, and a host of ungrateful relatives. He recounted how he had to drop out of high school, labor on construction sites, and ultimately resort to working in nightclubs, sacrificing his dignity, only to encounter the twisted Li Huan. As he spun the tale, Gao Yuan was moved to tears, while Wang Gang shook his head in dismay at the cruelty of fate. Yet, just as their sentiments peaked, Song Xian approached them with a playful smile lingering on his lips. Chapter 89, The Deceiver. In a matter of mere meters, Song Xian soon approached the trio. Before Zhao Yin could finish his tale, he began to applaud, a smile gracing his lips. The sound of clapping drew the attention of the three, and Gao Yuan and Wang Gang exchanged bewildered glances, soon followed by expressions of joy. Gao Yuan's beautiful eyes sparkled with a glimmer of hope. Who are you? Are you here to rescue us? However, Wang Gang's gaze fell upon Song Xian's watch, and a sudden realization dawned upon him. You too are a survivor from the plane. How does Lu Qingmei's watch end up in your possession? Yet, for Zhao Yin, who was taken aback by Song Xian's unexpected arrival, a fleeting flash of murderous intent crossed his eyes, quickly replaced by a forced expression of surprise. From Song Xian's clapping and cheerful demeanor, it was evident that his intentions were far from benign. As he listened to Zhao Yan's recounting of events, he recalled a short story he had once read, where the character bore an uncanny resemblance to the female protagonist. Approaching the three, Song Xian disregarded Gao Yuan and Wang Gang's inquiries and instead turned his attention to the near-lifeless Li Huan, flipping her over for a cursory examination. He then gently pried open her eyelids and remarked, Indeed, she has been poisoned. You have quite the talent, my friend. I have never wronged you. I don't understand what you're talking about, Zhao Yan protested, maintaining an innocent facade. Gao Yuan and Wang Gang, bewildered by Song Xian's words, were left in the dark about the intentions of this sudden stranger. Ignoring their confusion, Song Xian confronted Zhao Yan directly. Enough pretense. Your name is Zhao Yan. Is it not? I am Zhao Yan. As he met Song Xian's ominous gaze, a sense of dread swelled within Zhao Yan, which only intensified as Song Xian's following words confirmed his fears. You infamous scoundrel, a man who preys on the vulnerable. I am a private investigator sent by the family of your deceased ex-girlfriend, tasked with uncovering your misdeeds, including today's incident with Li Huan. You have at least taken 3 lives, have you not? What? Gao Yuan's scalp prickled at this revelation, and Wang Gang's expression shifted as he turned to Zhao Yan. In a panic, Zhao Yan stammered, Brother, you must be mistaken. I could never commit murder. My breakup with my ex was amicable. I would never harm her, he insisted. Desperate to Devil Chapter 90, Pirates. Mr. Song Xian, are we really going to abandon Li Huan and Zhao Yan on the island? Gao Yuan questioned with a tinge of reluctance as she observed Song Xian making to leave. Then you may stay behind and await a miracle. Perhaps Li Huan will revive and accompany that deceitful murderer, Song Xian retorted coldly, showing no compassion for her maternal instincts. He added as he descended the mountain, "If I reach the beach and do not see your figures, I shall consider you have forfeited your opportunity to depart." Gao Yuan was taken aback by Song Xian's harshness. Yet, Wang Gang merely winked at her, signaling her to hold her tongue. Resigned, Gao Yuan hastily followed behind. With Wang Gang trailing closely, aware that the plane had landed on Song Xian's island, where resources were undoubtedly more abundant than their current location. Thus, with mutual support, they finally caught up to Song Xian at the beach. Board the ship, Song Xian commanded, as he leapt onto the vessel with an air of authority. Having deemed them sufficiently agile, Gao Yuan and Wang Gang followed suit, embarking on their journey home. However, after their departure, Zhao Yin returned to the mountaintop. Discovering the gravely injured Li Huan, he picked up nearby stones and, with relentless force, struck her head until it was utterly crushed, before breathlessly discarding the rocks. He then gazed at the receding raft, his eyes cold and voice low as he murmured, "Song Xian, just wait." On the raft, after some time of mutual silence, Wang Gang finally seized the opportunity to inquire, "Song Xian, may I ask what exactly you do?" "BA," Song Xian replied curtly, his gaze fixed on the distant sea. In the distance, Japanese fishing boats began to haul in their nets, seemingly heading their way. "BA? What profession is that? A white-collar worker in a big company?" Wang Gang's confusion was evident as he struggled to comprehend. Yet, Song Xian's next explanation only deepened his astonishment. "BA stands for bodyguard." "Bodyguard?" Wang Gang scrutinized Song Xian with skepticism. Given Song Xian's striking demeanor and vitality, one could believe he was a top-tier bodyguard. However, the notion of him being a lackluster security guard felt entirely incongruous. Nevertheless, respecting Song Xian's desire for privacy, Wang Gang chose to refrain from further questioning. At that moment, Gao Yuan's curiosity was piqued. "Song Xian, what have you been observing in the southwestern direction? Is there something peculiar?" Indeed, Song Xian seized the opportunity to elaborate. "The waters around these islands are far from tranquil. There are often Japanese fishermen who moonlight as pirates, and they particularly relish capturing beauties like you. If they were to seize you..." The gravity of his words darkened Gao Yuan and Wang Gang's expressions. The notion of Japanese fishermen engaging in piracy felt like an echo from a bygone era, foreign to their civilized lives. They had been awaiting rescue, oblivious to the impending chaos, and now faced the grim reality of pirates. Recognizing their disbelief, Song Xian proceeded to enlighten them about the terrifying magnetic storms and bizarre weather phenomena, hail, hurricanes, tsunamis that had besieged the world. As he detailed these calamities, their pallor grew increasingly grim. Though reluctant to accept it, the recent odd occurrences compelled them to acknowledge the truth. Just then, Song Xian and Appo's predictions came to fruition as the Japanese fishing boat approached. The vessel, adorned with white paint and roaring engines, surged through the water towards them. Slowing only as it neared, its crew adorned with mocking grins, taunting and jeering. "Ha! Run them over! Run them over! What luck! Such beautiful girls! Let me take the first shot! Stop the boat! Don't crush my lovely girl! Don't worry. There is one on the raft and more on the island, enough for a grand party. These scoundrels! These wretched Japanese!" Wang Gang could no longer restrain his fury as the raft teetered on the brink of capsizing. Gao Yuan trembled in terror, unable to articulate her fear. "Dive!" Song Xian reacted swiftly, shoving Gao Yuan away before plunging into the water. With a splash, both he and Wang Gang hit the water just as the fishing boat collided with the raft, sending Wang Gang reeling and injuring him severely. The Japanese crew reveled in Wang Gang's misfortune, their laughter echoing in the air. In the midst of their revelry, a dark-skinned, bald pirate leapt from the boat, diving towards Gao Yuan with a lecherous grin, dragging her towards the fishing vessel while his comrades leered. "This girl is truly stunning, surpassing even the stars on television. Brother, you're in for a treat. Why not indulge in the water? I hear you can last half an hour." Yet, unbeknownst to them, Song Xian had reached the stern of the boat and was climbing up the fishing net, ready to reclaim the battlefield. Chapter 91. Boarding. Damn it. Let go of me. Caught by a strange assailant, Gao Yuan struggled fiercely against the grip of the robust Yuji Inoue, who had been reinforced by a prior enhancement. The boy's hands were like iron clamps, his strength terrifying, making Gao Yuan no match for him. Frustrated by her cries and resistance, Inoue tightened his grip around her delicate neck, rendering her speechless and nearly suffocating. With a cold smirk, he dragged her back to the ship, instructing his subordinates to hoist her aboard with ropes. Inoue easily climbed onto the deck, grasping the rope beside the bed. His subordinates, witnessing their leader's return, wore expressions of lewd anticipation. Meanwhile, Gao Yuan, regaining some awareness, began to shout and struggle once more. "Let go of me, you bastards!" However, Inoue was not one to tolerate disobedience. He approached her in swift strides, raising his arm to deliver a resounding slap. The impact sent her sprawling to the ground, her fair cheek swelling instantly. Yet, that was not the end. Inoue seized her long hair, dragging her towards the cabin. "Haha, now this will be entertaining. I hope the boss doesn't go too far and end up killing her. Sanfu, what are you waiting for? Start the boat. We're heading to that beautiful island. Quickly." "Right. The boss has his fun. We should too. Hurry, hurry." As Inoue and Gao Yuan vanished from the deck, the crew of fishermen began to stir with excitement. The one named Sanfu rushed to start the boat, but as he did so, Song Xian landed at the stern. At that moment, a sharp-eyed fisherman spotted him. "Who goes there? You scoundrel!" Song Xian's gaze was icy as he regarded the makeshift pirate fishermen, perceiving them as mere corpses. Baka, Matsumoto rancher, the first mate of the fishing boat, brandished a harpoon upon seeing the unfamiliar Song Xian, his eyes gleaming with malice. "Everyone, attack! Kill him!" The group of fishermen, seasoned in violence, rushed towards Song Xian upon receiving the command. "Where did this fool come from, daring to provoke our Black Bear crew? Together, let us shred this scoundrel and toss him into the sea to feed the fish. Baka, how dare you board our fishing boat? You've met your match with us." Yet, they remained blissfully unaware of the monster they faced. On board, there were only 8 of them, led by Inoue and the helmsman Sanfu. Bang, bang, bang. In mere moments, Song Xian unleashed 3 punches and kicks, Chapter 92, preparing to set sail. Ah, truly deserving of the title of national goddess, how radiant. Upon witnessing Gao Yuan's startled expression, Song Xian murmured with a perfectly charming smile. Yet, almost immediately, he was startled by the sound of someone plunging into the water. Splash! Among the 7 crew members aboard, either dead or gravely injured, only one person could have made such a sound, the ship's helmsman, the little rascal, Xuan Sanfu. He was the sole individual aboard this fishing vessel whom Song Xian could not eliminate. In a world still grappling with geomagnetic storms, GPS navigation was rendered utterly ineffective. Song Xian was reliant on Xuan Sanfu to reach the Ryukyu Islands, and from there, he would find more adept navigators to guide him to Okinawa and the main islands of Japan. Only then could he procure a larger, sturdier vessel to journey northward back to the mainland and continue his existence. Otherwise, it would not be long before the rising tides engulfed the Ryukyu Islands, Okinawa, and the main islands of Japan. Coupled with frequent earthquakes and tsunamis, survival on these islands would be a futile endeavor. Thus, casting one last glance at Gao Yuan, Song Xian hastened to the bow of the ship and called out, "Xuan Sanfu, return to the deck. I offer you a chance at survival." However, Xuan Sanfu was not inclined to believe him. Possessing exceptional swimming skills, he dove beneath the surface and swam towards the direction of the plain island. Having already removed the key to the fishing vessel, he doubted Song Xian's ability to catch up with him underwater. Yet, Song Xian noticed that the very direction he was swimming was indeed towards the plain island, and a peculiar smile crept across his face. After dispatching the remaining little rascals aboard, he cast their bodies into the sea to feed the fish. Just as he completed the task of clearing the last corpse, the voice of Old Wang echoed from the side of the ship. This fellow, bloodied from the collision, was still alive. "Song Xian, I beg you, please save me." Recalling that this man had shown promise, and that he would indeed require assistance upon reaching the Ryukyu Islands, Song Xian benevolently tossed a rope to him and pulled Old Wang aboard. "Remember, I saved your life today. Henceforth, you shall heed my commands, or else do not blame me for my lack of mercy." "Ah, yes, yes," Old Wang, grateful for his reprieve, quickly nodded in understanding. Song Xian, feeling somewhat generous, turned his attention to Gao Yuan, who was presently crouched in the cabin, clutching her chest, with only half her head peeking out from the windowsill. Upon catching Song Xian's gaze, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment as she shyly exclaimed, "Song Xian, could you help me find something to wear? My clothes have all been torn." Understanding the state of disarray within the cabin, Song Xian promptly removed his tank top and shorts, revealing a physique adorned with robust muscles, leaving him clad only in a pair of boxer shorts. "Make do with this for now. I shall first capture that scoundrel." With that, he tossed his clothing to Gao Yuan. Yet, she was momentarily dazed, staring at his well-defined abs, having never encountered a man of such remarkable physique. By the time she regained her composure, Song Xian had already leapt into the water, pursuing Xuan Sanfu towards the Plain Island. On the eastern shore of Plain Island, as Song Xian submerged, he spotted Yang Mimi, Gu Lina, Park Chuchong, Yin Pume, Zhang Indi, Jin Naishu, Wu Xiaorong, and Sun Nian. All engaged in lively chatter. Song Xian is truly formidable, single-handedly taking on 8 opponents with such ease. What a monster. Not just a monster. Have you seen any man capable of being with so many women in a single night? How many women do you think he will bring back this time? Just one. Did you not witness the situation on the bamboo raft? Not necessarily. There might be other women aboard the fishing vessel. After their animated discussion, Xuan Sanfu finally managed to scramble ashore. Haha. Spotting a group of scantily clad, unarmed women, a strange smile crept onto his lips. However, the women, upon seeing him, were even broader grins. Then, the voluptuous, long-legged policewoman Lu Chimei stepped forward. In an instant, she delivered a knee strike followed by a grappling maneuver, pinning Xuan Sanfu to the sandy beach. His face pressed against the sand, his nostrils and mouth filled with grains, he narrowly avoided choking on the sand. This was not the end of it. These spirited young women, emboldened by Lu Qingmei's dominance, approached to kick him playfully. Yin Pume, a practitioner of Taekwondo, landed a swift kick on Xuan Sanfu's thigh. Crack! A sharp, resonating sound followed, and Xuan Sanfu's left leg seized up. Just as Song Xian climbed onto the sandy shore and witnessed this scene, he merely shrugged. The women, upon noticing Song Xian's arrival, reverted to their demure personas, rushing over to offer their concerns. Yet, Song Xian paid them no mind. He retrieved the key from Xuan Sanfu's waist and returned to the powered fishing boat, steering it back to shore before declaring, "Now that we have a powered fishing vessel, we can set our sights on the Ryukyu Islands. This evening, everyone prepare yourselves. I shall convene a brief meeting, and tomorrow we shall embark on our journey to the Ryukyu." Upon hearing this news, the lovely maidens erupted into cheers. Hooray! At last, we can leave this wretched place. I want to play on the computer. I want to eat roasted meat. I never want to eat grilled fish again. Woohoo, we can finally return to modern society. I am so delighted. Yet, amidst their jubilant cries, Yang Mimi doused their enthusiasm with a splash of cold water. Didn't Song Xian say this is the apocalypse? Even if we return to modern society. In an instant, the joyous atmosphere evaporated. But as not everyone had gathered, Song Xian chose not to speak further on the matter, unwilling to repeat himself. After anchoring the vessel securely, he led a group of over 10 back to the campsite. Once the sumptuous dinner, 8 dishes and a soup, was prepared, everyone gathered. And Song Xian finally spoke with a serious expression. I know many of you still find it hard to believe that the apocalypse has indeed arrived. But this forthcoming journey to the Ryukyu Islands will prove that my words are no mere jest. Chapter 93. The Revelation. I am an abnormal ability user. Upon finishing a brief statement, Song Xian's gaze swept across the room, and the once joyful young women fell into silence. After a considerable pause, young Mimi could no longer contain her curiosity and inquired, if the world outside is so perilous, why don't we remain on this deserted island? This was indeed a pertinent question. Hearing young Mimi's inquiry resonate with his thoughts, Song Xian withdrew his gaze and addressed her directly. Do you recall the last tsunami? Of course, young Mimi replied, recalling the terrifying event that still haunted her. Tsunamis of that magnitude will only become more frequent, and even more devastating disasters will follow: typhoons, severe earthquakes, and various secondary calamities. The sea levels will rise alarmingly. Living on this small island would be tantamount to choosing death. Understanding dawned upon young Mimi, who nodded gravely, accepting Song Xian's words without doubt. Up to this point, everything he had predicted had come to pass. Most of the women on the island had accepted his assertions, although a few remained skeptical. Yet, given Song Xian's current authority on the island, even the doubters refrained from voicing their skepticism. At that moment, Gao Yuan, a newcomer to the island, posed the question, how do you know all this? The others turned their inquisitive gazes towards Song Xian, equally curious but hesitant to voice their thoughts. Song Xian was aware of their intrigue. Yet the truth of his rebirth was not something he could divulge. Thus, he concocted a plausible explanation. Since someone has asked, I shall share. My parents were eminent meteorologists who predicted this calamity long ago. Unfortunately, they were arrested as criminals for spreading rumors and inciting panic. Thankfully, they left me a wealth of information, combined with my frequent reading of apocalyptic novels. Consequently, I was well prepared, and our family had stockpiled ample supplies. Regrettably, they could not provide me with specific timings, and this stroke of luck is indeed rare. Otherwise, I would never have left home. Oh my, so this disaster was foreseen? Exclaimed one of the women. Those insidious politicians must have concealed this information, hoarding supplies for themselves to thrive in the apocalypse. Just like the novels I've read. No wonder Song Xian knows so much. If only I had known, I would never have ventured out. How easy it is for you to say. Staying inside means no money, no supplies. As Song Xian's words ignited chatter among the crowd, no one questioned the narrative's authenticity. Clap, clap, clap. Song Xian interrupted the chatter with a sharp clap, for he had another crucial secret to reveal. Do you all remember the previous Red Sun? Of course. They exclaimed in unison, recalling the fear that had driven them to seek shelter in caves. Excellent, he affirmed, surveying the room. The Red Sun not only enhances physical abilities but also carries a minuscule chance of granting individuals extraordinary powers, of which I am one. What? The Red Sun can enhance the body? Is that true? Oh no. I was hiding in a cave that day. Does that mean I missed out? My goodness. An ability user? Is it truly like the novels? Song Xian, what abilities do you possess? Abilities? You must be joking. How could such things exist in this world? The room erupted once more into lively chatter. This time, Song Xian employed a different tactic to regain their attention. He picked up a metal spoon from the table and effortlessly twisted it into a coil, then clenched it in his palm, transforming it into a small lump of iron. Finally, he hurled it to the ground with great force. Whoosh! A sharp sound sliced through the air as the small iron mass penetrated the thick floorboards with a resounding crash. Thud! The impact felt as if he had casually fired a bullet. Gulp! The onlookers were left in stunned silence, their astonishment palpable. Yet, young Mimi was the first to break the silence, her face lighting up with glee. This is fantastic. With your strength, Song Xian, we will surely thrive in the apocalypse. Indeed, indeed. Brother Song Xian, you are practically a superhero now. We need not worry about safety anymore. Exclaimed Xuan, the stunning flight attendant. Fujiwara Saika quickly jumped in to flatter him. Long live my master. You are my deity. Following suit, Lu Feifei, Li Fuzhen, Gu Lina, Park Chulong, In Pume, Zhang Endi, Jin Nezhu, Wu Haoyang, and Sun Nan all showered him with praise. A few remained visibly astonished, such as Avril, Lu Qimei, Gao Yuan, and Wang Gang. Lu Qimei then asked, Song Xian, is this the ability you awakened? Not quite, Song Xian replied, shaking his head at the query. He was prepared to unveil his true power. As they were about to relocate, his spatial ring would soon come into play. Having interacted with these individuals for some time, revealing his extraordinary abilities now would only serve to unite them further around him. With a flick of his finger, he directed it toward a bowl on the table, followed by the chopsticks and his water cup. Each item he touched vanished before the astonished gazes of those present. Before they could voice their confusion, Song Xian pointed again. In the previously vanished bowl, chopsticks, and cup reappeared. Space. Spatial abilities. Fujiwara Saika, an ardent fan of the two-dimensional world, exclaimed, leaping with excitement. The other women widened their eyes, rendered speechless by the astonishing spectacle. Even the usually composed young Mimi stared in disbelief, her mind momentarily blank. In contrast to their expressions of shock, Song Xian remained unfazed, lightly tapping the table. Given the current dire climate, not only will food be scarce, but various resources will dwindle as well. My strength and abilities will be the foundation for our survival. As long as you all follow me diligently, I guarantee you will be well fed and clothed. However, should anything happen to me, or if anyone dares to betray me, I will show no mercy. Chapter 94. Murder young Mimi. Song Xian, rest assured, we shall obey you completely from now on. If anyone dares to disregard your words, I will be the first to make them pay. Su Yalan, I feel the same way. Our lives were saved by you. Without you, I wouldn't have survived this long. Ting Yuan Jingxiang, Master, I am the most loyal to you. Should anyone show you disrespect, I shall eliminate them for you. Li Fuzhen, you are truly a savior sent from above. I believe no one would be foolish enough to act otherwise. Lu Feifei, I can't believe supernatural abilities really exist. Why didn't this person mention their powers sooner? In Pume, wow, such formidable strength combined with these abilities. Why not simply establish a doomsday empire? As Song Xian uttered this final remark, the women in the room, while professing their loyalty, began to voice their thoughts in a cacophony. However, none of them harbored any interest in vying for power. To claim dominion in this apocalyptic world, one must have a territory and subordinates. But maintaining such a multitude would be burdensome. In this era of survival amidst relentless natural disasters, earthquakes, floods, fierce winds, and extreme temperatures, having too many subordinates would be a liability. Without tangible resources, who would be willing to serve you? Even the so-called Doomsday Church, which claims to be the foremost power in this apocalypse, is merely a group of starving misfits. Otherwise, Song Xian would not have dared to offend such a faction and still thrive amid chaos. A small, capable team is the ideal approach to survival in this grim reality. Otherwise, no matter how grand one's influence, a single disaster or rebellion could spell annihilation. Particularly after this summer, temperatures would plummet dramatically within a short span. The world would soon enter a period of freezing, with daytime temperatures plunging to -40 or 50 degrees Celsius and nighttime lows reaching -70 or 80. At that point, most people would be unable to step outside, left to languish in despair. Currently, with the few dozen individuals by his side, thanks to his spatial ring, he could afford to sustain them. The thought of managing hundreds or thousands of subordinates was already overwhelming. Those deluded large factions, comprised of the underprivileged who were constantly hungry and cold, would inevitably resort to desperate measures driven by starvation. Thus, Song Xian remained unfazed by the chatter of these young women. He rapped the table to regain their attention. All right. Everyone, quiet down. I have plans for our future. For now, let us enjoy our meal and get some rest tonight. Tomorrow, we embark on our journey. Understood? Yes, sir. With his command, the beautiful women in the room responded obediently. After dinner, they retreated to their respective rooms, but before long, several of them hurried to Song Xian's quarters. First came Yang Mimi and Su Yalan, followed by Guli Nana and Li Fuzhen, then Lu Feifei and Avril, and eventually Park Chulong, Yin Pume, Zhang Indi, Jin Nanzhu, Wu Huarong, and Sun Naon. They had changed into their most exquisite, distinctive, or minimalistic attire, leaving Song Xian's room nearly devoid of space. Only the older men, Wang Gang and Gao Yuan, along with the policewoman Lu Qimei, were absent. As the night deepened outside the wooden cabin, Zhang Kaishan, trembling in the doghouse, glared at the room with bloodshot eyes. Sun Chapter 95, Mutual Destruction. As Zhang Kaishan stood in a daze, witnessing the sudden disappearance of the two-story wooden house, he was unexpectedly struck from behind, causing him to kneel on the ground. This treachery was executed by his former ally, the cowardly yet murderous Zhao Yan. In his mind, he believed that if he could run faster than Zhang Kaishan, he would escape. Zhao Yan, damn you! Zhang Kaishan shouted hoarsely, blood oozing from his knees as he struggled to rise and pursue the direction in which Zhao Yan fled. However, the anticipated chase never materialized. In such frigid conditions, devoid of shelter or warmth, they faced a singular path towards demise. Even if they survived the night, what awaited them the following days? Tomorrow, they would embark on a journey across the sea, leaving only a trail of death behind them. Therefore, Song Xian retrieved clothing and blankets from his spatial ring and distributed them among the women nearby. Tonight, we shall guard the fishing boat by the sea, and at dawn, we will depart for Ryukyu Island. The ladies, upon hearing his words, responded enthusiastically, chattering animatedly as they descended the mountain with Song Xian. The convenience of spatial abilities was indeed remarkable. Indeed, it's astonishing. A house vanished entirely. In this apocalyptic world, we need not fear starvation. How fortunate we are to have Song Xian. Let us consider ourselves fortunate amidst misfortune. Had we remained in the city with our limited abilities, survival would have been unimaginable. As the group engaged in lively conversation, Yang Mimi suddenly recalled Zhang Kaishan and Zhao Yan. Song Xian, are we truly going to let them go? Isn't that too lenient? Do you believe they can survive without us? Song Xian countered, continuing his stride. That's true, Yang Mimi conceded, recognizing the validity of Song Xian's words, and she ceased to dwell on the matter. Soon, they hastily departed from the camp where they had resided for so long and arrived at the eastern shore where the fishing boat awaited. Here, Song Xian summoned the villa once more, and everyone obediently entered their rooms to rest. He appointed Lu Qimei, the security chief, to oversee the night watch, ensuring that no further incidents of arson occurred. The night unfolded without further complications. Aside from the noisy waves crashing against the shore, everyone managed to find some comfort. However, the night was far from pleasant for Li Kai and Zhang Kaishan. With temperatures plunging below -20 degrees, they found themselves shivering uncontrollably before they had traveled far. Ultimately, they returned to the camp, drawn to the warmth of the burning bonfire and Zhang Kaishan's former makeshift shelter. Upon returning, Zhang Kaishan discovered the camp abandoned and immediately retreated into his former dwelling. Upon realizing his blanket was missing, he relocated his makeshift bed closer to the bonfire to preserve what little warmth he could muster. Soon, Zhao Yan returned as well, initially sitting by the fire. He eventually suggested they share the confines of the shelter for warmth. Despite their awkwardness, as the night wore on and the bonfire dwindled, They found themselves shivering in the cold. Reluctantly, they embraced each other to stave off the encroaching chill. Initially embarrassed, they soon engaged in conversation to alleviate the tension, introducing themselves before launching into a tirade against Song Xian. Song Xian, that bastard. I will make him pay, Zhang Kaishan declared fiercely. That scoundrel hoards women and resources, yet seeks to eradicate us, Zhao Yan added vehemently. While he feasts, we are left with scraps. It's intolerable. At dawn, we shall confront Song Xian and seek our revenge. Brother Zhang, I'll follow your lead. From now on, I am your subordinate, ready to obey your commands. Excellent. Once we deal with Song Xian, I shall not forget your loyalty. And thus, the two men continued their hushed conversation, fueled by their shared animosity towards Song Xian, until they finally endured the night until dawn broke. They staggered to the mountaintop, searching for the whereabouts of Song Xian, Yang Mimi, and the others. To their dismay, they beheld Song Xian, accompanied by Yang Mimi, Fujiwara Saika, and Gulaina, boarding the fishing boat. The vessel, piloted by a long-haired foreigner, slowly drifted away from the island. Ah, damn it, bastard. Zhang Kaishan gritted his teeth in fury, a wave of regret washing over him. Had he remained in Song Xian's service, he would surely have been aboard that boat, escaping this cursed place and returning to reality. Yet, in his moment of despair, he remained oblivious to Zhao Yan, who had picked up a rock slightly larger than his fist, preparing to strike him from behind. Bang! Instantly, Zhang Kaishan felt a sharp pain in his head, followed by dizziness and disorientation. Fortunately, thanks to his previous enhancements, he survived the blow. Otherwise, he might have succumbed. Despite his fortifications, his mind was not particularly sharp. Otherwise, he would not have been foolish enough to believe that tripping up Song Xian would secure him a better place. Zhao Yan, a cunning and ruthless individual, seized the opportunity and struck again. Bang! This blow sent Zhang Kaishan crashing down, blood seeping from the back of his head, his body convulsing as he foamed at the mouth. Yet, Zhao Yan, fearing Zhang Kaishan might not be incapacitated enough, delivered 2 more blows, blood splattering across him as he gasped for breath, muttering, Brother Xuan, don't blame me. Blame that bastard Song Xian. He left the island. And without the ability to hunt, we would starve. If I don't kill you, you'll have to kill me. After murmuring these words, Zhao Yan staggered to his feet. Glancing at the fishing boat dwindling in the distance, he dragged Zhang Kaishan's lifeless body back to the camp, reigniting the remains of the bonfire to prepare his meal. Before indulging in his feast, Zhao Yan gazed at the roasting meat. His pale countenance twisted with a sinister expression as he whispered, I will survive. I will. Chapter 96. The newcomers on the eastern shore of Flight Island. A power fishing boat had just departed from the coast when a group of women began to chatter excitedly. Ah, finally leaving this wretched island. How delightful. One exclaimed. Oh, but don't celebrate too soon. Who knows how dire the modern world has become? Another cautioned. Regardless, it can't possibly be worse than life on the island, right? Heh. Clearly you haven't read any apocalyptic novels. In such scenarios, the most terrifying aspect isn't the disasters, but the human heart. What are you afraid of? We have Song Xian with us. His strength and supernatural abilities will surely keep us safe. Have you considered that others might awaken their own powers? Some may even possess firearms or heavy weaponry. Initially, the mood was buoyant, but after a few pessimistic remarks, the atmosphere took a sharp downturn. After all, they were not fools. They understood the treachery of human nature, especially in a world where resources were scarce and anything could happen. Observing their transformation, Song Xian chose not to intervene. A touch of pessimism could render their actions more cautious, preventing them from recklessly endangering themselves. His primary focus was on the movements of the little dog, Sanfu, while also teaching Fujiwara Shizuka. Since the control panel was in Japanese, she had a natural advantage. It had been 8 years since he last set foot on a boat, having avoided the sea while making his way northward to escape disasters, ultimately reaching the Qinghai Tibet Plateau. But now, he had awakened a fishing system and possessed the ability to forecast calamities, destined to make a living from the sea. Thus, mastering navigation was imperative. Furthermore, with a spatial ring at his disposal, he could easily stow the fishing boat within it and retrieve it whenever necessary. This led Song Xian to consider acquiring more vehicles or larger vessels, perhaps even container trucks, transforming luxury yachts into mobile shelters by furnishing them and stocking supplies. His spatial ring allowed for limitless weight, as long as the actual volume was within limits. Once back in modern society, he could truly unleash his potential. Half an hour later, as the boat sped across the waters, Song Xian had gleaned the essentials of sailing through observation and inquiry. However, sailing was one thing. Navigation was another. The vast ocean lacked GPS, forcing him to rely solely on the sun for direction, which wouldn't help in locating Ryukyu Island. Thus, he had much to learn, refraining from eliminating Sanfu while continuously seeking knowledge. Just as he posed another question, Su Yalan suddenly pointed towards the northwest, exclaiming, Songxian, look over there. There's smoke rising. Her words drew the attention of everyone on board. Should we investigate? Yang Mimi inquired, having spotted the black plume as well. What if it's fellow survivors? After a moment's contemplation, Songxian nodded. The current composition of their group had a higher proportion of women. And while Ryukyu had a significant population, their presence would surely attract attention. Although they possessed 2 firearms and Songxian's formidable strength, the island had its own security forces and police, armed with weaponry. Thus, anything could unfold. By gathering more allies now, he hoped to bolster their confidence. Knowing that numbers could provide a semblance of security until they acquired substantial armaments. Once he had raided the Ryukyu armory, the number of companions would be of little consequence. Let us steer the boat closer, he commanded Sanfu. Soon, the young helmsmen adjusted their course, and within minutes, they arrived at a new island. The expressions of everyone aboard shifted to one of intrigue, including Songxian, as he genuinely sought male companions. However, they were greeted by 3 women, the actress Diliriba, the actress Lu Shir, and a silver-haired female streamer. All 3 appeared gaunt and famished, their first words evoking the essence of beggars. Nina, water. Please, give Nina water. Diliriba, woo-woo, Mimi, I'm starving. Lu Shir, can you spare some food? I feel like I'm at my limit. Witnessing their plight, Songxian's compassion surged, prioritizing their immediate needs. He leapt from the boat, distributing food among them. Young Mimi soon followed, descending the rope ladder. Whoa, Mimi. You're my savior. Diliriba sobbed, munching on the offered food. All right. No need to cry, young Mimi said softly, finding Diliriba's pitiful demeanor reminiscent of a lost puppy. Yet the moment hardly called for laughter, so she restrained herself and comforted, with Mimi here. You need not fear hunger anymore. Whoa, Mimi, you're so kind. With this reassurance, Diliriba clung tighter to young Mimi, nuzzling against her. The latter, adopting a maternal tone, gently stroked Diliriba's head and inquired, is it just the 3 of you on this island? Do you have any supplies? Upon hearing this, Diliriba's sorrow deepened, and it took her a while to compose herself. There were originally 5 of us on the island, but 1 died shortly after we arrived. A few days ago, a big brother couldn't resist eating the rotten fish left by the tsunami. He ended up with severe diarrhea, and just last night if you hadn't come, we might have. Sighing, young Mimi absorbed the gravity of her words. The others, Fujihara Shizuka, Golina Na, Park Chuyung, Yun Pume, Zhang Unji, Su Yalan, Lu Qingmei, Lu Feifei, Jin Naju, Wu Haoyang, and Sun Naun felt a wave of relief wash over them. They were grateful to have encountered Songxian early, sparing them from the torment of hunger and ensuring their survival. Chapter 97, The Ryukyu Islands. While young Mimi was still soothing Didi Riba, Songxian had already surveyed the island and concluded that there were no valuable crops to be found. Since we've had our fill, let us set off, he declared. Young Mimi, please explain the rules I have established and enlighten them about what the apocalypse entails. Yes, sir. Young Mimi replied with a playful smile directed at Songxian, deliberately puffing out her chest and executing a military salute. Subsequently, Songxian, carrying the legs of several women, boarded the boat, embarking on a tumultuous journey to the Ryukyu Islands. Almost an hour later, their motorboat finally approached the coastal waters of the Ryukyu Islands. The women, upon seeing the city and unfamiliar faces, could not contain their joy, erupting into cheers and chatter. Ah, we have finally returned to modern society, exclaimed one. Look at all the boats at the dock. It seems life isn't so bad after all. Huh, look closely, there are just more people at the dock. They must rely on fishing to survive, while the city has fallen into disrepair, another observed. Indeed, many buildings have collapsed. It truly resembles a post-apocalyptic scene, likely due to the last tsunami. However, Songxian's expression turned serious as he furrowed his brow, for his abilities allowed him to perceive far more than the others. It was evident that the people at the dock were divided into 2 factions, both armed with firearms. Moreover, a speedboat carrying 5 soldiers was approaching them. These individuals belonged to the Ryukyu Coast Guard. Since the onset of the apocalypse, they had amassed a considerable arsenal and had become the true rulers of this island. Their intentions for this visit extended beyond mere collection. Recalling the regulations of the Coast Guard, Songxian remembered that half of their haul was to be surrendered to these soldiers. Furthermore, should they spot attractive women, They would seize them to take back to their base, allowing their superior to indulge first before distributing to the other soldiers. In his previous visit to the Ryukyu Islands, Song Xian had arrived much later, likely 10 days hence. During this period, there had likely been a rebellion, with a group called the Furious Wind Gang rising to challenge the Coast Guard, which had compelled them to exercise restraint. Bang! Just as Song Xian was lost in reminiscence, a sudden gunshot shattered his thoughts. The Coast Guard's boat had arrived nearby, and the shooter was their leader, a dark-skinned man in sunglasses named Sakamoto Ryuji. While Song Xian was observing them, they had already used binoculars to assess the situation aboard the boat. Upon seeing so many beautiful women, the crew was visibly excited, drooling in anticipation. "Everyone, get down and don't move. Otherwise, I'll shoot you," Sakamoto Ryuji shouted as their speedboat circled menacingly nearby. "That girl with the twin tails is mine. Nobody else can take her. Please, you clearly don't understand women. Only in the animated realm would she be desirable. Huh. I want that long-haired beauty with the waves. She looks thrilling. I'll take that tall, short-haired woman. She exudes pure allure. Children make choices. I intend to enjoy all of them." The women exchanged glances, their expressions filled with apprehension, instinctively turning their gaze towards Song Xian, Fujihara Shizuka, and Li Fujin. The two women who understood Japanese translated with grim faces what these lecherous men had said. Upon hearing their translations, the expressions of the women aboard grew even darker. At that moment, Sakamoto Ryuji noticed the unusual atmosphere and realized that Song Xian was likely their leader. "Kid, I advise you not to test our patience. Get down on the ground with your hands on your head, or you'll regret it." "All right," Song Xian responded in Japanese, instructing everyone to take cover. Although he was confident in his ability to eliminate the 5 soldiers without injury, he feared that if they opened fire, the women aboard might suffer harm. Thus, he prepared a trap for them. Sakamoto Ryuji, seeing everyone comply, smirked triumphantly and ordered 2 of his subordinates to board their vessel. "Bring them back to our base," he commanded, then pulled out a cigarette and lighter, lighting one for himself while exhaling smoke. His subordinates, seeing their leader smoking, also grinned and asked for cigarettes. Noticing Chapter 98, The Glorious Blade. Song Xian, will he be in any danger going out alone? Indeed, this is not a deserted island. Those individuals appear utterly ruthless. While their ferocity is concerning, what truly alarms us is that these people are armed, especially those few rascals. Alas, I never imagined modern society could descend into such chaos. How shall we endure in these days to come? What do you mean by the days to come? Naturally, we will follow Song Xian. Given the current situation, without Song Xian by our side, the prospect of survival for us is but a fanciful dream. As Song Xian departed, a group of young ladies began to chatter amongst themselves. The newcomers, Lu Shishir, Didi Reba, and Nina, wore expressions filled with fear and worry. Their acquaintance with Song Xian had been brief, and young Mimi's explanations had yet to sink in. Just as they returned to modern society, they were confronted with these rascals. Yet, upon observing the crowd's reaction and the 3 newcomers' demeanor, young Mimi's alluring red lips curled into a subtle smile. As a savvy and empowered woman, she understood Song Xian's capabilities better than anyone else. Thus, she felt no trepidation. After Song Xian boldly made his way towards the dock, she promptly took charge, declaring, "Rest assured, you must have confidence in Song Xian's strength. Fujihara Saika, set the boat in motion. We shall await Song Xian on the northern shore." However, Fujihara Saika let out a haughty hum, her eyes narrowing defiantly. "I follow Song Xian's orders, not yours." "Of course," young Mimi replied with a radiant and enchanting smile, choosing not to engage in a rivalry with Fujihara Saika. Although Fujihara Saika was favored by Song Xian, all the women present, aside from him, implicitly regarded her as their leader. With the addition of the exotic Didi Reba, young Mimi felt more assured in solidifying her position and capturing Song Xian's heart. Bickering with this young lady would only reveal her immaturity and lack of regal poise. In the future, she would present Song Xian with even younger, more enchanting maidens. And Fujihara Saika would soon find herself neglected. As young Mimi plotted her strategy, the fishing boat began to glide forward. The diverse beauties aboard turned their gazes towards Song Xian, for his vessel was drawing near the dock. Meanwhile, the men on the dock were engaged in fervent discussions. Who is this fellow, executing such decisive actions? Does he dare to kill members of the Coast Guard? Who cares? He has done for. There are over 300 of them. Indeed, those scoundrels are equipped with various standard weapons and have 2 warships guarding the cold storage. Should we capture him and present him to the Coast Guard? We might even join them. Yet, in that moment, They remained blissfully unaware of the impinned Chapter 99. Assaulting the Coast Guard, I presume our anxieties were unwarranted, weren't they? Indeed, Song Xian is formidable. His vigor is boundless. How could he possibly be overcome by these diminutive Japanese adversaries? Oh my, sisters, you are being quite risky. Spare me your pretense of innocence, little one. On every occasion, you are the most uninhibited. He is truly an enigmatic and potent man of the Orient. My admiration for him grows with each passing moment. As Song Xian initiated his relentless pursuit, the women who had previously accompanied him engaged in lively chatter. However, Lu Shi, Didi Riba, and Gao Yuanyuan, the newest members of the group, were still struggling to adapt. Lu Shi, who had always been averse to conflict and possessed a serene disposition, found herself repulsed by the carnage and the sight of mangled corpses, experiencing a wave of nausea. Gao Yuanyuan, a gentle pacifist, was filled with trepidation at Song Xian's ruthless efficiency. Didi Riba, naturally timid, clung to Yangmi's arm, seeking refuge behind her. In contrast, the spirited female streamer with pigtails was captivated by Song Xian's decisiveness, her eyes sparkling with admiration as she ecstatically cheered, embodying the awakened spirit of a warrior. Yangmi, observing the scene, remarked with a playful smile, "Indeed, he is the man I have chosen." His allure deepens with each passing moment. Didi Riba, visibly shaken, inquired, "Sister me, are you not afraid of a man who slaughters without hesitation?" "Afraid? Not at all." Yangmi turned her head, a mischievous grin on her face. Her mesmerizing eyes fixed on Didi Riba's delicate features. "Even the mightiest weapon can be tamed. Rest assured, as long as you're obedient, I will ensure your safety and provide you with a life of unparalleled fulfillment, contentment, and experiences that you could never imagine with another." Didi Riba was initially touched by her words, but soon realized their implications. Yangmi leaned in and whispered into her ear, causing Didi Riba's complexion to turn a delicate shade of pink. Ryukyu Island, southwest. Song Xian relentlessly pursued the Japanese fisherman, halting his pursuit approximately 300 meters from the Coast Guard base. After firing 3 final shots, he veered north, employing a clever diversionary tactic. Predictably, the Japanese fell for the ruse. However, it would be unfair to label them as foolish, as no one would anticipate a lone individual plotting to infiltrate their armory. Alerted by the gunfire, they swiftly mobilized, dispatching over 100 personnel in 12 squads. Guided by a few Japanese fishermen, they quickly located the source of the disturbance and initiated a comprehensive search. As the dominant force on the island, they had previously conducted a thorough sweep to prevent the concealment of firearms, which could threaten their authority and personal safety. Observing the Japanese movements through binoculars from the north, Song Xian's face bore a wicked smile as he produced 2 daggers from seemingly nowhere. To infiltrate the Japanese base, stealth and speed were paramount. Gaining access to the ammunition depot, which resembled a cave within a small mountain, would secure 90 of the victory. However, such a critical location was heavily guarded. Even after the Japanese had diverted a significant number of troops for the search, soldiers guarded the entrance alone, and the number of personnel inside the depot remained unknown. Therefore, Song Xian retrieved a verdant grenade. This device would detonate after a 3 to 4 second delay following the removal of the pin, providing him with ample time to act. After a brief reconnaissance, Song Xian retreated to a safe distance, removed the safety pin, and pulled the activation ring. With a hiss, white smoke emanated from the grenade as it was launched towards a building 50 meters away. Taking advantage of the ensuing chaos, Song Xian launched another grenade in a different direction. "Baka, an enemy attack. Take me with you, Bintian. The rest of you, stay here." The leader of the Japanese soldiers seized a guard and rushed towards the explosion. Seizing the opportunity, Song Xian scaled the wall and sprinted towards the ammunition depot. As he approached within 10 meters, another grenade detonated, diverting the attention of the 2 guards at the entrance. With a surge of adrenaline, Song Xian hurled 2 daggers with deadly accuracy. The daggers pierced the necks of the guards, instantly incapacitating them. As the guards collapsed, 8 Japanese soldiers emerged from the armory in response to the explosions. However, Song Xian's speed was now superhuman. He snatched a submachine gun from the fallen guards and unleashed a hail of bullets upon the approaching soldiers. The gun spat fire, felling the 8 Japanese soldiers in an instant. Despite their fall, Song Xian continued firing until the magazine was empty, ensuring that each soldier was dead. He then retrieved 2 more weapons and charged into the depths of the armory. Unbeknownst to Song Xian, 2 more Japanese soldiers were inside the armory, Vice Captain Yakagawa Chado and his beautiful adjutant, Yamada Nanako. The voluptuous woman wore her black hair in a bun, her alluring face framed by red-rimmed glasses and a beauty mark near her left eye. She wore a tight yellow military uniform and a matching pencil skirt. Although the radio had been destroyed, a landline phone remained in the armory to prevent electronic warfare from disrupting communication. After Song Xian killed the 8 soldiers, a call had already been placed to headquarters.